Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall's brand new multivitamin product, Formula V10, is an excellent example. For Formula V10 is a really pleasant tasting, really easy to take product that helps prevent vitamin and iron deficiencies. The recommended daily dosage supplies twice the minimum requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement of iron, plus minimum daily requirements of A, D, and B2, plus red crystal and vitamin B12. Ask for pleasant-tasting Formula V10. That's V as in vitamin. V10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, gee, Diamond, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?
Oh, no, Seymour. I feel great.
Oh.
Who needs teeth? Come to think of it, though, I might be more comfy down here if you'd lift this desk off my chest.
Oh, yeah, sure. There you go.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to knock you over.
Sorry, forget it. I enjoy having my chest crushed as much as the next guy.
Okay. Now, the throw I'm going to show you now is called a Japanese shoulder toss.
Look, Seymour, you've convinced me. Judo is a wonderful sport. I didn't realize what I'd been missing all these years. I love this sport, judo. Now, what'll it be, canasta or old maid?
What?
How about hopscotch?
Oh, come on. Let me show you just one more throw, huh?
Not even if it was with a beanbag.
Hey, maybe some wrestling holds in. I know a lot of wrestling stuff. Must be some trick you'd like me to try.
No, Seymour. I really don't believe Well, come to think of it, yes, there is. A wonderful little trick.
Huh?
You get yourself a nice long rope, throw it high up into the air.
Yeah?
And then real quick you climb way, way up to the top and just disappear.
Oh, that's nuts.
Oh, a defeatist, huh? What? No. Diamond Detective Agency, brains, experience, enthusiasm, delirium tremens.
Rick, don't be so silly. I might have been a prospective client.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
Hi.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But you'll have to admit, I have got brains and enthusiasm and good looks and a dynamic personality. And my father can beat up your father.
Rick, you're incorrigible.
No, I'm right here in New York.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now, will you please tell me what we're doing tonight?
Oh, that, honey, is a long story.
I'm comfortable.
Well, remember the day we walked into Gimbel's basement and I bumped into an old schoolmate of mine who was demonstrating barbells?
I remember how funny you looked when he goaded you into picking up that big weight.
Yeah. And how hysterical it was when he had to carry me upstairs to the chiropractor.
I carried you just like a baby, too, didn't I?
Who's that?
Now, that's him. Muscles. He bicycled all the way over from Jersey just to tell me his ideas on self-defense.
He bicycled?
Oh, he was dressed for it. Top hat, tail, sneakers.
Now, what are you talking about?
One of his cleverest ideas was that I'd treat him to dinner tonight if he could knock me to the floor in less than 30 seconds.
So?
Gave him the battle of his life. 7 seconds. The point is, where can we eat where they'll poison his food?
Hey, I heard that.
It's all right, Seymour. You can order small helpings.
Rick.
Let's make it Leon's, baby, okay?
Must we?
Will you be an angel and meet us at Leon's?
I'll meet you at Leon's.
8 o'clock sharp.
Rick, if you keep me waiting.
If I keep you waiting, you can have a lock of my hair. 8 o'clock.
Sharp.
Well, I'll see you at Leon's at 8 o'clock, huh? Bring lots of money, because I'm a guy who can really eat.
Oh, I'll bet you are. Well, if you arrive there before I do, Seymour, start in on the ferns by the front door. Seymour was too stupid to go away mad, but at least he went away. I settled back in my chair and made a half-hearted attempt to figure a face out of the water spot on the ceiling. When I woke up, it was 5 o'clock, and I hated myself for the indulgence. As I sat there thinking how much my mouth tasted like an old motorman's glove, I heard a noise in the hall on the other side of my door. Well, good afternoon. Something I can do for...
Juice bar. Juice bar.
Hey. He fell face forward into the pool of blood at his feet, like a wino who'd stumbled into a fountain of muscatel. Funny, isn't it, how an ice pick loses all its homey appeal when it's sticking out of a guy's back? The ice pick this guy was wearing was no exception. I didn't know how long he'd been leaning against my door, but one thing was certain. It was long enough to die. I put in a call to 5th Precinct Police Headquarters and Lieutenant Levinson. And 10 minutes later, my office was full of badges.
And you have no idea who he is, huh, Rick?
Not the vaguest, Walt.
Well, the checkup shows you're the only office in the building that's been open after 2, so he must have been on his way to see you when he got it from behind.
Maybe he was delivering ice and just happened to fall on his ice pick.
Otis.
Yeah?
Otis, now that you've solved it, why don't you go down to the glue factory and let them put you up in nice little glass bottles?
Oh.
Well, anyway, he has a billfold in his pocket. That ought to tell us something.
How about a look, Fatty?
Huh? Oh, sure. Here.
Quite a card collector, wasn't he?
Quite.
Gold Furriers, the Copper Room, O'Toole's Diner.
It's lousy food. Got ptomaine once from their cheesecake.
I remember. I got ptomaine just watching you eat it.
I resent that.
And I accept your apology.
Yeah. Huh?
Where's that green card from?
This one?
Yeah.
The Apollo Health Club. Hey, that's right down the street.
Nothing with the old boy's name on it, though.
Afraid not. However, something tells me you'll get that from the old boy's fingerprints.
Let's hope so.
Salute this afternoon to you, sir. Welcome to the Apollo Health Club. May I be of assistance?
I'd like to get a massage.
Splendid. Performs wonders after a fatiguing day. A veritable balm to the chafed tissues of the body.
But will it cure snow blindness?
I beg your pardon?
No, just ignore me. I'm a little chewed up today.
I assume you're referring to a state of mind.
Well, not altogether. Got a kink in my back that isn't entirely mental.
Well, at least you've come to the proper place. A measure of skillfully applied anatomical science will regenerate the damaged musculature in no time. O'Brien? Mr. O'Brien, front, please. One of my best masseurs.
Oh, you're the owner, huh?
I am, sir. Let me introduce myself. Emerson Van Arter, Doctor of Anatomical Science.
Richard Diamond.
A pleasure.
Nice layout you have here.
Indeed. 5 years of assiduous study in Switzerland under the illustrious Dr. von Sepperville has given me a boundless knowledge of the human mechanism. As a consequence, of course...
Are you calling me, Doctor?
Oh, yes. O'Brien, I did. Mr. Diamond here wishes a massage.
Sure, fine.
I'll speak to you later, Mr. Diamond.
Right this way, sir.
Remember, the blood toward the heart, always toward the heart.
A real private detective, huh?
Too private, judging from last month's receipts. Hey, you know, you really rubbed that kink out of my back.
Good. Don't know if you noticed it, but I was doing all my rubbing with my right arm. Tore a muscle on my left shoulder this morning. Really put it out of commission.
Oh, that's too bad. Speaking of things being out of commission, reminds me, there's a body down at the morgue I'd like you to take a look at. Guy might have been a client of yours.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
Oh?
When could you come down?
How about tonight? We close here at 10.
Fine. Make it, about 10:30? Know where the morgue is?
Yeah. Now, how'd this guy die, anyway?
Somebody hid their ice pick in his spinal column.
No kidding.
Yeah. The corpse is a little dark-complexioned man. Kinky hair, glasses, bald spot on the top of his head.
Hey, that description fits a guy who comes in here every night around closing time. Fanatic on diet. He buys wheat germ from us by the case.
Know his name or where he lives?
Oh, I know that
Pardon the intrusion, gentlemen, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask Mr. O'Brien to hurry down to the gymnasium.
Oh, sure, right away, sir. Here's a fresh towel, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt like this, but we're a trifle understaffed, and expediting the evening rush is something of a problem.
Quite all right.
Talk to you later tonight, Mr. Diamond.
All right. Oh, hey, in case you can't make it, give me a buzz at Leon's restaurant. I'll be there till 9:15.
Right.
Ah, Monsieur Diamond.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hello, Leon.
Par ici, par ici.
Which translated into English means?
Right this way.
Both my guests arrived?
Oui. First the young lady, then a few minutes later the gymnast. But, Monsieur Diamond, a telephone call is waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, Leon. Hello, Diamond speaking.
Hello, Mr. Diamond. This is Red O'Byron down at the Apollo Club.
Oh, yeah, O'Byron.
Hey, listen, you gotta come down here right away. I really stumbled into something.
Yeah, what's that?
Can't tell you over the phone. Just get down here. Drop everything and get down here. Hurry.
Look, Red, I'm right in the middle of it. Hello? 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 Oh. Hey, kids, I gotta run. Be back in a few minutes.
Just where do you think you're going?
Place called the Apollo Club.
Yeah? Well, how about my dinner?
Go right ahead and order. I'll be back. Oh, by the way, Seymour, that potato salad on the child's plate is a real deal for a quarter. And Helen,
Yes, Rick.
shoot the kill if he even suggests wrestling. I walked out of Leon's, flagged down a cab, and spent the trip back to the Apollo Club, wondering what Red O'Byron was so worked up about and why he'd hung up on me. As my cab started to swing in toward the curb, I got that lousy feeling again, and I decided definitely it was not one of Leon's martinis, but rather the large white ambulance parked in front of the Apollo Health Club. I was halfway up the steps of the club when Dr. Van Arthur appeared in the doorway.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. This is terrible. Terrible.
What is?
We've had an accident.
Red O'Byron?
Yes. Oh, terrible. Like losing a son.
Losing? He's dead?
Yes. He was performing a handstand on the rings in the gymnasium, and he slipped and fell. Broke his neck.
Now, Rexall's Pharmaceutical Laboratories announce a brand new vitamin product, Rexall 5X Vitamins. They're called 5X because each tablet supplies 5 times the daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. What's more, each tablet contains 5 micrograms of red crystalline B12. Right now, your Rexall family druggist is introducing this new vitamin product with a special offer. He will give you, free of extra cost, a 10-day trial supply of 5X vitamins when you purchase the regular bottle of 50 tablets. Try 5X vitamins for 10 days. And if you're not completely satisfied, simply return the unopened bottle of 50 and your full purchase price will be refunded. Ask for the regular 50-tablet bottle and 10-day trial bottle of Rexall 5X vitamins. Both just $6.95 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, hello, Otis. Is the lieutenant around?
Yeah, he's around, so what?
Otis, did you ever think how silly you'd look hanging from your thumbs?
Ah, go soak your head.
You mean that's how you shrunk yours?
Ooh.
Well, now, isn't that a coincidence?
Is it?
I was just thinking how peaceful it is around the precinct when you're not.
Yeah.
You shut up, you.
You tell him, Fatty.
How would you like to...
I'd like a little information, if you don't mind. I'd like you to see what facts you can scare up on the guy who runs the Apollo Health Club. Name is Van Arthur.
If I remember right, the stiff we hauled away in front of your office today had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
You remember right?
And we found out his name was Rudy Lubin. Narcotics has a file on him that goes forever.
How about the ice pick? Any fingerprints?
None.
Well, that's always a help.
I should say.
Personally, I think Otis did it.
Think I did what?
You see, Walter, typical pathological reaction?
What do you mean?
Oh, don't worry, Otis. We won't let them hang you, right, Walt?
Right.
Not as long as we have a rope and a tree.
No. Hey, what's up? Who you calling?
Leon's restaurant. Helen's over there breathing with her diaphragm. And Seymour... Oh, you don't know him, but he's tearing phone books apart.
Good evening, Leon.
Oh, hello, Leon. This is Richard Diamond. My friend still there?
Oui. They are waiting for you, no?
They're waiting for me, yes. Let me speak to the noisy one with the biceps, will you?
Oui, bien entendu.
What's all this about?
It's about a guy who got stabbed in front of my door, a masseur named O'Byron who got his neck broken doing tricks on the rings, and something that O'Byron mentioned earlier.
Hello.
Seymour?
Where are you, anyway? We've been waiting an hour.
That's not the point. The point is, I want you to listen to me. Could a guy do a handstand on the rings if he had a torn muscle in his shoulder?
Are you kidding?
I'm very serious.
Heck no, he couldn't. It's impossible. Shoulder muscles are the ones do all the work. Deltoids, trapezius, upper pecs.
Yeah. Okay. Look, Seymour, you got to do me a favor. Meet me in front of the Apollo Health Club as soon as you can get there.
Well, how about your girlfriend?
Tell her to wait there till I come for her.
Oh, okay, then. Only, what are we going to do?
Trap a murderer. I hung up, assured Lieutenant Levinson that I was just going to do a little reconnaissance work, and then left for the Apollo Club. Seymour was waiting when my cab drew up in front. I explained to him the part I wanted him to play.
Just leave it to me. If this doctor's a phony, I'll find out for you.
Let's go.
Hello again, Mr. Diamond.
Doctor?
I just talked to the O'Brien boys' family. Oh, it was heartrending, absolutely heartrending. I almost broke down.
No, you will before it's over.
Huh?
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Seymour Caper.
A pleasure, sir.
What do you say, Doc?
Seymour's been having a little trouble with his chest lately. I told him you're a doctor of...
anatomical science.
Yeah, and that you could undoubtedly do him some good.
Very kind of you.
It's something to do with my muscles. You know anything about them?
Muscles are what an anatomical scientist knows most about.
Oh, swell.
The doctor studied all about muscles in Switzerland.
Oh?
Just what seems to be the trouble.
Well, here's the deal, Doc. It all started the other day when I was working out with my barbells. I was doing an exercise for my trapezius when all of a sudden I got a spasm in my tensor fascia. So I bent over to set the barbell down on the floor, and that's when the pain hit me. First in my pectoralis minor, then in my intercostals, and finally in my diaphragm. A kind of spasmodic contraction like when you get the hiccups. Only no hiccups. You know what I mean?
Yes. A spasmodic contraction.
Of the diaphragm.
Only no hiccups.
And then my abdominals began tightening until I could hardly expel my rib cage.
Oh.
That's when I called Diamond here.
I see. Yes, quite naturally. If you'll pardon me a moment, I'll see if I can...
Yeah, but wait a minute. I haven't told you about my rhomboids.
His rhomboids seem to be completely out of whack.
Beg your pardon?
Well, it must be either my rhomboids or my dorsal spinalis. Awful pain right between my shoulder blades. What do you figure it is, Doc?
Well, actually, hasty diagnosis isn't feasible. Huh? I really couldn't...
Yeah, but you just put your hand on my left rhomboid and feel how knotty it is, huh?
Left rhomboid?
Yeah, go ahead, feel it. It's right under the middle trapezius, Doc. You know where that is.
Please, Seymour. Don't insult the doctor. Any old quack knows where that is.
Yes, certainly. Middle trapezius. Great Scott. I'd almost forgotten. I left a client under the sun lamp. Pardon me, gentlemen. I'll be back in a moment.
Have a hunch he's heading straight for an anatomy chart.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That guy's as phony as the title he uses. Doctor of Anatomical Science. My gluteus.
Mine, too. Come on. I took Seymour by his rhomboid and led him out onto the street, down to the middle of the block, and up 3 flights to my office. While I did my thinking, Seymour did his push-ups.
302. 303.
Well, Seymour, we know 3 things. O'Brien couldn't have been exercising on the rings with an injured shoulder.
5 right.
And the doctor's a phony.
6 right.
Then the doctor is a front for something that's important enough to kill people over.
300 and right 8.
As a consequence, you and I are burglars.
9 right. What?
Starting as soon as the Apollo Club closes.
But you mean we're going to bust into the joint?
We're going to bust into the joint or flatten your head in the attempt. Seymour, you opened that window beautifully.
Thanks.
Remind me to autograph your biceps later.
Hey, this detective business is dangerous, ain't it?
Oh, yes. But think of the advantages. Long hours, no time for meals. And on a good day, a guy can pick up as high as 200 or 300 bullets in his back.
I don't like it.
Go on, crawl in.
Okay. Don't push.
I followed Seymour in, and we waited a minute for our eyes to get accustomed to the darkness. Then we moved cautiously down the stairway to the first floor. I had no idea what I was looking for, but Dr. Van Arthur's office was the first place where I tried to find it.
Hey, the door's locked. You want it opened?
Well, of course I do, Seymour. Use your head.
Okay.
Seymour would be pulling plywood out of his scalp for the next week, but it got us in. I took the place apart, but came up with a big fat nothing. So we left the office and headed down the hall toward the back of the building.
Hey, look.
What's the matter?
It's a fruit juice bar. Oh, boy, am I thirsty.
Well, go mix yourself up a... Juice bar? Juice bar, that's it.
Yeah, good stiff belt of celery juice.
No. This is what the little man who was stabbed outside my office was gasping about when he died. A juice bar. Come on.
Huh, nothing but juice.
Oh, I wonder what's in this cupboard under the counter.
Is it locked?
Yeah. Think you can pull it open?
Just watch me. You see?
Seymour,
Yeah.
will you marry me?
I'll give you a belt and a solar plexus.
Later, huh? Right now, let's see what's in this cupboard. You got a match?
I don't smoke.
That's all right. I found one. Well, what do you know about that? Nothing but cans of wheat germ.
Hey, you know what that stuff is, don't you?
I know that the masseur who got killed here told me that the guy who died in front of my office bought it up by the case.
Hand me a can, will you?
Sure. Here.
It's stuffed full of vitamins, you know. You want a handful?
Oh, no thanks.
Yeah. Well, it must be some extra special brand. Never tasted anything like this before.
Chew a little louder, Seymour. We can dance to it.
Hey. Hey, that really hits the spot, man. Hey, you want to wrestle?
Oh, quiet, Seymour.
You know what, boy? I can fly.
Seymour.
I can fly, I tell you, see? Oh, man, do I ever love to fly.
While Seymour stood there flapping his arms, I stuck my nose into the can he was holding. Uh-huh. Once you've smelled opium, you can always recognize the aroma, even when it's mixed with wheat germ. I was trying to decide what to do with Seymour when he slid slowly to the floor under the counter and rocked out. I loosened his collar, then started for a telephone.
Leaving, Mr. Detective.
Wow. Doctor, working late?
I'm glad I arrived in time to offer you a drink of fruit juice.
Well, thanks loads, but I'm driving.
Where you're going, Mr. Detective, the weather is too hot for driving.
Now, isn't that a nasty thing for a guy who sticks ice picks in people to say?
Oh, that was a most unpleasant experience, I assure you. It's just that Mr. Lupin began demanding a little too high a percentage for distributing my health foods. Even went so far as to threaten me with exposure.
So you grabbed up an ice pick from your juice bar and followed him out of the club.
Mm-hmm. I doubt if he ever knew what hit him.
Oh, I bet he had a hunch.
Well, I perceive that you sampled my wheat germ.
No, I opened a can or two. Personally, I never touched the stuff without bananas and cream.
You've made the same unfortunate discovery that Red O'Brien made, Mr. Detective.
Oh, that's why he called me at Leon's.
Yes, and that's also why I had to resort to the unsportsmanlike expedient of luring him to the balcony of the gymnasium and then pushing him over head first.
I was about to call the doctor a particularly dirty name when Seymour's hulking shoulders loomed up behind the juice bar, not over 3 feet from where the doctor was standing. Doctor, you're wrong. Seymour is not a sissy.
What?
I don't think you could beat up Seymour with one hand. That's what.
Mr. Diamond, I'm afraid you're asking to be shot.
Yeah, well, just to try it.
Who said...
Yeah. I'll teach him to call somebody who knows how to fly a sissy.
Still here, though, huh?
Oui, but very angry.
Look, Leon, you got to do something for me.
Oui.
Tell the violinist to get his big fat Stradivarius over to where she's sitting. And quick.
Oui, immediately.
Hello, Miss Asher. Oh, come on, sweetie. I've had a rough night subduing murderers, opium eaters. Least you could do is say hello.
Hello.
I like that song, don't you?
Look, I know all about you and your little violin bit.
Huh?
I saw Leon pointing us out to the violinist.
He did?
Mm-hmm. And where, may I ask, is little Seymour?
Little Seymour ate too many goodies. He's having his stomach pumped.
Oh, now that's sweet.
I think so. I think the song is nice, too.
I think you should sing it, too.
I think I should, too. Hold me close and hold me fast, the magic spell you cast. This is La Vie When you kiss me, heaven sighs, and though I close my eyes, I see La Vie When you press me to your heart, I'm in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be La Vie Rose. Nothing?
I won't say.
Want to feel my biceps?
All right.
Well?
Nothing.
Here's a way to lose up to 5 pounds a week and lose where it shows. Yes, friends, I'm talking about the new Ann Delafield reducing plan. Today, there's simply no reason for any woman, or man either, to be handicapped by ugly fat. With the scientific Ann Delafield reducing plan, losing weight is easy. It's fun. You don't starve, you don't count calories, there are no drugs, no unbalanced dieting. Why put up with those dangerous extra pounds a moment longer? Ask for the Ann Delafield reducing plan today at any Rexall drugstore. And overweight men, here's wonderful news for you. Rexall has just introduced a brand new men's product for the first time anywhere, the Delafield reducing plan for men. Look young, feel young, stay young for your age with a plan tailor-made for you at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Harvey Easton with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Bill Conrad, Jay Novello, and Dan O'Herlihy. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now, enjoy quick, cooling relief from sunburn with Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's a new, soothing lotion that actually forms a protective film over the skin. Spreads better, stays on longer than ordinary sunburn remedies. Take the burn out of sunburn. Try Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Revere, the makers of America's finest motion picture cameras and projectors, presents Adventure Incorporated with Frank Graham, Pappy Boyington, and Pat McGeehan. adventure, mystery, and folklore. Strange tales that have been gathered in the far corners of the world. These are the stories you will hear when you listen to the members of that unique organization, Adventure Incorporated. 3 of them, Jason Grimm, Frank Fletcher, and Greg Devlin, are seated now in the lounge of an ocean liner, bound for one of their assignments in danger.
And now for Revere, Pappy Boyington.
Say, do you want to know how to really enjoy that vacation you're about to take? Okay. Just be sure you take with you a Revere 8mm or 16mm movie camera. Now, suppose you're out on a ranch, dude or otherwise. You want to get some good action shots of the cowboys breaking a bronc or opening a cab. You're standing by with your magazine load camera all set. A kick and a click, and both cowboy and camera in action. You want to get the complete scene, though, but you're running out of film. All is not lost, not with a Revere magazine load. Listen. Just as easy as that. That's how quickly you can change magazines, get your camera back into action. In a few fleeting seconds, you've captured forever a beautiful picture to review, along with your other pleasant memories. Now, aren't you glad you took the Revere camera? Remember, you're bound to cheer if you use Revere.
And now, back to Adventure Incorporated.
Did you gentlemen notice that emerald ring that girl was wearing?
Who was noticing the ring? I was noticing the girl.
I did, Jason. It looks like a Malayan emerald. I bought one in Singapore when I was there on that porcelain goddess case.
Speaking of emeralds and oriental goddesses, did you ever hear the curse of the Emerald Buddha?
Don't tell me Adventure Incorporated sent you over there to investigate a curse.
No, I got this story several years ago while I was visiting the commander of a French Foreign Legion post in the Cambodian jungle. The doctor of the post told it to me. 3 men sat before a campfire in the heart of the Cambodian jungle. 2 of them were white, dressed in soiled tropic suits and sun helmets. The third was a dark-skinned Cambodian. His name was Gengai. He was clothed only in a loincloth. In the morning, this Gengai, native fisherman from a nearby lake, would lead the 2 hunters on a trail of a giant man-killing tiger that was terrorizing the countryside. For 5 days now, they had followed the spoor, and their hopes were high. Sitting with his back against a palm tree, staring impassively into the fire, this native told his companions stories of other days, of his home on the shores of the great jungle-bordered lake, of the magnificent deserted city that lay virtually on the edge of their camp. A strange legend had been handed down the ages about this mysterious city, and this native Gengai told it to his employers.
And in the great capital of the Khmer people, which was the finest city in all Asia, there is a statue of the Lord Buddha sitting upon a coiled cobra, which is the emblem of that race. And this statue is fashioned out of emeralds so cunningly matched and cemented together that the whole work seems as one solid stone. It shines with a green light so bright that none but the faithful may look upon it. Whoever finds this idol is doomed to certain and horrible death.
Jim Sanders and his companion Lester Grove listened with rapt attention as the descendant of the ancient Khmer told the story of the great treasure that lay beneath the bayon of Angkor Wat. Somewhere under this great central tower of the temple lay the treasure of a vanished race. The golden emblems of Shiva, the golden throne, and the emerald Buddha. Sanders grabbed his heavy rifle and peered into the jungle night expectantly. Gengai turned to him.
Tiger!
Sanders anticipated the sight of 2 burning points of light that would be the eyes of the great striped beast. He wondered if he would be ready for the spring of this lord of the jungle. And then, after what seemed an eternity, the 3 men relaxed their vigil. The crash in the underbrush was farther away. The tiger had passed them by, had gone to do his hunting elsewhere. Sanders recalled the story Gengai had told them.
That story Gengai's been telling us about that treasure and the curse of the Emerald Buddha has got me quite curious. Let's poke around in those ruins for a while before we take up that tiger's trail. Who knows? Maybe we'll find that hidden treasure room.
Oh, matey, I'm with you. But this here hunting tigers for a lot of blinking natives is not to me liking. If we finds that treasure, it's back to Blighty for me.
The next morning, the white men visited the ruins of Angkor Wat. Gengai, who guided them to the massive pile of masonry, refused to enter the dead city. He still feared the spirits of the snake people that guarded the place. But even greater was his fear of the terrible curse of the Emerald Buddha. Hour after hour, the adventurers explored the ruins, led on by the fascinating call of hidden treasure. They pulled aside the vines and peered into dark recesses between the stone walls. They climbed the long flights of stone steps and methodically searched each crypt and cloister.
Blimey, but this is a big place. I hopes we don't get lost in these here alleyways.
The little cockney groped his way forward in the semi-darkness of the passage. As they progressed farther in the maze of passageways beneath the central pyramid of the temple, it became so dark that Sanders had to light the lantern he had brought along. And finally, in one of the subterranean rooms, the men found something that made their hearts beat fast in excited expectation.
Say, Grove, look at this. We found something. This stone doesn't match the others. It's a slab instead of squared like the rest of them.
Aye, aye. You suppose it hides an opening?
We'll find out in quick short order. Get this century-old collection of dust and rubble out of the way so we can get to it.
Aye.
After digging with their hands till their fingers were numb, they found a deep crack between the slab and the adjoining stones.
Look.
They put their shoulders to the panel and pushed. The stone moved. There was a sound of rusty metal as the door pressed back against the concealed leaf spring. The treasure seekers stared at each other in astonishment. This must be the door to the treasure room that Gengai had described in his story. The door that had not been opened for centuries. Again, the men put their weight against the stone panel. The crack widened just enough for them to creep into the vault beyond. In the far end of the room, the lantern light caught and held a metallic gleam. The men were awestruck as they took in the sight. Before them were piled the treasures of Angkor. Gold and silver ornaments and vessels, precious jewels and gem-encrusted robes, wealth beyond measure. And on the table overlooking these treasures like a silent guardian sat the Emerald Buddha.
No, me. We found it. We found it.
The men sobered quickly. The hollow echo of the room seemed to make their voices a desecration of the silence of centuries. Reverently, they approached the forbidden treasure. As they moved, the whole room seemed to fill with the scent as of bitter almonds. The men drew back. This strange odor could mean but one thing. Somewhere in the darkness lurked the terror of the jungle, a king cobra. Then, as if some invisible hand had touched it, a golden goblet fell from its place atop the treasure pile and rolled almost to the feet of the startled men. They looked up quickly. Before them reared a giant milk-white cobra poised to strike. The beady ears glared malevolently at the humans who had disturbed his lair.
Oh, blimey. Let's get out of here.
The lantern crashed against the wall and fell to the floor in a flaming mass. As Sanders slid through the small opening, the other hunter, white with fear, began to push through behind him. Sanders looked back. The flickering light from the broken lantern fell on a sight that made his nerves crisp. The slab that had formed the door of the hidden room had sprung back into place, crushing his companion against the wall. Sanders saw in that one fleeting glance that there was nothing he could do to help. His friend was dead. The curse of the Emerald Buddha had taken the victim. Then he saw something that sent stark terror ripping down his spine. The giant cobra was crawling over the dead man's body into the corridor. Completely unnerved now, he turned and ran along the corridor in wild, headlong flight. Behind him raced the huge snake. After what seemed hours, Sanders stumbled from the ancient corridor into daylight. But even as he emerged from the temple, an unseen hand seemed to reach out and snatch at his ankle. A thick loop of sprawling vine caught his foot and threw him full upon his face. Before he could stagger to his feet, the whole temple seemed to crumble about him. The vine upon which he had tripped had dislodged loose stones and rubble that came crashing down upon him in an avalanche of doom. Was his also the fate that had been foretold in the legend of the Emerald Buddha? When Gengai at last dared to approach the ruined temple of Angkor Wat to call for his masters, he found Sanders unconscious, half buried in a heap of debris near the ancient walls of the Bayonne. Beside the injured man stretched the smashed body of a large albino cobra. Gengai could find no trace of the other white hunter who had entered the ruins. A week later, a white man and a brown man approached a jungle outpost of the French Foreign Legion. The exhausted native was carrying the half-dead white man. The company surgeon, who was called in a vain hope of saving the crushed hunter, pieced together a very strange tale. The white man dropped into a coma from which he never emerged, still muttering about a forbidden temple, a beautiful emerald Buddha, a white cobra, and a terrible oriental curse.
At this point, we pause for a 30-second commercial, after which we return to
Adventure Incorporated.
You know, Jason, tales about these Oriental curses fascinate me. I even had a ringside seat while one of them went to work.
Where was that, Greg?
Right in the middle of the Kalahari Desert.
Africa, huh?
Yeah, southwestern part. Not far from Johannesburg.
It's a hot spot, all right. Tell us about it, Greg.
This Captain Von Schuler sat in his chair in the shade of a tree and surveyed the ragged African before him. The Germans had driven most of the natives out of the rich territory that had once been their home for centuries. Now the few that still lived here were about to face the ordeal of crossing and burning trackless expanse of the Kalahari Desert to seek a new home. The native bowed slightly before the German officer.
I have message for you from my chief.
The officer stirred slightly in his chair and regarded the old man with contempt.
What message, Schweinhund? Speak quickly and get out. It is time for my nap.
My chief bids me tell you that since this land is no longer ours, a tribe must leave. The only water this side of desert is here in your camp. We wish to fill our water vessels, for many days must pass before we reach water.
So, does your pig of a chief think I am in this accursed country to provide him and his people with water? Get out! Get your water in the Kalahari!
The native listened with an impassive face to the captain's words. Then he looked straight into the face of the German. The old man raised his hands and pointed toward the border of the Kalahari.
You have denied my people water. So now, all but the strongest must die of thirst. You, who are sending us to our death, will die in the desert. Not for lack of water, but by it.
The officer rose, and in a sudden impassioned rage, struck the native across the face with his riding crop. Stop! The old man did not flinch from the insulting blow, but pointed his hand at his attacker.
You shall die. By water in the desert you shall die. I pronounce against you the curse of the Kalahari.
About a week later, Captain Von Schuler received orders to take a scouting party into the desert. The Germans, led by native guides, set out upon the long, hard march. On the third day, the last known water hole had been passed, and the trip across the wilderness was beginning to tell upon both men and horses. But on they went, till at last the party entered a small canyon. Now nestled in the bottom of the rocky defile were two clear pools of water. There, Von Schuler called a halt.
Halt! You men dismount here. You will drink and water your horses at the larger pool. I'm going to have a nice bath in this one.
Then Von Schuler removed his uniform and waded into the water. The weary soldiers drank their fill, watered their horses, then sat back to enjoy the shade of the surrounding boulders. Suddenly, a strangled cry brought them to their feet. The men ran toward the smaller pool. Von Schuler stood in the center, his arms thrashing madly. Before the men realized what had happened, the officer had sank to his chin, and another wild scream burst from his lips. Suddenly, the plight of their leader became clear. Quicksand. One of the orderlies reached the edge of the pool on the run and snapped the end of a long bullwhip toward the struggling man. It fell short. In a despairing effort to reach it, Von Schuler overbalanced and plunged forward beneath the water. There was a short struggle, and Von Schuler disappeared, dying as the old witch doctor had prophesied. by water in the desert, by the dread curse of the Kalahari.
At this point, we have another 30-second commercial, after which back to Adventure Incorporated.
You know, Greg, I'll bet the dregs out of my next cup of tea that we're going to have a story from Frank here about China.
Well, Jason, that's a bet I'd like to see you win. I want to hear it.
Oh, thanks, fellas. I had no idea you were so anxious to get me started.
But we are.
Well, no kidding. Adventure Incorporated sent me to China, to a spot where you can get your hip pocket just crammed full of valuable valuables if you'll just changey for one certain item.
I'll bet a down payment on my right arm. I know what you mean.
What's that, Greg?
You're referring to guns.
Right. You named it. Captain Lance Corbin watched impatiently as the last slingloads of cargo were hoisted aboard the rusty little cargo steamer Taiping. It was hot and smelly at the Hankow dock, and he was also on the verge of being behind schedule. The outgoing tide of the muddy Yangtze River tugged at the mooring lines, seemingly as anxious to get the steamer into the stream as was her skipper. At last, all was finished, and the army of coolie stevedores scrambled ashore. The mate had gone forward to let go the lines when a volley of gunfire came from one of the narrow streets, and a small, heavy-set Chinese rushed up the gangway, followed by 4 other Orientals in army uniforms. He made his way to the bridge and confronted Captain Corbin.
I am Wang Lo Chi, merchant of Chongqing. You are carrying a cargo of mine upriver. My comprador failed to inform you that I was to take passage on your ship with these men who are my bodyguard.
What about those shots ashore? Are you sure they aren't the reason you decided to make this trip? You seem to be in a mighty big hurry to get aboard.
Oh, think nothing of them, my friend. There are enemies of mine here in Hankow, agents of other merchants who are my rivals in the silk trade. They will use any means to get the best of a competitor. But none of their men will attack you, and I am safe from them now.
Okay, Wang, I'm too busy now to check your story, so I'll have to take your word for it. I'll have the steward fix up a cabin for you, but your men will have to sleep on deck. All the rest of the rooms are taken. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get this tub underway. We have a scheduled time to hit the rapids, and I can't afford any delays. Corbin watched the Chinese climb clumsily down the ladder to the main deck, and then turned to shout orders for getting underway. The Taiping churned the muddy waters of the upper Yangtze. Ichang was left behind at last, and Captain Corbin was glad to see the massive mud-built houses slip quietly astern, even though it meant the trials and dangers of the walled-in rapids, where the least mistake in handling meant disaster. One after the other, Tatung, the Kungling, the Fapo, and the Mei Sun Rapids were negotiated with the aid of a skillful pilot and the thousands of river coolies. At last, Captain Corbin steamed out into a long, sluggish stretch of pea-green water. The ship came abreast of a small fishing village, and Corbin carefully scanned the river ahead, on the lookout for any small craft that might get in the way of the steamer. The Taiping was rounding a curve near the village when the captain turned suddenly to see Wang Lo Chi standing beside him on the wing of the bridge. There was an oily politeness in the voice of the Chinese merchant as he spoke.
You must pull in near the shore at the next bend. I have cargo which must be discharged there.
Sorry, Wang, no can do. My manifest named Chungking as my next port of discharge.
I'm afraid there has been a slight error, my captain, which surely you will rectify. It would be too bad to disappoint my men who will be waiting for the guns I am to deliver to them at the ferry crossing.
Guns?
Certainly. It is impossible to carry on a war, even a small one, without guns. They are in the cases marked machinery that you loaded in Hankow.
Ah. So that's why you were in such a hurry to get aboard, eh?
Yes. But the followers of Leo Song who tried to kill me in Hankow should know better than to attack the tiger of the Yangtze. So should you know better than to oppose my wishes.
The Chinese drew a small automatic from the folds of his sleeve and held it in line with Corbin's middle.
You will take orders from me, Captain. While you were busy at the last rapid, my men took over your ship. Your officers and crew are under guard. Even now they are preparing to drop anchor.
Under the threat of the muzzle of the gun, there was nothing to do but to obey the wish of the gunrunner. The ship had hardly fetched up on her anchor chain before Captain Corbin and his officers were marched into the wheelhouse and the heavy door bolted upon them from the outside. Wang Lo-Tzi gloated over his bit of strategy.
It is said that he who rides the tiger has a rough ride. In an hour, my men will be aboard, unloading guns for the overthrow of the warlord of this province. Even now, one of my bodyguards is signaling to them.
Corvin watched through a porthole as a large junk moved silently out from shore and drew alongside. A gang of coolies leaped aboard the Taiping and rushed to secure the lines. Under Wang's direction, the forward hatches were uncovered, and the work of transferring the cases of guns began. Corvin groaned in dismay as his chief mate joined him at the porthole. Looks like we're trapped for good now. I should never have trusted that Wang Lo-Tzi. He'll take our entire cargo, and there's no telling what he'll do to us.
He could drop us overboard, but I don't think it's likely. He knows we got a gunboat patrol in these upper reaches, and it may show up at any time.
That's probably why he's in such a hurry to get the guns unloaded. Those coolies on the junk surely can't be the gang he was signaling.
Captain, look. Something's gone wrong. The coolies are running to the junk.
There was a slight bump and roll as another vessel moved alongside the Taiping. Corvin and his men were unable to see the approaching vessel as it was on the offshore side of their ship. The door of the cabin was suddenly opened, and 3 men stepped into the room. Wang Lo-Tzi was flanked by 2 American Navy officers.
Hello, Captain. I'm Lieutenant Dexter of the Manila. Lucky thing we happened to be passing and decided to see what was wrong. When we came aboard, Wang Lo-Tzi told us the whole story. Your passenger was a pretty smart man. After the river pirates came aboard and captured you and your crew, they made him tell them where the cargo of guns was hidden.
Well, how'd you know we were in trouble?
Wang Lo-Tzi managed to get aft and raise your ensign upside down. We recognized the international distress signal and came alongside.
The men stepped out onto the deck, and the mate hurried to release the crew members who were locked in their quarters, then scanned the shore. The junk was making good time getting away, the huge mainsail billowing out. Suddenly, Captain Corvin grasped the arm of the skipper of the gunboat. Wait a minute. Wang Lo-Tzi was no hero, as he wanted you to believe. He just wanted to save his own neck when he saw he couldn't get away. He raised the distress signal, all right, but it wasn't to signal you. He was signaling his men ashore. Look! Coming over the brow of a small hill just back of the shore was a huge polyglot crowd, dressed in well-worn army uniforms. The men watched as the army of Wang Lo-Tzi, the tiger of the Yangtze, halted, looked with evident surprise at the scene before them, and then fled in confusion. Lieutenant Dexter smiled as he turned to Captain Corvin.
You know, I should have known that no true seaman raised that flag in the distress signal. He didn't know that by custom and regulation, the inverted flag should have been raised to half-mast. Ensign Walters, arrest Wang Lo-Tzi, our overstuffed warlord, and escort him aboard the Manila.
Have you any idea of the low-cost enjoyment available to you by showing sound movies right in your own home? With the new 16mm Revere sound projector, you can entertain and educate your family and friends with professional full-length features, comedy, travel, instruction. All can be purchased or rented from your Revere dealer. Or perhaps you prefer a cartoon or short subject to serve as prologue to showing your own movies. Those can also be had. And with the flick of a switch, you turn from sound to 16mm silent. This grand amusement for everyone is the perfect solution to your home entertainment problem. Even a youngster can put on a sound performance with this projector. The single lightweight unit is as easy to carry as a suitcase, and it sets up as fast as a card table. Your dealer has this new remarkable Theater Tone Revere sound projector now. The Theater Tone speaker doubles as carrying case for projector and accessories, forming a single unit weighing only 33 pounds.
And now back to Adventure Incorporated.
You know, gentlemen, I ran across that old gunboat to Manila the last time I was in Shanghai. She'd been taken off the Yangtze Patrol and was about to be sent back to Mare Island.
Well, Greg, she deserved retiring. She had some pretty tough shows out there.
I ran across some pretty tough hombres myself. The time Adventure Incorporated sent me to Algeria to find that missing newspaper correspondent. Those boys were of a slightly different nationality, but their ideas and ambitions were about the same. Well, just when I get all primed to hear Jason's grim story, laid in the wild desert country of North Africa, he had to go and leave us. But you can bet I'll be at the adjoining table the next time those boys from Adventure Incorporated get together, even if I have to bribe the chief steward. Join us again next week at the same time as we listen to other tales told by Jason Grimm, who is really Pat McGeehan, Greg Devlin, who is Pappy Boyington, and Frank Fletcher, who is Frank Graham. Adventure Incorporated is written and produced by Charles Crowder, music by Del Castillo, and special effects by Jim Murphy. This is a Hollywood Enterprises production, produced in Hollywood, California.
CBS presents The Amazing Mr. Tutt, based on the famous stories by Arthur Train and starring Will Wright.
Maud?
Yes, Mr. Tutt?
Take a memorandum, Maud. Head it, Advice to a Young Lawyer. You have that?
Yes, sir.
Quote. Son, if you've got a good case at law, harp on the facts. If you've got a weak case, attack the law. And if you've got no case at all, lambaste the district attorney. End of quote.
Tonight, CBS brings you the first of a new series about America's most beloved lawyer, Ephraim Tutt. Mr. Tutt, the old gentleman attorney at law with the stovepipe hat and the stogie. So sit back now and see the elderly Yankee lawyer thwart his enemies and bring simple justice for all. Tonight, we hear Mr. Tutt in Advice to a Young Lawyer.
Yes, Helen?
The district attorney to see you, Judge Babson.
Well, send him in. Send him in. Don't keep the DA waiting.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge Babson. How are you this very fine morning?
All right. You seem very pleased with yourself, O'Brien.
How would you like to be the next senator from this state, Judge?
Well, my wife always says I'd make a fine senator.
And so you would. And I think in the process of making you a senator, I'll just make myself governor.
Well, it is a good morning, isn't it? Tell me about it.
No need to whisper, Judge. It's quite legal. Quite. It's the Halloran case.
Halloran? Halloran. Can't place it.
Best open and shut murder case I ever got my teeth into. It won't take a jury more than 15 minutes to send him to the chair.
I don't follow you. You've had convictions before.
I'm coming to that. Vance Halloran, the man we're going to send up for murder, shot a man in broad daylight. It's a front-page case. Headlines all the way.
I still don't get it. You've tried cases in the papers before.
But here's the difference. Halloran, as guilty as they come, can't afford a lawyer.
Oh.
And as a result, the judge, you, are empowered to appoint a lawyer for the defendant.
Uh-huh.
And how would it be if, in addition to sending up a murderer, we polished off the most distinguished attorney in the state?
Mr. Tutt.
Mr. Tutt, indeed. All you've got to do is to appoint Tutt to defend Halloran.
I see.
Judge, this case will be my 31st straight conviction. And if we can get old man Tutt scalped in the process, well, you can go tell your wife to order you some senator's clothes.
I think you got something there, Governor O'Brien. Helen?
Yes, sir?
Helen, call Mr. Ephraim Tutt on the phone. I've got a special job for that fine old gentleman. Yes, sirree. A very special job indeed.
Why don't you sit down, Mr. Tutt?
Bonnie, my boy, you have been with me how long?
14 years.
And in those 14 years, have you not yet learned there are two things you should never do?
Yes, I know, Mr. Tutt.
First, don't smoke stogies. They don't go with your face. And don't tell me to sit down when I want to pace back and forth. I want to think.
But there's nothing to think about. I just thought I'd save wear and tear on the rugs.
You're a bright lad, Bonnie, and you're right. This is the rawest thing it has ever been my misfortune to encounter. I can just see those two foxes, Babson and O'Brien, selecting me to defend a man who has no defense. Let me see those papers again.
Well, there's nothing there. It's broad daylight. This fella Kelly, the dead man, is coming north, and Halloran, the defendant, is going south. When they're 20 yards apart, a shot is fired from where Halloran is standing. 5 witnesses see the flash. Halloran runs down an alley, and a cop catches him. The gun, still smoking, is 5 feet from Halloran.
And all Halloran can say is he didn't do it.
Well, I didn't talk to him, but that's what the papers say.
And of course they appoint me. O'Brien sees himself governor. Babson wants to be a senator, and they both want to put me in the doghouse.
There's a lady and a little boy to see you, Mr. Tutt.
Too busy now, Maud.
Well, that's what I told her, Mr. Tutt, but, well, she said she'd wait.
Huh?
Well, she said she'd wait till tomorrow if she had to.
Who is she?
Mrs. Vance Halloran.
Well, for pity's sake, send her in.
Well, yes,
Keeps
sir.
the wife of my client waiting outside.
You were pacing, Mr. Tutt, remember? Thinking.
Oh, yeah, sure was. Well, how do you do, Mrs. Halloran?
How do you do, sir?
Madam, before you say a word, my talents, my office, my good name are at your disposal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This is Isaac Morris, a friend of Vance's.
Everybody calls me Ike.
Hello, Ike.
Hello.
My assistant, Mr. Bonnie Doon.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now, why don't you sit down and tell us all about it, Mrs. Halloran?
Mr. Tutt, Vance is innocent. I know every wife says the same thing, but he is.
She's right, Mr. Tutt. Vance couldn't even hurt a fly.
You're a good friend of Vance's, Ike?
Oh, sure. I'm the president of the Halloran Club.
What's the Halloran Club?
Club Vance organized for us fellas, the newsboys.
Oh, yeah.
See, Vance drives a truck for the Daily Press, and he treats us square. And, well, Sundays he takes us hiking and playing ball and things like that.
Uh-huh.
So when we heard Vance was picked up, we never believed he killed Kelly, Mr. Tutt. He wouldn't do that. Well, we took up a collection. We heard lawyers cost money.
I see. But how much did you collect?
$7.80. And here it is.
Oh, you keep that.
No,
We
but...
may need it later. Now, tell me what happened, Mrs. Halloran.
Well, you see, Vance works nights driving the truck for the paper, like I told you.
Yes.
Kelly drove for the Express, and they were sort of rivals.
They ever fight?
Well, once or twice, but nothing serious. Vance would never shoot him or anything, Mr. Tutt. I just know it.
Now, that's all right. That's all right. You want to cry, you just go ahead. That's what a lawyer's office is for. But can you tell me anything else? Anything I can use?
That's all I know.
And if there's anything I can do, Mr. Tutt, anything at all, there's a whole gang of us. Just call on me.
Well, I certainly will, Mr. President. I certainly will. I'm glad Vance has such a lot of good friends. Looks to me like he'll need every one of them. My name is Tutt, Halloran. Ephraim Tutt. I'm your lawyer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tutt.
Now, tell me exactly what happened. The truth.
I didn't shoot Kelly. I swear I didn't.
You didn't?
No, sir, I swear. It was noon. I was going to meet my wife on my lunch hour. You see, it was our wedding anniversary. We were going to buy something.
Uh-huh.
Well, all of a sudden, I seen him coming down the street toward me. I hadn't seen him in weeks. There were people all around. Then I heard a shot fired right near my elbow. People started screaming, and I ran. Next thing, the cop had me in the alley.
Why'd you run?
Well, I don't know. I didn't think. I just got scared and ran.
What about the gun?
Well, the cop had the gun. It was laying on the ground where the killer threw it. He asked me if it was mine, and I said no.
And was it your gun?
Well, it was and it wasn't.
Hmm?
You see, Counselor, 6 months ago we were robbed. See, it being a pretty tough neighborhood. Well, I got a permit to have the gun, and I had it, and... Well, someone stole a gun.
When?
About a month ago.
And that was the gun found in the alley?
Yes, sir.
Did your wife know you had a gun?
No, sir. You see, I didn't want to frighten her, telling her I had a gun. Well, no, sir, I didn't tell her.
And you didn't mention the loss of it later when it was stolen?
No, sir, I didn't.
Halloran, do you have any idea who shot Kelly?
No, sir.
Oh, now you must. There must be somebody. Was there anybody on the street you knew?
No.
Do you have any idea who might have stolen your gun, framed you like this? It was a frame-up, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir, but... No, I don't have any idea. Unless...
Yes?
Oh, that's impossible.
What's impossible?
Well, No, I'd rather not say it.
Your life seems to mean very little to you, Mr. Halloran. If you've got something, anything, tell me.
Well, I know this fella doesn't like me, and he hated Kelly, but he wouldn't kill him.
Who? What are you talking about?
A fella named Jensen. But, well, no, he couldn't even have stole my gun. He was out of town at the time.
And that's all?
That's all. Looks kind of bad, don't it, Counselor?
If you didn't shoot Kelly Halloran, you're in the worst jam I ever heard of. O'Brien, why don't you give me a few weeks in this Halloran case? Why do you have to rush to trial?
I once heard you make the boast, Mr. Tutt, that all you needed were the facts and your case was all prepared.
That's what I want the time for, to get the facts.
Well, the facts are as plain as your face, and you know it.
What about this Jensen suspect? Why don't you send some men out after him?
Really, Tutt, a man with your experience.
Halloran says
Halloran says, of course he says. You say anything. This Jensen wasn't even in town when the gun was stolen.
O'Brien, this is not justice. This is... Why this unholy rush?
Because the protection of society demands that all murderers be convicted as soon as possible, Mr. Tutt.
Not to mention the fact that successful DAs sometimes wind up in the governor's mansion.
You do me a grave injustice, Counselor. My interest is, as my oath says, justice for all.
O'Brien, a man's life is at stake. An innocent man. Think of what this means to the man's wife.
Don't appeal to my better nature, Tutt. I haven't any.
Well, it's always a pleasure to meet a man who appreciates his own good points. What? All right. Go ahead. Prosecute, persecute, rush into court. But there are more ways than one to fight a case, as you may learn, sir, to your surprise.
You
really think Halloran's innocent, Mr. Tutt?
Bonnie, I've been an attorney for 40 years. I've seen crooks and criminals, and I have seen innocent men. Vance Halloran is innocent.
Okay, he's innocent.
And that's where you come in.
Me?
I want you to go out and find me the man who killed Kelly.
What?
Find this Jensen, if he exists.
Well, suppose I can't. I certainly can't by the time the trial opens tomorrow.
That's true. Suppose you can't.
Yeah. What then?
Then, Bonnie, I shall follow my own advice. The advice I always give to young attorneys.
And what's that, Mr. Tutt?
Very simple. If you've got a good case, hop on the facts. Mm-hmm. If you've got a weak case, attack the law. And if you've got no case at all, lambaste the district attorney. Bonnie, I shall lambaste the district attorney.
There it is. People versus Halloran, Part 2, Room 11.
I see it, Bonnie, and we still haven't got anything on Kelly's murderer. Nothing on this Johnson yet.
I only had 24 hours.
I know. I'm sorry, Bonnie. I'm jumping.
Sorry.
Oh, would I love to lambaste O'Brien.
Well, go right ahead. Here we are, Part 2, Room 11, People versus Halloran.
Good morning, Edgar.
Morning to you, Mr. Tutt. That's quite a crowd you got in there.
Really?
I've been a guard here now 20 years. I can't recall a crowd like this since that axe laying.
Fine. Looks like I'm to go down to defeat before multitudes, Bonnie. Well, let's go.
Outside and stay outside, all you kids.
Oh, you father's mustache. Hey, there's Mr. Tutt. Hi, Mr. Tutt.
Well, Ike. What's the matter?
They won't let us in. All the kids are here. There's a gang, Mr. Tutt, the Hollering Club.
Hiya, gang.
Hiya, Mr. Tutt. Hello, Mr. Tutt. We came to see Vance and you lick the DA. He won't let us in.
Well, we'll see about that. O'Brien?
What are you trying to do, Tutt? Pack the courtroom?
Not at all. I think these young gentlemen have as much right in the court as anybody else.
Judge Babson doesn't like demonstrations, neither do I, Mr. Tutt, so tell your gang to peddle the papers somewhere else.
Now, just a moment, O'Brien, just a moment. Bonnie.
Yes, Mr. Tutt?
Have you got those blank subpoenas?
Right here.
Make out a subpoena for each of these kids.
All right, sir.
What's the idea, Tutt?
I intend to call each of them as part of my defense.
Oh, no, you don't.
Character witnesses, O'Brien. Now, do you have any objections to my witnesses being in the court?
Okay, Tutt. Very cute. You win. But don't forget, this is only a preliminary. The main bout is inside.
William Daly to the stand. State your name.
William Daly.
Mr. Daly, we are impaneling a jury in the case of the People versus Halloran. Now, preparatory to your taking your place on this jury, I have one question to ask you. Do you have any moral objection to the supreme penalty as punishment for murder?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. O'Brien, you may question this potential juror.
What is your business, sir?
Haberdasher.
Do you know the defendant or any of the relatives of the deceased family?
No, sir, I do not.
Mm-hmm. The juror is acceptable.
I have seen bad juries impaneled, Bonnie, but this is the worst.
Why, Mr. Tutt?
They're experienced jurors. They know all the tricks. Unless...
Unless what?
Juror number 7. Take a look at him.
Uh-huh.
I've had my eye on him. Name of T. Jefferson Lee. He sounds and looks like a true lover of democracy. Thomas Jefferson Lee.
How are you going to do it?
I don't know. But all I need is one sympathetic juror.
Any questions or challenges, Mr. Tutt?
No, Your Honor. None at all. The jury is quite acceptable to me. I'm sure they're all democratically minded gentlemen.
Proceed, Mr. O'Brien.
I call to the stand Mary Welsh.
Mary Welsh to the stand.
This is going to be brutal. You get out of here, Bonnie, and stay on Jensen's trail. I don't want you to sit here and watch this steamroller go over me.
What did you see then, Miss Welsh?
Well, I saw Kelly and I saw the defendant.
You mean this man seated next to the tall, gray-haired attorney?
Yes, sir, that man.
And?
Well, I saw the gun go off and I saw Kelly fall to the pavement.
Thank you. That is all. Your witness, Mr. Tutt.
No questions.
You have known the defendant Halloran for how long, Mr. Small?
20 years.
And the dead man, Kelly?
About the same.
Then you would be in an excellent position to state the terms of their relationship.
Well, naturally. I knew them longer than I know my own mother-in-law.
And what were the terms of their relationship? Would you say the defendant and the dead man were friends, that they got along?
Yeah, like cats and dogs are friends. The way chickens and foxes get along.
And in this case, Mr. Small, who was the fox?
Well, I guess Halloran was the...
Thank you. Your witness.
No questions.
You are the officer who arrested Halloran?
Yes, sir, I am.
Where did you arrest him?
In the alley where he run after he shot Kelly.
Object.
Sustained.
You mean, do you not, in the alley where he ran after the shot was fired?
It's the same thing.
Object.
Sustained. The witness is not to state that the defendant shot Kelly.
But you arrested him, did you not, 20 yards from where the crime had been committed?
Correct. No objection to that, Mr. Tutt? Please, officer. Yes, Your Honor.
You also found a gun in the alley, officer, did you not?
Yes, sir. It was still hot from the shot fired.
And whose gun was it?
Halloran's.
Well, thank you, officer. Your witness, Mr. Tutt.
No questions.
Your Honor, the people's case against Vance Halloran is complete. The people rest.
All right, Mr. Tutt, you may proceed with the defense.
Just one moment, Your Honor. I see my associate coming into the courtroom. May I have a moment?
60 seconds, Mr. Tutt.
Well, anything, Bonnie?
I don't know. Probably not.
Jensen?
Yeah, I think he was in town at the time Halloran's gun was stolen.
Good.
But he's vanished. Not a sign of him since.
Nothing?
No, all I've got is a rumor he may be in Rochester. I've got a tracer up there after him.
Great. Sounds great.
And how are we doing here?
Equally as great. O'Brien had me tied up in knots. Look, sit down. Smile confidently. It may help.
I'll try. What are you going to do?
I don't know yet.
Mr. Tutt?
Ready, Your Honor. Quite ready, quite ready. With the new information provided by my associate, I am ready to proceed. And, Your Honor, I wish to thank you for the 60-second delay. I call Vance Halloran to the stand.
Vance Halloran. You solemnly swear the evidence you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Vance Halloran.
You are the defendant, Mr. Halloran?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury in one word. Did you kill Mike Kelly?
I did not.
Did you have any motive to kill him?
No.
Where were you going when you heard this shot fired beside you?
I was meeting my wife. You see, it was our first wedding anniversary.
Your Honor, I move the last part of the answer be stricken. It is irrelevant and immaterial.
Strike it out. Now, Your Honor, is it immaterial that it was the defendant's wedding anniversary? Wouldn't a reasonable juror want to know whether the defendant would select that particular day to commit a murder?
Your Honor.
I ask in fairness that the defendant be allowed to answer my question.
I have ruled on the objection.
In that case, Your Honor, I accept and offer into evidence this marriage certificate between Vance Halloran and Nora O'Connor.
Object! Same objection, Your Honor.
Excluded. And I again accept. I cannot quite believe that Your Honor would exclude so vital a bit of evidence.
I have ruled on the question, Mr. Tutt. I do not care to have further argument.
But I have a right to be heard.
Sit down, sir. Sit down.
I sit, sir, and rise to make another objection.
Your objection is overruled. I shall not give you an opportunity to make speeches out of order for their effect on the jury.
I object to Your Honor's...
Mr. Tutt, sit down, or the marshal will sit you down.
I yield to force, Your Honor. Bonnie?
Yes?
Did you watch number 7's face?
Yeah.
I think I saw a flicker of sympathy.
Call your next witness, Mr. Tutt.
You are Nora Halloran, wife of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, Mrs. Halloran, the date on which you were married to the defendant.
Object!
Sustained.
Does Your Honor deny to this woman the right to show that she is legally wedded to this defendant?
It is not an issue in this case. Motion denied.
Your Honor, I have a question to ask. Is this a court of law in the United States or in Nazi Germany?
Enough of that, Mr. Tutt, unless you wish to be held in contempt of court.
I have no desire to be held in contempt, but I must protect my client no matter what course Your Honor sees fit to pursue, and I must again accept Your Honor's ruling and to Your Honor's threats.
Proceed, Mr. Tutt.
How was number 7 then, Bonnie?
Smiled at you, frowned at the judge.
Fine. I have no further questions this time.
Any cross-examination, Mr. O'Brien?
It isn't necessary, Your Honor.
Object. The answer to that question is either yes or no, and the district attorney knows it, Your Honor.
Right. Any cross-examination, Mr. O'Brien?
No, Your Honor, none.
Go to the jury, then, and sum up, gentlemen. Mr. Tutt?
Gentlemen of the jury, the criminal code was enacted to ensure every defendant of a fair and impartial trial, a right asserted by the signers of the Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, a right asserted...
I object, Your Honor. This harangue has nothing to do with the case.
Confine your remarks to the evidence, Counselor.
Does Your Honor mean to suggest that I may not comment upon constitutional guarantees under which this man and every other defendant must be legally tried?
I said to confine yourself to the evidence.
Surely I have the right to explain the rights for which our forefathers, mine, yours, the jurors, fought and died.
I will take care of all that, Mr. Tutt.
I conceive it my duty to take care of it myself.
Proceed, Counselor.
How we doing?
7's very interested. So is 6 and the foreman.
Good. Gentlemen of the jury, don't forget, you are the sole judges of the evidence. While His Honor may comment on the law, even he cannot substitute himself for you in judging what is the truth and what are obvious frauds perpetrated by the district attorney.
I object!
And I insist
Object!
Stop! I will permit no more of this. Mr. Tutt, you've been talking generalities long enough. Now get down to business or rest your case.
If the court will not allow me to sum up my case...
Sum up your case all you like, but sum it up within bounds.
I cannot tell what Your Honor considers proper bounds.
I said within bounds. You know very well what I mean.
In view of Your Honor's attitude against me, against my client, I refuse to sum up the case. Let the chips fall where they may. But one thing I will do, if Your Honor will let me talk.
Proceed.
I ask that when Your Honor sums up and instructs this jury, that he remembers, in the language of the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights.
Sit down, sir. Sit down. The jury will disregard this stump speech of Mr. Tutt.
I accuse this court of bias and prejudice and of brainloading my client to the electric chair.
Sit down, sir, or I shall find you in contempt of court.
As Thomas Jefferson said, you may fire when ready, Gridley.
I find you in contempt of court and hereby sentence you to payment of $500.
Make it 1,000, Your Honor. The signer of the Declaration of Independence.
$1,000.
And the founding fathers would be with me.
$1,500.
1,000. The defense rests. Now is the time, Bonnie.
No?
Yes, the jury's been out almost an hour. That means that some of what I said took effect. So now.
Okay.
Ike?
Yes, sir?
You know what to do.
Oh, yes, sir. Do we do it now?
Now, Ike. Now, with everything you've got.
This is the street, Ike. We're right under the jury room.
You still up there arguing, Mr. Barney?
Yep, they're still at it. Let her go.
Okay. Extra! Extra! Read all about it! Halloran jury brings in guilty verdict! Read all about it! Jury finds Halloran guilty! Get your paper! Extra!
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
No, Your Honor, we have not.
Quiet, please, quiet! You are telling this court that you have not reached a verdict?
That's right, Your Honor. We are divided and split.
Congratulations, Mr. Tutt.
Look at number 7, Bonnie. There's our hung jury. He's winking at me.
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson Lee.
Mr. Tutt, may I add my congratulations?
Well, Edgar, when a guard at Special Sessions Criminal Divisions congratulates you, you have really arrived. Thank you, Edgar.
Oh, no, sir, thank you. Oh, it was the greatest show I've ever seen, and I've been guarding these portals now 20 years. Oh, you had Babson spluttering, and O'Brien is fit to be tied.
I had to do it, Edgar, I had to.
And that newsie hollering that the jury found him guilty while they were still out. If I'd have been on that jury, I'd have sure found him innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wonder who put that newsie up to that, Mr. Tutt.
Oh, one of those acts of God, I guess you'd say, Edgar. But I'll tell you a secret if you won't tell a soul.
I'm as silent as the rock at Gibraltar.
Although I'm absolutely convinced Vance Halloran is innocent, I haven't got proof of it. And I don't think I'm going to sleep so well tonight. Hello?
Mr. Tutt, did I wake you?
Who is this? Oh, Bonnie?
Yeah.
No, you didn't wake me. I can't sleep any. What time is it?
A little after 2.
What are you doing up this hour?
I'm in Rochester, finding you a night's sleep.
Jensen?
Jensen. My tracer up here got wind of something, so right after the trial I flew up.
And?
Just as Halloran said. Jensen hated Kelly, and knowing of the feud between Kelly and Halloran, Jensen stole Halloran's gun and shot Kelly.
He did?
Exactly as we figured. He shot Kelly in broad daylight, standing next to Halloran. In the crowd and confusion, he got away again.
Well.
Luckily for us, he wasn't content with mere murder. He tried to pull a bank job here in Rochester and got shot in the process. What I've just told you was his deathbed confession.
Bonnie, my lad, that is an evening's work.
Thanks. Can you sleep now?
Indeed I can.
That 1,500 isn't bothering you, is it?
Oh, you mean the fine for contempt of court?
Yeah.
No, I assure you the look on O'Brien's face and the astonishment in Babson's eyes when the jury came in was worth every penny of it. Matter of fact, my dear Bonnie, I shall sleep the sleep of the very good and the very innocent, and dream of the shining countenance of a juror named T. Jefferson Lee.
You have just heard the first broadcast in the new series, The Amazing Mr. Tutt, starring Will Wright in the title role, with John Beale in the role of Bonnie. Be sure to listen every week at this same time for further tales about Mr. Tutt. The script was written by Arnold Pearl, with special music composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Amazing Mr. Tutt was produced and directed by Tony Leader. Will Wright will soon be seen in the RKO production, The Twisted Road. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, and Colgate tooth powder to get teeth sparkling and super clean, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. In all respects, Pam and Jerry North's car is an excellent car with only one defect. It always picks the long way home. That's especially the trouble tonight when Pam and Jerry are coming from a weekend in the country, and the car seems to have chosen the longest, darkest, and most deserted road.
Pam, I'll have to take 10 minutes shut-eye, darling, before we can go on. I'm getting dangerously sleepy.
Well, let's do it then, Jerry. This is no place to have a smash-up.
Just lie back in the seat, dear.
Right. Oh, I can just feel myself drifting right off to sleep, can't you? Jerry. That's right. Go to sleep right while I'm talking. For all you know, I might have had something very interesting to say. I didn't, but I might have. Jerry.
What?
Listen.
Somebody's playing a musical instrument. And way out in the country. He's good, too.
Where's it coming from? I don't see any houses. I wonder... Look, there, by the side of the road.
A man playing a clarinet and coming toward us.
He's seen us.
Hey, come with me. Come with me, this way.
Why, what's the matter?
Just behind those trees. Come and see.
What's there?
A tree got in the way of my car.
Oh, an accident. Anybody hurt?
A girl. And the tree killed her. She's dead. Please come and help me.
Right away.
Where's your car?
Over here behind these trees, see?
Holy. You really smashed up.
The girl's in the seat. Help me, will you?
Jerry, you look and see.
Right. Say, there's no girl in your car, alive or dead.
What? Well, she was here a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Could you kill a girl and not know it?
We better look around for her, hadn't we?
Jerry, our car's starting up.
Hey, stop! Stop!
That was the girl who took your car.
But you said she was dead.
That's right, she was dead.
She isn't now. Stop! Come back! That's our car!
Which way did she go?
Well, that way, didn't you see? Jerry, here's a brand new man.
What? Oh. Who are you? Where'd you pop from?
I've been right here with you all the time.
I didn't see you. Oh, but I guess it's so dark.
Sure. That's why you didn't see him. It's so dark.
Lady, you said the girl drove your car toward New York?
Well, you were right here, too, you said. You must have seen the car go.
Only he didn't, lady. It's so dark.
Let's not argue about it. If she drove toward New York, I know exactly where she's going. Get in.
Get in what?
My car. It's right here. Come on.
I didn't see any other car here.
Of course you didn't. It's so dark.
My car's been here right along. What's the matter with you anyway? Now, all of you, get in and we'll go to town. Here we are. Made it fast, didn't we?
If you ask me, we made it in no time.
Oh, it's too dark here. I'm going inside where it's dark.
What place is this? It's a pretty gloomy-looking house.
This is where the girl came. It's where we all live. So long.
So long? What about our car? And the girl who was dead, but isn't?
What dead girl? What are you talking about?
The girl in your car in the wreck. Oh, only she wasn't there, and then she stole our car.
Lady, you're all mixed up.
Sure, it's so dark.
Well, so long.
Me too, so long.
Wait. If you're going inside and you think the girl's in there, we're going in, too.
Oh, no, you're not. Murder goes on in that house, and you're not allowed.
But the girl's got our car in there.
Nothing doing. It's dark in that house, and if you go in, you'll get killed.
So long. He's gone.
I never saw people move so fast. Jerry, we've got to find out what happened to our car.
The only way we can do that is to get into that house.
dark.
You sound like that clarinet player.
This is the darkest cellar I've ever been in.
I don't think it's a cellar, dear. It's a corridor. I can touch both walls at once.
Oh. Do you hear anything?
No. We'll have to get upstairs. Here's the door.
Can you open it?
I can't find the handle. Oh, here it is. Stick right behind me, Pam.
I'm so close behind you. I'm practically in front of you.
Here it goes. It's heavy. There.
Oh! Jerry, what is it?
It's a jam session. These many musicians getting together and playing just for themselves.
There's the man who drove us in. He's playing the trumpet.
And next to him, that clarinet player.
There's no air in here.
And it's hot.
Jerry, there's the girl, and she's singing.
Yes, her mouth's open, but the orchestra's so loud I can't hear her. Can you?
No. Oh! Jerry, look at the walls. They're closing in on us. The room's getting smaller and smaller.
But look behind the musicians. There's no wall at all. Only black space.
We've got to get out of here.
Oh, no. You can't get out now.
Oh, the clarinet player. But how can you be talking to us here? Your clarinet's still playing.
My clarinet plays by itself.
Huh?
I told you not to come in here, didn't I? Now you're gonna die.
Jerry!
You're gonna die by the knife in my hand.
Jerry, where are you? Help me!
He's gone. Now listen to that trumpet. Listen to him climb. Okay, boys? 1, 2. When he hits high C, this knife goes right into you.
Oh, no. Jerry! Jerry, where are you?
Listen to the trumpet. G sharp. A. B flat. Now look at this knife, and here comes high C.
Jerry!
Pam! Pam, darling, what's the matter?
Help me! The knife! High C! Don't leave.
I'm right here, sweetheart. Wake up.
Wake up. Huh? Oh, I was asleep.
Sure.
Oh, darling, what a horrible dream.
It must have been. You were waving your arms and kicking your legs. But you're safe in the car, and we can start driving home again.
Oh. You know, darling, it all started when I dreamed I heard a clarinet playing. And then I saw... Jerry, am I awake?
We both are. And I hear it, too. Somebody's playing a clarinet somewhere near us on the road.
Yes, Pam and Jerry are awake now, but it's still pretty dreamlike to hear a clarinet in the country on a dark, dark road.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair, so halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shine through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Jerry, we've got to see what it is.
I know what it is, darling. A clarinet being played on a dark road on a dark night. The point is, why?
It's coming from behind those trees.
We'll see in a minute.
Now it's going away, Jerry.
Yeah.
Maybe drawing us after it, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I'm right. Look at that car against the tree.
pretty badly smashed. Someone may be hurt.
Maybe it's a girl. Oh, but she isn't there now.
What makes you say that?
That's the way it was in my dream. Is there?
Yes, there's a girl.
She's there? Oh, but she's not dead, is she?
She's alive, Pam.
Oh, somehow I knew she would be.
Loopy, you gotta take me back. You've gotta, Loopy, or I'll... Oh, who are you?
We found you here in the wrecked car, miss. Are you badly hurt?
No, I just hit my head, I guess.
Here, let me help you out.
Thanks. Where's Loopy?
The man who was playing the clarinet. We heard him, but we haven't seen him.
Good. You got a car? Could you take me back into the city with you?
We'll be glad to. And you ought to see a doctor. How'd the crash happen?
Loopy tried to get me to run away with him, and when I caught on, he wouldn't turn back. I crashed the car on purpose. Loopy's the greatest hot clarinet in this world or out of it. I'm Mona Tremont.
I guess we ought to know who you are, but...
I'm a hot singer. They call me the Scat Girl. I guess you don't get around.
No. But shouldn't we try to find Loopy?
I don't want to find him. I want to get back to the city. Hey, wait a second.
Here's another car.
It's Eddie. Eddie, darling.
Morning, baby. You okay?
Eddie, I'm so glad you got here. Now you can take me back into town.
You bet, honey, and I want to get my hands on Loopy.
Loopy doesn't seem to be around here anymore.
Excuse me, folks. This is Eddie Rayburn, a hot trumpet if there ever was one.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hi.
And as you're in good hands, Mr. Mont, we'll be getting back to our car.
Wait a minute.
What?
Eddie.
Huh?
Something's been stolen from my handbag.
You know what it is?
You bet. And so do you.
Oh, maybe that was Loopy's doing.
That guy must be around here someplace.
Jerry, our car's starting.
Hey, wait! That's Loopy thing. Got a gun, Mr. No.
Look out!
How do you like that?
Oh, Eddie, you know where he's going, don't you?
Yeah. But how do you know I know?
I wish I didn't. Won't you take us with you in your car?
Okay, hop in. Okay, cats. There's your crate parked just ahead.
I never expected that. Jerry, we've got the car back.
I hope it's all in one piece. Anyway, thanks very much for the lift, Eddie. And Mona, I hope you're okay.
I will be. So long, folks, and thanks.
Oh, just a minute. I want to see that Loopy McGee and give him a piece of my mind for stealing our car.
Now, look, Mrs. North, you're not going to see Loopy. I'm giving a private party. And you're not coming into that building with us or you'll get hurt. Permanently.
Oh.
Now, take your car and get going. So long.
Nice people.
We better go, Pam. It's late, and there's our car.
Jerry, I'm remembering that awful dream, and it's all coming true. This strange building. This is where Eddie brought us before.
Darling, forget it. Dreams never come true.
I know, but something tells me we're not going to leave here.
No? Just watch us. Get in, dear. I'll get in the other side.
Jerry, look at this here on the seat.
Never mind, dear. Never mind. Get in.
But Jerry, it's a wanted circular for an escaped convict.
Huh? Wanted, Eddie Malden escaped 6 weeks ago from state penitentiary while serving 3-year term for armed robbery. Dangerous. Former occupation, trumpet player.
Look at the picture. That's Eddie,
Yeah.
the man who drove us into town, the man who just took the girl into that building.
And this must be the thing Mona missed from her handbag. Loopy stole it from her.
And they were both scared because Loopy found out he's a fugitive.
That's right, Mr. North.
Oh.
Now I'll take it from you.
Oh, Eddie, well, we thought you were inside.
Give me that thing.
Here you are. Well, so long, Eddie.
Hold it. Now that you know who I am, you think I'm going to let you run off and call the police? Not a chance. Come on inside.
Oh, dear. What are you going to do with us?
Keep you locked up in the cellar while I finish some unfinished business?
Just a second, Pam. The door's opening.
Don't make any noise, Jerry.
Not if I can help it. One more push. Okay, we're out.
Oh,
Gosh, it's dark.
Jerry, it's exactly like it.
Like what?
Like the way it was in my dream. I wonder where that door is. Oh, I remember now. We just turned a corner, and there...
Wait a minute.
Oh!
Don't move.
Who's that?
I don't know. Just a man I bumped into in the dark.
Won't be dark long. There's a light right here. There. Oh, there's two of you characters. Just what do you got in mind sneaking around here? Talk fast or you'll get in trouble.
Let's begin by finding out who you are.
Flash Farrell, Mona Tremont's manager and future husband. And there's a private jam session going on, and you haven't been invited. Now you take a course.
Jam session? Then there is a jam session.
Yeah. What do you want with it?
We've got to get in there to prevent him.
Pam!
Mr. Farrell, I want you to hear me sing.
You sing, do you?
Oh, haven't you heard of me? I'm Pam, Choo-Choo North. Choo-Choo. That's my style.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And who's this guy?
Look, Mr. Farrell.
That's my husband, Hot Lips North. Did you ever hear him play on the zither?
Zither? Who can play hot on a zither?
Oh, you've never heard Hot Lips. Has he, Hot Lips?
No, he never has.
It all sounds fishy to me.
Okay, then. Just show us where the jam session is.
Okay, Choo-Choo. And the first thing we'll do is to hear you sing. And you better be good.
Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo, so I think I'll stay where I am. Choo-choo, civilization, I'll stay right here. Choo-choo.
Okay, Choo-Choo, you're not so bad. She's okay, isn't she, boys? Not bad.
Oh, I'm so glad you liked it, Mr. Farrell. Jerry, the way it was before, Loopy had a knife. See if he has one now.
All right, I'll be right back.
Hey, North.
Yeah?
Who let you out, Farrell?
No. We let ourselves out and met him in the car there.
Now, look, North. Anybody that crosses me up gets it, including Flash Farrell. I'll kill anybody that gets between me and Mona.
Farrell's in love with her, too, isn't he?
Look at her, boy. Wouldn't you be?
I've got a very charming wife, thank you.
Say, Hot Lips. Hot Lips.
Oh, yes, Farrell?
Sorry, we haven't got a zither for you.
Oh, that's all right, Farrell.
Oh, how did you think I was, Hot Lips?
Just great. Choo-choo?
Eddie, how about giving us the number? Oh, sure, Loopy, but I'll have to make it the last for tonight. Okay, Eddie, but come on. Come on, Flash.
Yeah, sure. I'll see you later, Choo-Choo.
Jerry, it's more and more like my dream. You've got to stop Eddie from playing.
Okay, I'll try.
Hiya, folks. Say, I didn't know you two were hip.
Hip? To what?
To the rhythm. I didn't know you had the power.
Look, Mona, I've got to get over to the bandstand.
No, you don't. There's a gun in this handbag of mine. Make like you're just chatting so nobody gets leery.
What's the matter?
I saw Eddie talking to you. What'd he tell you?
He said he'd kill anybody that came between you and him. That means Loopy, because he knows about Eddie.
Does Farrell know about Eddie, too?
No, he doesn't. What are you two going to do?
We don't know.
I'll tell you what to do. Nothing. Just you two keep your trap shut or you'll have bad trouble with me.
We can't let him commit murder.
No.
Hey, folks, shut up, will you? Eddie's going to rip out with a little lip. All set, Eddie? Take it high. It's going right out the roof. Okay? 1, 2.
Jerry.
Yes, darling.
The dream.
What?
The trumpet was playing and Loopy started to come at me with a knife. The trumpet went higher and higher like he's doing now.
Pam, you're imagining things. Nothing can happen now that he's playing.
A flat. A. B flat. He's getting closer. Jerry, do something. I told you, Jerry.
What's the matter with him?
Here, let me see.
Jerry, is he...
Yes. Eddie Malden is dead.
Oh, dead. Just
It's a bad spot for Pam and Jerry, for they know the murderer is right in that cellar room with them. The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
Yes, the last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And over 4,000 dentists in a nationwide survey said Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
Yes, dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
So to get your teeth sparkling and super clean, to show their full natural sparkle, start today with Colgate tooth powder and this 2-minute routine.
1,
Brush your teeth night and morning for 2 minutes with Colgate tooth powder.
2.
Be sure to brush all 3 surfaces of your teeth, the biting edge, the inside, and the outside.
3.
And always stroke your brush away from the gums.
Remember, dentists nationwide approve Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine. Remember, too, Colgate tooth powder also freshens and sweetens your breath.
The last word on cleaning teeth is your dentist.
And dentists say Colgate tooth powder with the 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean.
It looks like he's been poisoned.
Eddie, my Eddie. Okay, which one of you did it? I've got a gun in this bag that's ready for him.
Mona, wait. You'll only get yourself in trouble.
Listen to what the guy says, Mona.
Unless you don't care if you shoot, Mona.
I care, all right. I want to get the guy that did it.
Mona, you're awful sure it was one of us.
That's what I was thinking, Mr. Farrell. Mona, you were certainly anxious before to keep us away from Eddie.
You're onto it, Pam. How about it, Mona?
If anybody tries to hang Eddie's murder on me, they'll go right along with him. I loved him.
Mona, don't point that gimmick at me.
Listen to reason, Mona.
I'm listening. Somebody talk.
Pam, I've got an idea.
No tricks now, Mr. North.
What is it, Jerry?
Eddie told me he was going to kill Loopy because Loopy knew he was a convict. And we all know Loopy was in love with Mona.
You mean I killed him? You're off beat, mister.
Not much. You killed him to get a free hand with Mona.
Okay, Loopy. This looks like the last chorus for you.
Jerry, wait. That doesn't make sense.
Now you're in the groove, Mrs. North.
Oh, but it does make sense. Good sense. Sure, Loopy killed him. He hated Eddie.
Don't you move, Farrell. Don't any of you forget this gun.
I'm not forgetting it. But you listen, Mona. You yourself told us that Farrell didn't know that Eddie was an escaped convict.
That's right.
What are you getting at, Pam?
Well, Loopy didn't have to murder Eddie to get him out of the way. He knew Eddie was an escaped convict, and so all he had to do was report him to the police. But, Flash, you didn't know that. And so to get Mona away from him, you thought you had to kill him.
That's a lie.
Farrell, you're going after Eddie.
Don't shoot, Mona. Grab him, Loopy. I got him. Me too.
Nice going, Mrs. North. You sure got the power.
Oh, just call me Choo-Choo. Oh, Jerry, what a night. Now it's almost dawn.
We'll be home in a moment, darling. And then some sleep.
I could go to sleep right now. Jerry, listen.
It's that clarinet again.
Where's it coming from? Am I dreaming?
And so
am I
once
awake?
again, the Early Risers Club greets you with music to put you in tune for the day.
Oh, a disc jockey on the car radio.
And we start as usual with our theme, a recording by Loopy McGee and his clarinet.
Want to hear it, dear?
I do not. Take me home and let me sleep and never dream again.
Remember, every Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo shampoo and Colgate tooth powder, brings you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. The characters are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Loveton.
There's a fragrance that men love, so delightful and gay, caressing the skin you bathe with cashmere bouquet. You're enchanting and trancing with a subtle perfume that whispers of romance in a candlelit room. And it's thrilling to bathe each day with cashmere bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Be sure you join us again next Tuesday when the Norths are pigeonholed by a pigeon, chased by a pair of lovebirds on the wing, and caught by a murderer who has flown the coop. This is Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of deadly devotion.
You have no idea how these old phonograph records take me back, Mr. St. Charles. Look, here's Dardanella, remember?
You select whatever you want to hear, Mrs. Post. The other club members will enjoy it, I know.
Well, honestly, I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so. Oh, here's the two black crows. My.
You do like it here, then? I mean at the Devotion Club?
Like it? Why, Mr. St. Charles...
Harry, please.
What? Oh, thank you. Do I enjoy it? For I think what you're doing here is simply wonderful.
I hope so. People our age, people in the flush of life, you might say, have a difficult time making new friends.
We don't here, I'll say that.
I'm glad you feel that way. You especially, Laura. The moment you came into my office, Is something wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that man seems to be beckoning to you. There, that one near the door.
Near the door? Oh. Oh, yes, I see.
Do you know him? He doesn't look like one of the members.
What? Will you excuse me, my dear? I'll see what he wants.
Oh, don't worry about me, Harry. I'll pick out the records before the members start around.
You don't look glad to see me, Harry.
Nick, my boy.
Well, don't we shake hands, Harry? Back when we were cellmates, I thought we got to be pretty good friends.
Nick, you can't stay here. Look, my boy.
What do you mean, can't? I'd quite a time looking you up, pal. Yeah, you got quite a layout here. What's the gimmick?
Look, I'll give you my address. I have a house.
No kidding.
We can talk later on. Please, Nick.
The Devotion Club, huh? What do? Get a lot of old dames in here and take them?
Don't say that. Really, you must go, Nick.
Go? Come off it, pal. We're buddies, remember? Cooped in the same hatch back in stir.
Yes, I know, my boy, but...
Go! Why, you're flub-struck, Harry. I'm gonna stay.
I picked that information request out of the file, Chief, the one from St. Louis.
Oh, which one was that, Harrington?
A young punk named Oliver. Oh. Nick Oliver.
Oh, I saw that when it came through. He was released from prison out there, wasn't he?
That's right, Miss Miller. And from looking at his record, he's on his way back.
St. Louis thinks he's here in town?
That's the tip they got, Chief. Mm-hmm. For the bum like him, even when he's released, it pays to keep an eye on him.
Well, what is his record? I didn't read all the report.
Well, little Nick is quite a boy, it seems like. He's got an arrest record as long as your arm.
And there's a charge against him now?
Well, they want to talk to him about a little accident, Chief. It seems the day he got out, a pal of his turned up with a hole in his head.
What?
That's right. Then it turns out the dead guy ratted on Nick in the first place. It was his testimony that sent him up.
They didn't pick him up?
No, it happened in a little town outside of St. Louis, Chief. By the time the local boys notified the city, Nick was on his way.
And they think he's here?
Yeah, it looks that way. I've been doing a little checking up on him this morning.
Oh, any luck?
No, it's a little early, Chief. They're sending us his prison record, personnel report, all that. If he's got some pals in town, chances are he'll look him up.
Well, let's hope so. The St. Louis authorities have helped us a great deal in the past. I'd like to return the favor.
Oh, I'll find him, Chief. Bums like that always go in a pattern.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, that's one way you find a guy, Miss Miller. You study his habits. Find out what kind of bars he hung around in, what kind of people.
Uh-huh.
Get a line on him. You know, what kind of dames he goes for, whether he likes sports, drives a car, his clothes, anything.
Yes, the personnel report should contain most of that.
Sure, then as soon as we know what kind of a guy he is, we pass the word along to places where he might show up.
And then wait for a tip.
Tips help.
Isn't it strange criminals are so willing to turn each other in?
Well, it really isn't strange, Miss Miller. It's part of the criminal nature. Fear.
That's right. And when he turns a pal in, he feels safer for a little while.
You'd think they'd realize that someday they all get caught.
Yes, they do. That's the basis of the fear. Take this man Harrington's trying to find.
Nick Oliver?
Yes. Wherever he is right now, he's afraid.
And why? Because he knows that sooner or later we'll get him.
And we will.
Laura, my dear, I didn't realize you were here in my office.
I thought it better to wait in here, Harry.
I'm delighted. Have you been waiting long? There isn't much here to amuse you, I'm afraid.
It's quite all right. I was reading an article in this week's Collier's.
Oh?
It's most entertaining about Mr. District Attorney. You know, the radio program.
I'll have to read it. Sit down, my dear.
No, thank you.
You seem so formal, Laura. Is anything wrong?
Yes, Harry, a great deal.
I don't understand. I thought the dance last night was most enjoyable.
Who is that man, Harry?
Man?
I think you're evading me. I mean Mr. Oliver.
Nick? Why, he's an old friend, Laura. I told you that.
He's been here a week, Harry. Have you any idea how much the club has changed in that short time?
Changed? In what way?
Good heavens, are you blind? Do you realize that man encouraged the members to gamble? Yes, and to drink.
Now, Laura.
Oh, you needn't put your arm around me, Harry. I'm disgusted. I wrote my sister about it last night.
Now, Laura, listen to me. Perhaps you're right.
Perhaps. When that nice Mrs. Webster lost $43 playing dice.
As I say, Nick is impetuous. I shouldn't have permitted him to stay.
No, he's a very bad young man, in spite of that smile of his. I tell you, Harry, this has changed my opinion of everything.
Including us?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't made up my mind. There's something wrong here, Harry.
Laura, my dear, wait.
No, I'm going home now. I've had my say.
Home before the dance tonight?
I won't be at the dance, Harry. I'm not sure I shall return here at all.
But the money... I mean, you decided to do so much.
I have my doubts about that, too. Goodbye, Harry.
Harry, do you think... Oh, sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Oliver. I was just leaving.
Laura, wait.
Thank you, no. Goodbye.
What's eating the old bag?
You fool, you blundering idiotic... Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm the fool, not you.
What's the trouble, pal? She looked pretty steamed up.
I was crazy to let you stay crazy.
I'll wait back on that again. I told you, Harry, you ain't got much choice.
I was getting along so well.
Yeah, well, now you're doing even better. And you can stop yakking about getting rid of me, Harry. Or do I tell these old crows where you and me met?
Dice tables, liquor in the punch, shakedowns. In heaven's name, Nick, what are you trying to pull?
Oh, I need plenty, pal. This is as good as any joint to get it from.
But I don't operate that way. I told you I play it slow.
Well, that's too bad. I play it fast. What was her name?
What?
The dame in the uproar just now.
It was Mrs. Post. Laura Post.
Yeah, well, she can take the... Wait a minute. Is that the one?
The one what?
The dame you were building up for the big one. Sure it was. I remember the name.
She has $20,000 in convertible bonds.
She's got what?
I've worked on her for 3 months personally. And now it's all for nothing.
She was going to kick in 20 grand?
She was, even if I had to marry her.
Where'd she go, home?
I imagine so. She's washed up, though. You and your quick schemes scared her off.
Where does she live, Harry? Never mind, I'll get it from my membership.
You stay away from her. You think you could change her mind, you?
Change it?
You're why she pulled out. It's a wash-up, I tell you.
You know, you con boys give me a pain. 20 grand and you quit like a spoiled kid.
I know when a score is cold, Nick.
Yeah, well, I know when it's hot. 20 G's, Harry, my boy. That's plenty hot.
Now, where are you going?
Calling.
What?
You heard me. I'm calling on Mrs. Post.
Oh, come in, Harrington.
Yeah. I didn't want to bust in, Chief.
It's quite all right.
I just thought I'd bring you up to date on Nick Oliver.
Oh, the one they want in St. Louis?
That's my boy. Oh, I got a pile of dope on him. Brother, he's something.
Yes?
Yeah, he started out when he was 13 years old. He stuck up a gas station, and when the attendant was slow with the money, little Nick hit him with a hammer.
No.
Oh, yeah, that's only the beginning, Miss Miller. The bum's record runs 6 full pages.
Any idea where he is now?
No, not yet, Chief, but I got a good lead.
Yes, what is it?
Well, a punk that looks like him Hit town about a week ago. Came in by bus from over the state line.
Do you think it's Nick?
Well, maybe, but I know this, Miss Miller. When a rip and tear man like that arrives, a lot of guys know about it, and fast.
It's remarkably fast, usually.
That's the grapevine, Chief. And today they're saying there's a baby-faced guy like Nick in town.
Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes, just a moment. I'll turn on the porch light.
No need for that. I could see okay.
Now, see here. Just what do... Oh, it's you.
I got to talk to you, Mrs. Post. It's about something that happened at the club.
The devotion club?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to hear about it.
Let's sit down. How about in here?
Now, see here. I've said I don't want to discuss anything. Why, I was getting ready for bed.
Now, this is important, Mrs. Post. It's for your own good.
For my own good? Whatever do you mean?
You and Harry?
I beg your pardon?
I told you it was important. Go on. Sit right down and relax.
Come to the point, please.
That's fair enough. Harry tells me you've got $20,000 laying around.
What do you want, Mr. Oliver, isn't it?
Nick's enough. And I want to tip you off, Mrs. Post. It's just a friendly gesture.
I think perhaps you'd better leave.
I'm playing straight with you. You take the dough and put it in a big, strong bank. You understand?
I'm sorry. I think all this is, well, to say the least, Mr. Oliver, none of your concern.
Yeah, sure hard to convince. Look, will you promise me one thing?
Hardly.
Yeah, well, first thing in the morning, take the dough and put it in a bank.
I never heard of anything like this in my life.
Is that too much to ask? Put it in a bank?
Very well. Suppose I promise you. Now will you go?
Be more definite. You'll put it in tomorrow?
Yes, yes. Now will you please leave my house?
That's funny. And Harry said I wasn't smooth. That's a laugh.
Well, what do you mean?
Kid, you just told me the one thing I wanted to know.
What?
I had to be sure that dough's here, didn't I? I'll get it up.
Get it up?
Come on. Let's not waste time. Where do you keep it?
You get out of here.
Well, you listen to reason. I'm a busy man, baby. Get the dough.
I don't believe it. I just don't.
Look, I got no time to fool around. If I have to, I'll kick this joint upside down.
But...
Yeah, I may have to take a few belts at you. Now get smart, will you? Just hand it over, nice and easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Don't look so greedy at the phone, kid. You reach for that and I'll break your little arm.
But do you realize what you're doing, do you?
Yeah, I do. But you don't. I'm getting sore, sister, and that ain't good, you know.
I haven't got the money here.
You lie in your teeth. You just said so. Now get it up fast.
Mr. Oliver, listen.
Never mind the routine. I got one of my own.
You what?
How many rooms in this dump? 8? 9? I can go through them in an hour.
You wouldn't dare.
If I have to look for the scratch, that is. And you know something, baby? I just can't do a good job with you around bothering me.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's simple. Either you hand over the dough like a good kid, or I'll kill you.
Kill me, you?
I'd have to, if I have to search for it, at least. You see?
You've got a gun.
Oh, that's the flash of the week. Okay. Make up your mind.
Oh, please.
Where's the dough?
I don't know.
Oh, I'll be...
You shot me. Help me, please.
Oh, you sure make it tough on yourself, sister. Yeah, and on me, too. Now I gotta tear this joint apart.
Oh, boy, there's enough reporters out in that yard to cover a World Series.
Well, I don't wonder, Harrington. Mrs. Post is very prominent in this city.
Yes, we're about ready to add up, Harrington.
Yeah?
Has Dr. Colgan finished?
Yes, just about, Chief. He fixes the time of death is between 9 and 11 last night.
That's right. Shot once at about 2 feet away.
What about the doors and windows? Did Brophy check?
Just finished, Chief. Every one of them closed and locked from the inside.
I see. How about inventory, Miss Miller?
Well, I've been trying to get somewhere on that.
Her nearest relative is a sister, but she lives in Chicago.
Yes, well, perhaps one of the neighbors can estimate what's missing for us.
You know, Chief, there's one thing I don't like about this.
Yes, what's that?
Well, when the grocery kid discovered something was wrong this morning and called the patrolman,
Yes.
it looked like a nice, neat case of robbery.
And?
I mean, everything's just like we've seen it many times before. The house all ransacked and the dame dead.
Yes, that's the impression, at least. She probably resisted, and the burglar got panicky and shot.
Except for one thing.
What's that?
Well, just look around, Miss Miller. There's her purse with $10 still in it. There's a gold lighter on the table. Upstairs there's a hunk of jewelry on her dresser.
Yes, I saw that, too. Say, take a look at that purse, Miss Miller.
All right.
This was a burglary. The guy sure passed up a lot of nice items.
Yes, it is strange. Still, if he were frightened after he shot, he might have run out.
Say, Chief.
Yes,
Here's something odd.
in her purse.
Yes, Mrs. Post belonged to the Devotion Club Limited, whatever that is. Here's her membership card.
The Devotion Club?
Uh-huh.
Are you kidding?
Why, do you know anything about it, Harrington?
Well, sure I do. Well, maybe not that particular outfit, but I've heard that name. It's one of those agencies that helps people meet other people.
Really?
Yeah, most of them are on the up and up, but sometimes they're not.
Yes, it's strange that a woman like Mrs. Post should belong to one. Put the card in your pocket, Harrington.
Right.
We may have to check that club.
I can drop around and ask a few questions.
Yes, do that. No need to arouse suspicion, however. Put a little gray on your temples, and you can drop around as a prospective member.
It's a cinch, Chief.
Well, let's hope the whole case is a cinch. Now, if you'll call Dr. Colgan, Miss Miller, we'll get to work.
I hope I've made everything clear, Mr. Harrison, was it?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. St. Charles.
You see, we don't take just anyone into our membership here. Only those we know to be sincere.
Oh, I'm sincere, all right. I've been wanting to meet people for a long time.
I see. You dance, do you?
No, just a little. Back home, I never had much time for it.
And that was where, did you say?
Oh, I had a cattle ranch out west.
Did you indeed?
Yeah, I had 7,000 head at one time. Then when I made my pile, well, I just quit.
Well, that was sensible, Mr. Harrison. We all work too hard in this life, wear ourselves out.
You can say that again. From now on, Mr. St. Charles, I'm just going to spend my money and enjoy myself.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, well, could I get into your little club here, do you think?
Well, ordinarily, Mr. Harrison, I interview a candidate a number of times before we accept him.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then, as I explained, we make every effort to see that you meet people of your own age and interests.
Suits me.
And you know, sir, you suit us.
I do.
You do. We'll dispense with the interviews, Mr. Harrison. You can meet the members tonight.
I've listed everything the neighbors mentioned, Chief. Do you know not one thing's been taken from this house?
Well, it's difficult to understand, Miss Miller. Unless, of course, Mrs. Post kept a great deal of money someplace here on the premises.
Yes.
The neighbors would hardly know if it were missing or not.
Well, her sister might. I've got Dorothy back at the office trying to get through to her in Chicago.
Yes, that'll help. And perhaps Harrington will have some luck, too. Is he still out?
I guess so. He hasn't called back. He was going over to that club to see what he could find.
That's the door.
Yes, it's the mailman, I think. Do you want me to see?
Yes, will you?
Okay. Oh, thank you. I was right, Chief. Here's a magazine and one letter.
Oh?
It's postmarked, let's see, Chicago. It's a woman's handwriting, too, Chief, probably from her sister.
Here, may I look at it?
Of course.
Well, I think I'll open it, Miss Miller. Under the circumstances, I can take the responsibility.
Oh, sure, Chief. Anything to help. I'll keep going on this inventory.
Right. Well, I'll be... Say, Miss Miller.
Yes?
This letter is remarkable. It may be just what we need.
Well, Chief, the guy's a phony from away back. I could smell it all over him.
This Mr. St. Charles, you mean?
Yeah, Miss Miller. Slick as a whistle. Even if he's got nothing to do with Mrs. Post. We'd better break up that joint of his on general principles.
Yes, we have more reason than that to break it up, Harrington.
Yeah?
Miss Miller and I had quite a day, too.
Oh, anything look good?
Oh, yes, plenty. You're attending this dance at the club tonight, you said?
That's right. Starts at 9.
Well, all right, you be there then. And if you can, get St. Charles into his office. And here's what we're going to do.
I'm sorry, I'm busy. Nick, I thought I told you to stay away from here.
Can an old pal drop in to say goodbye, Harry?
I don't want anything to do with you.
You know, you conboys operate funny.
We don't get mixed up in a murder.
Oh, you heard about that, huh?
I read the papers.
It's funny, I was even thinking of giving you part of the stash. You know, just for old time's sake.
You mean you got the money? All of it?
I'm leaving, ain't I? That's the answer to that.
But the paper said nothing was taken.
You read too much, Harry, just like back in the cell block.
I had no idea. Why, sit down, Nick. No need to rush.
Oh, you kill me, you know. Now you're interested all of a sudden.
No, I'm not, Nick. I give you my word.
No kidding.
Look, I took in a new member today. He's loaded, Nick. Big cattleman from out west.
Well, take him, why don't you?
I intend to. Only you can help me, my boy. Think of it. We'll take him together.
Huh. You'll take the old dame's dough, you mean? No, thanks, Harry. I'm shoving off.
Hey, do you mind if I come in, Mr. St. Charles?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison. I'm busy just now. If you'll... Mr. Harrison...
This won't take long. Come right in, Laura.
I told you I'm very busy.
You.
Good Lord.
Hello, Harry.
For the love of...
Well, what's the matter? You fellas look like you've seen a ghost.
I think they're surprised to see me.
You don't say.
What? Hey, I gotta get out of here.
No. Stick around, Sonny. You interest me. You know, I could swear I've seen your face before. Like on the St. Louis police posters.
Hey, well, what's going on here?
Don't you remember? You came to my house last night.
No, I didn't.
Laura, I can't believe it. The paper said you were dead.
Perhaps. Do you think so, Nick? Look at me.
No, don't come near me. Please don't.
Nick, listen to me.
She's dead, I tell you.
Really, Nick? Look again. Closer.
No, I tell you, no. Harry, don't let her come near me.
Mr. Harrison, please take her out of here.
Do you remember now, Nick, last night?
You're dead, I tell you. I was there. I saw you die.
That's what I'm waiting to hear, pal. All right, back up, both of you. This is a very touchy gun.
Mr. Harrison.
The name is Harrington, pal. Just stand still. Okay, Chief. Better stand back, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I do feel a little faint.
Are we all set in here, Harrington?
Perfect, Chief. Nick just spilled the whole story.
Nick?
Yeah, and a little added touch, Chief. This is our St. Louis boy.
Oh.
Looks kind of pale right now.
Oh, Chief, the members are all waiting downstairs.
Yes, we'll go down and explain things to them in just a moment, Miss Miller.
Right.
Are you all right, Mrs. Rogers?
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Rogers? What do you mean?
Hey, look, I don't get it.
We were very fortunate, gentlemen. I think you knew Mrs. Post had a sister in Chicago.
Sure, she said...
Well, this is Mrs. Post's sister. What you didn't know, however, is that she happens to be a twin, an identical twin.
Mr. District Attorney comes to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Murder in Jazz Time. Tonight, we're going to delve into the strange and confusing events in the life of Alexander Drake. But what person can tell you of these events better than Alex Drake himself? As our story begins, Drake is seated at a small table, staring at several blank sheets of writing paper. Slowly he picks up a pen, hesitates, and starts to write.
I scarcely know at what point to begin telling of the things that have happened to me these past months. I suppose I should begin with Vicky. Vicky, who I have loved ever since we were children. If my love was never returned by her, I was content to wait, ever hopeful that someday she would reciprocate my feelings. We saw a great deal of each other after she graduated college, and I watched with interest as she embarked upon a singing career. Success came to Vicky quickly and smoothly, as all things did. She sang with several name bands and then became a star attraction at the swankier nightclubs. Several years passed, and then one night, as I had always dreamed of it happening, Vicky agreed to marry me. That was the happiest moment of my life. A week later, we were married and driving to New Orleans on our honeymoon. Happy, darling?
Oh, yes, Alex, yes.
No regrets about giving up your career?
None at all.
Oh, it's good of you to say that, Vicky. I'll try to make it up to you.
Oh, no, really, Alex. Giving up my career isn't any sacrifice. For a long time now, I've known that I wasn't very good.
Not very good? Why, you were getting $1,000 a week at the Casablanca. And look at the way your recordings are selling.
Oh, let's face it, Alex. I have a nice voice. I'm fairly attractive. And thanks to fine publicity, I've come a long way. But I'm not really a very good singer.
Oh, nonsense. I think you're a wonderful singer.
That's because you're in love with me, darling. But I know better. Take, for example, that recording of Easy Living that I made.
That was one of the best things you ever did.
Yes, Alex, it was. But have you ever heard the recording that Billie Holiday made of that number?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, if you had heard it, you'd know the difference between good singing and really great singing.
You mean she was so much better?
Yes, Alex. And if I can't be a top blues singer, then I won't sing at all.
Oh, Vicky, you're young yet. It takes time.
No, Alex. You either have it or you don't.
I see. Is that why you decided to give up your career? Marry me?
Yes, darling.
I'm glad you told me. Oh, look, Vicky, that sign. Only 37 miles to New Orleans.
Oh, wonderful. At last I'm going to see New Orleans. You don't know how long I've waited for this.
Why all this enthusiasm for New Orleans?
Why, Alex, New Orleans is the birthplace of jazz. Think of all the great musicians and singers who've come from there and the wonderful jazz they created. People like Willie Johnson, Bertha Hill, and Jack Simmons. And just think, Jeff Becker is still in New Orleans, and we can hear him play.
He's the fellow that owns the famous waterfront cafe, isn't he?
Oh, Alex, Jeff Becker isn't famous because he owns a cafe. Why, he's one of the great names of jazz. Many critics think he's the finest jazz pianist who ever lived.
Forgive my ignorance, darling. I'm afraid I'm just a long-hair at heart. Tell me, if this fellow Jeff Becker is as great as you say, how come I haven't heard more about him?
Because he's always refused to leave New Orleans. He's had some fabulous offers to play in New York, but he's turned them all down. That's why he isn't widely known. But real lovers of jazz come from all over the country to hear Jeff Becker play at his cafe.
Well, then I guess there isn't any question as to where we're going tonight. Jeff Becker's it is. An hour later, we were in New Orleans and registered at a hotel.
Early that evening, Vicky and I had supper at Antoine's, and then we left for Jeff Becker's cafe. As we drove, Vicky was unable to hide the excitement she felt. Jeff Becker's cafe turned out to be a long, rambling, shabby building with a balcony that ran the length of it and hung over the river. The inside of the cafe was as unpretentious as the outside. There were 40 ancient tables or so, a small bandstand, and an equally small dance floor. A mahogany bar ran the length of one wall with a long mirror behind it reflecting the shabbiness of the cafe. As we were seated, a few musicians began to drift in and take their places on the bandstand. Vicky whispered excitedly to me the names of the musicians, whom she seemed to know without ever having seen before. And suddenly Vicky clutched at my arm.
Alex, look. There's Jeff Becker.
Where?
There he is, walking towards the piano.
That little sandy-haired man?
Yes. That's Jeff Becker.
I stared at him and felt somewhat disappointed. For no good reason whatsoever, my imagination had led me to see Jeff Becker as an impressive-looking individual, whereas in reality he was a slight man, being no more than 5'5", with a plain, undistinguished-looking face. He looked a good deal younger than the 50 he was reputed to be. There were two very attractive-looking women with him, both of whom followed his every move as he sat down at his piano. The talk and the laughter in the cafe died out, and Jeff Becker and his men began to play. As Jeff Becker played, the disappointment I'd felt about him passed with me. As he sat there at the piano playing smoothly, effortlessly, he was no longer a small, slight man with a plain face. There was a warmth and greatness about him that even I, who was no lover of jazz, could sense the genius of Jeff Becker.
Oh, Alex, isn't he wonderful?
Yes, Vicky, he is. He really is.
Alex, look. He's coming this way.
Yes, he seems to be coming to our table.
Good evening, Miss Saunders. Welcome to New Orleans.
Why, thank you, Mr. Becker. Thank you very much.
Just call me Jeff. Only tourists call me Mr. Becker.
All right, Jeff. Oh, this is my husband, Alex Drake.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Won't you join us?
Sorry, no. I only have a minute. The boys and me got some playing to do.
I've heard Brown B. Boogie played before, but never as wonderfully as you do it.
Thanks very much, Vicky.
How did you know who I was?
I've seen pictures of you.
Have you ever heard my wife sing, Jeff?
Yes, I have. Well, I got to be getting back to work. It's been nice meeting you folks. See you around.
Yes, of course. Huh. An abrupt sort of fellow, isn't he?
He was being tactful, darling, not abrupt. He was afraid you might ask him what he thought of my singing.
Well, what's wrong with my asking him that?
Oh, nothing. Only it would have made Jeff Becker unhappy to have told you the truth about my singing.
Well, anyway, I still think you're great.
Thank you, darling. Oh, look. They're going to play now.
We sat listening to the magic of Jeff Becker's music for hours. When I suggested to Vicky that we leave, she refused, insisting that we remain until closing time, which was 4 a.m. The next evening found us once again at Jeff's cafe, and again we remained until closing. Try as I might, I couldn't get Vicky interested in the sights of New Orleans and the fascinating swamp country nearby. Night after night, despite my protests, we would end up at Jeff's cafe. Life to Vicky came to revolve around these nightly visits, and all else seemed unreal to her. Soon, even I lost track of time. Weeks passed, and then one night at closing time, Jeff Becker came over to our table. For the first time since the night we'd met,
Howdy, folks. Glad to see you still with us.
Hello, Jeff.
Well, how do you folks like New Orleans? Having a good time?
Frankly, we've seen very little of New Orleans outside of this cafe.
Well, just between us, there ain't very much more to see.
I agree. Oh, dear, it's closing time already. No sooner do we get here than it's time to go home.
Well, if you'd like to hear more music, why not stay on? The boys and me always have a small session after closing hours.
Well, thanks very much, Jeff, but I'm afraid that we really must be...
we'd love to stay on, Jeff. It's wonderful of you to ask us.
Glad to have you. See you around.
Vicky, enough is enough. We've been here since 9 o'clock.
Alex, you don't understand. It's an honor to have Jeff ask you to stay on. Few people get that invitation.
Well, I'm duly appreciative, believe me, but 7 hours is enough of this place for one night. Now, come along, Vicky. Let's go back to the hotel.
No, I want to stay for the session.
Vicky, I think I've been more than reasonable. Coming here night after night for weeks. Now it's about time I got my way. I insist we leave.
I won't go, I tell you. I'm staying here. If you want to go back to the hotel, don't let me keep you.
As Vicky screamed at me, for a brief flashing moment, I almost imagined I'd seen hate in her eyes. The shock of that moment was like a revelation. Suddenly, I realized that Vicky had changed, that I was losing her. Her face, as she listened to the music, was like the faces of the musicians, and Jeff Becker's himself. Their emotion laid bare. By turns ecstatic, impassioned, unresisting. I was an outsider looking in on a way of life of which I could never be part. The lateness of the hour, the smoke-filled room, and my confused thoughts were too much for me, and I fell asleep with my head on the table. I have no idea how long I slept, but when I awoke, it was daylight. I became aware of a woman singing. I looked up. I saw it was Vicky. Vicky standing by the piano, singing to Jeff Becker.
Since it is a dancing floor just for my love.
Well, Jeff?
I don't know, Vicky.
What's wrong?
Hard to say.
Oh.
Vicky, jazz was born in these parts. And it came from the people. The people who worked on the levees, the river side wheelers, and in the fields. It was part of the bone and flesh of old-timers like Willie Johnson and Joe Fletcher. They played jazz the way it was in their hearts. A singer like Chippy Hill just stepped up, clapped her hands, and gave out with the blues. That's what made it great. They played and sang as they felt.
I see.
Second-rate musicians picked up something that was fine and clean and took it to the big cities in the north. But they weren't playing for the sake of music. They were playing for greenbacks.
And is that what's wrong with my singing?
Afraid so. I reckon you had too many teachers, Vicky, and they all taught you to sing by the book. It may be popular, but it ain't good.
Do you think it's too late to go back?
Hard to say, Vicky. Do you want to start all over?
Oh, yes, Jeff, yes. Would you let me stay on here and sing with your band?
Well, if you feel...
No, Vicky.
Alex!
You're not singing with the band. We're leaving New Orleans at once.
Alex, be reasonable. You
It's
know...
no use, Vicky. We're leaving New Orleans today, and that's final. I'll get your suitcases from the closet, Vicky, so that you can start packing.
I tell you, Alex, I'm not leaving New Orleans. Not only am I staying, but I'm going to sing with Jeff Becker's band.
Vicky, are you blind? Can't you see what's happening? You're losing all sense of perception, of values. Life to you has come to mean only Jeff Becker's cafe.
I don't care. That's where I belong, where I really feel alive. If you loved jazz, felt about it the way I do, you'd understand.
I do understand, but there are other things besides Jeff Becker and his music.
Not for me, there aren't.
Now, here's a suitcase. Start packing.
It's no use, Alex. I'm not leaving.
You'll have to choose between Jeff Becker and myself, Vicky.
Well, I'm sorry it's come to this, Alex. but I'm still going to sing with Jeff Becker's band.
It was at that moment I knew that I had lost Vicky. As she turned away from me, an overwhelming hatred for Jeff Becker surged up within me. Had he been in the room at that moment, I would have killed him without any hesitation. I left the hotel, walked the streets of New Orleans. I knew that Vicky would never be mine as long as Jeff Becker were alive. And I also knew that I couldn't go on without Vicky. There was only one answer. I returned to the hotel, told Vicky I would remain in New Orleans with her. Night after night, we continued going to that waterfront cafe. And each night after the place had closed, Vicky would sing with the band. As I listened to Vicky sing, even I, who knew very little of music, could sense that her singing was superb. The musicians in the band looked at her approvingly and accepted her as one of themselves. Under Jeff Becker's almost hypnotic guidance, she sang with warmth and feeling. As much as I hated Jeff Becker, I couldn't help but admire his genius for bringing out talent. The music ended, and Jeff rose from the piano and patted Vicky on the shoulder encouragingly. He left the bandstand and started walking through the cafe towards his office in the back. This was the moment I had long waited for. I quickly eased out of my chair, which was in a darkened part of the cafe, and slipped out into the balcony. I then ran quietly along the balcony until I reached the French door that opened into Jeff Becker's office. I got there just as Jeff sat down at his desk. He was alone. I opened the door and stepped into his office.
Oh. Hello, Alex. What can I do for you?
I've come for my wife.
Your wife? But Vicky isn't in here.
Vicky is wherever you are, and I can't have that, Jeff. She's got to be mine.
She is yours. You know that.
No, she belongs to you now. She said as much. As long as you're alive, Vicky will never be mine. I know that.
You're wrong, Alex. Believe me. It's music.
She's got to be mine. She's got to be. Alex, don't. I felt Jeff's body go limp in my hands. And I knew he was dead. I quickly picked up his slight body in my arms and carried it out to the balcony. There was no one in sight. I leaned over the balcony rail and dropped Jeff's body. It fell into the river with a small splash and was gone. I quietly walked to the other end of the balcony and slipped into my seat in the darkened cafe. The musicians and Vicky were still on the bandstand talking, and I knew they hadn't missed me during the few minutes I'd been gone. The ordeal was over. A week passed, and Jeff Becker's disappearance was the talk of New Orleans. The police questioned everyone, but were unable to solve the mystery. Vicky was inconsolable and locked herself in her room at the hotel, refusing to see anyone.
Who is it?
It's Alex, darling. Please let me in. Darling, you can't stay in your room like this day after day. You know it isn't good for you. Vicky, let's leave New Orleans. Go to New York.
No, I'm going to wait until Jeff comes back.
Vicky, Jeff isn't coming back.
What? What do you mean?
A body was found floating in the Gulf this morning. The police think it's Jeff's body.
Oh, no!
After a week in the water, naturally, it was hard to identify.
Jeff! Dead?
Yes, darling. It's in all the papers.
Oh, Alex!
You mustn't cry, darling. Here, let me wipe your tears. Don't you think it would be better if we left New Orleans?
All right, Alex. Anything you say.
A few days later, we were back in New York. There was snow on the ground, and the air was invigorating. What had happened in New Orleans seemed like a dream, a bad dream. At first, Vicky was melancholy, but as days passed, she grew better, and I felt confident that in time she'd be her old self. We saw all the shows in town and dined at the finest restaurants. And then one night I took her to Carnegie Hall to hear the Philharmonic Orchestra. Here, darling, here's the program.
Thank you.
Oh, I see they're going to play the Rachmaninoff First Piano Concerto with Andre Duval as soloist. You've always liked that concerto, haven't you?
Yes, Alex.
Look, Duval's just come up on stage. Young, isn't it?
Yes, he is.
Happy?
Alex, they're going to play now.
As I sat there in that great concert hall listening to the orchestra, I became aware of discordant playing. I looked at Vicky, at other concert goers, but none seemed aware of it. The discordancy grew. And then suddenly I realized it wasn't the music of Rachmaninoff I was hearing. It was the music of Jeff Becker, being played faster and faster, louder and louder. I fought the impulse to scream out. As I put my hands to my ears, I became aware of my arm being shaken. It was Vicky.
Alex, what's the matter with you?
Vicky, the music. Listen to it.
Alex, be quiet. Everyone is looking at us.
I can't stand it anymore. Let's get out of here.
All right, Alex, but please be quiet. Everybody's looking at us.
Hurry, Vicky, hurry. Oh, it's gone. Thank goodness I can't hear it anymore.
What's gone?
The music.
Alex, you aren't making any sense. We came to the concert to hear music. What's wrong with you?
Wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. I just suddenly felt ill in there and had to get out.
Perhaps we'd better see a doctor. You look so pale.
No, I'm all right now.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's go home now, Vicky, huh? All the way home, I kept thinking of the amazing hallucination I'd had. Obviously, it was the result of the mental strain I had undergone in New Orleans. But with sufficient rest and relaxation, I would soon forget the horrible events that had occurred there. Arriving home, I went to bed, but found it difficult to fall asleep. Hours later, I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, and then I started dreaming. I dreamt that I was in Jeff Becker's cafe, and the only people there were Jeff and myself. He was seated at the piano playing, smiling at me. I walked over to the bandstand, and he spoke to me.
Hello, Alex. How do you like this number? Pretty good for a dead man, huh?
You can't play if you're dead.
Yes, I can, Alex. You hear my music, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You're always going to hear it, Alex, always, because my music will never die. Even if you did kill me, it'll go on and on.
No! Stop! No! I don't want to hear it! Stop! Stop!
Alex, wake up! Alex, wake up! Wake up! Alex, what is it?
What is it?
You were having a nightmare. You screamed and woke me up.
Yes. I remember now.
What were you dreaming about?
New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Yes. Go back to sleep now, Vicky. I'm all right. I'm all right, I said to her. But I wasn't. That was the beginning of a series of nightmares and hallucinations in which I heard Jeff Becker playing that accursed music of his. When an attack came, I would flee from room to room, pressing my fingers against my ears, but there was no escape. I could hear the rhythmic pounding of Jeff Becker's music in my head, growing louder and louder, relentlessly hammering away. I knew that it would only be a question of time before he drove me mad. I fought for my sanity, but the...
Good morning, Mr. Drake. How are you feeling today? Oh, I see you've done quite a bit of writing. Good. I'm glad you followed my suggestion.
It's all written down, Doctor. Everything that happened to me.
It's fine, Mr. Drake. I'm sure it'll be of great help to both of us. Do you feel in the mood for a visitor?
A visitor?
Yes, your wife.
Yes, I'd like to see Vicky.
She's just outside. I'll have her come in. Will you come in now, Mrs. Drake?
Hello, Alex. How are you, darling?
Vicky. Oh, it's good to see you again and have you near me.
Oh, Alex. Dr. Mitchell says that you're much better.
Yes, I'm much better.
Doctor, will you tell him?
Yes, Mr. Drake.
Tell me what?
Well, won't you sit down, Mr. Drake? Yeah, that's it. Now, what I'm going to tell you will come as a shock, but I'm hopeful it'll rid you of the hallucinations you suffer from.
Yes, Doctor?
Mr. Drake, you did not murder Jeff Becker.
But I did. I choked him until he was dead. And then I threw him into the river.
No, Mr. Drake. Jeff Becker was not dead when you threw him into the river. He was only unconscious, and the water revived him.
His body made a splash. A small splash.
Jeff Becker is alive. He was picked up by a fishing trawler going to sea. Do you understand, Mr. Drake? Jeff Becker is alive. Will you come in, please?
I didn't want to do it, but he made me.
Hello, Alex. How are you?
No! You're dead! You're dead, do you hear? But your music, it goes on and on. I can't get away from your music. It follows me everywhere.
Doctor, can't you do something?
I'm afraid we've failed again. The feeling of guilt is overwhelming. However, we shan't give up.
It's getting louder and louder, and I can't escape from it. Stop it! Stop it!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Too bad about poor Alex, wasn't it? It just goes to prove you may be able to escape the law, but there's always your conscience to reckon with. What happened to Alex? Oh, he finally responded to medical treatment, and today he and Vicky are a very happy couple. However, there are still two things Alex can't stand: jazz and the sight of rivers. He's strictly a long hair these days. Now, I recall another young man once who decided that 2 murders are better than 1, and so... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Toplin, Frank Behrens, Joan Alexander, and John Gibson. All recordings heard in this program were played by Miss Hazel Scott and may be found in her latest album, Great Scott. Organ music was played by Paul Taubman. Sound by George Cooney, broadcast engineer Al King. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
The Little Man Who Wasn't There.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Ronald Coleman in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Autolite brings you the story of a mind reader who discovers his nightclub act is not a fake, a vision of death. Our star, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Help!
What's the trouble, Oscar Otto?
It's my battery, Harlow. Water, please.
batteries? Why, sure. But why not avoid that battery distress, Oscar? Get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Is that a fact, Harlow?
A fact that millions of cars and owners have proved for themselves, Oscar. And the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, too. Fiberglass retaining mats protect every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give the Autolite Stay Full longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Where do I get this no-worry battery, Harlow?
From your nearest Autolite battery dealer. To quickly locate him, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25.
I'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents A Vision of Death, starring Mr. Ronald Colman, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
If I speak too rapidly for your stenographer, you'll tell me, won't you, Lieutenant? No offense, but, he impresses me as someone who has to sit on the floor to put on his shoes. And stop me if I seem to wander away from the point, won't you? I mean to say, this is my first and, I hope, final appearance in a police precinct, and I should hate to give a sloppy performance. We were always known, Aurora and I, for the smoothness and gem-like precision of our act. As far as this murder... rap, I suppose it's called, is concerned, an acquaintance with our act is the essential rabbit. Awfully good act. Smart, informal, occasionally humorous, and always mystifying. Well, the act always began with music, never with the cliché fanfare of trumpets or roll of drums. I would saunter out to the center of the floor and say something like, "Good evening. You are about to witness an exhibition of mental telepathy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Aurora, my wife?" Ah, they never failed to give her a hand. What would they applaud? Why, the vision she presented as she came toward me. There has never been anyone as lovely as Aurora, the most beautiful flesh in the profession. Now, Aurora, would you care to tell the audience, or shall I?
You tell them, Judd, while I tie the blindfold across my eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, all mind readers employ a gimmick. A gimmick is a trick, a device. For example, when the mind reader, threading his way through the audience, says to the mind reader sitting blindfolded on the stage, "A lady has given me a small object which I now hold in my hand. What is it?" And the mind reader, sitting blindfolded, replies, "A silver coin." The answer has not come through mind reading. No, it has come through the gimmick. A cue or signal communicated through the very question itself.
But we don't do that.
We do not. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, that I never speak to Aurora at all. Now, are you ready, Rory?
Ready, Judd?
Here we go, then. Now, you, sir, you have something? Good. Concentrate upon it like a good chap. And
the
you,
gentleman holds a coin in his hand. It's a Mexican peso bearing the date 1892.
Oh, that's very clever of you, madam. I'll be surprised if she gets this one.
The
Now, how about
lady
you?
holds in her hand her other hand.
Yep, a sucker once born remains a sucker till death. The audience never realized, never in all the years we worked, that although I was not speaking to Aurora directly, my chatter nevertheless was loaded with signals and cues for her guidance. By revealing the gimmick, we concealed the gimmick, and that, Lieutenant, is the ne plus ultra of gimmicks. Yes, it was as crude as that. But it enabled us to work 50 weeks a year here and abroad at an average of over 1,000 a week. Of course, I always gave some credit for our success to our agent, Harry Arnold, although Rory was inclined to give him no credit at all.
Good news, Judd. I've managed to book the act into the College Inn in Chicago with a 4-week guarantee. That's not bad, huh?
Get him. He managed to book the act.
I suppose they never heard of us in Chicago. I suppose we weren't held over there 6 weeks when we played the Sans-Souci in 1948.
Well, you think it's easy to get a 4-week guarantee these days? Money is short. Money is tight.
I have never yet heard you say money is long, money is loose. You have to sweat for your 10%, don't you? Yes, you do. In a pig's ear, you do. Agents, they're all alike.
There's gratitude for you. There's the milk of human memory. What were you when I first saw you? Nothing, not this much. Playing 10 a day under canvas in Monash, Wisconsin, and paid off in bottle tops. I worked, I schemed, I sweated.
Agents, all of them. All they know is how to live off a dead whale. Scum of the earth.
I'm not going to take that from you, you hear me?
You'll take it, baby, along with the 10%. You'll take it, you'll chew it, you'll swallow it, and you'll keep it down. How do you like that?
I'm warning you, kid. Don't push me too far. Don't push me.
Children. Now, on your way, Harry, and don't let it get you down. I think a 4-week guarantee is pretty good.
Thanks, Judd. If it wasn't for you, I'd... why go into it? I'm going for a walk.
But aside from these altercations between Rory and Harry, it was smooth sailing. We wore the best, ate the best, drank the best, stayed at the finest hotels. And every Saturday night after the performance, Harry would bring us our salary. He'd bring it in cash. $1,000, $1,250, $1,500. I've the old performer's distrust of checks. Been given too many with a high latex content. Anyway, life couldn't have been more placid. And then, one evening, about 5 weeks ago, soon after we opened at the Grove here in town, a frightening thing occurred. We'd just begun the act, and I was out in the audience. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, that I never speak to Aurora at all. Now, are you ready, Rory?
Ready, Judd?
Here we go, then. Now, you, madam.
The lady
you have
holds in her hand a compact. It is platinum. It bears her initials, R.C.
You, sir.
The gentleman is holding an engagement ring. In it are 3 small diamonds.
Miss, what would you...
The young lady is holding... It's a small cameo brooch.
Rory! Maurice, music! I picked Rory up from the floor and hurried with her to our dressing room, almost beside myself with anxiety. I placed her on the couch, dampened a towel, and put it on her forehead and began to chafe her wrists. Rory, honey, Rory.
Judd.
I'm here, Rory. Are you all right?
I guess so. I don't know what happened.
Well, you fainted away. Try to remember what happened.
I felt funny. I don't remember what...
Try, Rory, try. Try to remember. It's important.
I can't. Why is it important?
You don't know? Rory, you don't know? You were calling out the answers before I even had a chance to give you the cues. Do you believe in telepathy, Lieutenant? I don't mean the sort of thing Rory and I usually did. I mean real telepathy. I never did either until that night. I don't mind telling you I was badly shaken. I mean, after all, I knew we'd been using a gimmick, and suddenly it began to happen without the gimmick. Scared us to death. We didn't know what we were getting into, but we went on with the act. And in my mind, I began to search about for the answer. I found it, of course. You'll find a gimmick in almost everything, if you look hard enough. I've got it, Rory. We worked together so long that you know what I'm about to say before I say it. From my inflection, my pauses, even my movements. You see?
Oh, Judd, that has to be it.
Oh, this is marvelous. When Harry gets back, I'll tell him about it.
And if I last till tomorrow, he can ask the management for more dough.
As soon as he gets back. Next Thursday.
Tonight. How much more should we ask for?
Tonight? What made you say tonight?
Well, I don't know.
Well, you were there when he told me he'd be in Palm Springs till Thursday. What made you say tonight?
I don't know. difference does it make? Stop picking on me. So I made a mistake, so what?
I don't see how you can make such a mistake, that's all.
Oh, Judd, leave me alone. I've been worried half crazy about really being able to read your mind. I've been under a strain. So Harry's coming back Thursday and not tonight. All right, are you satisfied? He'll be here Thursday, not tonight.
You Justice Stone, mister? This dressing room, eh?
Yeah, what is it?
Telegram, sign here.
Sign for it, will you, Rory?
There you are, kid. Judd, I'm sorry I blew up in your face. Judd, what's the matter?
It's from Harry. He's coming in tonight. And he did, too, Lieutenant. Rory was so upset by it she couldn't go on at all that evening. She had no explanation for how she knew, none whatsoever.
I don't know, Judd. I just don't know. My mind seemed to go blank. I seemed to hear a voice whisper in my ear, Harry Arnold will be with you tonight. That's all.
When we got back to our suite at the hotel, Harry was there, waiting for us.
Oh, what happened? Well, what happened? You both look like ghosts.
Look, Harry, I'll tell you some other time. Leave us alone, will you?
All right, I'm going. I just came to wish you a happy birthday and to give you this.
Birthday? Oh, thanks, Harry. Thanks. What is it?
Well, open it, why don't you?
It's a bathrobe. A red silk bathrobe. With your initials.
That's right, it's a red... How does she know? How do you know?
Get out of here! Get out of here! Judd, make him get out of here!
I won't be talked to like that. I don't care who she is. I won't be talked to like that.
Harry, shut up. For heaven's sake, shut up and go away. Leave us alone. Go. Get out. Get out.
You too, Judd? She's got you talking against me, too? All right, I'm going. I'm going, but from here on in, it's strictly business between us. I wash my hands.
He kept his word, Lieutenant. From that time on, he kept himself to himself. And I was prepared to let it go at that, much as I liked Harry. Until the night I was awakened by Rory, moaning in her sleep.
No. No, please, no. No.
Rory,
No.
Wake up. You're having a bad dream, Rory.
No. Judd. Judd.
Shh. It's all right. I'm here.
Oh, Judd.
What, Rory?
The voice.
Whispering again?
Yes. Oh, Judd.
What?
He's going to kill me. Harry Arnold is going to kill me.
And that, Lieutenant, was the beginning of the end of that.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ronald Coleman in A Vision of Death. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Harlow, here's a riddle.
Shoot, Oscar Otto.
I got it, and I have it.
You've got an Autolite Stay Full battery, and now you have a power-packed Paragon that gives quick, dependable starts and needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
You said a stay full, Harlow.
Just what every driver should say when he needs a battery, Oscar. An Autolite Stay Full with the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give that brawny battery longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, choose the battery that states right on the case, needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. To learn quickly where to get an Autolite Stay Full battery, just phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25.
I'll tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, the expert on all makes of batteries.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ronald Coleman in Elliot Lewis's production of A Vision of Death. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Rory, get a grip on yourself.
He's going to kill me. Harry's going to kill me.
Don't be ridiculous. Stop it now. It was just a bad dream.
He's going to kill me.
Will you stop that? Will you stop saying that?
Judd, hold me. I'm frightened. Harry's going to kill me.
You've had a bad dream, I tell you.
He hates me. He hates me. Oh, Judd, he's going to kill me.
I'm a rational man, Lieutenant. I've always felt, for example, that when Hamlet says, "There are stranger things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio ought to reply, tell that to Sweeney." I knew there was no such thing as mental telepathy. I knew it as well as I know I'm sitting here talking to you. Up here in my head, I knew it. And yet, the next afternoon, I found myself entering a gun shop and purchasing a revolver and a box of bullets, determined that before Harry Arnold could so much as injure one hair of Rory's head, I would kill him. I should have gone directly to the police first. You're using hindsight, Lieutenant. I had all that out with Rory.
Please, Judd, please. Go to the police. Tell them about this. Let them handle it.
Well, tell them what? That by reading his mind, we've learned Harry intends to murder you?
They'll believe us. They've got to believe us.
You're reasoning like a child. They'll decide that it's either a publicity stunt or else that we're both lunatics.
But if I tell them about the telegram and the birthday present...
Rory, we have no proof.
We have to do something.
What? Tell me what? You know he intends to kill you. I know he intends to kill you. But what can we do? Do you know when he's going to do it or how he's going to do it?
No. He hasn't decided yet. Oh, Judd, isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing. Except wait. I reacted to the waiting as you might expect, Lieutenant. Sleeplessness, loss of appetite, growing irritability. I flared up at everyone. Waiters, chambermaids, elevator boys, the manager of the club. The manager of the club? He finally said to me...
Stone, what the devil's gotten into you? I'd really like to know.
None of your business.
Well, look, I'm only trying to be nice.
Oh, shut up and leave me alone.
Sure, I'll let you alone. I'd let you alone right now if your contract didn't have another week to run. But after that, I'll let you strictly alone. You'll never work this club again. You maniac.
I began to drink quite heavily, quite noticeably. I was going crazy just from the waiting. And then the waiting came to an end. It was around 3 a.m. I was sitting up in bed, in the dark, smoking, when Rory opened her eyes and said...
Judd.
Yes?
The voice.
Yes.
He's going to kill me here. Right here in this room.
Rory.
Saturday. This Saturday. At midnight. Oh, Judd.
Oh, Rory. Rory, sweetheart.
He's going to shoot me. He has a gun. He's going to shoot me. He's going to get you downstairs in the manager's office at the club. And while you're there, he's going to come up here.
No, Rory, listen to me. I want you to listen to me. You're mistaken, do you understand? You've been having another bad dream, and that's all there is to it.
No, Judd, I swear it. He just thought of it. Just this minute. He's standing at a bar. Standing there all by himself, drinking. And he's just this minute decided.
You're making it up.
Judd, no. It's the bar over at the Tuscany Hotel. I see it so clear.
You're wrong. You're wrong. I'll prove you're wrong.
Desk.
Get me the bar at the Tuscany, will you? Over on Sunset?
One moment, please.
You'll see, Rory. He's not there at all. You'll see it's just a dream. Just a bad dream.
Tuscany Cocktail Lounge.
Hello. Is Harry Arnold there at the bar?
Harry Arnold? No, I'm sorry, he's not.
He's not? You sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure. He was here all evening and left about a minute ago. I said goodnight to him myself. Want me to have...
Look, Lieutenant, my hands. Just the memory of how I felt at that moment, and my hands begin to tremble again. Amazing, isn't it? Now, that was last Thursday night, or rather Friday morning. Towards daybreak, Rory sobbed herself to sleep, but I was restless. I got dressed and went downstairs and got into my car. The long drive, as always, relaxed me. But when I got behind the wheel, I don't know what it was, possibly the fresh air, but all at once I felt as though I couldn't keep my eyes open for another moment. Simply had to have some sleep. So I crawled into the back seat, curled myself up in one corner, pulled the rug over me, and went out like a light. I was awakened around noon by the sound of voices.
Don't smile at me, you idiot. They may see us. Look businesslike.
Where is he?
I don't know. Since he hasn't got the car, he must be out walking.
Did he fall for it last night?
Just like he fell for all the rest of it. The red bathrobe, stooges you planted in the audience. He even phoned the bar just after you left. Oh, I timed it beautifully.
Satin skin. I can hardly keep away from you.
After tomorrow night, we'll have all the time in the world for each other, Harry.
You want the whole story, that it's going to happen at midnight? Tomorrow, your place?
Every word. Just do what you have to do now. Remember to come to the dressing room before the 8 o'clock show. Tell him you've set up a meeting with Stamper, the manager, in Stamper's office at 12.
Yeah, I want them to shake hands and be friends again, I'll tell them.
Yes, and don't forget, when you come to our door at midnight, keep talking to the elevator boy. Don't let him go, whatever you do. You want him to testify with self-defense.
Don't worry. I won't forget a thing. You'll handle all the rest of it?
Just leave it to me.
I mean about his gun. That's pretty important, you know.
Don't worry. It'll misfire.
It'd be difficult for me to tell you what I felt as they walked away, Lieutenant. One part of me felt the way a man ought to feel, I suppose, when he learns that the woman he loves is not only unfaithful, but plotting his death as well. But another part of me felt only relief. Relief at learning there was a gimmick in this too. They'd been fairly clever for amateurs. Harry had a good excuse for carrying a gun to protect the cash he brought me each Saturday. My own behavior in recent weeks would lend weight to what he would probably offer in his defense, that I must have been crazy, that for no reason at all I'd opened the door, pointed a revolver at him, and threatened his life, that he had to shoot in self-defense. The presence of the elevator boy, well, that could mean only that Harry would shoot just as soon as I opened the door. I'd be found dead with a revolver in my hand and a heartbroken agent at my side. Tableau. I found myself hoping, as I never hoped before, that they'd come to their senses before Saturday. That they'd realize what a vicious, inhuman thing it was they were planning. But just before the 8 o'clock show that night, there was a knock at the door of our dressing room. Come in.
Judd, I've been talking to Stamper, the manager. He's sorry there's bad blood between you and wants to square it. I told him you'd be in his office at 12 to talk things over. All right with you?
Yep.
We don't want it, so we'll never work here again, do we? I mean, there's no reason we should.
No reason at all.
Button my dress, Judd.
See you later, Judd.
Yeah, later. Well, we did the show and then went up to our suite. I convinced Rory that I should meet Harry alone, and then I helped her pack a small overnight bag. I loaded the revolver, and then there was nothing to do but wait. The minutes passed. 9 o'clock, 10, 10:30, and I waited.
Judd?
Yes?
It doesn't seem right to leave you here alone. Harry might...
No, you go. Things might not turn out as I planned. I might not be able to stop him. And if I fail to stop him... No, it's best that you go. Just wait at the motel until you hear from me. What time is it?
Almost 11. 2 minutes of 11.
I'm out of cigarettes.
Desk.
This is Mr. Stone in 1101. Please send up a carton of players, will you?
Right away, Mr. Stone.
I want you to go now, Rory.
Judd, let me call the police, please.
It'd be useless. We've gone into it, and it would be useless.
Well, then come with me. He won't find anybody here.
And he'd choose another place, another time. Now, here's your valise.
You have your gun?
In my pocket.
You won't take any chances. I don't know what I'd do if you were hurt.
I won't take any chances. Now, let me help you on with your coat.
Oh, Judd, I love you so.
Yeah, I know. And I love you, Rory. I really do, you know. You ready?
Yes. 11 o'clock. He'll be here in an hour.
Yeah. Go now, Rory. Kiss me goodbye.
Judd.
Oh, the cigarettes. Get them, will you, darling, while I find change?
Harry.
Rory. Rory.
I shall always remember the look on Harry's face, Lieutenant, as she sank to the floor. They'd concocted a bad dream between them, and it had come true. I'll bet he still doesn't know how it happened. If you pass his cell, you might tell him. Just whisper the word gimmick into his ear. Yeah, that's what I said, gimmick. I gimmicked the clock while Rory was dressing, set it back a full hour. It was 11 to her, but 12 to him. I adore gimmicks, don't you?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite and bringing back our distinguished star, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Harlow. You know, it's been over 2 years since I last played in Autolite's Theater of Thrills. But I've listened to Suspense attain new dramatic heights this season, with such exciting fare as Edwin Drood and, of course, Othello. Harlow, my congratulations to our producer-director, Elliot Lewis, and to Autolite for magnificent radio entertainment.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. And friends, you can always expect the finest from Autolite, the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. No wonder Autolite serves the greatest names in the industry. Yes, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, we recreate one of the great mysteries of the sea. A ship found drifting in perfect condition, but with no human aboard. The mystery of the Marie Celeste. Our star, Mr. Van Heflin. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. A Vision of Death was adapted for Suspense by Walter Brown Newman from the original story by Jerry Hausner. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Aurora. Featured in the cast were Hy Averback, Benny Rubin, Julie Bennett, and Charles Calvert.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, and Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they...
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Two Lives of Colby Fletcher.
There was a white fury inside the man at the wheel of the black sedan, speeding down the deserted highway from Port Rialto toward East Riverton. The tight grip on the wheel made Colby Fletcher's arms ache with fatigue. He stared blankly at the white center line of the highway, unreeling under the glare of his headlights. Then he saw him, a man walking ahead on the right shoulder of the road. There was no pausing to consider, no arguing with himself. The decision was automatic and instantaneous. He glanced quickly in the rearview mirror. There was no one behind him. He pulled lightly on the wheel, angled the car off on the shoulder, farther and farther. The man was close now. He gripped the wheel tighter. His foot went down on the accelerator. Then, with a split second to go, the man on the road jumped.
Only clipped him. He's just stunned. I'll have to finish him off with a tire iron. Where the devil did I put that darn thing? I thought it... Oh, a car.
Something wrong, buddy?
Yeah, glad you came by.
What's the matter?
Over this way, hit and run. Some guy right ahead of me in a yellow convertible.
Oh.
Didn't even slow down.
Oh, is he hurt bad?
I don't know. I was just looking at my first aid kit when you drove
Sure.
up. Oh.
He's going to be all right. He couldn't have been hit hard.
Yeah. Well, look, I can take care of him now. Why don't you go phone the highway patrol, see if they can run down that yellow convertible. It couldn't be far.
Okay, you sure that
there's a hospital in Port Rialto. I'll have him there in 20 minutes.
What happened?
How do you feel, buddy?
I don't know yet. He seemed to come right for me.
Yeah, this fella saw him, a yellow convertible.
Yeah, here, let me help you up. There you go.
Oh, thanks.
What's your name, mister?
Morgan, Jim Morgan. I'm okay. Guess I'm pretty lucky.
You sure are. Okay, pal, I'll phone the highway patrol.
Sure thing.
I'd still have a doc look me over if I were you.
I guess I'm still in one piece. Well, that stupid jerk, he could have killed me. It was almost like he was trying to.
Or he was probably drunk or something.
Oh, say, I sure appreciate what you've done, mister.
Oh, forget it. Where are you heading?
Riverton.
Well, you got a place to stay?
No.
Well, you need some rest right now. Look, why don't I take you with me? I have a laboratory in East Riverton. There's a spare cot in it. Often spend the night there myself.
Well, I don't know. You sure?
You won't be any trouble.
Well, mister, I guess I'm in no position to choose. It's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal, Colby. Not quite the kind you planned on when you deliberately tried to run down the man at the highway, but close enough. The important thing is that he's agreed to spend tonight on the cot in your laboratory at East Riverton. And you realize as you talk to him that the desperation that prompted your decision at the wheel wasn't misplaced. That here at long last, you found the keystone for the arch you began to build so carefully months ago. And as you chat with Jim Morgan, driving along beside him in the night, your mind runs back over it all again, back to early spring, and the little informal meeting with your wife Cynthia's father and some of his friends. On that afternoon, the foundation of the arch was laid. Yes, you remember that meeting very well. How they listened to every word you said.
And that's about it, gentlemen. You may feel that it's because Ralph here, my father-in-law, has a great deal of faith in me. Well, he's been very kind. But I believe in this process. It's become my life. It can and will work.
We believe it can, too, my boy.
Yes, we got a lot of
And I'm happy to tell you that Mr. Adamson, Knowles, Fredericks, and I have agreed to put up the money to get things started.
Yes, that's right. We're ready to back you to the tune of $15,000 and purchase that abandoned warehouse out in East Riverton. It'll make a fine elaborate.
We're not businessmen, Colby, but if Ralph says you're okay, that's good enough.
Yes.
Well, this is certainly good news. There's a lot of work ahead of me. The whole process for manufacturing artificial silk is still in the experimental stage, but with a little lab where I can work all by myself.
We know, son, and we're counting on you to come through for us.
Colby.
Yes, sir.
I understand that the work is quite dangerous.
Yes, Mr. Knowles, it is. I'm sure you're all happy that I'll be doing my experimenting across the bridge in East Riverton. I'll try not to waste time. As soon as the lab is ready for me to start moving things in, the work will get underway.
You smiled reassuringly into their eager, gullible faces, anxious for the return your experiments will bring them. You almost wish you could laugh openly at them. Tell them your so-called secret formula for artificial silk is available to any qualified chemist. But for the present, you can't tell anyone, Colby. Not even Cynthia, your wife. And then, a few weeks later, as you arrive home...
Darling, I've got a wonderful dinner. How's it coming?
Oh, all right, I guess.
You'll be starting work next week, won't you?
Yeah,
You don't seem very excited.
frankly, I'm not.
What, Colby?
I don't want to sound dramatic or anything, but this business of synthesizing silk is pretty dangerous, Cynthia. At one stage in the process, the stuff's terribly explosive. If anything went wrong,
You never told me that.
I didn't want to worry you. You see, I'm not concerned about myself. It's you, dear. If anything happens
Don't
to me,
even think it, darling.
you've got to face these things. If we could only afford some more insurance.
But, dear, we have...
Well, not enough. Cynthia, do you suppose you could speak to your father?
But what could Father do?
Well, I think it's up to him and his associates to provide proper protection for you. After all, it's their project.
I see.
Yes.
All right, dear. When do you want me to speak to him?
I start work Monday. You better do it tomorrow.
Well, all I can say, Colby, is that I'm impressed with the laboratory. Highly impressed with my vision.
I'm glad you are, Ralph. Thought you'd be glad to have a look now that I'm ready to get underway.
The rest of the backers are curious. Mind
Not
if
at
I-
all. Give them a full report. After all, it's their money.
I can let them know at the luncheon meeting next week.
Oh, fine. Oh, here's the toll gate. I've got 2 bits handy.
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, Barney.
A little late tonight, aren't you?
Had an inspection tour tonight, Barney. Here you are.
Thanks.
Is he keeping you busy, Barney, running back and forth to the laboratory?
Yes, sir. Got to be nice to him, too. When that plank gets built over there, Mr. Fletcher's employees will just about get this old bridge paid for, you know.
Okay, Barney. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Fletcher.
There's a man with vision.
Yeah. You know, Ralph, I've decided that's what I need.
Oh, what do you mean?
In this kind of business, a man has to look ahead, recognize a few facts.
Huh?
I tried to impress your friends with the hazardous nature of these experiments. I hoped that would be enough. Apparently, it isn't.
You mean about the insurance?
Exactly.
Cynthia mentioned it to me. Told me how you felt, and, well, we agreed with you.
How far does that go?
We'll be glad to help finance some insurance for you.
Ralph, I know I can speak frankly with you.
Oh, of course.
I came here to Riverton with just enough to get by on. The only thing I had was a formula for synthesizing silk, nothing more. I'm a relatively poor man.
But that shouldn't last long,
The
Colby.
problem is now, Ralph. I'm going to undertake a series of very hazardous experiments. I'm going to have to insist on the proper protection for Cynthia. Frankly, I can't begin to afford it.
How much is proper protection?
$100,000.
What?
Does that seem unreasonable?
Well, it's a lot of insurance.
It's your project, Ralph. If I'm going to risk my life to make money for you, it seems only fair that my
Lord,
wife...
I realize that, Colby, but we can't pay for anything like that. Colby, I know you should have protection, but $100,000, they'd never go for it. Why, the premium be all out of reason.
I see. Well, then, I guess you'd better tell him I can't go ahead with the work.
Well, that's hardly fair.
And it's hardly fair to expect a man to undertake work like this with no protection for his wife. Can't you see that, Ralph?
All I can see at the moment is Everett Adamson hitting the ceiling when I tell him you want a policy that large. He'd never go for it.
Then it's your choice, Ralph. You can tell him that
Wait
I won't
a minute.
have...
Let's not go off half-cocked, Colby.
Well, really?
I think I can go this far. I can arrange a temporary coverage. Sanders of Edinburgh will take it. It'll cover you for accidental death for the next 7 days, until I can bring it up with the others at the meeting next Wednesday.
For the full $100,000?
Yes. Effective tomorrow morning.
Then I'm fully covered for $100,000 until next Wednesday.
That's right. Until next Wednesday.
With the prologue of The Two Lives of Colby Fletcher, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now I want to tell you a tale in which the villains were overage automobile tires, and the victims were those unfortunate drivers whose holiday trips last weekend were spoiled by tire trouble, or by the kind of accidents that faulty tires can cause. You know, most of those sad endings could have been happy endings if those drivers had stopped by their Signal service station and found out how little it would cost them to change to new Lee tires. For Lee prices are down. But here's the important point. Lee quality is up. With their patented double-life rayon cord construction, today's Lees are 25% better than pre-war. And remember, for 45 years, Lee of Conshohocken has made only the finest of first-line tires. So good, in fact, that 97% of the car owners using Lee tires say they will buy Lees again. What's more, your Signal dealer can now arrange easy credit terms on new Lee tires. So treat yourself to a pleasant surprise. Stop by your Signal service station and find out what a generous trade-in you can get for your dangerous, worn-out old tires when you change to new Lee tires. And now, back to the Whistler.
So it's almost over now, Colby. The planning, the promotion, the salesmanship that went into that little laboratory across the bridge in East Riverton. And it's been a terrible strain, extending back over months, for everything. The reputation you carefully built, the friends you cultivated. Even your marriage to Cynthia was part of something bigger. Something to do with the tragic death of a young scientist named Colby Fletcher in a laboratory explosion. Of $100,000 in temporary insurance for a weeping widow whose tears, at least until after she received the money, would be genuine. And you know she'll go along when the time comes, don't you, Colby? You know that then you can return to her, that somehow she'll understand, that the two of you can live your second life somewhere over the horizon. But for the next 7 days, Cynthia must know nothing. It's safer that way.
I wish you'd have some more dinner, dear.
I'm sorry, Cynthia. I just don't seem to be hungry.
You're worrying me terribly.
Now, don't be that way, darling.
I can't help it, Colby. It's our work, our future, but why am I left out of it? I want to help you, Colby. I want to feel I'm
I've
part
told you
of...
100 times why you can't, dear. It's very dangerous, and I don't want you around.
Can't you understand? If you're in danger, I want to be in danger, too. There's no life for me without you, darling.
There'll be a time when you can show how much you love me. I can't say any more now.
What do you mean?
Let's not talk about it.
But, Colby, it isn't clear.
Never mind now. Let's not discuss it anymore. I'm very tired, and
I suppose I have no right to ask these things, but I just want you to know it's because I love you very much.
I'm sorry, darling. I shouldn't get annoyed. I'm just tired and worried. And come on, I think we'd better turn in.
that's all you can tell her now, Colby. But you know Cynthia will stand by you when the time comes. And it's not far off now. You wish fervently that there was some way of postponing it, knowing that now you face the most important problem of all, that the arch is all but built, that the next step is to slide the keystone into place and make the structure sound and complete. Time means everything now, Colby. It has to happen fast. It's a little before noon the next day when you arrive at the little town of Port Rialto, 120 miles up the coast, and stop at the newspaper office.
Yes, sir? Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to buy an ad in the classified section.
I'll take care of it. Here, just write it out.
Perhaps you can word it better. I want to hire someone, a man, unattached, not over 30, pleasant work, good salary.
What kind of work?
I'm afraid it's a little involved. I'd prefer to explain it to each applicant.
All right. What about your address?
I'll be conducting interviews here in town at the Rialto Hotel on Thursday and Friday.
Rialto Hotel. Interviews Thursday and Friday.
Yes.
All right, fine. I'll just figure this up. And what's your name, sir?
Maisley. Walter Maisley.
All right. We'll have this ad in tomorrow and the next day, Mr. Maisley. I'm sure you'll get results.
You hope he's right, Colby. You have 6 days left. 6 days in which you're fully protected by the temporary insurance arrangement with Saunders of Edinburgh. 6 days until the matter is taken up in detail at the meeting. And you're afraid of what might happen when the discussion centers on your $100,000 policy. You waste a trip to Port Rialto on Thursday. There's no response to the advertisement. But Friday is more encouraging. Several applicants are waiting at the Rialto Hotel, where you're registered as Walter Maisley. You interview them carefully, one by one.
And where have you worked before, Adams? Any place near here?
No, sir, but I've had a good deal of lab experience. I can get letters for you, Mr. Maisley.
Well, that shouldn't be necessary, Adams. I think that
the only reason I quit and came to the West Coast is because of an uncle near Riverton.
An uncle?
Yes, sir. My uncle's getting along in...
Never mind, Adams. I haven't time to discuss your relatives. I have other applicants waiting.
But I don't understand.
I'm sorry, Adams. You won't do.
4 days now, Colby. And to make matters even more trying, Cynthia's beginning to bear down.
But, Colby, darling, how can you say you didn't leave your laboratory all day?
Is there anything so amazing about that?
Well, as a matter of fact, there is. I telephoned you today, twice.
You... See here, Cynthia, I don't want you calling me at the lab. I did go out once for some materials. I guess that's when you...
Tell me, Colby, why are you making such an issue of this?
There's every reason. I might be in the middle of a delicate experiment. I can't afford to risk interruptions. That's all. Now, please don't discuss it anymore, darling.
All right, Colby. I won't call you anymore if it's that important.
And it is important, Colby. So important that you decide to take a step now that you'd planned for the last minute. It's going that way now. They seem to be moving in from all sides, forcing your hand.
I see, Mr. Fletcher. And is there any particular reason why you want an unlisted telephone number?
Naturally, there's a reason. I'm working at my laboratory on some highly important experiments, and I can't risk being disturbed.
All right, sir.
Please see that this telephone number is not given out under any circumstances to anyone. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Fletcher. We'll take care of it.
When you make your last trip to Port Rialto, there's only 1 day left before your temporary insurance expires. You're still looking for the keystone to the arch. You haven't slept for nights. It's unbearably hot as you interview the little group of candidates at the Rialto Hotel. You're edgy and nervous. Then it comes. At last, Colby, you've got it. He's about your age, naive, a little stupid, and exactly right.
Well, that's it, Mr. Maisley. That's all there is to recommend me. Not much, I'll admit.
No, not much, Garner, but I think you'll do.
Well...
The fact that you haven't a reputation in experimental work simply means that you'll work harder to get one.
Well, that's a very generous point of view.
Why not at all?
I was afraid when I told you I didn't even have a relative you could write to about me that I wouldn't have a chance.
Base value is good enough for me, Garner. When can you start?
Well, I haven't much to clear up here in town. I could take a bus down to East Riverton tomorrow night.
No, you won't have to do that. I'll pick you up. Where are you staying?
Crescent Motor Car.
How about 7 o'clock?
I'll be waiting.
Fine. Oh. And in the meantime, Garner, I'd prefer you didn't discuss this with anyone. Our work has to be confidential for a while.
I understand, sir. Not a word.
Yes, Colby, you've made a good choice. A man who doesn't ask questions. A man without friends, no connections. A man who can take your place in the little laboratory at East Riverton, so that his remains will be taken for yours after the explosion. There's little left to arrange now. On the way back, you run over the final details in your mind. You remain at the laboratory late that night, working, but not on the synthetic silk formula as they all believe. No, Colby. The hours are spent in setting up the explosives, which you've kept so carefully hidden. You run the detonation wires to a spot behind your desk, where it will be a simple matter to tie them into the telephone. And that's all, Colby. Until tomorrow night, when you bring your new assistant, Garner, onto the scene. Driving home across the toll bridge, you think about Cynthia and how she's going to react to it all. Somehow, you're not worried about her. She loves you, doesn't she, Colby? And you said just enough to her. Just enough.
There'll be a time when you can show how much you love me. I can't say any more now.
Yes, Colby. And Cynthia will show you. Prove that she loves you no matter what you do. Even when you borrow a life. The next night at exactly 7 o'clock, you keep your appointment in Port Rialto.
Crescent Motor Court. There's the place. Good evening. I'm looking for a man by the name of Garner.
Want a cabin, mister? We got a vacancy.
Oh, no. I was to meet a chap who's staying here. His name's Garner.
Garner? Oh, you're Mr. Maisley.
That's right.
Yeah. Garner went back to Chicago. Got a call from some woman.
What?
Yeah, that's why we got a vacancy.
Gone? Of all the rotten luck.
Oh, disappoint you, did he, Maisley? Spoil some plans or something? What? Huh? Impatient fella. Think it was my fault.
And that's what brought it on, wasn't it, Colby? That white fury that gripped you as you sped back along the deserted highway from Port Rialto. The fury that made your decision for you when you saw the man walking ahead on the right shoulder of the road. With no time left now, with defeat staring you in the face, you intended to kill him when you edged your car off the road. Planned to take a dead man to your little laboratory and push your plan through regardless. But the desperate move was the wise one, wasn't it, Colby? And the man you tried to run down is sitting beside you, grateful because he thinks you saved his life. And because you've been kind enough to offer him a place to spend the night on the spare cot in the office of your laboratory.
This the place?
That's right.
I picked a lonely spot to work.
Oh, it isn't bad. Ideal for my purpose.
Conducting some sort of experiments, huh?
Yeah. Nothing serious, more or less of a hobby. Here, I'll open the door.
Sure break for me. I don't know where I'd have ended up tonight. No money, no friends.
Oh, you've got a friend? Make yourself at home.
Yeah. This is neat.
I tried to make it comfortable. Cot's over there. If you'll excuse me a minute, I'll just check the lab. See if everything's all right.
Go right ahead. But I can tell you, everything's all right with me.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. There's no mystery, however, to the story I'm about to tell you. The ever-increasing swing to signal. Starting with just a handful of stations in Southern California, the Signal organization has grown and grown year after year. Until today, dealer-owned Signal stations serve 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Obviously, folks who have tried Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, must like it. Yes, they do like it, and for good reasons. Not only for Signal's famous mileage, but for the thing which makes that mileage possible, the extra efficiency Signal gasoline gets from your engine. And remember, extra engine efficiency means extra performance for your car, extra driving pleasure for you. That's why Signal says, if it's the tops in quality you want, when you buy gasoline, there are just two things to keep in mind. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
So you've reached the most important point of all, Colby. And the months of planning and promotion behind the little laboratory at East Riverton are about to bring you the new life you've always longed for. The wealth and ease that will come with the insurance money Cynthia will receive when the laboratory and its only occupant are blown to bits. He's in the other room now, the man you picked up on the highway. And there's only one thing left to be done. Yes, Colby, you know every move by heart as you tie the detonation wires into the telephone, so that the first incoming call, the call you plan to make in a few minutes after you leave, will set off the hidden explosives. You give the last wire a final twist, drop the pliers in your pocket, and casually walk back into the other room.
Well, she's all shipshape. I hope you'll be very... Wait a minute. What are you doing?
Sorry, pal. I guess I would have been cozy here, but I'm not staying.
That gun, what are you doing?
I said I'm sorry. You've been awful nice to me, but I gotta keep moving.
Well, look, you don't need a gun. Take my car.
I'm wanted, pal. Don't that mean anything to you? I'm wanted by the police.
But don't you see?
Skip it. I'm gonna have to put you to sleep. Tie you up. I don't like to do this, but...
No, you don't.
Sorry, buddy. Gotta look like a struggle. You're too nice a guy to get mixed up helping a bum like me.
Toll bridge, mister. Passenger car's 2 bits.
Oh, sure. Just a second.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Larry.
Yeah?
Come here.
What's the matter, Barney?
Better ask this guy. He's driving Colby Fletcher's car.
What are you talking about? This car's mine.
Don't hand me that. Get out of there now. You can do your explaining at headquarters. I don't give a hang whether the number's unlisted or not, operator.
I'm sorry, sir.
How many times do I have to tell you this is a police call? Put me through to Colby Fletcher at his laboratory.
Very well, sir. One moment.
And hurry it up. We got his car down here.
I'll ring the laboratory now.
Yeah, what was that? Sounded like an explosion. Operator, how are you doing on that call?
I'm sorry, sir. There seems to be something wrong at the other end.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Elliott Lewis. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with my giving our defense industries a shot in the arm by falling into a hole in the ground. Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
Steve, how long has it been since you've had a vacation?
Exactly a month longer than the last time I mentioned it to you.
I've been thinking about it, Steve. You've been working pretty hard lately. Okay, take your vacation.
Well, if that's all you called me in here to Hey, wait a minute. What did you say?
You heard me. I said take your vacation.
You know, if I had time, I'd faint from shock, but I've got too much packing to do. New York City, here I come.
No,
Huh?
The Caribbean.
Caribbean? Well, yeah, I might go down there at that. Quite a few places down there I like. Havana.
No, Trinidad.
Trinidad. Hey, now look, it gets pretty hot down there this time of year.
Cheer up. Once you get there, it'll be a lot hotter. Trinidad it is. The new Dominion Hotel.
Now, just a minute, Commissioner.
What's the matter?
You're sure this is a vacation, of course?
Of course. Of course, there's the little matter of Operation Hotfoot.
Okay, I might have known. So what, pray tell, is Operation Hotfoot?
This.
Lighting a match? Say, you're just chock full of whimsy this morning, aren't you?
It isn't whimsy, Steve. It's sulfur.
Okay, so you're chock full of sulfur.
All joking aside, here's the setup. You know how important sulfur is in industry. The manufacture of rubber, munitions, synthetic fabrics, the list is a long one. But right now, there's a serious shortage developing. Unless we lick it, we're in trouble.
So what do? Go looking for a sulfur mine?
No, there's a new way of mining it now, Steve.
How do you mean?
Microbes.
Now, look, do you expect me to believe that?
I know it sounds fantastic, but it's true. There are certain microbes which actually do manufacture sulfur. They transform salts and sulfate into sulfide and then into pure sulfur.
Brother, how long has that been going on?
Probably ever since the world began. But it was only a few months ago that British scientists isolated a strain of sulfate-reducing bacteria from a lake in North Africa. And now 2 of our scientists have located a similar lake on the small island of San Miguel in the Caribbean.
That's Operation Hotfoot?
Yes. These 2 men, Anderson and Carroll, radioed 10 days ago that their work was finished, that they had isolated a strain of microbes which could manufacture sulfur rapidly enough to make it possible on a commercial scale.
So what's the problem?
The problem is, where are the scientists and their test tubes?
You mean they're missing?
They were due at the new Dominion Hotel in Trinidad 5 days ago, and they haven't been heard from us. Steve, I don't have to tell you that certain other interests would like to get their hands on the results of those experiments. Get down to Trinidad, find Anderson and Carroll, and find their microbes, too. Well, that's it. You've got your your vacation. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a little matter of flying down to the Caribbean and locating 2 scientists, Carroll and Anderson, together with an assortment of test tubes containing some wonder-working bugs. Operation Hotfoot, they call it. And me with an uneasy hunch that somebody will be trying to give me an article of the same name, king size. It's Thursday evening when my plane lands in Port of Spain, Trinidad, and I head for the new Dominion Hotel. The lobby is deserted except for one very trim-looking girl reading a magazine. I inquire at the desk, but there's been no word from Anderson and Carroll, so I go into the bar. A drink later, the girl comes in and slides onto the stool next to me.
Hi.
Hi.
American?
American.
I thought so. Heard you talking to the clerk in the lobby. Sounded good to me.
Oh, been away from the States long?
Too long. You?
No, I just got here,
Dorothy'll do.
Steve.
On a vacation, Steve?
As a matter of fact, I am.
I can think of places I'd rather spend it than Trinidad.
I like it here.
Of course, having friends here makes a difference, I guess.
Friends?
Yeah. I thought I heard you inquiring at the desk about a couple of them.
Oh? Sorry, I don't have any friends here.
Guess I was mistaken,
Yeah, Dorothy. I guess you were. So Dorothy didn't drift in just to make conversation. Obviously, she's interested in Anderson and Carroll, too. The big question is, how does she fit into the deal? I make a little more small talk and then go up to my room. The next morning, I head for the waterfront. As I'm walking along, I get the feeling that I'm being followed. I take a look over my shoulder, and just then a cargo net dumps a load of crates on the dock, but on the other side, I get a glimpse of a face that looks a lot like Dorothy's, but I can't be sure. And when the cargo net lifts, there's no one there, so I keep going. Finally, I locate the section of the waterfront I'm looking for, the charter boats.
Morning. Hello, Skipper.
This your boat?
Sure, Skipper.
For charter?
Sure. I take you where you want to go, Skipper.
Okay, where I want to go is the little island of San Miguel.
Sure, Skipper. Huh? Where did you say?
San Miguel.
Skipper, I'm sorry. I just remembered. My boat, she is chartered for the day.
What?
Sure, Skipper.
Look, I thought you said it wasn't.
Sure, Skipper. Lousy memory. I forget things.
You sure do. Well, thanks a lot, Skipper. I get the same stall from every boat owner I talk to, and from their reactions, I get the idea that San Miguel is the most unpopular island in the Caribbean. Somehow I've got to get there to try and find out what happened to Anderson and Carol, but it's just about 100 miles too far to swim. I'm about to give up when I spot one more boat. I head for it, and then as I get close, I see a very familiar figure stretched out on a coil of rope on deck, strumming a guitar.
Lord Byron is very happy man because he does not work or even plan. He would rather live a poor single man's life than sweat and slave to fatten a wife.
That's dangerous talk, son.
Steve Mitchell.
Hi, Lord Byron.
Come aboard. How are you, Steve? How are you?
I'm fine. What are you doing down here at the waterfront, Lord Byron? Last time I saw you, you were singing in the Trade Winds Bar.
Oh, I gave myself a promotion, Steve.
What do you mean?
I quit.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. Whose boat is this?
Well, it used to belong to a friend of mine, and we got to play in cards.
Oh,
and...
sure. It happens every day.
Oh, this is the life, Steve. To go fish, to go sail, to lie in the sun.
Yeah, it's nice work if you can get it, but what do you do for money to live on?
Well, I don't need much. But when I go broke, then I sing a few songs in the bars, and I get a little money again. Then I go fish, I go sail, I lie in the sun.
You know, I always did think you were one of the smartest guys I've ever met.
Not smart, Steve. Just happy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Steve, what are you doing here in Trinidad?
I'm looking for 2 missing scientists and a few test tubes full of valuable bugs.
Well, what could be so valuable about bugs, Steve? There's plenty of bugs down here.
Yeah, but not this kind. These scientists were conducting their experiments on San Miguel.
San Miguel?
Yeah, but I can't get anyone to take me there. What's the matter with the island, anyway?
Oh, this San Miguel is a very bad place, Steve.
What do you mean?
Well, there's a song about it. I sing it for you.
Okay.
Oh, once came a man to that pretty isle. He built a little house to stay a while. Then he walked into the jungle so nice and green, and never any more was he seen.
What happened to him?
Why, the ground opened up and down he went. The earth closed over him without a dent. But on some nights you'll still hear him say, from San Miguel Island stay away.
Hey, wait a minute. I remember now. That little island you and I wound up on the last time I was down in this neck of the woods. Lousy with quicksand. Is that San Miguel?
Sure, Steve.
Oh, fine. A great place to go wandering around.
The other boat owners, they're superstitious about San Miguel, Steve. They think there's a curse on the place. And lately, some who've sailed close to it have seen strange lights at night.
Oh? Hey, Lord Byron, you're not superstitious, are you?
Me? Of course not, Steve.
Good. Then you take me to San Miguel.
Well,
What's the matter? You said you weren't superstitious.
Well, sure, but... All right, Steve. I take you to San Miguel, I guess. There is San Miguel ahead, Steve.
Yeah. No sign of life anywhere.
Oh, is it?
I know. Is a bad place. Hey, head for that old landing over there.
Sure, Steve.
Hey, you know, if Anderson and Carol are still on the island, I should think their boat would be tied up there.
Well, maybe it's on the other side of the island.
Maybe. You better cut your engines, huh? Hey, this pier is half rotted away. Okay, I've got the bow line.
Lord Byron lead the way, Steve.
Okay. Hey, do you take that guitar everywhere?
Oh, sure, Steve.
boy, look at all that underbrush.
This is a very dense jungle. Here's the path.
Funny.
Hmm?
Hold it a minute.
What's the matter, Steve?
Listen.
Well, Lord Byron doesn't hear anything.
That's the point. No birds, no animals, nothing. It's too quiet.
Well, it's a strange place, San Miguel.
Oh, put on a new record, will you? Okay, let's go.
There's a deserted hut very close to here.
Hey.
It's a jungle bird.
Sounds like an undernourished vulture.
Here's the hut, Steve.
Yeah. Huh. Looks like somebody's been around here, all right. The brush has been cut down a little. Come on, let's go inside, eh?
There's nobody here.
Somebody's been here, though. They've probably been using this as a lab or living quarters. Maybe both.
Listen.
Yeah. Came from on top of the roof, sounds like.
This big stick on the floor, I can use it as a club.
Yeah, come on outside.
Who could be up there, Steve? A bad man, maybe, huh?
Hold it. There's your bad man, Lord Byron, a king-size lizard.
Oh, yes. Steve, Lord Byron have much more fun, fish and sail and lie in the sun, not to poke around bad place.
Yeah, I know. I've seen islands I'd rather be on, too, believe me. But I've got to find out what happened to Anderson and Carol. So it looks like we've got a little exploring to do. Let's get started. You know, I'm almost willing to lay odds we've got this island all to ourselves, Lord Byron.
Sure, Steve. We're almost to the other side of the island, and we've seen nothing.
It still seems too quiet to me, though. I've had a feeling that we're being watched. A lot of cover on either side of this trail. A person could hide in there, and we'd never spot him.
Oh, no, Steve.
What do you mean?
Well, watch. Now, you see, I pick up this large stone and toss it over there.
Huh? Hey, a hunk 6 feet square caved in.
Sure, Steve. Quicksand on both sides of this trail.
Oh, fine. Maybe we... Hey.
What is it?
Look, back the way we came.
Smoke.
Yeah, from the direction of that old hut, looks like. Come on. We ought to be just about there.
Sure, Steve. I'll run this bend of that trail and...
Hold it. Oh, brother. Burned to the ground.
Only ash has left.
Well, at least we know we're not alone on the island, anyway.
But who would burn this place down, and why?
Wait a minute. Somebody's heading this way from the beach. Get down and keep that club ready. Okay, stand right. Hey, the girl I met in the bar in Trinidad.
Steve, is this the kind of reception you give everybody, pouncing at me out of the brush?
What are you doing here, Dorothy?
I was out cruising around in my boat, and I saw the smoke. So I came here to investigate.
Oh? How'd you happen to be cruising near this island?
Why, I was just on a little pleasure cruise.
Sort of a long way to come for a pleasure cruise.
Look, Steve, what's with the third degree?
You overheard me inquiring about 2 men at the hotel lobby, and Anderson and Carol, so right away you get very curious about me. What's your angle in this deal, anyway?
I don't have any angle. Well, it just happens I met Anderson and Carol once. So naturally, I was interested when I heard you asking about them. Now, will that be all the questions, sir? May I leave?
Sure, Dorothy, that'll be all for now. Lord Byron and I follow Dorothy to the beach and watch her boat head away from the island. I get that funny feeling again, like I'm being watched. We go back to the smoking ruins of the hut again. Lord Byron is leading the way, and suddenly he stops and grabs my arm.
Steve.
What's the matter?
Look, there's another trail which has been cut through the underbrush.
Yeah, pretty new, too, by the look of it. Let's see where it leads.
Now, stay right behind me, Steve.
I will, don't worry. I've got no desire to get bogged down in any of that quicksand.
Steve.
Hey, the ground's caving under us.
Grab me.
It's too late. I'm going with you.
Help!
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air presents Raymond Massey and Shirley Booth in its production of Ethan Frome, recipient of some of radio's top awards. Theater Guild on the Air will continue to bring you America's top stars in dramatizations of famous stories and plays. And speaking of famous stories, you're all invited over to the Blandings' famous Dream House Sunday evening. Cary Grant and Betsy Drake will be your hosts on this NBC station. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment, and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve and Lord Biden made a big mistake when they decided this trail to take. They fell right into a great big pit. Now they can't get out, so here they sit.
Hey, look, things are bad enough without you making a musical comedy out of it. Too bad that guitar of yours didn't get broken in the fall.
Well, it could be worse, Steve. When we started falling, I thought we were in quicksand. But it's a good jungle trap, this. A big pit.
What do you want to do? Send whoever made it the letter of commendation?
Who did make it, Steve?
How do I know?
What is it?
Sounds like somebody walking up there. Yeah, coming toward the pit.
So, I caught you at last.
Hey, I recognize your face. I've got a picture of you in my pocket. You're Carroll, one of the scientists.
Of course. Why did you burn down the laboratory?
What?
He told you to do it.
Look, what are you talking about? I came down here to find out what had happened to you and your partner, Anderson.
Don't lie to me. You and Anderson are in this scheme together.
What scheme? Wait a minute, Carroll. I think you'd better take a look at these credentials of mine. I'll toss them up to you. Here.
Catch. Credentials? What kind of... A government agent.
That's a general idea. Now, how about getting us out of this charming little pitfall of yours?
Yes. Yes, of course. I'll get a rope.
He darts away. 2 minutes later, he's back with a rope. Lord Byron and I climb out and dust ourselves off.
Careful of the guitar.
Carroll is falling all over himself, trying to apologize.
Oh, I feel so terrible about this, Mr. Mitchell. It's just that I've been under such a terrible strain.
What's the deal, Carroll?
Anderson and I succeeded in isolating a rare strain of sulfate-reducing bacteria from a swamp in the center of the island. The day we were scheduled to leave here, he suddenly tried to talk me into reporting the experiment a failure.
What?
Yes. He told me there were other interests who would pay us a great deal of money for the data we'd compiled in the test tubes of microbes.
I see.
That night, I hid the test tubes and data, and then I ran into the interior of the island. Since then, Anderson and I have been playing a sort of nightmarish game of hide and seek. Yes, he's been trying to find me so he could kill me.
What happened to your boat?
He's hidden that somewhere. I haven't had much chance to look for it because I've had to stay undercover.
You're the one who dug this pit, then?
Yes. Mr. Mitchell, you have to get me off this island before Anderson's Confederates arrive.
Yeah, we'll go in Lord Byron's boat. It's tied up the landing.
All right, I'll lead the way. Please, let's hurry.
Okay, go ahead, Lord Byron. I'll bring up in the rear.
It's funny.
What is?
Well, see, it's a stain on my hand.
Stain? Yeah, what is it?
Lord Byron don't know. Maybe when I grab the vines as we fall, Steve.
Yeah, well, come on, let's get to the boat.
We didn't make it to the beach any too soon, Mitchell. It'll be dark in half an hour. I don't want to spend another night on this island. Lord Byron feels very likewise. Well, where's your boat?
Right over there at the left. Hey.
It's gone. Huh?
It sure is.
Anderson. He must have made away with it. Mitchell, we're trapped. We can't get off the island. He's got us.
Get down, Carroll. Lord Byron.
Huh?
Lay the metal. Get down. You okay?
Yes. So, Steve?
You didn't tell me he had a gun. That makes it bad.
Of course. Like I tell you, he has it as his mercy. What do we do, Mitchell?
That's a good question, Carroll. We work our way back into the underbrush near the pit, and night falls while I'm trying to figure out my next move. Finally, I make up my mind, and Lord Byron agrees with me.
Sure, Steve. It's the only thing to do. Walk along the beach and try to find the boat. I don't know. Sounds pretty dangerous to me.
Look, Carroll, we're 3-1.
2-1.
What do you mean?
Well,
Do you think I'm going to go wandering along that beach in bright moonlight, making a perfect target of myself? We are very much mistaken, sir.
Okay. You wait for us here then, Carol. Come on, Lord Byron.
Sure, Steve. Let's go over to the pit for a moment.
What for?
Well, Lord Byron would feel much better with a weapon.
What are you talking about?
The piece of wood I found in the hut.
Oh, your war club? Okay, where is it?
Right around here somewhere. When we fell into the pit, it flew out of my hand.
Well, in this moonlight, we should be able to spot it if it's around here anyway.
But that looks like it over there.
Let's see. I'll flip on my lighter. Oh, this thing. I should carry matches. Yeah, that's it, all right. Well, now you're equipped for...
What's the matter, Steve?
Hey, that's where you got the stain on your hands, Lord Byron. From that hunk of wood, look.
Yes, there's a stain on the wood, too. I didn't notice it before.
You know, unless I'm mistaken, that looks like a blood stain.
Blood? But, Steve, I didn't hit anything with it.
No, that's the point. Come on.
We're going back to where Carol is hiding?
That's right.
Well, you think he's in danger?
I think I've been a grade A chump. I just hope I'm not too late.
Steve, Carol is not here.
He sure isn't. Wait, listen.
Somebody walking.
Yeah, going away from us by the sound of it.
Steve, that new trail which is cut through the brush.
Yeah, that must be it. Come on, we'll follow it. Keep quiet.
We must be almost to the other side of the island, Steve.
Yeah.
I still don't understand.
Wait. Yeah. There's the beach. Take a look.
It's very bright moonlight. Steve, there on the beach.
Yeah, it's Carol. And look down the beach about 100 yards.
2 boats tied up in a little cove. Wait.
Shh.
One of them is my boat.
Yeah. You remember what Carol told us? That he'd run away before Anderson could touch him? He also said he and Anderson were alone on the island. So when I saw the bloodstain on that club and remembered that you'd picked it up in the lab before it burned, I realized Carol was lying.
Sure, Steve. There must have been a fight of some kind.
Yeah, so I figured if Carol lied about that, maybe he lied about a few other things, too.
Then it was Carol who burned down the hut?
He was probably trying to hide the evidence of the struggle. He couldn't know you'd already picked up that club. Hey, look.
A plane approaching the island.
Small seaplane.
Carol is signaling with his flashlight.
Yeah, and the plane's answering. He must be going to land out there in the water.
Steve, there are many things I don't understand.
You're not alone there. Wait, Carol's heading up the beach. Come on, I've got a hunch we don't have much time. We follow Carol, keeping out of his sight. Up the beach away, he heads inland. Then we spot a tent in a clearing. Carol goes in, and Lord Byron and I ease up close enough to see inside. There are 4 men, counting Carol. One of them's tied up. Then I recognize him from a picture I've seen of him. It's Anderson, the other scientist.
Steve, his face is not pretty. He's all beat up.
Yeah, looks like they've been working him over. That's probably where those bloodstains on the club came from.
But who are those other men?
Probably Carol's stooges. Well, the deal's adding up fast. Just reverse everything Carol told us.
You mean Carol is a bad man?
Yeah, Anderson must have hidden those test tubes Carol and the stooges have probably been trying to make him tell where.
Congratulations, Steve.
What? Dorothy.
She has a gun.
Relax, Steve. I'm happy to hear we're both on the same side.
Oh, look, just where do you fit into this deal, Dorothy?
I'm Jim Anderson's fiancée, Steve. You see, Jim wrote me and hinted he didn't trust Carol. Then when he didn't show up in Trinidad, well, I got worried. At first, I thought you were working with Carol.
Steve, look. They're getting Anderson to his feet.
Yeah, they're probably going to fly him off the island. That means just one thing. He hasn't talked yet.
Steve, we've got to rescue him.
Give me your gun, Dorothy.
It isn't loaded, Steve.
What?
I know it's silly. I'm afraid of guns. But I thought this way, maybe I could scare somebody if I had to.
Oh, great. Wait a minute. I think I've got an idea. Dorothy, did you see those boats on the beach?
Yes, I hid mine near them.
Okay, go get in your boat and tow them around to the other side of the island.
Well, all right, but what about you?
We'll meet you around there in about 15 minutes, I hope. Dorothy heads for the boats. Lord Byron and I go back to the beach. The plane taxis to a half-rotted-away boat landing, and the pilot gets out. He starts walking along the landing. I let him get right up to me, and then I dive for him.
Don't let him call out, Steve.
He can't call out if he can't breathe.
Hurry, Steve. Carol and his men, they've stepped out onto the beach. I can see them in the moonlight.
Okay, a little more pressure and... There. Here, help me drag him into the bushes.
What now?
Come on, out to that plane and keep it quiet. Where are Carol and his boys now?
Oh, about 100 yards away. You see them?
Yeah. You think they saw it?
No, I don't think so.
Here's the plane. Get in.
What?
I said get in.
You mean, well, you don't mean...
Hurry up.
Steve, what are you doing?
Getting this bucket of bolts started.
We're not going to fly.
Either you're wrong or we're dead.
But do you know how?
Sure, I took a correspondence course in it once.
Oh!
Okay, here they come. They'll probably shove Anderson in first. You haul him aboard, and I'll do likewise to Carol. Now, you got it?
Yes.
That you, Hawkins? What's the matter? You deaf? Oh, no, give me a hand with Anderson.
Glad to, Carol.
Mitchell.
Lord Byron, grab Anderson.
I got him.
Come aboard, Carol.
Help! Ben, help! Mitchell, let go of me.
Sure.
Yeah. Very neat.
You okay, Anderson?
Sure. Feel a lot better with these ropes off, though.
Lord Byron can work on that.
Steve, Carol's men are shooting at us from the landing.
Okay. We'll be off the water in a second. Now, let's see. The book said pull back on this gadget.
Well, what do you know? It works.
You act like you've done this a few hundred times.
Steve, this correspondence course you took,
Pretty good, huh?
where did you take it?
Oh, in the Navy Air Force for about 4 years.
Oh, Lord Byron feels 5 years younger now. Same age as before you scared me.
You got those test tubes hidden in a safe place, Anderson?
Well, I thought I did. Now I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
Well, I had them hidden in our boat, but if we're leaving it back there with Carol, I'm...
Relax, we're not. Dorothy's towing the boats around to the other side of the island. We'll meet her there.
That's good. I guess Carol's stooges won't be able to get off the island.
Not without a boat. No, they'll keep all right until I can arrange to have them picked up. Well, looks like everything worked out okay, Lord Byron. I think that calls for a song.
Well, I'll feel more like singing when I reach the ground again.
Okay, I'll do the honors then. Oh, Carol and Anderson went looking for bugs, and Carol sold out to a big bunch of mugs. But then he got fouled up down near the equator. Now Steve and Lord Byron bring back the microbator.
Steve, as a calypso singer,
yeah?
you're a very good pilot.
Ah, you're just jealous.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Gendot, with music by Robert Armbruster, as produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Paul Frees, Herb Ellis, Gene Layton, and Don Diamond.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, makers of Halo shampoo to glorify your hair, and Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. People like Pam and Jerry North enjoy living in New York because there's always something going on, at any hour of the day or night. But if there's one time when the big city sleeps or even dozes off for a moment, it's in the wee hour just before dawn, when the streets are deserted and your car's just broken down on the outskirts of town.
Oh, it's no use, dear. This thing wouldn't start if I gave it a dose of Benzedrine.
I wish you'd stop turning the motor over. I'm beginning to feel like a malted nip.
Must be the distributor. Or that float in the carburetor.
Oh, no, it's the starter, Jerry. It keeps spinning around and around as if all the ice cream weren't melted.
What ice cream?
Well, I hadn't thought about the flavor. I suppose it's chocolate.
In the carburetor?
Oh, is that what you call those things?
What thing?
Those aluminum containers they mix malters in.
Darling, I'm talking about starting the car.
Oh, for goodness sake, what do you think I'm talking about?
I don't know, dear. You haven't given me a clue.
Jerry, where are you going?
Well, we can't just sit here, Pam. I've got to find a garage or a telephone or somebody that'll give us a hitch to one. Everybody around here seems to be asleep.
Oh, there must be some sign of life. Other people drive home from late parties, don't they?
Not along this road. There doesn't seem to be a single... Ah, a milk wagon.
What are you so happy about? We don't want any milk.
Hey there. Hold up a second, will you?
Oh, Nellie. What's the trouble, mister? Run out of gas?
Run out of engine, I think. Do you know where I can find a garage that's open at this time of the night?
Well, now, I don't know as I can. I don't have much use for garages, you know. Not while there's good horses around. Now, you stop laughing, Nellie. You break down, too, once in a while.
What's the matter, Jerry? Won't he help us?
Oh, I'll help you, ma'am, as soon as I finish up my milk route. Nellie won't mind taking you to a garage so long as you don't make her go in. The smell of gas gives her colic.
I guess she doesn't even like to talk about it.
She don't mind.
Well, how long do you think it'll take you to finish?
Oh, it won't be long. I haven't got but a few more calls to make. Now, you just sit here in the wagon and wait for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Do you think we ought to, Jerry?
Wait in the wagon? Why not?
Well, I don't know. It seems kind of funny to be sitting in a milk wagon. I don't know a thing about cows.
I don't either, dear, but I'd just as soon get home tonight. Come on.
Must be awfully lonely being a milkman, leaving bottles at people's doors, sitting up here in the driver's seat. You never see anybody face to face, not even the horse.
Pam, will you please sit down and leave Nellie out of this? The first thing you know, I'll have to...
You have to what?
Stay where you are. Don't make a sound.
Why, Jerry...
Shut up, I tell you.
Jerry North, how dare you talk to me like that?
I'm not talking, Pam. It's this manly-looking gentleman who's just stepped up to the wagon.
Well, what is
the one on your left with the scar on his face.
And the long-nosed gun in his hand.
Oh, how do you do?
Keep your trap shut or you'll get hurt. Where's the milk?
Matt Wells. What milk?
Come on. Where are the cases that were piled up and back?
I don't know. We're strangers here.
Oh, push over and let me look inside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, is that all the milk there is? Just these 4 bottles?
As far as we know, we haven't touched a drop.
No. We're coffee drinkers.
Shut up. I ain't got time for polite conversation.
Hey, what are you doing? That's somebody's milk.
Mind your own business.
Oh, you can't do that. Think of all the trouble the cows went to.
Sit down and keep out of the way.
Jerry, he's milk mad. He'll break all the bottles, and we'll get the blame for it.
Well, that's that.
There's some cream over here in the corner.
Never mind. Where's the milk route?
The what?
The list of places the milkman delivers to. It ought to be hanging up here somewhere.
Oh, is this it?
That's what I want.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't get away with this.
No? What are you going to do?
Pay for the milk.
That's more like it. Just to make sure you don't get in my hair, I'm going to send you 2 on a little buggy ride.
Buggy? Here, don't you dare take those reins.
You'll get them back in a minute, lady.
Jerry.
Give him a good ride.
Hey, don't do that.
No.
Jerry, stop him. That bug's running away.
Never mind him, Pam. The horse is, too. Girl, Nellie, just take it easy and we'll find your master for you.
Maybe it'd be better not to, after running away with his horse.
The horse ran away with us, dear. And if she hadn't tired on that long hill, we'd have been in Cleveland by now.
Oh, golly, she's starting again.
Now, don't excite her, Pam. She just sees her master.
Where?
Waiting right over there on the curb next to our car.
Oh.
Whoa, Nellie, easy, girl. This is the end of the line.
You'd better start talking, Jerry, before the milkman turns sour.
A fine thing. If you want to go for a ride, why don't you find a merry-go-round?
We can explain everything, driver.
Well, you can't explain overheating this horse. She ain't air-cooled, you know.
Well?
Gosh almighty, you broke my milk, too. Now Mrs. Snyder won't be able to take her bath.
But it wasn't our fault, driver. That horrible man had a scar on his face and a gun in our ribs. Otherwise, the horse wouldn't have run away. Don't you see?
I see, all right, but I don't think I'm hearing so good.
He broke the bottles, the thug, and he took the milk route, too.
Now, why would anybody want to break milk bottles?
That's just it. We don't know. Unless he sells cardboard containers.
It's a lot more serious than that, Pam. That guy was desperate.
I don't believe the whole story.
Stick 'em up.
Huh?
Stick 'em up, all of you. You'll get shot.
Jerry, it's a girl.
Now, what kind of a joke?
Shut up. Hand over all the milk you got. Come on, lady, pass it down.
But there isn't any more. Will cream do? We have some very thin cream.
Don't be funny. Give me the cream.
Yes, ma'am.
That all there is? Just these two?
That's all, lady. Mrs. Foley and Mrs. Rosenblum. Gosh sakes, that's not just cream. That's extra heavy.
What happened to all the milk?
The man with the scar got it. He got the milk route, too.
Man with the scar?
That's what they tell me.
Get in, driver.
How's that?
Get in, I said. We're all going for a little ride.
Another one? My horse is exhausted.
Do like I tell you. You're going to take me back over your milk route.
Why did he do it? Why did it have to happen to me? Every bottle along the route has been broken.
Stop your whining and keep driving.
There's Mrs. Henderson.
There must be milk insurance.
There's Mrs. Flowers, both quarts.
There's rain insurance.
They'll never forgive me. I'll have to move to a new neighborhood.
Oh, there's one that isn't broken.
Where?
I see it. Mrs. Breedham's house. Oh, Nellie. Oh.
Take it easy now. No tricks or I'll let you have it.
We may get out, may we not?
One at a time. And keep in front of me. All of you.
Come on, Pam. Watch your step, dear.
How can I? With a hot gun breathing down my neck.
Go ahead, milkman. Stay with him.
I'm staying. Only I wish you would...
Keep moving.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Not too fast now. Keep in line.
Anything you say. Go ahead, Jerry. I just can't understand why all the other milk bottles are broken and this one is still whole.
Wait a minute. I think I understand it now, Pam.
What is it?
A man lying across the steps. A dead man.
Oh, no.
How do you know he's dead?
He's been shot through the head.
Jerry, that thug did it. The man with the scar on his face, he killed him.
No, Pam. That thug didn't kill this man.
Why not?
Because this man is the one with the scar on his face.
Well, this is one situation where there's more to cry over than spilt milk.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo contains no soap, therefore cannot leave dulling soap film. The first time you use Halo, your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The natural color and luster shines through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff and grease, needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film, nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
Don't just stand there, Jerry. Get the police.
I'd be very happy to, dear, but I doubt if this young lady with the gun will let me.
I will in a minute, mister. As soon as I search this guy's pockets.
Oh, don't do that. It's against the law to move a dead man.
Against the law to do a lot of things.
I'll bet you've done them all.
Shut up. All I wanted from you was milk.
Just the same, you're going to get into a lot of trouble if you don't stop throwing suspicion on yourself. You're mixed up in a murder case, young lady.
No, I'm not. I'm just looking for a ring.
What kind of a ring? Is that what he was looking for?
That's my business.
It'll be the police's business, too, when they catch up with you. Don't forget you've got 3 witnesses here who can identify you.
Cut it out, will you? I didn't kill this guy.
But you do know who he is.
He's a skunk, a no-good double-crossing skunk.
Oh, I take it you're in love with him.
I was until he tried to run out on me. Just swiping somebody's ring. A dirty rat. He said the cops were chasing him down the street. He had to get rid of it.
So he just left it in my milk wagon?
That's what he told me. Said he cut through the cap of a milk bottle and dropped it inside so he could pick it up later.
Only the wagon had moved by then.
I guess so.
Well, if he was double-crossing you, why don't you put that gun down and let the police take over?
Because I don't want to get blamed for stealing that ring. I want to put it back before she finds out it was stolen.
Who is she?
The woman I work for. She'll think I took her because I'm her maid.
Well, who's the woman you work for?
I've told you too much already. Now turn around, all of you.
What's the idea?
Turn around, I said. Keep facing the street. If anybody tries to follow me, I'll shoot. Stay that way, all of you.
See which way she's going, Jerry.
No, and I'm not going to look either. She's too nervous to be tempted with that gun.
I'll see.
We should have found out who she works for. The woman who owns the ring is the key to the whole case. We don't even know who she is.
I know who owns the ring.
Who?
Mrs. W.W. Stewart. Says so on the inscription.
What inscription? What are you talking about?
The ring that was in the milk bottle.
You mean you've seen that ring?
Seen it. I've got it. I found it while you was out gallivanting with my horse. It's right here in my pocket.
Homicide, Sergeant Mullins speaking.
Mullins, this is Mrs. North.
Oh, so early in the morning, Mrs. North? Don't tell me you're going to start finding corpses at the break of day.
Well, we found this one, Mullins. There may be more later.
You mean there's one already? A bona fide murder?
As far as we're concerned, it is, but we'll leave it to you to make it official.
Well, I'd better get right up there.
That's why I'm calling you, Mullins. Jerry and I are going to take the diamond ring over to Mrs. Stewart's place, but you'll find the body on Hewlett Street, about 6 feet from Mrs. Breeden's milk bottle.
What?
Oh, you can't miss it, Mullins. It's homogenized, and the milkman will be waiting there for you with a gray horse.
We must have a bad connection. Nothing but gibberish is coming out this end.
Well, it's going in clear enough. The corpse is on Hewlett Street, 722.
I got you.
A milkman is waiting there for you to tell you about the murder.
I got you.
And Jerry and I have to dash over with the ring because that maid of hers might kill somebody.
I lost you.
W.W. Stewart is certainly taking her time about answering the doorbell, Jerry.
Well, it's only 8 o'clock, dear. She might still be asleep.
Yes?
Mrs. Stewart? Mrs. W.W. Stewart?
Yes.
I believe you own a diamond ring with a large stone in the center and a circle of emeralds around it.
Why, who are you? What do you know about the ring?
Well, we don't know very much, except that it was stolen last night.
Stolen? From this apartment?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Stewart. The ring isn't missing anymore, but if you want it back, we'll all have to go to the police.
No, I don't want any fuss about that ring.
But there is a fuss.
There will be if we stand here talking about it.
Well, what shall we do? Make signs?
No, please, go away, will you? Don't you understand? My husband is a very jealous man. I can't stand here any longer. I really...
Who is it, dear?
Just some people from down the hall, Ed. Please. Will you go away and come back some other time?
Mrs. Stewart, you don't seem to realize there's been a murder.
I can't help it. There'll be another one if you get my husband involved in this.
But what about your maid?
Goodbye.
Well, that was a cordial little reception. Another minute and she'd have served tea right in our faces.
Very strange, Jerry. Didn't seem as if she were at all interested in getting her ring back. Or the murder either.
Seeming isn't believing, dear.
She didn't even seem to seem.
Well, before we go off the deep end on this, I think you better run down to the drugstore on the corner and phone the police again. I may need Mullen's strong right arm before I'm through here.
Well, what are you going to do?
Find out a little more about this ring.
Alone?
I won't be alone long, Pam, if you hurry that call. A squad car can be here in 3 minutes.
Oh, all right, Jerry. I'll be right back.
Thank you, dear.
And don't keep telling me I can trust you because I can't. You lie like a trooper.
I don't.
Don't argue with me. I've got to get to work.
Excuse me.
Yeah? What are you doing here? What do you want?
Why, nothing. I was just...
Don't hand me that. You were just about to ring the bell. You're one of her friends, aren't you?
No.
As soon as I tell her I'm going to Chicago, they start coming early in the morning.
Now, wait a minute. I was here just a moment ago. I rang the bell.
Then she was lying to me. She said it was somebody from down the hall.
Hey, let go of my coat.
I'll make an example of you, mister. Nope. Come on. Come on, get up.
So you can knock me down again? No, thank you.
Get up, I said, or I'll grind you into the floor.
No, well, wait. Now, look, I don't even know your wife. I just came here to help her get her ring back.
What ring?
The big diamond one that was stolen last night. I've got it right here.
Don't you lie to me. That ring is at the jeweler's. She told me she left it there to have it fixed.
Well, I don't know what she told you, Mr. Stewart, but...
Hey, that's my throat you're squeezing. Come on, we're going to find out about that ring right now.
Wait a second, will you? My wife's downstairs in the phone booth.
I don't care where your wife is. You're coming with me.
Operator, get me police headquarters right away.
Yes, ma'am. Police headquarters.
Put that phone down.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Oh, dear. It's you.
Put that phone down.
Of course.
Now, hand over the ring.
What ring?
Don't play dumb. I saw the milkman give it to you. I've been following you ever since.
Well, you haven't followed very closely. My husband's got it.
Get it back.
But I can't. He's upstairs in the apartment on Tilden Street, and you're holding me here on Monroe Street.
What are you talking about?
Well, it ought to be plain enough. You're holding me here on Monroe Street, and my
Wait
husband...
a minute. There goes your husband now, with Mr. Stewart.
Where?
Can't you see through the window? They're crossing the street.
Well, don't you want to find out where they're going?
You bet I do. Come on. Until I get that ring, I'm not going to let either of you out of my sight.
Well, I wish you'd tell me why you're dragging me to a jewelry store, Mr. Stewart. I've got the ring in my pocket.
Be quiet. The store's right here.
It isn't open yet.
Now, we'll wait. There's something awfully fishy about this ring business, and I've got a hunch my wife is behind it.
Why?
Because she doesn't ever tell the truth until I dig it out of her. Only this time I'm going to dig it out of the jeweler. Hey, say, what was that?
Sounded like a shot to me. There's another one.
Where are they coming from?
I haven't got the faintest idea. Quick, get down. That one was too close for comfort.
What the heck is going on here?
Don't you know, Mr. Stewart? Somebody's trying to kill us.
Well, it looks like Jerry is going to be kept very busy for a while. I'd like you to try something tomorrow morning or evening. In return, I promise you a small miracle, and that's not a wild promise. I ask you to brush your teeth with the all-purpose tooth powder, Colgate tooth powder. Just that, and here's the reward I promise you. You'll find that brushing your teeth becomes a really pleasant experience. You actually enjoy the rich, active foam of Colgate tooth powder, and you'll certainly like what it does for you. Not only does it get your teeth sparkling clean, looking their brightest, but at the same moment, it cleans and sweetens your breath, too. Indeed it does. That's proved. Colgate tooth powder with its active foam instantly stops unpleasing breath originating in the mouth in 7 out of 10 cases. Look, you can still get all-purpose Colgate tooth powder tonight and try it in the morning. But at any rate, try it as soon as you can. The sooner the better, for you will learn that Colgate tooth powder sweetens your breath while it cleans your teeth.
Those shots are coming from across the street.
Get back in the doorway, Mr. Stewart. You're too big a target. If you are the target.
It's me, all right. My wife's firing those shots. See her over there?
And she's coming this way. You better beat it before she gets the range.
Where can I go? She's got us cornered in this doorway.
Well, I'd stand in front of you, but the way she looks, I think she'd shoot through me.
Come on out of there, Ed.
Now, wait a minute, honey. You don't want to kill me.
Keep talking. There's a police car coming up.
I know we had our little spats, but...
Stop shaking, you big bluff. If I hadn't been afraid of you, this would never have happened.
But I don't want you to...
Drop that gun, lady, and drop it fast.
Mullins!
That's all right, Mr. North. I've got hold of her now.
You got here just in time, officer. She was going to kill me.
Don't be a fool. I was just trying to frighten you away from this store. I didn't want you to speak to the jeweler before I did.
Why not?
Because I lied to you about that ring, Ed. It wasn't being repaired. I pawned it about a month ago, and I didn't want you to know about it. so I had a duplicate made.
And that's the one I've got? The one that was stolen?
Yes, Mr. North, the stones aren't real.
Well, I don't know what you two are talking about, but you're all coming down to headquarters for questioning. I've got a murder to solve.
Well, that's a lucky thing you found us, Mullins. How'd you know we were here?
Well, didn't your missus get a message through the headquarters? Oh, she pulled a fast one, Mr. North. They believe she was hanging on the phone and left it open all the time.
What?
That's how we knew that the other girl was holding her.
What other girl? What are you talking about, Mullins? Where's Pam now?
I don't know, Mr. North, don't you?
No. What's that?
Oh, there she is across the street.
Quick, Mullins. That other girl will kill her.
It's all right, Jerry. I've got the gun now.
Pam, what happened? You're not hurt.
Now, don't get excited, dear. We just had a little argument over the revolver, and I won. Oh, watch your Mullins.
Here, I got her.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell you.
Oh, but you did. You admitted he was running out on you when you called him a skunk. You had every reason to kill him, and you proved it by refusing to give yourself up to the police when we told you to.
Oh, no, that wasn't it. They're afraid they blame me for stealing the ring.
Oh, but you didn't have the ring, so you couldn't have stolen it. You see? The only thing you had to hide from the police was murder.
Get up.
Awfully nice of you to take us home, driver. You sure you don't mind?
Oh, it's a pleasure, Mrs. North. I wish I could take you home every morning. Without a murder, of course.
Oh, aren't you sweet? You really mean that?
Sure do. Why, if I could make my milk route with you, I'd leave an extra bottle of heavy cream at every doorstep.
Oh, I think you're pretty swell, too.
Say, what is this? A mutual admiration society?
Why, Jerry North, you're not jealous, are you? I think it's fun coming home with a milkman.
So do I, as long as the milkman doesn't come home with us.
Remember, every Tuesday night at the same time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company, makers of Halo Shampoo and Colgate Tooth Powder, bring you Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. The characters are based on those originally created by Francis and Richard Lockridge. Original music is composed and conducted by Charles Paul. The program is produced and directed by John Lufton.
A soap with a fragrance that's delightful and gay is one that is known as Cashmere Bouquet. Like magical gardens with blue skies above, so enchanting and entrancing, the fragrance men love. It's thrilling to bathe each day with Cashmere Bouquet. No other soap gives your skin this exciting bouquet.
Next Tuesday night, Mr. and Mrs. North find a lawyer, namely to wit as follows herein, murdered, and a murdered man asking for their help. Charles Stark speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable if you can, as you hear the story I call I Won't Die Alone. Our story begins in 1931 Two young men are speeding along in a car on a lonely West Virginia road at 70 miles an hour. There's a tight, tense look on the face of the driver, Steve Martin, as he takes the curves on the road without slowing down. His companion, Chuck Williams, wipes the perspiration from his face with trembling hands. He turns and watches the road behind fearfully, now and then glancing at Steve's face for reassurance.
Turn on the radio, Chuck. Let's see if they got an alarm out yet.
Yeah, okay. Oh, well, what do you think our chances are, Steve?
Hard to say. All depends on how fast the cops spread the word.
The two men robbed the Third National Bank of Louisburg of over $250,000 shortly before closing time. Word has just been received that the two bank robbers are now driving east on Highway 6B toward the Allegheny Mountains.
That's not good.
State Police Car 9, take up position at junction of Highway 11A and River Road.
They're moving fast.
State Police Car 10, take up position at junction of Highway 3 and Highway 6B.
Steve, Highway 6B, we're on it.
Yeah.
That is all. Stand by for further orders.
Steve, you gotta turn back. We're headed for a trap.
Take it easy, will you? There's still a chance. 20 miles ahead, there's a small dirt road that'll detour us right around them.
20 miles? We'll never make it, Steve. Isn't there any other road we can turn off on?
No.
Are you sure?
I was born in these parts. I know every inch of the country.
Steve, let's ditch the car and cut toward the mountains on foot.
Are you crazy? It's 40 miles to the mountains. We'd never make it walking. We've got to keep driving. It's our only chance.
We'll run right into that trap, I tell you. They'll be waiting with Tommy guns. We'll be dead pigeons.
Okay, then we'll be dead pigeons.
I'd give up my share to haul right now to be out of this. You gotta get me out of this, Steve. You gotta.
Oh, shut up.
Look, Steve, if you were to let me out of the car and keep on going yourself, I might be able to get away. The cops would be so busy chasing you, I'd be able to give them the slip.
You lousy rat.
Now, look at it my way, Steve. There ain't no use both are getting caught. That don't make sense.
You're great when it comes to sharing the dough, but when the heat's on, you want out.
Yeah, but I'm willing to pay for, you can keep my share of the bank call. Now, that's fair enough, ain't it? Huh?
Not a good that dought'll do me if I get caught, but I'm sick of hearing you whine. All right, it's a deal. If I get through, the dough's all mine. If I don't, well, I don't.
Thanks, Steve, thanks. I'll never forget this.
Come on, get out.
Hey, which way do I go, Steve?
Head across the fields until you hit a small stream. Then head upstream for about 6 miles. There's a railroad.
After I left her. Like that.
What? Look what it says there in the paper.
Huh?
Go ahead, read it.
Martin?
They'll probably throw the book.
Where you been so long? What happened at the trial?
They give him 25 years.
25 years?
Mm-hmm.
How did he take it?
He didn't bat an eye.
Maybe he'll think things over and squeal on
Oh,
me.
stop sniffling, will you? Steve isn't the kind of a guy to do anything like that.
Yeah, sure. Why should he want to squeal on me? Besides, if he did, the cops would find out that I didn't have the bank, though. That it's Steve who got it. He wouldn't want that to happen. Sure. Why, with good behavior, he'll be out in 18 or 19 years. Then he'll have all that dough hid.
I'd rather have the 18 or 19 years than the dough. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Chuck.
Wait a minute, Flo. Don't go.
What?
Why not stick around? We'd make a good team. We don't need Steve.
We don't, huh? And just what would I get sticking around? You haven't got brain, muscle, or dough. What's the attraction?
Listen, Flo, stick with me and I'll get dough. I've always gotten what I wanted in the end.
Without Steve, you haven't got a chance. He had all the brains, all the guts.
Yeah, and what did it get him? You notice I ain't behind bars. And I'll get that big dough yet.
3 cheers. When you do, look me up.
17 years passed. 17 years in which earth-shaking events took place. With the passing of time, Steve Martin became just a memory to Chuck Williams and Flo Duval. During the 30s, Chuck struggled desperately to make money in a half-dozen petty rackets, but failed miserably. However, with the coming of the war, his luck changed, and in the years that followed, he thrived on the black market. And with his newfound wealth, he was able to win Flo Duval. 1948 found Chuck Williams a happy, prosperous citizen there in the world.
How many times have I told you to knock before you come into this office?
Look, Napoleon, save that big shot stuff for your stooges. Planning a night.
The word that our old pal Steve.
Steve Martin?
Been 17 years now. It's a long time.
Yeah.
Think I'll drive down to the prison. Be there when Steve gets out.
What for? Bother to write or visit him since the day he was sent up?
I know. But it's a matter of unfinished business between the two of us.
Unfinished business?
Yeah. To be exact, $254,000.
You mean you're going after that dough that Steve has stashed away?
That's just what I mean.
But you gave up your share of that bank dough the day you and Steve separated.
Man can always change his mind.
Chuck, leave Steve alone. That money by rights is his. He paid 17 years for it. Besides, you don't need it. You got more dough than that already.
Maybe so, but that isn't going to stop me from getting that $254,000. And you ought to know by this time I always get what I go after. I got you, didn't I, baby, huh? Remember, baby, when those gates open and Steve comes out, let me do the talking.
Don't worry, I will. I don't want any part of this dirty deal.
Relax, baby, relax. When I get that 254 G's, I'll buy you a fancy diamond bracelet. Then you'll feel better.
Hey, boss, they're opening the gate. Is that him?
No. Steve's twice as big as that guy.
Chuck, that is Steve.
Can't be. That guy looks at least 6. You're right. It is Steve. Stay in the car. Hey, Steve. Steve, over here. What's the matter? Don't you remember an old pal?
Oh, Chuck. Well, I didn't recognize you at first.
Put it here, pal.
Yeah. I guess I'm kind of surprised to see you after all these years.
Well, I've been living in South America most of the time. Only got back a year ago. I know I should have written you, but I never was any good at that.
Boy, yeah, sure smells better out here.
Come on. Let's get in my car. I got a surprise for you.
Huh? Surprise?
Yeah. You remember Flo Duval, don't you? Well, there she is.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Flo. Hey, it's nice seeing you again.
Come on, Steve. Get in. We're driving you to town.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, Felix, back to town.
Right, boss.
You don't look well, Steve.
It's just this prison parlor, Flo. And 17 years.
Well, that's all behind you now, Steve. A few weeks of good rest and good food. You'll be a new man.
I'd like to believe that.
Just take my word for it. I'm never wrong.
Well, you seem to have done all right, Chuck.
Yeah, not bad. I own a nightclub, a bowling alley, used car business, a couple of apartment houses. I can't complain.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm not forgetting an old pal either. Now, Flo and me want you to come and stay with us until you get on your feet. You know, a house guest.
I'd rather not, Chuck. I don't want to put you out.
Put me out? Ha! Listen to the guy. Well, we got sweet servants, everything. Steve, I just won't take no for an answer.
A week passed, then 2 weeks, during which Steve Martin did little other than eat and sleep and take long walks. Chuck Williams played the role of the gracious host to perfection, and his guests lacked nothing in the way of comfort. So concerned was Chuck with his guests' welfare that he always knew exactly where Steve was and what he was doing. Then one day, as Chuck had known it would happen, Steve came into his office for a private chat.
Hey, busy?
No. Have a seat, Steve.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
Well, while I was doing time, my old man died and left me a small farm in West Virginia. That's where I was born and raised, you know.
Yeah, I remember you telling me.
Well, I'm going back to the old farmhouse and settle down there for a while.
I see. Well, anything you say, Steve. Only let's keep in touch, huh?
Yeah, sure thing, Chuck.
When are you thinking of leaving?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, that's soon, huh? Well, we'll have to have a little farewell party tonight, okay?
Yeah, fine. I'll see you later.
Right you are. Felix, come in here.
What's up, boss?
My pal, Steve, is getting ready to make his move.
Guess he can't wait no longer to get his hands on that dough.
Looks that way. He's leaving tomorrow morning for a small farm he's got in West Virginia.
West Virginia, huh?
Yeah. Farmhouse can't be more than 30 or 40 miles from where he stashed the dough.
Is there any chance he might have hidden it on the farm?
Nah. Cops caught him before he got that far. He hid that dough someplace off Highway 6B.
How many of the boys you want me to take along?
Take 4. I don't want any slip-ups. Watch him day and night, and without being seen.
Just leave it to me.
Sooner or later, he'll lead you to the dough. When he does, well, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay, then. You better start packing.
The next morning, when Steve Martin took a train for West Virginia, 2 very inconspicuous men were seated at the other end of the coach he was riding in. They watched him get off the train at an all but deserted station in West Virginia, but made no move to follow him. As the train started off, Steve hired a car to take him to the farm he'd inherited. It was dusk when he finally reached the deserted farmhouse. On a heavily wooded hill 100 yards away, Felix and a companion watched through field glasses as Steve lit a fire in the farmhouse and prepared to settle down for the night. In the days and nights that followed, Felix and his men took turns watching Steve Martin's every action. And every evening, Felix would phone Chuck Williams and report that Steve hadn't made a move as yet.
How many times have I told you to knock before coming into this office?
What's the matter, Napoleon? Aren't things working out?
I've told you to lay off that Napoleon stuff. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
That must be Felix. Hello?
Hello, boss. Felix.
Well, what's happening?
Nothing. He still hasn't made a move. All he does is fish and read.
What about visitors?
He hasn't seen anyone since the day he got here.
Are you sure he didn't give you the slip during the night and get the dough?
Not a chance. I got 2 boys watching the house at night.
Well, maybe he knows he's being watched, and that's why he hasn't tried anything.
I'd bet my last buck he hasn't spotted us.
Nothing ever goes right unless I'm running the show. I'm leaving tonight for West Virginia. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, boss. I'll be expecting you.
That's a farmhouse down there, boss. Look through the field glasses. You can see it just like you were standing in the front yard.
He's sitting on the porch reading.
Yeah, reading and fishing is all he does. He hasn't been more than a couple of 100 yards away from the house since he got here.
Well, he must have spotted you. That must be the reason he hasn't made a move.
How could he have spotted us? You can see how careful we've been.
Well, I'll wait a couple more days. See what happens. If he doesn't move soon, I'll have to think of something else.
Leaving Felix to continue his watch over the farmhouse, Chuck returned to the village and registered at the village inn. The hours that followed dragged interminably, and the hatred that Chuck felt for Steve Martin grew with each passing hour. In the evening, Felix drove into the village and reported that nothing new had occurred. 4 more fruitless days went by. Chuck Williams was unable to contain his fury any longer. He got into his car and drove to within a half-mile of the farmhouse, then walked the rest of the way to where Felix and his men were hidden on the hill.
Boss, what are you doing here?
I got tired of waiting.
You better get down, boss, or Steve Martin's liable to spot you.
Forget that. We're through playing a waiting game. We're going to move in on him.
Move in on
Yeah.
him?
Maybe after a light workout, my pal Steve will be willing to tell me where he stashed the dough.
Ah, that sounds more like it. I never did go for this cat-and-mouse game.
Before we're through with him, he'll be begging to tell us what he knows. Hello, Steve. Got lonesome for you. Decided to pay you a call.
I thought you'd get around to it sooner or later.
You don't sound very glad to see me. That's a fine way to act towards a pal who was your host for the last 3 weeks. Didn't I treat you right?
Yeah. That's what made me figure I hadn't seen the last of you. What do you want?
I'll give you one guess.
I haven't got it.
I know you haven't, but you know where it is.
So what? That money belongs to me, not you.
That's where you're wrong, pal. That dough belongs to the guy strong enough to get it. That's me.
Okay, then you go ahead and get it.
Should I let him have it, boss?
That's not up to me, Felix. That's up to Steve. Well, pal, you gonna dig up that dough for me?
No.
You're not as smart as you used to be. You know I'll get what I want in the end.
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay, Felix. I guess it's up to you and Slim now.
I'll talk. Won't you, pal? That's it, pal. Try getting on your feet. Here, let me help you.
How is he, Felix?
It's out cold, boss.
He always did have a stepping streak. You think in his condition he couldn't take all that punishment.
We give him any more, he's liable to kick off.
You sure?
Yeah. He's already got a couple of busted ribs, and that beating around the head didn't help any.
We gotta make him talk. We gotta.
You have to figure out some other way.
Throw some water in his face.
Okay. Let's come to, boss.
Prop him up in a chair.
Come on, you. There.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Felix here wants to try the water treatment.
Water treatment?
Yeah. Now, why don't you play it smart and tell me where you hid that dough? Won't talk, huh? Okay, Felix.
Wait, I'll talk.
Well, it's more like it. Where is it?
You could never find it alone. I'll have to take you to it. Just you and me.
What's the matter with Felix coming along?
Just you and me.
Okay, pal, okay. Only I'm wondering if you're in condition to make it. Hey, Felix.
Yeah,
Give him
boss.
a few drinks, try to fix him up.
Right.
As soon as you've done that, Steve and me will be on our way.
An hour later, Steve, with the assistance of Felix, tottered to Chuck Williams' car and got in the front seat. Chuck slid behind the wheel and started the motor. As he drove off, he waved to Felix triumphantly. In a few minutes, the farmhouse had faded from view. Steve, huddled in a corner of the front seat, fought to keep from crying out every time the car hit a rut in the road. Now and then, he opened his pain-filled eyes to look out the window. Chuck watched him with satisfaction as he drove.
How much further is it?
You drive about 5 miles until you reach a small gravel road where you'll see a big sign saying the Devil's Caverns. You turn right there and go 2 miles.
The Devil's Caverns? What are they?
They're a big tourist attraction in these parts during the summer. Hundreds of huge underground caverns that run for miles in all directions.
You mean that's where you stashed the dough?
Yeah. It's the best place in the world.
How do you know you'll be able to find it again?
I know every inch of the caverns. When I was a kid, my old man worked as a tourist guide there. I learned my way around from him.
Okay. But you better find that dough. I'm warning you.
I'll find it. Well, you should be reaching the gravel road in a couple of minutes. Turn right, then it's 2 miles to the Devil's Caverns. This is it. Park the car in that shed over there.
Place sure looks deserted.
Well, no one ever comes here until June.
Is that the entrance to the cabins, that door set in the rock?
Yeah. You'll have to shoot the lock off the door.
Is this okay?
Yeah. No one will ever be able to spot the car here.
Thought you said no one comes here until June.
No one does. Why take chances? We'll need a flashlight.
I got one. Come out this way. And if you're thinking of any tricks, don't. Remember, I got this gun, and you're in no condition to try anything.
Yeah, you saw to that.
How come you didn't hide out here when the cops were after you?
Well, there wasn't any place to hide the car. Shed wasn't here 17 years ago.
Tough. Never saw such a lonely-looking place.
Yeah. Well, you ought to be able to blow this padlock off with one shot.
You better stand over there. Yeah, that does it. How much further is it? Seems like we've been walking an hour already.
It's right up ahead.
Sure you can find your way out again? All these cabins look alike to me.
Yeah, I know the way out.
Sure is damp in here. Hey, what was that?
Oh, probably just a rat running past you. Place is full of them.
Seems to me it's taken a long time to find that place where you hid the dough. If you're trying anything,
Here's where it is. I'll hold the flashlight a little higher. That's it. I hid the suitcase behind this rock.
Got it?
No, not yet. Here it is.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, all right. I can still recognize it. Open it up.
Well, there's the dough.
Yeah. Still in the bank wrappers. Look at it. Over $250,000. What's so funny? Answer me.
So you're the guy who always gets what he goes after in the end, huh?
Yeah, now I got the dough. And I'm asking you again, what's so funny?
Look at the money. Go ahead, look at it.
I'm looking. What about it?
Yeah, you're looking, mastermind, but you don't see. All those bills are goldbacks.
Goldbacks?
Yeah, that's right. In 1933, the government called in all goldbacks. That's how the kidnapper Bruno Hauptmann got caught, trying to pass goldbacks after the government had called him in.
You mean that dough is no good?
That's just what I mean. You try passing any of that dough and you'll end up doing time.
You've known all along that dough was no good?
Ever since 1933. Knowing it was worthless, I never intended coming here for it. But you made me.
I ought to let you have it, you rat, for leading me on like this.
Well, why don't you?
Come on, pick up that suitcase. Let's get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to tell you, Chuck.
Tell me what?
I'm staying here.
You're staying here?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, look, I've had enough out of you. Start leading the way out.
I guess you didn't understand. I said I'm staying here.
Get going or you'll get it right between the eyes.
That doesn't scare me. You see, Chuck, there was something else I didn't tell you.
Something else?
Yeah. I didn't get out of prison on good behavior. I got out because the doctor said I was going to die in 3 months.
You're going to die? In 3 months?
Yeah, that's right. I thought I died peacefully on my farm. Only you wouldn't let me do that. So I've decided to die here. With you, as company.
Steve, you can't do that. You can't do that, Steve. You gotta get me out of here. You gotta.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to.
But get me out of here, Steve. I'll make it worth your while. I got dough. I got lots of dough.
It's too bad you won't be able to take it with you.
Steve, I'll give you 100 G's. 200 G's if you get me out of here.
Not going to be tough for me to die, because I only got 3 months anyway. But I'm going to enjoy watching you. You're going to get weaker and weaker as you plead with me to lead you out of here. Then you're going to get desperate and try to find a way out by yourself. But you'll never make it. You'll go wandering from one cabin to another, and then in the end, you'll probably wander back here to find me dead. And your flashlight's going to go out. Huh? You'll be all alone in the dark with the rats and the bats.
Oh, stop it! Stop it or I'll shoot!
And as you go weaker, the rats are going to close in on you before you know it.
Steve. Steve. I didn't mean it. Well, you made me. Steve, say something. He's dead. Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Help! Help! Help!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What happened to Chuck Williams? Oh, the poor fellow was found dead a month later when the cabins were opened for the summer tourist trade. Seems Chuck had wandered from cabin to cabin without being able to find his way out. Evidently, he'd gone mad in his last hours, for he was found with his pockets stuffed full of bills. Goldbacks. Now, I recall another case in which two ghosts came face to face, only to discover that... Oh, you have to get off now. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, all characters were fictional, and any resemblance to the name of an actual person, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joe Julian, Art Carney, Elspeth Eric, and Alan Manson. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Writes a Letter.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. Don't miss the chilling tale titled 7 Casks of Death, written by Maurice Tarplin, your mysterious traveler, which appears in the current issue of Dime Mystery Magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. This program has come to you from New York. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible cigarette test, and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable Camels are. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond, come in, sir.
Well, thank you, Francis. How's the pantry Einstein tonight?
Oh, my goodness, sir. That was a dandy.
Oh, you like that, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, chuckle along and tell Miss Asher Sweet and Frostbitten is downstairs.
Right away, sir.
I'll be in the study.
Yes, sir.
The snow is snowing. The wind is blowing. But I can weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Hi.
Hi. What's new?
Nothing with me. I want to know about you.
Nothing much with me either, honey.
What have you been doing for the last couple of days?
Case.
Oh.
Got a nice big fat retainer.
Oh.
Yeah, oh. Look at the eyes light up.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't want your money.
But now that I'm independently wealthy, you figure you don't have to feed me anymore.
Rick.
Don't have to take me to any more shows. Stake me to an occasional chocolate malted.
Oh, don't be silly. You know I don't mind.
Just because I made a couple of $100.
Couple of $100?
Stop kissing my hand.
Rick. You idiot.
I have tickets for the ballet tomorrow night. Dinner at 21 after the show.
Oh, Rick.
Afterwards, we neck.
I love you.
Of course. Now, I suppose you want to hear all about the case.
Well, not unless you want to.
Well, as long as it's optional.
If you're too tired, some other time.
It all started 3 days ago.
You don't really have to. I can hear about it any time.
I was sitting in my office.
You don't have to put yourself up.
Oh, shut up, woman. As I was saying, the whole thing started 3 days ago. I was sitting in my office reading Gaylord Hauser and soaking my feet in a tub of blackstrap molasses when the door opened and then walked 6 feet of mink cape wrapped around 5.5 feet of what little girls are made of. I remember thinking about the sugar and spice and everything nice, and even with the mink cape covering most of it, I decided that this little girl could have given a bee farm a nervous breakdown.
Mr. Diamond?
You have been reading the sign on the door.
I'd like to hire you.
Well, I'd like you to. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
I want protection.
From what?
My husband.
What's the matter? Can't he stand the pace?
He's getting out of prison at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and he's threatened to make trouble.
I think you better tell me the whole thing, Miss...
Connors. Marilyn Connors.
Okay. Who's your husband?
His name's Joe Connors.
Oh.
You know him?
Helped send him up 10 years ago. Armed robbery, wasn't it?
Yes. He hasn't served all of his time, but he's being paroled.
Go ahead.
Well, since Joe was sent up, I had to find work. A man Joe used to work for gave me a job in his club.
Martin Cope?
Yes. Do you know him?
Slightly. We're hating acquaintances.
Mr. Cope has been very wonderful to me.
I'm sure he has.
I don't think I like that.
Your husband doesn't either, huh?
You're very blunt, aren't you?
Like the front of a streetcar. I don't like your boss, and I don't like your husband. I think it's better that you know now before you make any investments and then have to fire me.
You're the best private detective in New York.
Only because I'm brilliant, shrewd, and loaded with talent.
And a little ridiculous.
Oh, sure. Add that on and just think what you're getting for a lousy $100 a day in expenses.
Even though you don't like Joe and Mr. Cope, you'll still take the job?
Look, Mrs. Connors, I've been honest with you about your husband and Cope. I never let personalities interfere in my business. A job's a job. Besides, I'm starving to death. She gave me a slow smile, complete with a high fever, handed me a retainer, and swayed out of the office like Mata Hari leaving an atomic research stag party. We agreed to meet again at 4 o'clock, so I spent the next hour on the roof, relaxing in 3 feet of snow, and around 4 o'clock walked my frozen blood pressure down to Martin Cope's nightclub, the only king-size safe decorated by Bergdorf Goodman, complete with an intellectual piano player, a $15 minimum, and enough intrigue to make a scented investigation look like a taffy pole. The girl who had been to my office earlier was standing on the edge of the empty dance floor rehearsing a song while the piano player was trying his best to overdo the accompaniment. I grabbed a chair and sat down to listen.
Something wrong?
Look, if you'd like to do a single, why don't you say so?
You're unhappy?
When you're playing for me, I would appreciate it if you just backed me up quietly, simply. Stop hating Art Tatum.
Darling, I'd be happy to do anything you say except for one thing.
Yes?
You can't sing.
Why, you anemic excuse for a musician. You couldn't get a song right if you ran it through a player piano.
Temper, darling.
You listen to me, Bernie. I put up with you for a long time.
You've put up with me?
Yes, with you.
Oh,
I've let you mess me up night after night.
You did that all by your little lonesome, honey.
You just better remember who's paying your bills, honey. I get out here and break my neck to try and give a good show. Don't you get cute with me. You better wise up, Buster, or you're going to end up playing for your meals down on Skid Row.
For Pete's sake, Marilyn.
No, Bernie, I'm...
They kept going round and round. And about the time the piano player looked like he might possibly throw caution to the wind and stamp his foot, a door opened at the other side of the room, and Martin Cope, big-time gambler and owner of the club, walked over to the piano.
Look, if you two insist on raising the roof, take it to the back room where nobody can hear you.
I'm sorry, Martin, but Bernie just won't...
Mr. Cope, I can assure you that it wasn't
You
I.
stay out of this.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You two can kick the walls in when I'm not in my office. But, honey, when I've got work to
It
do...
won't happen again. What's the matter?
Who's that?
Who?
Sitting over there.
Well, I'm surprised, Cope. I thought you'd spot my blue eyes.
Oh, it's Mr. Diamond.
Diamond.
Yes, he says you know each other.
Diamond, the private detective?
Sure. You remember, Cope, all those times down at the precinct, playing 20 questions?
What are you doing here?
I got tired of talking to nice people.
Beat it.
I asked Mr. Diamond here, Martin.
You did?
Well, I know you're not worried about Joe, but I am.
And you had this two-bit gum shoot?
Temper.
Mr. Diamond's supposed to be the best private detective in the business.
Says who?
Well, I did mention it a few hundred times.
Did Sloan put you up to this, honey?
Martin, with Joe getting out this
I
afternoon...
told you not to worry about Joe. Did Sloan tell you to hire yourself a bodyguard?
He thought it would be a good idea.
He did, huh? Everybody's got a good idea. Nobody thinks I know what I'm doing. I just happen to run the place.
Sloan was thinking about you, Martin.
Yeah? But I'll give him something to really think about.
Now, Martin...
No, I'm tired of the whole mess. Everybody's scared stiff of a two-bit punk who's getting out of stir. Hiring an ex-cop who couldn't protect an old lady from a Boy Scout.
Have you been tested for rabies lately?
Look, Diamond...
Martin, I'm afraid of what Joe might do.
Oh, but hiring a private cop, and to top it off, you gotta pick this one.
Look, Mrs. Connors, I don't want to cause a lot of trouble.
Well, you're trying real hard.
Maybe you'd better just take your retainer and we'll forget the whole thing.
That is the only bright thing you've ever come up with, Mr. Diamond.
How about it, Mrs. Connors?
Well, you keep the retainer, Mr. Diamond, but maybe under the circumstances it would be better
Sure,
if we...
keep the money, Diamond. Go buy yourself a new joke book.
I don't want it. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll donate it to your restaurant's hospital fund, Cope.
We haven't got one.
That's the trouble with you, Cope. No vision. You should always have a little insurance in case of a bad accident. I left the club with Martin Cope stretched out on the dance floor and Marilyn Connors looking too startled to say much. Bernie, the piano player, accompanied my exit with a fast course of the funeral march, and I headed for my quiet little apartment. I napped for the rest of the afternoon, and by 8 o'clock I was appropriately dressed in my best blue suit. The other one being a casual sienna and suitable only for badminton and grunion hunting. I had paused to admire myself, surreptitiously humming a few bars of Temptation when, Yeah?
Richard Diamond?
Depends on who wants him.
My name's Sloan, William Sloan.
I'm Diamond. What can I do for you?
I'm here because Miss Marilyn Connors asked me to come by and talk to you.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
I believe Martin Cope mentioned your name earlier this afternoon.
In all probability, he did. I'm Mr. Cope's attorney.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Cope seemed a little unhappy with you, Sloan.
That was because I suggested that Marilyn hire herself a private detective.
I gathered as much.
I picked you because of your reputation. I had no way of knowing that Martin didn't like you.
Why are you here, Mr. Sloan?
To ask you to go back on the job. Protect Marilyn until we're sure that her husband is not going to cause trouble.
I'd like to know something, Mr. Sloan. Why do you expect Marilyn's husband to cause trouble?
Isn't it obvious?
Maybe I'm a little dense.
Why, Marilyn and Martin Cope have been in love since Joe Connors was sent to prison.
You think that's enough to make Joe Connors try something?
Well, it goes a little deeper than that.
How deep?
Joe Connors used to work for Martin.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. I'm beginning to remember. Joe Connors swore Cope had him framed.
That's correct. He swore that when he got out, he'd get him.
Well, it's a little tough under the circumstances. It'll just cause another argument between Cope and Marilyn if I show up again. Why don't you get yourself another boy? A lot of good private detectives in New York.
Because you'd be about the only one who wouldn't be afraid of Martin. And Marilyn has a great respect for you.
Even after I belted her boyfriend?
Well, I think that convinced her you were the one for the job.
Joe Connors got out this afternoon, didn't he?
That's right, at 4:30.
Where's Mrs. Connors?
At the club.
Well, if I go down there's going to be more trouble.
Martin went out about an hour ago. That's why we want you to come down. Martin got a phone call. He seemed worried. MARILYN was in the office with him. She said that when he left, he didn't say where he was going, but he took his gun with him.
Sloan and I went downstairs, climbed into his car, and headed for Martin Cope's nightclub. When we went in, Marilyn Connors was on stage. So we went to the back of the building and sat down in her dressing room. About 10 minutes later, Marilyn came in. She was wearing something thin enough to make a silkworm commit a hara-kiri.
Hello, William. Mr. Diamond, I'm so glad you reconsidered.
I think we both reconsidered, didn't we?
Has Martin come back yet?
I'll go see. I'll be right back.
I'm worried, Mr. Diamond.
How long ago did Cope leave?
About half an hour before I went on. If you'll excuse me, I have to take off my makeup.
Oh, sure, go right ahead.
He's back.
Martin?
Yes, and I'm sure something's happened. He's worried sick about something.
I'll go see him.
Mrs. Connors.
Yes?
Do you want me to stay?
No, I don't think that'd be a good idea. Why don't you go over to my apartment and wait? It's 48 West 74th Street, number 3. It's a walk-up.
All right.
Wait, you'll need a key. Here.
She handed me her key and left with William Sloan. I walked out of the club, grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was walking upstairs to her apartment. The room was in darkness. I felt around for a light switch near the door. Then I froze. The room was still and quiet, but there was a smell in the air, a heavy, pungent odor that a gun leaves after it's been fired. The smell was cordite. I flipped the switch on and looked down at the dead body of Joe Connors, lying on his back, shot through the head.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here's an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
One sniff won't tell you.
One puff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to judge the mildness of a cigarette, to see how well it gets along with your throat.
Make the sensible cigarette test, the thorough cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days, and you'll know how mild Camels are. Pack after pack, week after week. Yes, for 30 days, enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible test, and see for yourself why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Who is it?
The police.
Oh, goody.
Otis.
Yeah?
You're standing on my foot.
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant.
Well, good evening, Lieutenant Levinson.
Who's dead, Diamond?
Right over there. Name's Joe Connors.
Shot in the head, Lieutenant.
Well, Otis is getting brighter.
Who did it?
How do I know?
Whose apartment is this?
Mrs. Marilyn Connors.
Same name as the dead man.
No, his name's Joe.
Oh, I mean the last name.
Look, meathead.
Well, it is.
Well, he's right, Walt. They were married.
What are you doing here?
Me? Well, I come with you.
Otis.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, what are you doing here, Diamond?
Well, Marilyn Connors asked me to wait for her.
And let's all wait.
Walt, have you noticed all the windows are locked?
So it's cold out.
Let's not wait. Let's go over to Martin Cope's nightclub.
What's Martin Cope got to do with it?
Leave Otis here until the coroner arrives. Put a tag on him so the coroner will be sure to get the right body, and I'll tell you about the whole thing on the way over to the club.
Lieutenant Levinson to see you, Martin.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Hi.
What are you doing here, Diamond?
He's with me, Cope. You own a gun?
What is this?
He said, do you own a gun?
Yeah, so what?
Mind if I look at it?
Okay. It's loaded.
Let's see. Been fired.
You're nuts.
Rick.
Has been.
What is this? I haven't fired that gun since I owned it.
You took it out of here with you, didn't you?
What's that to you, Diamond?
You took it out tonight, didn't you?
Don't answer that, Martin.
Now, look.
Let's go down to the station.
What for?
Martin, you knew Joe Connors, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, somebody shot him.
You think
Martin, don't say any more.
Well, I'm surprised at you, Sloan. You were the one who told me Martin took the gun with him.
You did?
How the devil did I know Diamond would go to the police?
What were you doing with Diamond anyway?
Marilyn hired him.
And fired him.
She hired him again tonight. He was working for her. Anything I told him was in confidence.
Murder just isn't confidential, Sloan.
Look, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. I went out to see Joe Connors. He phoned me.
Martin.
I didn't kill him, though. Yeah, I took my gun, but I didn't use it. He was dead when I got there.
You went to Marilyn Connors' apartment?
That's right.
Well, let's all go down to the station and have ballistics check on this gun.
And in the meantime, Cope, I'm holding you on suspicion of murder. Well, here's the ballistics report, Rick. Cope's gun was the one that did the job. Slug they took out of Connors matched.
Now let's talk to Marilyn Connors and Sloan again.
Why? We've got our boy.
Just want to talk to them.
Send in Miss Connors and Mr. Sloan. Now, what have you got on your mind, Rick?
Oh, I was just thinking about all the windows being locked.
So what?
You want to see us, Lieutenant?
Mr. Diamond does. Have a chair.
Mr. Diamond, I'm sorry things worked out this way.
Well, so am I. Oh, here's your apartment key.
Thank you.
How many people have a key to your apartment, Mrs. Connors?
What? Martin has the only other one.
Mm-hmm. What time did Martin get that phone call?
Oh, about 7:30, I guess. I got to the club about 7:15. Martin usually comes in about 7:30. I met him in his office, and he got the call.
And he took the gun and left right away?
It's all right. Martin has already admitted taking the gun.
Yes, he took the gun and left almost immediately.
Mm-hmm. Where were you, Sloan?
At home. I got to the club just after Martin left. Marilyn told me what had happened, and I came right over to you.
Oh. Well, all right. Thank you very much.
That's all?
Are you going to defend Mr. Cope?
I doubt it. I don't think he wants me to.
Well, thank you very much. We'll be talking to you.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Mr. Diamond.
So long.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Now, what was all that about?
I want to talk to Martin Cope.
Rick, now look.
I want to talk to him. I want to find out how Joe Connors got into a locked apartment without a key.
I don't want anything to do with you, Diamond.
You better cooperate. Diamond's got an angle that's worth listening to.
I didn't shoot Connors no matter what that ballistics report says.
You have a key to Marilyn's apartment.
Yeah.
Connors was dead when you got there.
Yeah, I told you that.
You left the club about 7:45.
That's right, about 7:45.
Connors had been dead about 3 hours when I found him, Walt. I found him about 9:30.
By gosh, that's right.
And that part of your story stands up, Cope. He was dead when you got there.
What about the gun?
You always keep that gun in your desk, Cope?
Yeah.
Who was in the club with you?
Oh, the usual people. Waiter, bartenders, busboys.
Marilyn?
Yeah. Now, wait a minute.
Who knew you kept the gun in the desk?
Oh, half a dozen people, maybe.
You think somebody lifted that gun, killed Connors, and put it back in the desk?
You always come in about 7:30, don't you, Cope?
Yeah, every night.
According to the death certificate, Connors had been dead about an hour before you came in. What time did you leave the club this afternoon?
Right after you slugged me.
Oh, you got up rather suddenly. It was about 4:30, wasn't it? Somebody could have gone into your office, taken that gun, killed Connors, put the gun back before you came in at 7:30.
Then I'm cleared?
No, not a bit. You have a key to Marilyn's apartment. The killer had a key to let Connors in.
Miss Connors said there were only 2 keys.
Well, Walt, let's go talk to Mrs. Connors. Mrs. Connors, where were you around 7 this evening?
7?
Where were you?
Why, downtown.
You weren't in your apartment?
No.
Did you come back from downtown before going to the club?
No.
Who was in your apartment?
Why, no one that I know of.
Have you ever given your key to anyone except Cope and, me, of course?
Yes?
Who and how long ago?
My piano player. About a week ago.
Hello, Bernie.
Hello. Oh, hello. You're the nice man who slugged Mr. Cope this afternoon. Let me buy you a drink.
No, thanks, Bernie. This is Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant?
Hi.
What time did you get to the club this evening, Bernie?
Oh, about 7:30. Why?
The cook says he saw you come in around 7:15.
15 minutes one way or the other.
Where were you at 7 o'clock, Bernie?
My house, I guess.
Bernie, we checked with the state prison. They censor letters up there.
Do they?
Mm-hmm. A man named Joe Connors got a letter 2 days ago telling him to meet someone at Mrs. Connors' apartment around 6:30 this evening.
What's this all about?
Well, we'd like to have you come down to the station for a paraffin test, Bernie.
A paraffin test?
Yeah, we can determine if anyone has shot a gun in the last 48 hours.
Oh.
When did you take Mr. Cope's gun, Bernie?
Right after he left this afternoon.
You had a duplicate key made from the one Mrs. Connors gave you several days ago?
Mm-hmm. The Green Hardware Shop, I believe, over on 64th Street.
Why'd you do it?
Oh, love, hate, lots of reasons. What difference does it make? For a week now, I've heard him talking about Joe Connors and what he might do when he got out. I saw a chance to get rid of Martin Cope, so I had the key made, wrote Joe Connors a letter, and killed him with Mr. Cope's gun.
After you killed Connors, you came back, put the gun back in the drawer. When Martin Cope came in, you called him and said you were Connors.
From that phone booth right over there.
Were you in love with Marilyn Connors?
That is an extremely earthy question that can do no good at all. Well, let's go, Lieutenant. I was getting tired of playing the piano anyway.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
Yeah. In a way, it's too bad it didn't work. Think what Marilyn Connors in for when she marries Martin Cope.
Oh, speaking of Marilyn Connors, you certainly did take a lot of pains describing her attributes.
Oh, really? Well, it wasn't painful at all.
Was she really that pretty?
Pretty.
Well, I'm jealous.
Well, don't be. She had one thing that was wrong.
What was that?
She had long blonde hair that hung all the way down to the floor.
Well, that sounds beautiful.
But it was her mustache. Better sing something, huh?
I think you'd better.
What would you like?
Anything that will make up for that last remark.
I thought it was pretty clever.
Just sing.
Okay. How about this? Maybe I'm right, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm weak, and maybe I'm strong. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you. Maybe I'll win, and maybe I'll lose. Maybe I'm in for crying the blues. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you. Somehow I know at a glance the terrible chances I'm taking. Fine at the start, but left with a heart that is breaking. Maybe I live a life of regret, and maybe I'll give much more than I'll get. But nevertheless, I'm in love with you.
Oh, that's better.
Thank you.
Rick, I'll bet she really did have pretty hair.
Oh, I guess so, but she kept it all rolled up on her head.
Well, what's the matter with that?
I like yours better.
I wear mine up.
Yeah, but I've seen you with your hair down.
Rick.
Come here.
Rick?
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Among the millions of Camel smokers, there are many stars whose voices are their fortunes. John Wayne, Reza Stevens, Martha Tilton are a few. They find that Camel's cool mildness gets along fine with their throats.
Friends, make your own 30-day Camel mildness test and see why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no one deserves the appreciation of the American people more than the men and women who have served in our armed forces. The Camel people send weekly gifts of cigarettes to those servicemen and veterans who are hospitalized. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Martinsburg, West Virginia, and Coral Gables, Florida. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Camp Hood, Texas. U.S. Naval Hospital, Chelsea, Massachusetts. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack.
Pipe smokers, enjoy the National Joy Smoke, Prince Albert. Yes, PA is made from choice tobacco, rich tobacco that's naturally flavorsome. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite and crimped cut for smooth smoking. So get PA in the handy pocket tin or the pound size. It's America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
This is your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Frank Lovejoy in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents a tale about a man who felt he was bigger and more important than anything else in the world and lost his life trying to prove it. The story is called The Storm. Our star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy. No one really knows how it begins. The birth is invisible, attended only by seabirds that glide gracefully over the warm Caribbean Sea. In the cool upper air, a gull hovers, then dips low toward a single unwary shrimp. Suddenly the bird falters. Its wings beat awkwardly against a sudden turbulence at the edge of a great unseen tower of strange, warm air. 300 miles around, the cool outer wind circles, then sweeps in. This is the meeting place. 300 miles of wind circle a tower of weak, warm air. Conditions favorable. And the thing is born.
Sure, I knew there was a storm coming. I could see it in Joyce's eyes. The last year and a half, she changed. Why? Women. Most of them don't know when they're well off. After all, we've been through getting to be the top dance team in the country. You'd think she'd try to relax and enjoy it. We were big now. 2,000 a week and a percentage. Nothing but the best places, booked when and where we liked. We just finished in Miami. We were going to lie around for a month when the weather turned funny. Nothing really noticeable, just something in the air. That's when I got the phone call from Al Morgan.
Mr.
Mr. Larry Weston?
This is him.
This is a long-distance operator, sir. We have a call from Sea Beach. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Larry?
Yeah, who's this?
Al Morgan.
Oh, sure, Al. Long time no see.
Yeah, how's Joy?
Good. How's that new hotel of yours?
Nice business, Larry. Yeah, we got a nice business for a new place. Look, I know I should go through your agent on...
No. Skip him. What's on your mind?
It's the tag end of the season here at Sea Beach, but we still got a good crowd. Variety says you and Joyce got a month between dates and...
Well, look, Al, we're not exactly hard up for work.
Oh, I know, Larry. It's just that I'd like to keep this crowd. You'd hold them here, you and Joyce, a real sock finish on the season. Just for a week, Larry? You know, for an old friend?
Well, we don't work for peanuts anymore, Al. It'll have to be 3,000 and 20%.
Well, that's pretty steep, but I guess I can make it.
Okay, wire the deal to my agent. How's the weather there?
The weather? Oh, great. Best on the Gulf Coast.
Kind of funny here in Miami. There's something in the air.
Well, that's Miami. When can you start? Today?
Yeah, I guess so. We'll drive down.
I sure appreciate this, Larry. Honest.
Yeah, so long, Al. Just tell your crowd we're on the way.
Thanks.
What?
I said thanks for including me in.
That's supposed to be some kind of a crack, Joyce?
There was a time when you used to at least ask me about a date. Now I'm just part of the act.
Look, will you get off my back? Al Morgan's new place at Sea Beach. Al knew us when. Don't you want to do a favor for an old friend?
Sure, I can do a favor for an old friend. And without jacking the price 1,000.
Cut it out, will you? It's business. We're big business now. That's why Al wants us, and that's why he'll pay us $3,000. That's so hard to take?
Sure, it's fine. But we're all business now. Everything's happened so fast for us, we've lost being man and wife. I like being man and wife, Larry. Not just a dance partner.
Look, it's the air in Miami. That's what's bothering you. Come on, let's pack.
High over Miami, clouds gather and move. Far to the south, the great cone of wind spins strongly now. Feeling adolescent strength, it starts moving across the sea. It feels for direction and curves northward. The ocean is patterned with great heaping swells racing before it. On the Gulf Coast beaches, the tide still rises normally. Then a wave, larger than usual, crashes unevenly across the sand.
This Sea Beach looks like quite a layout. A lot of money, a lot of class.
Mm-hmm. Sure does.
Oh, come on, snap out of it, will you? Hey, there's Al's hotel. Look at that sign. The Westons, big as you can make it.
Sure. We're big.
Look, don't start anything. We're here for a week, and the weather is nice. Try to get along, will you?
Hi, Larry! Joyce!
Hey, Al! Someplace you got.
All right, on the beach. Nothing but the best. How are you, Joyce? It's been a long time.
Hi, Al. It's really good to see you.
Come on. Yeah, you got one of the best suites in the place. Hey, boy, get these bags into 215, will you?
Looks like a real nice place, Al.
Strictly resort, Larry. Entertainment and the weather. I got my entertainment, and if the weather stays just right, why...
Hey, that's some surf.
Yeah, it started yesterday. Paper says big storm down in the Gulf somewhere. They think it's moving this way. Scared off some of the guests, but when I got up that Western sign, it stopped the checkout cold.
Oh, so we're storm bait, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Nothing to worry about, though. Not a cloud in the sky, is there? If you believe the papers, you could die from worry.
Monsieur Morgan, if you please.
Oh, yeah, Pide. What can I do for you?
It is the food, monsieur. Toto, please, I am speaking.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Weston, Monsieur Pide.
Hi.
The dancing westerns? Oh, an honor. I have never seen you perform, but everyone knows you are magnificent.
That's an awfully nice dog.
Merci, madame. I am sorry Colette and Madame Pompadour are not with me at the moment. They will meet you later, I hope.
Something about the food, Pide?
Oh, the special diet for my dogs, monsieur. I am afraid I lose the cooperation of the kitchen again.
I'll take care of it.
Oh, merci. And now, au revoir until this evening. Viens, Toto. Viens.
Oh, he's cute.
Oh, you should see those dogs work. The four of them really put on a show.
What, a dog act?
Sure, they're good.
Oh, wait a minute, Al. That just doesn't go.
What do you mean, Larry?
Well, I mean, Al didn't tell me he was running a circus, that's all.
Look, Larry, P-Day's got a good actor. He wouldn't be here.
That's swell. But we don't work with dog acts.
Larry!
It's simple, Joyce. If Al can hold his crowd with a dog act, fine. He doesn't need us.
But he's got a contract. What can I do?
Larry, you're not
Can you get the
serious.
boy to put the bags back in the car, Al? Come on, Joyce.
No,
Let's go.
No, wait. I've already got your name up out there. Okay. Larry, I'll buy up today's contract.
Fine. Now, you understand, don't you, Al? I mean, well, a dog act.
Yeah, sure. I understand.
Swell. Then we better get ourselves unpacked.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Look, Al. That was Larry talking, not me.
Yeah, I know, honey. He's changed, hasn't he?
Yeah, we're a big team now. I guess that's it. He's got to prove it all the time. I don't know exactly what to do.
He's really a nice guy, Joyce. It'll wear off.
Thanks. I hope you're right.
Over the Gulf Coast shore, the sun shines warm on the slow, continuous beat of the heavy storm surf. The sky remains clear until late afternoon. Then a slight yellowish haze, the first land warning, creeps into the darkening blue. The barometer is measured, and from Florida to Texas, red and black hurricane flags unfold in an oddly soft breeze. Precautionary. Nothing definite yet. The sunset is brilliant red, and later there's a halo around the moon.
Thank you very much, but that was our last encore, I'm afraid. Regardless of what the newspapers and radios have been saying about the weather, we'll be here tomorrow night with a very special performance.
You like us?
Sure. You're a little sloppy tonight, honey. You can stand some rehearsal.
Oh, swell, you two. You are great. And look around, not an empty seat in the place.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was a good crowd. Only Joyce wasn't.
Al, what's the real dope on this storm?
Oh, who knows? The hurricane flags are up, but none of the natives around here are getting excited. Few places boarded up, and nobody's leaving. Business as usual.
Hey, you know, it might be fun.
What?
Well, to see if we could hold a crowd here in a hurricane.
You're kidding.
Us against a hurricane. I bet we could.
It'd be a good act, Larry, but I hope you don't get the chance.
Oh, Mr. Weston. Mr. Weston. Mr. Weston, I do hope you don't think I'm forward, but I did so admire you and your wife out there on the floor. I've seen a lot of dancing, but honestly...
Well, thank you.
I know you dance for a living, but could you... Would you please show me that back stair?
Well, you'll have to ask my wife.
Oh, please, Miss Weston, I'll die happy.
Of course. Go right ahead.
Well, there isn't much for a girl who learns really quite.
Have a drink, Joyce?
No, I don't think so, thanks.
I know he was kidding, but for a minute I thought Larry meant that about the hurricane.
Low racing clouds rush tirelessly by. More rain, more gusts of wind. The clouds grow heavier in the haze-filled sky.
Oh, come on, Joyce. Come on. Pick it up.
All right, Larry, all right.
Now, stop it. Look, it's 4 p.m. already. At 8 o'clock, we have an appointment downstairs doing a show. The rehearsal is for your benefit. What's the matter with you?
Oh, the fun's gone out of it, Larry. Look, we've got to talk this out.
Here it comes again. Listen, Joyce.
I've got to say it, Larry. I've got to tell you what I feel.
It's about the dog act?
It's not the dog act. It's you. It's all you. You say we, us, but you really mean you. I used to feel close when we danced, but You're such a big, important showstopper all by yourself. There's no room for me anymore.
If you're all through, we'll continue with the rehearsal.
Please, Larry, listen to me. I love you. But I don't know you anymore. The way you push people around, nothing means anything to you. Nothing is important except that big sign, the Western.
Well, sure, it's important. The weather turns bad, people get scared, Al puts that sign up, and they stay. Now, can it, Joyce? Can it before I get
You don't really need a wife anymore, do you, Larry? All you need is someone to dance with. That's what you really feel, isn't it?
All right, yes. I took you, I can take anybody. That dumb little blonde last night, as soon as we got out on the floor, I knew... Joyce, where do you think you're going?
I don't know, Larry. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Larry?
Yeah.
I just heard it on the radio. They think the center of this storm may hit somewhere near Sea Beach.
Oh?
Yeah, could be 100 miles either way. Some of the guests are kind of nervous. Hey, look, could you and Joyce come down and help me keep their minds off it?
Sure, Al, sure. What's a little hurricane? Is that blonde I danced with last night around?
Oh, yeah, I saw her in the bar.
Have her meet me on the floor.
The sky-filling haze thickens. The barometer drops suddenly, and it can almost be felt. Then, seaward, on the edge of the horizon, a low gray curve appears. It climbs slowly, grows darker, then stands there, congealing its power into an ugly bluish-black mass. Then, steadied and deliberate, the great wind monster moves toward the land. The sky darkens, lowering ominously, and from horizon to shore, the sea boils white with rage. The rain is continuous now, falling harder and harder. Then, from the approaching edge of fury, the first flicking fingers gouge through the rain and touch land.
Over here, Larry.
Hello?
Oh, hi. What'd you say your name was, honey?
Betty Ann White. You want to see little old me?
I couldn't round up much of an orchestra.
That's okay. The piano's enough. Well, where's Joyce? She's around. Look, Betty Ann.
Well, I'll go find her.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill of my life to dance with you last night, Mr. West. Oh, it's really storming, isn't it?
You scared?
Me? My, no. I've been through storms before.
Come on. You know, you danced pretty good last night.
Huh?
How would you like to entertain the folks?
Huh? You mean you and me? In front of those people?
Sure. You like to dance?
That scares me. I just couldn't.
Why, sure you can. Come on. I'll make you look great.
The first winds churn up the beaches, whirl inland, shudder against walls, and wind past. Trees groan. The lighter branches crack and fly off. A board rattles on a flimsy wooden shack, tears loose and hurtles through the air.
Listen up, honey. We're all watching. Relax. There's nothing to it. Now spin toward the window.
I think I got it now. Give me something?
Spin, honey. Spin. I think she...
Please, folks, it's going to be all right. Let's go into the lobby of the bar. Everything's going to be all right.
Al, she's not going to be all right.
I know. I'll get some of the boys to move her. Come on. Now, listen, keep it quiet. But the cops were by. They're warning everybody. The storm shifted. It's headed straight for Sea Beach.
Where's Joyce?
I'm not sure. One of the bellboys saw her earlier. Said she looked pretty upset.
I know, yeah. We had an argument. Where is she?
Oh, we checked all over. Joyce! Larry, we looked every place.
You mean you let her go out?
If she took the car, the cops will stop her to get her off the street.
She didn't take the car. I got the keys in my pocket.
Oh, no, wait, Larry. It's a hurricane. You can't go up there.
Now, let me go. I gotta find Joyce.
Joyce!
wind, I can't see. Light off, will you? That's it. Now we can get through.
The preliminary winds pass, a pause, and then, bruising, tearing, whining, the thing steps to the land. The sea drags up with it, roaring in twisted, foaming agony, and falls like cannon shot on all it can reach. The rain no longer falls, but hammers, sideways with the force of bullets. The palm trees bend, almost sweep the ground. Four stubborn trunks offer resistance, then suddenly wrench from their roots. The works of man tremble, shudder, and mighty man himself, caught in the open, is forced to return to all fours.
Crazy, mister. How'd you get out there? I'm looking for my wife. You can't find her now. You're lucky you're still alive. She's out there. I've got to find her.
Listen, I'm trying to help you. Somebody's taking care of her someplace, too. She's gonna be all right now. Come on back inside.
No, you don't understand.
There's only one thing you understand, mister. That's a hurricane. It cuts everything aside.
Listen to me. I've got to find my wife.
Gotta wait till the calm sets in.
Calm?
Yeah, the hurricane dies. We can get to the police station then. They'll know where to find your wife.
The wind screams at a 90, 100, 130 miles an hour. The light grows black, fingered with a weird electric blue. Rooftops flash in the streets. Broken power lines spit 10,000-volt electrocutions. Man sits in his trembling shelter, totters on the edge of security with hollow fear in his eyes. Then, suddenly, without warning, the calm. A weird, uneasy silence, surrounded by the force of hell.
Middle of the block there. That's the police station.
How long does the calm last?
Hard to tell. Hour, 15 minutes.
Come on. Over here, you two. You hurt? Need any first aid?
No.
Listen, I gotta find my wife. What's her name? Weston, Joyce Weston. Mrs. Joyce Weston? Mrs. Joyce Weston? Mrs. Weston. Sorry, buddy. Joyce! It's Larry, Joyce.
What about the fire station?
Could be. Red Cross is set up there. Oh. Where is it? Next block over, Jackson Street. Hey, buddy, you better stay here. Her name is Weston. Joyce Weston.
I'm busy with the injured, mister. You'll have to look yourself.
Joyce. Joyce. Monsieur. Monsieur. Oh, Mr. Bidet.
My dogs, monsieur. Have you seen my dogs?
Look, I'm trying to find Joyce, my wife.
Oh, but my dogs, they walk away. I went after them.
Bidet, will you listen to me?
My dogs.
Joyce.
My dogs.
Joyce. You all right?
Oh, I'm fine, Larry. I'm fine.
Come on.
Oh, wait, I've got to help you.
It'll keep. Come on.
Larry, wait a minute. The storm isn't over. This is just the calm.
Yeah, I know. Why did you run out? Teach me a lesson?
What?
It was pretty small time, Joyce. You left me in a pretty
Wait
bad
a minute.
hole.
Where are we going?
Back to the hotel. They're waiting for us.
Well, you're crazy. And I was crazy to kid myself that you actually came looking for me.
Look, Joyce, I'm not going to beg. I don't have to.
Oh, you're so big. The hurricane stopper, Larry Weston. And you believe it, don't you? You really believe it.
Now, don't get me sore. They're waiting for us at the hotel. Now, come on.
No, not us, Larry. They're waiting for you, the hurricane stopper.
Joyce.
I'm going back to the fire station. So long, Larry. You don't need it, but lots of luck.
The second wind struck, completing the infinite anger, then passed on over the lowlands to the hills, finally tearing its shrieking self apart. The sun shines once more on a whipped and torn earth. It is over, and those who lived through it stir humbly. Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy. Next week, a story based on fact and written by a master of suspense. An adaptation of the 19th century Bourne murder case called The Dead Alive. The author, Wilkie Collins. Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Portions of the program were transcribed. The Storm was written for Suspense by Richard Chandley. In tonight's story, Joan Banks was heard as Joyce. Featured in the cast were Sharon Douglas, Joseph Kearns, Rolf Sedan, Jerry Hausner, and Jim Nusser. Your narrator, Larry Thorpe.
Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers and can soon be seen in House of Wax, in 3-dimension and Warner Color.
And remember next week, Mr. Herbert Marshall in The Dead Alive.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Beyond Reasonable Doubt.
The cerise jacket on the mannequin in the window of the Berkshire shop was the thing that had brought Gina across the street to the south side of Kimberly Drive. It was an unusual thing for Gina to do, but the jacket was a stunning one, like everything handled by the Berkshire shops from coast to coast. And Gina had told herself that now, after 5 years, it was high time she got rid of the strange, subconscious dread that kept her away from the shiny black marble front of the most fashionable dress shop in Hillcrest. She examined the jacket and had almost decided to risk going inside to inquire about it when a man, a tall, dark-haired man with a white carnation in his lapel, hurried past her into the door. Her heart stopped cold for a moment and then began to pound. Her first impulse was to hurry on and never come back, but she stopped, not sure, and then walked back cautiously to the glass door, looked through at his retreating back, the familiarity of his walk, the slope of his shoulders, and then...
Gina, darling.
Oh, hello, Isabel.
Oh, how wonderful to
find you here. Darling, you've got to help me pick out a dress. You've simply got to. I'm a desperate woman.
I'm sorry, Isabel. I'm in a hurry, and I
What's
can't...
the matter, Gina? Here you are, one of the best-dressed women in Hillcrest, yet you avoid the Berkshire like the plague. Have you got something against them?
I've just been too busy to worry much about clothes.
Rubbish. Look at you now, like you stepped out of a bandbox. Black and white, and that lovely black and white bag to match. Where did you get it?
Oh, Stillman's this morning.
It's a beautiful bag. How you managed to find these things. Well, in we go now.
I can't stay long, really.
We'll only be a minute. You'll love this store, darling. You look around. I want to speak to the clerk at the glove counter for a moment.
All right, Isabel.
Well, how are you, Jenny?
Well,
Haven't seen you in a long time.
you startled me.
Don't you remember me, Jenny?
Jenny?
That's right. Jenny Barton.
I think you must have made a mistake.
Oh? Did I?
I'm afraid so.
I'm very sorry.
Clerk.
Yes?
You saw the woman I came in with, the lady in the blue crepe?
Why, yes, ma'am.
When she comes back, would you tell her I've gone home? Please, I don't feel well.
Yes, Gina, you're not feeling well. And there's a good reason. The tall, thin-faced man with a white carnation. Handsome in a cruel sort of a way. You do remember him, don't you, Gina? Yes. After Seattle, there was no forgetting Floyd Durant. All afternoon, you keep telling yourself you brought it off. That Floyd would decide he made a mistake. That Jenny Barton of Seattle and Gina Crane of Hillcrest are two different people. Just an unpleasant incident, Gina. Not worth mentioning to anyone. Least of all to Clinton Crane, your husband.
Well, Gina, did you have a pleasant day?
Why, yes, Clinton, quite pleasant. I went shopping.
Oh?
Isabel and I, she was looking for a dress.
Gina, I wish you wouldn't see so much of Isabel.
Oh, she's harmless, dear.
And awfully stupid.
I know it, Clinton, but somehow I couldn't help myself.
You could tell her you're busy.
Well, she wouldn't take no for an answer.
Well, it's a cruel way to put it, I suppose, but you and I are going to have to be careful of the company we keep from now on.
Why's that?
At the last committee meeting, my name came up for state senator. After that Brooks affair, they'll go over the next candidate with a fine-tooth comb.
But after all, Isabel...
I know. Just keep it in mind, darling. Oh, by the way, this letter came for you this afternoon.
What is it?
Oh, I'm not the prying type, dear. You know that. Funny, though, it was stuck under the door when I came home.
Oh, thank you.
Well, aren't you going to read it?
Yes, of course. June 14th, my dear Mrs... Oh.
You sit down slowly as you read it, trying to hold yourself steady. Clinton is watching you, Gina. You can't let him know, can't give him the slightest chance to guess what's in that letter. What makes the words fly off the paper and bury themselves in your brain like jagged pieces of shrapnel.
My dear Mrs. Crane, apparently you don't remember me, Floyd Durant. But I remember you, Jenny. I remember you very well. I know when you'll read this, you'll wish I was dead. Because of our strange association while I was store detective at the Berkshire shop in Seattle. I'm staying at a boarding house, 217 Pine Street, 3rd floor rear. If you'd like to talk over old times, drop around tonight at 9 o'clock. And bring your checkbook with you. That is, unless you'd like me to have my conversation with someone else. Your husband, for example. Or the police.
What's the matter, dear? Bad news?
No. It's nothing important. Just a note from my dressmaker.
Oh?
Remember, I told you I was getting a new suit? It's nothing important.
With the prologue of Beyond Reasonable Doubt, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now I want to tell you about a product that's so fine, 97% of the persons now using it say they will be back for more. I'm talking about Lee tires, featured by Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And no wonder drivers like Lee tires. For 45 years, Lee of Conshohocken has made only the finest of first-line tires. And today's Lees, with their patented double-life rayon cord construction, are 25% better than pre-war. Safer, easier riding, longer wearing. What's more, your signal dealer can arrange easy credit terms on new Lee tires. And he'll give you a generous trade-in on your old tires. So why keep on taking chances on those smooth, tired-out old tires that can cause serious accidents and spoil your driving fun? Stop by your signal service station and have your signal dealer look over your present tires. You'll be surprised how little it will cost to drive out on fine new Lee tires. And now, back to the Whistler.
So that's it, Gina. 5 years are pushed aside and you're back where you started. Floyd Durant has found you at last. And the whole ugly mess you left behind in Seattle is right here on your doorstep. You know Floyd very well, don't you, Gina? You know he'll keep your secret. You know you can trust him. If you pay him as long as you live. Luckily, Clinton, your husband, is due tonight at a political meeting. And shortly after he leaves, you pull your car out of the garage. The letter with Floyd's address on it tucked safely away in your black and white bag. 217 Pine Street, 3rd floor rear. A half hour later, you're walking down the long, dark hallway toward his room. But as you raise your hand to knock, something stops you.
I can't stand it, Floyd. I tell you, I don't care. Nothing matters now. You can do as you please, but don't come running back to me. I'm all through. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you.
Certainly.
Hello, Jenny. Come in. I've been expecting you.
I've come to tell you I can't possibly...
No such word as can't.
Your friend seemed a little upset.
Temperament. Barbara's a very unstable girl. Not like you, Jenny. You always took everything in stride. Like a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, well, I'll go ahead then. You know, I felt like shouting Eureka when I saw you at the Berkshire today. It's been a long search.
Let's get it over, Floyd. How much do you want?
Well, let's figure how much I would have had if you'd played square with me, huh? Let's see, I let you steal those clothes in the Seattle store. You would have picked up a rich guy.
Never mind that. I asked you how much.
Depends on your resources.
You've got to give me some time. I can't raise the money overnight.
Oh, now, Jenny, let's not be that way. Your husband's a wealthy man coming along in politics.
I think I can get you 1,000.
Never do to have his wife exposed as a thief. Worth a lot to a man like that to keep his
I said I could raise 1,000. Is that enough?
No. How about 10?
I couldn't possibly. Clinton gives me a weekly allowance. He balances my bank statement.
Listen, Jenny, I covered for you. It wasn't easy. I played it stupid. But not anymore. Oh, cheap little shop girl's going to play me for a sucker twice.
You ain't as much as I am. You're just as crazy.
Now, careful, Jenny. You talk pretty big for a thief.
I won't let you ruin my life, Floyd. I won't let you do it.
No?
I'll stop you. I swear I'll stop you.
There's only one way you can stop me, Jenny. I just told you how. Think it over for a minute, huh?
He walks out of the room for a moment, and you slump back in a chair, sure that he means what he says. That Seattle is caught up with Hillcrest, and there's no way out. Then, only a split second before he comes back, your eye strikes something on the table next to your chair. A long, bright, sharp pair of scissors. You reach out, grab them, hold them under your bag as you rise.
Now, let's get down to cases, Jenny. It's not whether you're going to raise that dough anymore. It's how.
Floyd, I want to be very sure about this. You know what you'll be doing to me.
What?
You know there's no possible way I could...
I just told you.
All right, Floyd, I'm just making sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Well.
Oh, would you pick up my bag, please?
I thought you'd bring it with you. Sure, baby, sure.
All right. Right. Oh. You decided.
It's only after it's over, when you're back in your car, that you realize you still have a chance. That you were lucky enough to be wearing gloves. That when Floyd Durant is discovered with those scissors in his back, there'll be no way to connect it with wealthy, gracious Gina Crane. There's no sleep for you tonight, of course. And by morning, your mind is dull, your eyes heavy as you sit across the table from Clinton at breakfast, looking at the back of his paper.
More coffee, dear?
No, thanks. Well, another murder last night.
What?
Yes, but for once, thank heaven, the police are on their toes.
You mean they know who did it?
Yes, a woman.
Could I see it, Clinton?
Yes, here, read it. Store detective from one of the downtown shops was stabbed with a pair of scissors. It was bound to have been a woman.
They haven't decided who it was.
Her name's there, Barbara something or other. She followed him down from Seattle. There it is, Barbara Arnold.
They've arrested her?
This morning.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I just hate to hear about these things, Clinton. So much crime.
There'll be less of it when I get elected to office. And, by the way, I'd better be getting to my office right now. Things are beginning to hum down there with nominations
Clinton,
coming up.
Darling, you know the Parkers are up at Yosemite?
Yes?
They want me to join them for a few weeks.
Now, Gina, you know that's out of the question. I'm tied up with the committee right now, and
Couldn't I run up alone?
Would you like to?
Would you mind?
Well, I suppose not. When do you want to go?
Right away, Clinton. Today.
You had to get away, didn't you, Gina? Even if it's only for a few weeks. It gives you time to sit back, collect your thoughts, and then try to forget all about Floyd Durant and Barbara Arnold and murder. Somehow, by the time you return from Yosemite, you've almost managed to forget. At least your mind is made up that no matter what happens to the girl they've arrested, you're not going to interfere. Most important of all, Clinton must never know.
I'd have appreciated your coming back last Friday, Gina. I wired you to return then.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I was meeting so many important people and having such a marvelous time. I didn't think a few days would make any difference.
Well, fortunately, they haven't. You won't be needed until tomorrow.
Tomorrow for what?
Jury duty, dear. You've been selected as a prospective juror in the Arnold trial.
What?
I'm sure they'll accept you.
Clinton,
Yes?
Clinton, I can't serve on that jury.
Can't serve? What are you talking about, Gina? You'll be ideal for them. Well, you've scarcely even read about the trial. No prejudice, an open mind.
I'm sorry, Clinton, I won't serve.
Huh? Well, now, see here, Gina. I'm sorry to disagree with you. I've given you your way many times, but this is one thing on which I've made up my mind. I want you to do everything in your power to get on that jury.
But, Clinton,
The committee notified me while you were away. I'm going to be nominated for state senator. Now, the campaign won't be easy. We can't have anyone saying that my wife refused the simple obligation of jury duty.
Clinton, you don't understand.
Of course I don't understand. Is there any reason, Gina, any reason in the world why you shouldn't be on that jury?
No, Clinton. There isn't.
Well, that's better. Now, we'll go down together.
Yes, Clinton.
Oh, and by the way, none of that Hattie Carnegie stuff you wear. Wear something simple. Your black and white outfit, perhaps.
Yes, of course, dear. I'll be ready in the morning.
You never expected anything like this, did you, Gina? All night and the next morning, driving down to the courthouse with Clinton, your mind is struggling for a way out. But there doesn't seem to be one. All you can do is pray that Barbara Arnold, the girl you ran into outside Floyd's room, will fail to recognize you. As the attorneys question each candidate for jury duty, you're trembling inside, telling yourself over and over that it was dark in that hall, that Barbara had been crying, that you scarcely spoke, that she wouldn't know now in this courtroom.
And now you're sure, Mrs. Crane, that you can approach this trial with an open mind, that you haven't reached any decision on the basis of what you've heard or read in the newspapers?
I'm sure.
And you would have to be convinced beyond all reasonable doubt that the defendant, Barbara Arnold, my client, is guilty before you would vote for conviction?
I would.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane. That's all.
Thank you.
Just one moment, Mrs. Crane.
Hmm?
Just one more question.
Yes?
Are you certain that you never met the defendant before?
Yes. Positive.
I see. For a moment, Miss Arnold thought you looked familiar. She must be mistaken.
She is. Quite mistaken.
All right. The defense accepts the jury, Your Honor.
Well, Gina, you're on the jury, sitting in judgment as the state tries Barbara Arnold for the murder you committed. And you've been lucky, haven't you, Gina? Very lucky. No suspicions, nothing to implicate you in any way.
And the prosecution will prove beyond reasonable doubt that this girl, Barbara Arnold, sitting here in front of you, weeping, as her attorney has carefully instructed her, did with malice aforethought and hatred in her heart murder Floyd Durant. Are you positive, Mr. Jackson, that the defendant is the person you heard threaten Mr. Durant on the evening of June 14th?
Well, I can't be sure of the voice, but I did hear him quarreling, and he called her Barbara.
Oh? He called her Barbara.
Yes, sir, I heard that all right.
And what time was this quarrel?
Oh, about 8:30, I guess. My wife and I were going out to the movies, and we heard the girl sobbing and yelling.
And what were the words she used, Mr. Jackson, as near as you can remember?
Well, she said, "I'm going to get even, Floyd. I don't care what happens."
Thank you.
But I didn't mean that I was going to kill him. I didn't mean that.
Order! Order!
So, Miss Arnold, after your bitter quarrel with the deceased, you turned and ran out of the room.
Yes, sir.
Was that before or after you stabbed him with the scissors?
I didn't stab him. I didn't.
Then how do you explain your fingerprints on the shears?
I must have picked them up to touch them while I was in Floyd's room. I was very upset I wouldn't remember. You'd have to believe that.
You're asking us to believe a great deal, Miss Arnold. A mysterious woman outside in the hall, someone you can't identify.
I don't care. I didn't kill Floyd. I didn't. No matter what you say, I didn't kill him.
That is for the jury to decide, Miss Arnold. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the attorney for the defense insists that you must find this girl, Barbara Arnold, this murderess, innocent, as long as you hold any doubts as to her guilt. Well, for once, I agree with him. But there is no doubt. She quarreled with Durant. She admits that. She threatened him. She admits that. The only thing that she does not admit is that she killed him. She doesn't have to admit that. Her fingerprints are on the weapon. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Motive, opportunity, and evidence.
Yes, Gina. Motive, opportunity, evidence. And as the trial moves into its last day, you're feeling more confident than ever. You're thankful that the jury isn't to be locked up, that you're free to return home now, get a full night's rest before tomorrow's deliberations. And you're more exhausted than you realize, Gina. You oversleep the next morning, have to dress hurriedly, slip into the black and white crepe outfit, grab up your black and white bag to match as you run out the door to the waiting taxi. And there's another ironic thing, Gina. 15 minutes after the jury retires, you find yourself elected foreman. Yes, sitting there in the black and white dress, the same outfit right down to the handbag that you wore on the night you killed Floyd Durant. Foreman of the jury that should be trying you.
Five, 6, 7, 8. We stand 8 for conviction, 4 for acquittal. We'll have to talk it out further.
Yes, Gina. You have to talk it out further until the other 11 members of the jury join you in a unanimous vote for guilty.
But, Mrs. Crane, I still don't see why, if it was premeditated, she would use a scissors. I should
It's
think...
a woman's weapon. I thought of that, too, Mrs. Adamson.
You don't believe, then, that there's anything to her claim about a mystery woman?
None at all. I think that's the weakest argument they presented.
I agree with Mrs. Crane. That's just a trick.
Right. They're not giving us credit for good sense.
All right, ladies. I agree with you. I'll change my vote.
Very good, Mr. Knowles. Then, we're all agreed?
Yes. Here, Mrs. Crane, write it down. Write down our verdict.
We, the jury, sworn upon our oath and, after careful deliberation, find the defendant, Barbara Arnold, guilty of murder in the first degree.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since you're going to be passing a lot of signal service stations during your summer driving, I thought you'd like to know a little more about the organization that brings you the Whistler and the policies it stands for. First of all, signal products have always been sold only through dealer-owned stations. The reason? Signal believes that a man who has his own money invested in his own business naturally has more incentive to serve you better. Secondly, because you want top-quality products for your car, every Signal service station is backed by an organization that serves almost 2,000 Signal dealers, with resources to bring you all the latest advances in petroleum science. Do drivers like this combination of personal service at dealer-owned Signal stations plus fine-quality Signal products? Well, just consider the facts. From a mere handful of dealers in Southern California, Signal has grown and grown. Until today, Signal stations serve 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. For extra driving pleasure, extra performance from your car, why don't you join the switch to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline? And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Gina, you put it over. The incident in Seattle with the late Floyd Durant is closed for good. Yes, Barbara Arnold is about to be condemned for Floyd's murder. Clinton will never know the truth now, will he, Gina? All he'll have is praise for the way you conducted yourself in serving as foreman of the jury that should have been trying you. As you file back into the courtroom with the other 11 members, you're trembling a little. But not with fear this time, Gina. No. It's because you're thrilled, excited, because everyone in the room is looking at you, waiting for the verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant...
No, Mrs. Crane. As jury foreman, you will please hand the verdict to the clerk. He will read it.
Oh, yes, of course. I had the envelope right here. I must have dropped it.
You put it in your purse, Mrs. Crane. I watched you.
Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. I don't seem to find it. We women keep so many things in our pocketbooks. But wait a moment. Here it is.
Very well, Mrs. Crane. Hand the envelope to the clerk.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane.
The clerk will read the verdict.
But, Your Honor, this...
Clerk will read the verdict.
But...
Will you please read that paper?
Yes, Your Honor. June 14th. My dear Mrs. Crane, apparently you don't remember me, Floyd Durant. But I remember you, Jenny. I remember you very well. I know when you read this, you'll wish I was dead.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Robert Libet and Frank Burt, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
She was murdered, I tell you, Danfield. I found her at the bottom of Pitfall Cliff.
You're sure she was murdered?
Yeah, look at the wound in her neck. You'll see. I loved her, Doc. I've got $5,000 saved up. It's all yours if you'll find out for me who murdered Dale. So I can kill him.
Dr. Daniel Danfield, student of crime psychology, has many times provided the police with a solution to a baffling case. Today we find the alert doctor and his secretary, Rusty Fairfax, at a winter resort called Bald Eagle Lodge. The place is owned and operated by Chuck O'Connor and Red Martin, two ex-skiing champions. Both Dan and Rusty are much interested in the famous legend of the Windigo, the half-human, half-animal-like beast that roams the nearby forest, frightening natives with its moaning shriek.
Jacques. I think we should not have started out for the cabin so late in the afternoon.
So? Why is it that you think such a thing?
Look, the shadows grow long. Soon it will be dark.
Are we afraid of the dark, mon ami?
It is not the dark alone, Jacques. It is the Windigo. Beyond lies the clearing, at the end of which is Pitfall Cliff.
So you have sinned then, eh? Have you forgotten that the Windigo, she only cries out to those who have sinned?
Then you do not believe in the stories of the Windigo? You do not believe that there is a beast whose coat glows with the fiery light of a sunset, whose moaning scream lures sinners to their death over the edge of Pitfall Cliff?
Only a fool she would believe such tales, Renee.
We, only a fool, and perhaps a sinner.
A sinner fears only his own conscience.
So? Then perhaps it would have been best if... Listen!
It is only the wind. Come, let us be on our way.
No, it is more than the wind. It is... Look!
Where? There is nothing.
Mon Dieu, it is a Windigo. See, there among the trees, a light.
Mother of Mary. Yes, it cannot be so. It is a trick.
No, it is a Windigo. It is calling to me. I must obey.
Renee, come back, come back.
It is calling to me. It knows I have sinned. There is no strength left in my body.
Mon Dieu, what thing is this? It is neither man nor beast. And yet his eyes she glow with the tongues of fire. Renee, come back! Come back! The cliff! She is just beyond!
I cannot come back! I have sinned and I must obey! The Windigo is calling to me!
That's the end of the story, folks. Whenever a man or woman has committed a great sin, the Windigo comes forth from its lair and lures the sinner to Pitfall Cliff and pushes him over to his death. And if you don't believe me, just try committing a sin and find out.
What a wonderful story. I've had goose pimples for the past half hour. So have I.
What does the Windigo look like, Chuck?
Well, it's half man and half beast, Rusty, and its coat glows in the darkness as though covered with phosphorus.
Oh, can it talk?
Almost. Although it's best known for its half-animal, half-human moaning shriek.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Don't push it, Rusty. Remember Pitfall Cliff.
Dan Danfield, are you insinuating that I'm a sinner?
All right, folks, strap on your skis. We'll head back to the lodge. Red will lead the way. Everybody stick close together, please. Take the last slope in easy stages.
Oh, I'll be glad to get back. I'm Spanish.
Yeah, all you have to do is become a sinner.
You all set, Red?
Sure, anytime. Line up, folks.
Shouldn't somebody put out the fire?
Well, Chuck will take care of that, Rusty. Your skis on tight?
Sure, I'm all right.
Okay, Red, shove off.
Here we go, everybody. Follow me.
Come on, Rusty, you first.
I'm on my way. Come on, Dan.
Right behind you.
Down we go.
Here we go.
Windigo, here we come.
Take it easy, everybody. Follow Red.
Chuck.
But Dale, I thought you'd...
No, you didn't, Chuck. You knew I was standing over there under the pond.
Did I?
Yes. That's why you stayed behind. Chuck, is it all over?
All over? I don't get it, Dale.
Oh, Chuck, don't pretend. You've stopped loving me, haven't you?
Dale, look. I'm the kind
Haven't you?
I never did love you, Dale.
Never did. Oh, no. That's a lie, Chuck. You don't mean it.
Even if I didn't, it wouldn't make any difference. Oh, I'm on a spot, Dale. I realized it 3 days ago.
Realized what?
That it was going to be impossible to reach you to explain how I feel.
I don't understand.
Believe me, Dale, I didn't mean to hurt you. If I'd suspected you were taking me seriously,
Seriously?
It's part of the job with me, Dale. It's what I get paid for.
Oh.
Most of the girls who come up here hope for a little, well, romance.
Why, of all the cheap, rotten, dirty... And you think that's what my sister expects too, don't you?
Your sister?
So, it was 3 days ago that you decided you were the great, strong, silent man of the outdoors. How coincidental, Chuck, that it was just 3 days ago that Kitty arrived at the lodge.
Dale, are you implying...
I'm not implying, Chuck. I'm telling you. Kitty was up here with you that night you heard the yapping of your so-called Windigo.
Oh, no. Whatever
Yes,
gave you
she
that?
was. You see, I saw you start out together. Only it wasn't the ki-yi-ying of any mythical half-human mutt dog that changed your mind. It was the cooing drivel and roving eyes of my two-timing sister.
Stop it, Dale. You don't know what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying. I've had to put up with it all my life. Every date I've had, every man who's been interested in me, Kitty's taken away. She'd take them away and then laugh at me. And I'd have to take it and pretend I didn't mind.
You sound like a child, a spoiled, selfish brat.
I didn't think it would matter, Chuck. Not with you. You see, I thought you were different. I fell in love with you, Chuck.
Dale, what are you doing?
I don't care what happens now. I wish I were dead. I don't care. I don't care what happens. I wish I was dead.
Dale, come back here. Dale, there's something I didn't tell you.
In a moment, we'll return for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now back to our star, Michael Dunn, for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Well, feel better, Rusty?
Anyone would feel better after a meal like that.
Well, that story about the Windigo didn't spoil your appetite, then. Huh?
Are you kidding? It was an exciting story, though, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, here comes Red. And looks serious. Hope nothing has happened to Dale and Chuck.
Hello, Doc. Rusty. Can I see a minute?
Why, sure, Red. What's the...
No, outside in the office. It's important.
All right, I'll be right along. Rusty, you stay right.
No, I'm coming too.
But this might be a private matter.
I hope it is. I'm sick of these public matters.
By that, I suppose you mean that because I've been polite to Kitty Thorndyke...
Yes, I do. You're doing it just to make me jealous.
Oh, thanks, Red. Go ahead, Rusty.
Chuck's private office is over here.
Oh, then Chuck's back?
Yeah. Go in, please.
Oh, hello, Chuck. Glad you're back. We thought that
Dale.
probably...
Look, on the couch.
That's Dale. What happened, Chuck?
She's dead.
Dead? Oh, no, Dan.
Let me take a look here. Yeah, she is dead.
Wait a minute. There must be a mistake. Dan...
I know what he is. You're a detective, aren't you, Doctor?
At times. Why?
Dale was murdered.
Murdered? Now, just a minute. Making a statement like that...
She was murdered, I tell you. I found her at the bottom of Pitfall Cliff. She was struck in the neck with the steel point of a ski pole and pushed over.
You're sure?
Yes, look at her neck, you'll see. I loved her, Doc. I've got $5,000 saved up. It's all yours if you'll find out for me who murdered Dale. So I can kill him.
Dan, won't the police be annoyed when they discover the way we've messed up all the ski marks?
Well, they probably will, Rusty, but it can't be helped. There are some things I want to check.
It seems to me we're really sticking our noses into something.
Oh, does it, Rusty? Now, let's leave our skis here. That's the edge of Pitfall Cliff over there.
You know, Dan, I just thought of something.
Edge of what's that?
Suppose there is such a thing as a Windigo. Suppose that last
Stand
night...
your skis upright in the snow, huh, Rusty? That's good. All right, now let's go. Now, what were you saying, Rusty?
Well, suppose last night Dale Thorndyke heard the cry of the Windigo and was lured to the edge of Pitfall Cliff and fell over.
Well, that would certainly be a convenient solution of the problem, wouldn't it? Oh, careful here now. Yes, there's one set of ski marks coming in from the south. Here's another coming down the slope from the west.
Dan, you really didn't believe that story about the Windigo, did you?
Windigo? Of course. Let me see now. The ski coming from the west was moving fast. He christied to a full stop right here beside the other set of tracks.
But, Dan, it was such a fantastic story. Who ever heard of a Windigo?
Oh, stand back, will you, Rusty? Yes, this is what I've been looking for. The marks of 2 ski poles in the snow.
Of course, at the time I pretended to believe it just to please Chuck. I didn't really.
Sir, this is exactly what I hoped for. Look here, Rusty.
What for?
Look at the imprint made by this ski pole. The steel point was obviously 4-sided.
Well?
Now look at the one over here. It was made by a 5-sided point.
Does that prove something?
I think it might. The doctor who was called from the village will be able to tell us what kind of a ski pole made the wound in Dale Thorndyke's neck.
And?
Well, the point of most ski poles, Rusty, are 4-sided. We have the poles that Dale was using. Now, if it turns out that they were 4-sided, it'll mean that the person who was using the 5-sided pole is our murderer.
Well, that's fine. But how are you going to tell who was using the 5-sided pole?
I don't know. Let's take one step at a time, though, shall we? Right now, the thing to do is get hold of Chuck or Red and ask them to show us the skiing equipment that Bald Eagle Lodge provides for its guests.
This is the ski room here, Doc. You can help yourself.
Thanks, Red. Oh, start looking, will you, Rusty?
Okay, but it's going to take quite a while. There's an awful lot of poles here.
What is it you're looking for?
A pair of poles with 5-sided points.
5-sided?
Yes. Tell me, Red, do you happen to know whether any of these poles have that type of point?
No, I never noticed there was any difference in them. What's it going to prove if you find one?
Well, the person who pushed Dale over the cliff was using a pole with a 5-sided point. Dale herself was using one with a 4-sided point.
You don't say.
Yes. Now, as soon as we have the doctor's report, we'll know definitely that we're right. Oh, how are you doing, Rusty?
Every pole I've looked at so far is a four-sided point.
Hey, Doc, wait a minute. Suppose you're right. How are you going to prove who was carrying the poles?
Don't ask embarrassing questions, Red. We don't know.
Well, there's a good chance that if there's only one pair of five-sided poles in this bunch, there might be something distinguishing about the shaft, too.
Well, there could be, but look, a lot of our guests bring their own equipment. You'll have to look their stuff over, too.
Well, that's right, Red. I'm glad you thought of it. Well, hello, Chuck. Come in. Have you got the doctor's report yet?
Yeah. You were right, Doc. It was a five-sided point that caused the wound.
Well, that takes care of the first step. Oh, find something, Rusty?
I think so. Yes. Look, the point on this pole has 5 sides. And here's the mate to it.
Well, good work, Rusty. Yeah, that blasts the theory, doesn't it? This pair of poles looks just like all the others.
How about fingerprints?
Well, a person who's skiing, Rusty, usually wears gloves. No, I've got a better idea. Chuck, about your Windigo story. I suppose that's more or less a local legend?
No, I just read about it somewhere and decided a story like that, if told in the proper setting, would amuse our guests.
It pays off, too. The way Chuck tells it, everyone gets a bang out of hearing it.
Yes, it did sound very convincing. Tell me, who owns Bald Eagle Lodge?
Red and I do. We both did a lot of skiing in college, and when we got out, we decided to pool what money we had and open a lodge.
Well, we had more to pool than money. Chuck used to be intercollegiate champion. A lot of people come up here just to see what he looks like.
Yes, I noticed that. Well, thanks for giving me this information. Without it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to tell you who the murderer is.
Tell us who the murderer is. Do you mean you know?
Yes, I think so. Rusty, will you and Red take these ski poles out to the police chief and explain to him what we've discovered, please? Chuck, I'd like to talk to you alone.
In a moment, we'll return for the third act of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now back to Michael Dunn for the third act of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
I don't care what you say, Dan. I think it's a terrible idea.
Oh, do you, Rusty?
Yes, I do. And I don't think it's right to ask Kitty Thorndyke to help.
Don't you? Now, let's see. Number 28. Yes, this is Kitty's room here.
Well?
Well?
Aren't you going to knock?
Yes, just as soon as you leave.
Just as soon as I leave. Do you think for 1 minute I'd let you go into that room alone?
Oh, I won't be alone. Kitty's in there.
Oh, aren't you the one, though, Danny? There'll be 3 of us all together.
Oh,
Come in. She means both of us, I'm sure.
Oh, it's Miss Fairfax and Dan. Come in.
Hello, Kitty. I hope you'll pardon us for barging in on you this way, but what we have to say is rather important.
Well, then it can only concern one thing. Dale.
Yes, that's right.
I told Dan I didn't think it was very considerate of him to question you at a time like this, Miss Thorndyke.
Oh, it's all right. Matter of fact, I've been expecting Dan to ask me questions. After all, Dale was my sister, and I want to do everything I can to help find out.
Yes, of course. Tell me, Kitty, is there anything particular that you remember about your sister as a child?
Nothing, except that she was much cuter than I, so she got more attention.
Are you older than Dale?
Yes, but only by 13 months.
And there were only 2 of you?
Yes, just Dale and me.
Is your family wealthy? By that I mean, was there anything that Dale ever wanted terribly but couldn't have because your folks couldn't afford to buy it for her?
Oh, no. Dale and I couldn't have had a nicer childhood. Of course, sometimes there were things that we wanted and couldn't have, but there was nothing that might have left a lasting impression on her mind, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean. You seem to know a good deal about psychology, Kitty.
Well, I studied it in college.
Oh, that's fine. It'll help you understand the suggestion I'm going to make.
I'll try.
Thank you. Now, the police have forbidden any of the guests to leave the lodge or even to go out on their skis since your sister's death. However, I think I can persuade them to let Chuck and Red take a group up to Pitfall Cliff for one of their famous storytelling parties.
Dan, that seems almost indecent so soon.
Well, perhaps it does, Rusty, but I think it's going to help us apprehend the murderer. Kitty, I want you to go along with the group.
But why? After all, as Rusty
That's just the point. There will be a lot of the guests who won't want to go out of respect to Dale, even though they're all restless after 2 days of inactivity.
I see. And you think that if I go along, the others will feel all right about going too?
Yes, that's it exactly.
And I don't see how you're going to prove anything.
Rusty and I were up at Pitfall Cliff today. We found the marks made by the skier who pushed Dale over the edge. Those marks, Kitty, were made by a pair of skis that had a slight flaw in the steel edges.
What?
Of course, we have no way of telling who wore the skis, but it's my guess that the person who did wear them will instinctively choose the same pair when making tonight's trip.
That's right. I always do. It saves adjusting new bindings.
And you think that by watching the marks in the snow, you can tell who pushed Dale over the cliff?
Yes. So you see how important it is that we have all the people who made up the group 2 nights ago along on this trip.
Yes. Yes, I see what you mean. Very well, Dan. You can count on me.
Keep in line, everyone. You're hearing going up the slope and enter the woods at the big pine.
I wish we started in daylight.
Oh, it isn't very dark. The moon will be above the trees in a few minutes.
Where's Red?
He's at the end of the line.
You all right, Kitty?
Yes, I'm fine.
Rusty?
Oh, sure. Don't mind me.
You don't have to be so sarcastic.
Well, the way you're paying attention to Miss Thorndyke.
Forget it. You bring along the flashlight?
Yes.
Good. Now, it won't do any good to study the tracks while we're all in line this way, but as soon as we enter the woods...
Oh, you don't have to remind me. I know what to do.
All right, folks, close it up now. We're coming into the woods. It'll be darker.
Aren't Chuck and Red going to build a fire?
Yes, there's a clearing just beyond the pine, and beyond that is the edge of Pitfall Cliff.
Oh, Dan, I hope your plan works.
It will. Don't worry.
Here we are. We'll stop and rest a while before we begin the run. Better take off your skis.
Use your flashlight, Rusty. Pretend you're having trouble with the binding.
Okay.
Get some wood, will you, Red?
You bet, Chuck. You going to tell us the story of the Windigo, Chuck?
Well, why should he do that? We heard it only 2 nights ago.
Well, considering everything that's happened, I'm against it.
Well, it provides the proper atmosphere.
How do you feel about it, Kitty?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me.
Say, isn't it around here somewhere that the Windigo is supposed to begin prowling, looking for sinners?
Yes, according to the legend, he's supposed to live in a cave over there at the top of the cliff.
Well, let's hear it. There aren't any sinners among us. What if he does appear?
I can almost see its phosphorescent coat glowing through the trees.
Rusty.
Well, I can.
Oh, come on, Chuck. Maybe the Windigo gets sore if we don't give it the proper amount of attention. And
listen.
Don't let your imagination run away with you, Rusty. It's only the wind.
Well, maybe it is, but I've got goose pimples already.
Wait. Listen again.
That isn't the wind.
Well, what else could it be?
It could be the Windigo.
Dan, look.
Good heavens. There's a light over there among the trees.
Don't get alarmed, folks. It's probably only Red. Hey, Red!
It isn't Red.
Well, of course it isn't. He couldn't make a light like that. Oh, Dan, I'm scared.
It's the Windigo. Look.
It's an animal. It is the Windigo.
Look at the way its body crouches.
Don't be silly. There isn't any such thing as the Windigo.
Oh, no? Well, I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are.
It's coming toward us.
Listen.
Come to me. Come to me, kitty.
No. Get it away from me.
Come to me, kitty Thorndyke. You murdered your sister, and you must die.
No! I didn't do it, Dan. Don't let it get me. Don't let it get me, please.
Did you push Dale over the cliff, Kitty? Did you?
No,
Did
no,
you?
it's a lie.
You killed her, didn't you, Kitty? Didn't you?
No,
Didn't you? You pushed her over the cliff. You used her ski pole, didn't you? Didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, I did it. I'll tell you everything. Only don't let that thing come any nearer.
moment we'll return for the conclusion of Danger, Dr. Danfield, but first... Now for the conclusion of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
Well, here we are at the top of the slope, Rusty. Let's rest a minute, huh?
Oh, suits me. And while we're resting, you can finish telling me how you dreamed up that Windigo gag.
Well, it wasn't my idea entirely. Chuck helped me. He provided the phosphorus, and Red fixed himself up in an old fur coat and agreed to make a noise like a Windigo.
Oh, I hope I never have to hear that yell of his again, or the story. I still don't see why you suspected Kitty in the first place.
Well, there were a lot of reasons. First of all, those 5-sided poles are rather small, the type that would be used by a woman.
Well, then why did you tell her about the skis with the flaw on their steel edges?
Well, let's see what she'd do. She deliberately selected another pair of skis, but instinctively took the same pole she'd been using.
Mm-hmm. And is that all you had to go on?
No. Kitty's hatred of her sister stemmed from a fixation that she acquired as a child. Dale was a pretty baby and therefore got more attention. And the bitterness and hatred was established in Kitty's subconscious mind even then. Without her realizing it, it kept building itself up.
And then when they got older, Kitty turned out to be the prettier of the two.
Yes. Subconsciously, she began getting her revenge by taking Dale's men away from her.
Just for the satisfaction it gave her, huh?
She tried it with Chuck, but unknown to Dale, Chuck turned her down cold. He really loved Dale.
So Kitty, unable to control the hatred of her sister, pushed Dale over the cliff.
Yes, that's right. No one, of course, will ever know the exact circumstances of how it happened, and if it hadn't been for Chuck's Windigo story, we'd probably have had a time proving Kitty guilty.
Well, at least the legend of the fabulous Windigo served one good purpose.
Do you still think the legend of the Windigo is a legend?
Oh, of course I do. You know, it's almost as legendary as, some of the things you tell me.
Is that a fact?
Mm-hmm.
Rusty, come here a minute.
Yes, Dan?
Legendary, huh? Just a tip up your chin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, darn those skis. They were never made for old man.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed, from the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for, teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy there. In case you've forgotten or never did know, I'm Chad Remington, frontier lawyer from the cow town known as Dos Rios. And as I've said a time or two before, out on the brawling, sprawling frontier, a lawyer gets into all sorts of things, especially trouble. And trouble out our way not only starts with a capital T, but often ends with capital punishment. I guess it was last month that an old friend of my father's, Harvey Burnside, wrote and asked me if I had time to come down to where he lives, a town which he had built himself from practically nothing, a town named Burnside Falls. Harvey has a brother, Milo Burnside, who owns the little bank in Burnside, and between them, I guess Harvey and Milo pretty well control that section of the country. Well, while Cherokee O'Bannon, the former medicine man who now runs the Dos Rios livery stable and bangs around with me, was trying to find 2 horses from his stable that would take us to Burnside Falls and back, The situation which caused Harvey to write me suddenly started getting worse. So much worse that Harvey paid a call on his brother Milo at the bank.
Milo, let's quit mincing words now. Let's get down to cases.
All right, Harvey, let's. What's on your mind?
And I've been hearing things about you, Milo. Things I don't like to hear about any man, let alone my brother.
Oh, well, you don't say.
I heard you've been over to War Dance last week.
And what if I have? War Dance is a mighty nice and bustling little town. Harvey, it's high time you were getting some sense through your head. When the railroad agreed to build its western terminal into whichever town the voters choose as the county seat of Buckshot County, nobody figured a dreamer like you would build a town out here, right in the middle of the prairie.
Prairie, my eye. Burnside Falls lies between 3 trails and 2 rivers. The best dad-blame place in the whole state for a county seat.
That's what I thought once.
You mean you changed your mind since old man MACAU put some of his Jerkwater Railroad's money on deposit in your bank? Money. That's all you ever think of.
Well, you'd be a lot better off if you did sometimes. Harvey, stop being blind. That new town of War Dance is a good 80 miles closer to where the rails now end. And it'd make an ideal county seat.
War Dance. What is it? Nothing but a hideout for a bunch of owl hoots like Cap Kilmore and his gang. Sure, MACAU and the railroad would like that. Building into War Dance would save them a couple of $100,000 because it's closer. But they got their franchise on the strength of connecting up to whatever town the people select.
Oh, the people, my neck. Now, look, Harvey. It's worth good cold cash to me, and I'll see you won't lose. If you help me convince the people that War Dance and not Burnside Falls should be voted the county seat next week.
Yeah? They'll vote just how they please. And you, your bank, or that railroad's not going to interfere.
Well, you pig-headed old fool. If you weren't my brother, I'd tell you to go for your gun.
And if you keep trying to interfere, you may still have your chance, brother or no brother. And if you don't lay off, Milo, I may go for my gun first.
Well, that was the situation when O'Bannon and I arrived in Burnside Falls. A wide-open split between Harvey and Milo Burnside. But being brothers, Harvey was reluctant, more than reluctant, to make a public issue of what he believed and knew. And his wife, Sarah, hoped that somehow I might be able to talk sense into his money-grubbing brother's head.
And that's about the whole story, Chad. The railroad can save upwards of $200,000 building into War Dance instead of here. And that's why the railroad can afford to offer Milo money to try and throw the election to War Dance.
Well, I'm reluctant to say this, but your brother sounds to me like an nefarious little nickel nurser.
Yes, that's the way it looks. And I'd bet Milo would sell the railroad out even now if anyone offered him $5 more.
How does he figure to swing the election?
Figure to swing it? Why, he's swinging it right now. People are actually pulling up stakes here and moving to War Dance already.
Yeah, enough of them move, I suppose they'll have a majority of the votes.
Well, folks, I don't know what good it's going to do, but come on. Let's ride into town and pay a call on Brother Milo.
This little town of Burnside Falls looks quite prosperous. We've already passed 7 stores, 2 saloons.
Oh, Bannon, I don't mind your admiring the saloons from the outside. But this trip, you're not pouring what they peddle down your insides. Say, where's this bank your brother's located, Harvey?
Just down at the end of this block, Chad, that gray and white building.
Good grief. Do you see what's happening? The bank's being held up.
There go the dirty buzzards who held up the bank, hitting the horses and hightailing it out of town.
Come on, boys. Even with the head start they've got, we may still be able to overtake them.
Get up there, you. Get ready.
Well, I was wrong. The excitement brought everybody in town out into the street. By the time we'd threaded our way through the crowd, the bank bandits were out of town and into the hills. The trail ended in the rocks. We all turned our horses and piled back into town, back to the bank itself to find out what had actually happened.
Boys, now, if you'll only quiet down, maybe we can all hear what Milo has to say.
Now, neighbors, I hate to tell you this, and if you'd have caught the men who rifled the bank, the story would be different. But the way they cleaned me out, to keep up my legal cash reserves now, I'm forced to declare all loans due and payable immediately. Now, men, I'm sorry, and as sorry as I am, the law's the law. And to tell the truth, as soon as I've got things straightened out here, I'm closing up and trying to make back what I've lost by moving my bank over to War Dance.
You don't mean there's some connection between the bank robbery and you moving to War Dance, do you, Burnside?
That's the kind of idea it would be healthier never to put into words again, Remington.
Oh, so? Well, I've heard of men being railroaded to jail before, but this is the first time I've ever heard of a railroad being the cause of moving a whole bank and its president up to the federal penitentiary.
Burnside, after all I've been through today, you don't happen to have a little drop in the house, do you?
Well, if you're as weak as all that, Cherokee, we'll go to the drugstore and get you some smelling salts. Besides, right now, none of us has got anything to celebrate. Milo's little bank robbery was too successful.
You mean to think that Milo arranged the robbery?
Oh, I ain't denying that Milo's ornery, Chad, but I can't believe Harvey's brother would frame a robbery on his own bank.
Well, maybe not, Sarah. But Harvey did say that this other town, War Dance, is the hideout of a lot of owl hoots.
You blamed right. Fellas like Cap Kilmore moved in there.
And the question is, how come and why did Kilmore move down here from his own stamping grounds, the Dakotas?
Well, I don't know anything about that, Chad, but Kilmore showed up in these parts about, let's see now, about 3 months back.
3 months ago, huh? And when did you first hear about this railroad thing and their anxiety to make War Dance the county seat?
Well, let's see. Well, it seems to me that was about, that was 3 months ago, too.
Do you think there's a connection between the railroad and Cap Kilmore, Chad?
Well, I don't know for sure, but there certainly could be. The railroad starts working on Milo, deposits money in his bank, and Milo writes a letter and hires himself a handyman like Cap Kilmore.
Chad, do you honestly think Milo'd go out and hire a crook and drive folks over to War Dance?
Blamed if I know. But it certainly makes a reasonable supposition. And with the election only a few days off, all we can do before we're sure is sit back and wait. Wait for action.
If you're still in Burnside this time tomorrow, you and your old family will stay at Burnside.
You're not driving me from my home?
Yeah? Well, then maybe someone will dig you a new home. They won't move, huh? Well, we'll move them. Light that fuse.
Chad, I know my husband brought you down here to help us. But we just can't go on this way. We can't go on just sitting around while these gun toters blow Burnside falls apart.
Now, Sarah, it ain't Chad's fault, you know.
Well, maybe it isn't. But it was Chad who said sit back and see what happened. And look what's happened. Folks shot down, places burned up, and almost half the people over here picking up and moving to War Dance to save their lives.
My dear Mrs. Burnside, even though I used to sell a medicine which was a miracle, it's going to take more than a miracle to stop this lawlessness as quickly as you'd like.
Yes, but you don't understand. Folks are moving away from here, a dozen families a day.
Just like sheep, that's what they are. And the blackest sheep of the lot is that no good brother of mine, Milo.
It isn't all right even saying things like that, Harvey. Even though saying and proving in Milo's case are as far apart as Pikes Peak and Death Valley.
Prove? how can you prove anything on a gang of cutthroats like that? Thousands upon thousands of dollars behind them just to buy votes and bullets.
And that's just the frame of mind they want you and other folks around here to stay in, Sarah. They want you scared to death. They want you to give up before you're licked. Don't you see that's winning half the battle for them?
Well,
they're not only making this a war, they're making this a war of nerves.
Well, they've got my nerves so frazzled that I'm even willing to take a drink of my Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil. There's nothing else handy around the house, of course.
Cherokee, the only thing around this house is trouble. If Wardance is made the county seat, Harvey and Sarah Burnside will have lost everything they've worked years to build up. And the people of this section will be saddled with a reign of crime and corruption that'll make Custer's last stand look like a Sunday school picnic.
now that's what I mean, Chad. You've got to do something.
And we will do something, Sarah. If we can ever figure out something to do. Believe me, I haven't come down here to console you. I've come down to help. I'm not going to sit by and see this county referred to in the history books later on as another gun trouble valley.
We'll return to the second act of Gun Trouble Valley, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, back to Frontier Town.
Well, I might as well admit it. All that high-sounding talk I gave Sarah and Harvey Burnside was really just whistling in the dark. A little pep talk to keep up their confidence. It wasn't until later that afternoon, while Cherokee and I were jogging back toward Burnside Falls, that any idea hit me at all.
Silly blue blazes, Chad. This whole situation is thoroughly sordid.
It sure is, Cherokee. A man not only turning against his own brother, but all of his neighbors and friends.
Normal man might suffer from a thirst, like me. Normal thirst.
Of course you mean thirst, as in thirst for knowledge.
Well, knowledge is what gives me my thirst. My brain is so full of knowledge it requires considerable lubrication.
Well, I'm glad to learn that, Cherokee. Because next time your thirst overtakes you, I'll just stake you to 3 rounds of axle grease.
Well, even axle grease is better than water. However, referring to Milo Burnside's thirst, his is an unnatural thirst. Thirst for gold.
And just about as unquenchable as the average... Cherokee, whether you know it or not, you've just given me an idea.
Now, if it has anything to do with axle grease, I don't want to hear about it.
Far from it. This has got something to do with gold. And I hope the solution to making Burnside Falls the county seat at the election.
Gold? What has gold got to do with it?
Well, if we can get about 3 ounces of gold dust and tailings, it may have everything to do with it. Come on, Cherokee. You and I are going to the Lion's Den. We're riding over to Wardance. While Cherokee and I were prodding those livery stable nags across the county over to Wardance, Milo Burnside apparently reached there ahead of us as the result of a summons from Cap Kilmore.
If you think because you're the president of a 2-bit bank, Burnside, you can give me orders, you got a few things coming.
Yes? Well, you might as well understand this here now, Kilmore. I hired you, and you're working for me.
Yeah? Well, I ain't working for nobody. McCall's Railroad is footing the bill, and you and me, well, we're just partners. And the way I'm starting to feel now, I might be happier if I didn't have any partners at all.
You can't threaten me. I promised the railroad we'd move 1,000 people away from Burnside and over here to Wardance. And if you can't live up to your obligation, I'll get somebody else to do it.
Why, you fat-headed buzzard. You're a bigger crook than I am. Double-cross your own brother, rob your own bank, and then move over here like a rat leaving a sinking ship.
Why, you cheap murderers! I was just hoping you'd do that. My throat! You're choking me! Don't, Cap, don't!
I got a good mind to bang your head through the floor. You gonna behave?
Yes.
We're in this deal as partners?
Yes, Cap. Anything you say.
Go on, get up. Remember, next time you think you're giving me orders, you'll find it's me who's doing the ordering. Ordering you a $10 funeral.
Two high-grade gentlemen, those two. Either one of them would happily arrange to murder a man for a silver dollar. But of course it was this love of money that not only was the basis of the whole trouble, but also what I hoped would be the solution for Harvey Burnside and Sarah. Cherokee and I were talking it over as our horses slowed up and we hit War Dance's rutted and dirty main street.
Suppose you realize you're asking me to risk my life by coming over to a town like this, Chad?
Why, War Dance is the perfect town for you, Cherokee. It's wide open and lawless.
That's what I mean.
And being lawless, there's no law here. So there shouldn't be anyone looking for you for peddling that alcohol and water you used to describe as genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yes, indeed. But with that poke of gold dust stuck in your pocket, somebody's sure to spot it and try to get it away from you. If they do, that means trouble.
Well, I hope somebody spots the gold dust.
You hope? Confound you anyhow, Chad. Just what are you up to?
Well, according to you, I'm up to my neck in trouble. But if you want to know exactly what I plan to do to get the voters back to Burnside, all I can tell you is that I'm only certain of the first move. I'm going to locate Mr. Cap Kilmore and start from there.
Locate? Where do you think you can find him?
Well, the first place I'm going to look is down the street there in that saloon.
In that saloon? Chad, my boy, you're a man of rare perspicacity. Lead the way, my friend, and depend on old Bannon to follow.
Oh, Buck, give me another drink. This time, leave the bottle on the bar.
Pardon me, you Mr. Kilmore?
Yeah. Who are you?
My name's Foley, Mr. Kilmore. Fellow over there said you wanted to talk to me.
Oh, yeah. You're one of the folks who moved over here from Burnside Falls, aren't you?
That's right. That is, I ain't sure I'm staying here.
I see. Well, maybe I can convince you that you ought to stay here a while. At least until tomorrow when we're holding the election for the county seat.
I don't see what you mean, sir.
Well, us folks over here in War Dance got a lot of pride in our community.
Yeah?
And if you'll stay here for the election and cast your vote for the best interest of the county, we'd be mighty happy to show you our appreciation.
Well, that sounds interesting, Mr. Kilmore.
You see, the law's funny. It says for a man to vote, he's got to own land.
Yeah.
So I figured maybe we'd just give you a quarter section of land and, how's that sound, huh?
Well, that ain't much of an attraction. The land I seen since I got over here is so dry a man couldn't raise gophers on it.
Well, since that's the way you feel about it, we might buy the land back from you for $50 the day after the election.
Oh, I see. Fellas got to own land to vote. Then after the election... You're a smart one, Cap. You sure are.
And you'd better make sure you're smart, too, Foley. Because I'm making it my business to get the name of every man who votes, and whether he votes for Burnside Falls or War Dance.
Yeah.
I think you get the idea, Foley. I'll see you later.
Sure thing. I'll be looking for you the day after election. Hey, bartender, I'll have a beer.
Well, Cherokee, this is one time I'm going to buy you a drink. May we squeeze in here, mister?
Yeah, you bet.
Give me 2 fingers, no chaser.
And be careful with those fingers, Cherokee. Don't chew them down past the nails.
You fellas here to vote?
No, far from it. I'm over here because of that crooked election Kilmore's trying to run on the people.
Of course, it ain't none of my business, but I wouldn't say things like that too loud.
Why? Has Kilmore got you bluffed, too?
Oh. You're in for it now. Here's Kilmore coming back to the bar right now.
No, sir, Kilmore don't scare me. I still think he's running a crooked election.
What did you say, mister? What's that again?
I said this whole election smells rotten to me. Or maybe you don't think so.
The only thing I think is that your mouth needs closing. What's your name?
What difference does my name make?
Well, we got to put something on the headstone.
Tad, take it easy.
Now, look, if you think you're threatening me, you're not even getting close to it. Because I think you haven't got enough salt in your whole system to do anything about it. Not while I'm standing in front of you.
Tad, you're loco.
Remember I told you your mouth needed closing?
Well...
Saffron, Tomcats, Kilmore. You darn near knocked his head right off his shoulders, you did.
All right, you. Now, get up off there.
Cap, what's that? That little leather pouch that rolled out of his pocket on the floor.
Huh? What pouch?
This pouch, right here. Hey, look, it's full of gold dust.
Gold dust?
Yes, gold dust.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, give me that back. That gold dust is mine.
Where'd you get this stuff? Well, I'm not waiting. Where'd you get that gold dust?
Sure would never tell you if you didn't have me covered. But, well, I got it out of the bank on Wolf Creek over in Burnside Falls.
Come on, men. If there's gold there, we better be getting back to Burnside Falls.
Don't! You fools, come back! Don't you see it's a trick? Come back!
Well, you're smarter than I gave you credit for, Kilmore. It was a trick. Yeah, a trick that was just good enough to spoil your plan for a cooked-up election.
Yeah, and by the time they find it out, the election will be over, Burnside Falls will be the county seat.
And you'll be in jail.
Why, you dirty
double-dealer Cherokee duck.
Now, let's see what you can do without your gun.
Look out, Chad. The way you're hitting him, he's going to fall against the bar and upset those beautiful bottles of gold. Now, that's the first time I've ever seen a man knocked out and stimulants applied simultaneously. Look at him. He's just bathed in bourbon.
Yes. Unfortunately, the bourbon's not going to wash away his sins. But I think by the time a few of the people admit on the stand to the bribes Kilmore offered them, that the state will wipe away his sins, although it may take 20 years.
Tad, as an attorney at law, you certainly violate more laws than you learned about in school.
Oh, I don't know about that, Cherokee. The only law I was dealing with in War Dance was the law of human nature. As you pointed out earlier, and gave me the idea, it was just their thirst for gold which dumped Mr. Kilmore's apple cart.
Strange you should mention thirst and apple carts in the same breath. Because as a callow youth, one of my dearest delights was imbibing of hard cider. An excellent libation, but I no longer like apples.
You mean you're an apple knocker?
Well, not exactly, my boy. But a short time ago, I was revolted when I served a dish of applesauce. The whole thing was full of hairs.
Full of hairs, huh? Well, maybe that was your fault. You didn't order your applesauce made from the right kind of apples.
Is there a certain kind of apple for making applesauce without hairs?
Certainly. Next time you order your applesauce, order it made from Baldwin's.
Baldwin's!
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmar. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Death Writes a Letter. My story begins last summer in the townhouse of Martin Drake, a well-known financier. Martin is deep in argument with his older brother, John, as his daughter, Susan, enters the room unnoticed.
John, how can you possibly believe in such things? Spiritualism, nonsense is a better word for it.
To a skeptic, everything is nonsense. But if you'd seen and heard what I have, you too would believe.
Hello, Father. Uncle John.
Hello, Susan.
Oh, I see you two are up to your old arguments.
Well, your father's a very stubborn man, Susan.
Well, I may be stubborn, but I'm no fool. Imagine believing in spiritualism, telepathy, and all that Tommy rot.
I believe in spiritualism, Martin, and that the living can communicate with the dead. And nothing you can say will swerve me from my beliefs.
Uncle John, in all these years you've been studying spiritualism, have you ever been able to communicate with Aunt Judith?
No, Susan, I haven't. But there have been times late at night when I've all but broken through the barrier that separates us.
Oh, I give up. There's no use in arguing with a man who has an obsession.
Oh, that's fine, Father. Now the three of us can go into supper.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, but I can't stay for supper.
Oh, why not?
I have an appointment with an onoricritic.
A what?
An onoricritic, a man who's an interpreter of dreams.
John, good grief, don't tell me you believe in that, too.
Why not, Martin? For years, psychoanalysts have interpreted dreams in an effort to help their patients. The subconscious minds of the living can sometimes bridge the vast gap of death.
Now, John, I'm warning you, if you don't give up this obsession of yours, there's no telling how you'll end.
I know you think I'm cracked, that all the years I've spent studying spiritualism have been wasted, but you're wrong. The living and the dead can communicate with each other, and someday you'll realize I'm right. Now, I really must be going or I'll be late.
Well, Uncle John, you will drive up to the country with Father this weekend, won't you?
Oh, are you opening the summer place?
Yes, I'm driving up tomorrow to open the house and engage some servants.
Well, I'll try my best to join your father this weekend.
Oh, that's fine.
Don't bother showing me the door. Good night.
Good night, Uncle John.
Good night. To think that anyone in this day and age still believes in spiritualism, particularly your Uncle John, it's incredible.
I don't know, Father. Uncle John seems so sure of himself that sometimes I feel he may be right.
Oh, Susan, that's nonsense.
But look, Father, if it's all nonsense, why should Uncle John believe in it? You yourself have often said he's the most brilliant man you know.
And he is. It's just that, well, we all have our eccentricities, and John's is spiritualism. Until his wife died 5 years ago, he was just as sane as you or I. No living person has ever communicated with the dead, and none ever will.
your way? Father?
The what? Oh, Susan, come in, dear, come in.
Oh, I'm sorry if I woke you, Father.
Oh, that's all right. What time is it?
It's just 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Oh, what are you doing up and dressed so early?
I'm driving up to the country to open our summer place. Have you forgotten, Father?
Oh, yes, so you are.
Oh, didn't you sleep well last night, Father? There are circles under your eyes.
No, I spent a very poor night. I had a nightmare, but I can't seem to remember what it was about.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. Darling, is there anything I can get you?
No, I'll be all right, dear. You run along.
Oh, I need the keys to the car.
Oh, yes, you'll find them over there on my desk. And if you need any money, help yourself.
Oh, thank you, Father, but I have enough money.
Have you found the keys?
Oh, yes, here they are. Oh, do you want me to mail this letter on your desk?
What letter?
This one. It isn't addressed. All that's written on the envelope is one word. Urgent.
Urgent?
Yes, and it's in your handwriting, see?
Why, I never wrote that.
But, Father, it is your handwriting. And look, there are ink stains on your fingers. You must have written it before you went to bed.
But I tell you, I didn't. Let me see that letter. Yes, that's my handwriting, all right.
Oh, Father, I'm leaving now. I want to get there by noon.
What? Oh, yes. Goodbye, dear. Take care of yourself.
I will, darling. Bye.
Urgent. And it's my handwriting, all right. But for the life of me, I can't remember. Well, let's see. Dear Martin. What the devil? A letter in my own handwriting addressed to me. Dear Martin. No. No, this can't be. It can't.
Martin, is anything wrong? I came as quickly as I could. You sounded so upset over the phone.
Dr. Warren, I'm afraid my mind is giving way.
You, Martin? You're the last person in the world to become unbalanced.
Well, that's what I thought until I read this letter.
Letter?
Yes, and it's in my handwriting, so I must have written it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
When I woke up an hour ago, this letter was on my desk. I could see it was my handwriting, and yet I don't remember having written it.
You don't remember having written it?
No, and yet I must have. There are still ink stains on my fingers.
Martin, none of this makes sense.
Yes, I know.
What's in the letter?
I'll read it to you. Dear Martin.
Wait a minute. You mean it's in your handwriting, but it's addressed to you?
Yes, but it's signed with the name of my brother John.
Signed by John? In your writing?
Exactly.
You better read me that letter. Maybe then I can understand this.
Dear Martin, this letter will undoubtedly give you quite a shock.
But after you finish reading it, I'm quite sure you'll understand why it was written. After I left Susan and you a few hours ago, I went to keep my appointment with the dream interpreter I'd spoken to you about. It was shortly before midnight that I returned to my home. As usual, I found Martha and Paul waiting up for me.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. John.
Paul, Martha, what are you doing up so late? I told you never to wait up for me after 10 o'clock.
Well, we worry about you. You know what the doctor said about your heart.
You should have been in bed an hour ago.
You both treat me as though I were a 6-year-old.
And sometimes you act like one. Well, I have a glass of warm milk for you in the pantry.
I don't want any milk.
It's good for you. Here, let me have your coat.
Oh, thank you, Paul. It feels good to be home, sitting in the chair before the fire.
Here's your warm milk, Mr. John, and I want you to drink it down without any arguments. After all, it's for your own good. Here, take... Mr. John? Mr. John?
Martha, what's wrong?
Oh, Mr. John,
Mr. John! Mr. John! Answer me! He's dead.
Oh.
Now, please, Martha, please, you mustn't cry. The end came very quickly, peacefully. Now, there, Martha, there.
It came as quite a shock, Martin, hearing myself declared dead, but as I saw my earthly body sitting in the armchair by the fireplace, I knew it was true. John Drake was dead. I wanted to comfort Paul and Martha, make them understand that only the body of John Drake was dead, that the spirit would live forever. I wanted to tell them that I was indescribably happy, for I knew without knowing how that on the following day I should be reunited with my dear wife, Judith. Then my thoughts turned to you, Martin, and in one brief moment I saw your past, your present, and your future. Your future left me horrified, Martin, for in it I saw unhappiness and death. I felt that somehow I had to warn you of what the future held. I left the house I had died in and went to your home. The radio was playing. You were sitting in an easy chair reading a book, unaware of what the future held for you. Martin! Martin, you must listen to me! Martin, look up from that book you're reading. You must! But I couldn't reach you with my words. There was too great a distance between us. I stood by, helpless to aid you. A few minutes later, you yawned, closed the book, and turned off the radio. A half hour later, you were in bed and asleep. And then I suddenly had hope. I couldn't reach you while you were awake, Martin, but while you slept, perhaps I could reach your subconscious, warn you about the future. I saw your desk with writing paper on it, and I knew that was the only way to reach you. I spoke softly, trying to reach your subconscious. Martin, listen to me. This is John. You must hear me, for it's a matter of life and death. You must do exactly as I say. I want you to get out of bed. That's it. Throw back the covers. Now put your feet on the floor. Martin, do as I say. That's right. Now go to your desk. That's fine. Now sit down. That's it. Pick up the pen that's on the desk. Martin, pick up the pen. That's right. You picked up the pen and began to write as I dictated. Everything up to this point explains how this letter was written. And now, the reason for it. In looking into the future, I was horrified to see that Susan would die the night of June 7th, 1947, at exactly 6 o'clock. That means you must act swiftly, Martin, for she has less than 24 hours to live. If you don't, she will be found frozen to death. As for yourself, I see you dying as the result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. In this room is a desk calendar, and the date it shows as you lie dying is September 3rd, 1947. Martin, the love I bear you and your daughter has reached out from another world to warn you
against the future. I pray that you will act upon this information and save yourselves. Your brother, John.
That's the most extraordinary letter I ever heard.
Well, what do you make of it, Doctor?
You sure this is your handwriting?
Certain of it. And then there are these ink stains on my fingers.
Yes. It's amazing.
It's obvious that I wrote this letter last night in my sleep. What upsets me is the content of the letter. The things I wrote are so fantastic that I'm afraid I may be losing my mind.
No. I'm quite sure you're sane, Martin.
Well, then how do you account for my writing such a fantastic letter even in my sleep?
Has it occurred to you that this fantastic letter, as you call it, may not be fantastic?
What? Now, Henry, you're not trying to tell me that you believe that this letter is true. That my brother John did die last night and came here to... Surely you don't believe in all that Tommy rot.
Then your explanation for that letter is that you wrote it while having a nightmare?
Well, of course. What other answer could there be? It's ridiculous to think that you, a man of science, could attach any credence to this letter even for a moment. You amaze me.
There have been many phenomena in history. Phenomena that never could be explained. Not even by science.
Oh, you're almost as bad as my brother. Soon you'll be telling me that you, too, believe in spiritualism.
Have you called up your brother this morning?
Why, no. Why should I have? Oh, you think he may have died last night as he wrote me in this letter? Doctor, I think you'd better see a doctor.
I suggest you call your brother.
Well, all right, I will, just to show you what a fool you are for believing even for a moment that there can be anything to this letter. Why, when John was here last night, he looked just as healthy as... hello, Paul. This is Mr. Drake. Is my brother there? The what? Last night? After he returned home? I see. Thank you, Paul.
He is dead, isn't he?
Yes. Paul said that he died last night.
If your brother died last night, then this letter must have been written by him through your subconscious after...
No, that can't be. What you're saying is madness. The dead can't communicate with the living.
Yeah, but in this letter, your brother speaks of his death last night and goes on to tell
My
about...
brother couldn't have written that letter through my subconscious. Such things can't happen.
I wish I felt as certain as you do. What about this part of the letter? In looking into the future, I was horrified to see that Susan would die the night of June 7th, 1947, at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. That means you must act swiftly, Martin, for she has less than 12 hours to live. If you don't, she'll be found frozen to death.
And that proves how fantastic the whole letter is. Today is June 7th, and outside it's like summer. How could Susan possibly be frozen to death?
I don't know, Martin. But if Susan were my daughter, I think I'd want to be with her tonight at 6 o'clock. You'd never be able to forgive yourself if anything would have happened to her. I'll go with you if you like.
Oh, very well. But mind you, I still don't believe that John wrote this letter through my subconscious. What time is it, Henry?
It's a few minutes after 6.
If we hadn't had the breakdown, we'd have been there hours ago.
How much further is it?
As soon as we reach the top of this hill, you'll be able to see it.
I wish we'd reached the house before 6.
Now, surely you don't believe what that letter says. How could Susan possibly freeze to death? Why, it's a warm evening. It's like summer.
Yes, I know, but just the same, I wish we'd arrived sooner.
Look, you can see the house now, down there in the valley. Susan's probably getting dinner. And we'll certainly look like a pair of fools coming up here because of that ridiculous letter.
I hope you're right.
Henry, Susan isn't in her room.
She isn't?
No.
Could she be in the village or visiting friends?
No. You're forgetting her car's parked in front of the house.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, where can she be?
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
I'll search the second and third floors while you search this floor in the cellar. She must be someplace in the house. Henry, where are you?
Down in the cellar, Martin.
I searched every room on the second and third floor, but I couldn't find a sign of her.
I found her, Martin.
You found her? Well, where is she? Susan.
You must prepare yourself for a shock.
Shock?
Martin, listen to me. I found her in the cold storage room, frozen to death.
No. She can't be dead.
But she is, Martin. From what I could make out, she turned on the freezing system full and then went inside to store some meats, probably right after she got here. While she was in there, the door slammed shut and locked her in.
Oh, Susan. If only I'd gotten here in time.
Martin, for weeks now you've been like this. Now you must get hold of yourself. You'll break down. You did everything you could to save Susan.
No, that's just it. I didn't. John reached me from beyond the grave to warn me about the future, but I merely laughed. Had I heeded his letter, Susan would be alive today.
But, Martin, you did try to get there in time. It wasn't your fault the car broke down.
Yes, but if I'd believed in the letter, I'd have hired another car and kept going instead of waiting for my car to be repaired.
You know, I've been thinking... Perhaps it was meant that your car should break down. That you should arrive too late to save Susan.
What?
Perhaps it was wrong of John to break through the barrier that separates the living from the dead and warn you of the future.
Well, how could it be wrong if it would have saved Susan?
Perhaps it was ordained that Susan was to die when she did. And that's why the car broke down.
No. I could have saved her if only I'd hired another car and rushed on to my country home. But at least now I can heed John's warning and save my own life.
Save your own life?
Yes. Have you forgotten the other part of the letter? As for yourself, Martin, I see you dying as the result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. In this room is a desk calendar, and the date it shows as you lie dying is September 3rd, 1947. Today is August 1st. That means I have less than 5 weeks to live, unless I can save myself.
But how can you save yourself, Martin? What's meant to be will be.
Not if I'm clever enough to take advantage of the information in this letter. Dying as a result of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. Yes, but if John had only told me what kind of an accident it was meant to be. Well, nevertheless, come what may, I'm not going to die on September 3rd.
Just a minute.
Hey, Martin, what's going on? I mean, what's the meaning of all those men around the house? Why was I searched before I entered the room?
Henry, do you know what the date is?
Well, yes, it's September 2nd.
Yes, and in a few minutes it will be midnight, and then it will be September 3rd.
Oh, yes, that's right. The letter.
In the letter, John warns me that I shall die of an accident in a small, roughly furnished room. Well, you'd hardly call this drawing room that, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
It's my intention to remain in this room until tomorrow is past. Now, Henry, would you mind keeping me company for the next 24 hours?
No, Martin, not at all.
See, I've taken every possible precaution to prevent an accident from occurring. I've removed everything from this room but that sofa, chair, and table. And I have food in here to last me for several days. I have guards around this house and outside this room to prevent anyone from entering for the next 24 hours.
It certainly sounds as though you've taken every precaution.
Yes, I've done everything I could think of. Henry, do you hear that? It's just midnight. September 3rd is here.
Martin, will you stop looking at your watch every other second?
I can't help it. One more minute and it'll be midnight. And when the clock in the hallway strikes, it'll be September 4th.
Yes, Martin, yes. Now, why don't you sit down and take it easy?
How can I at a time like this?
Martin, you must calm down. Think of your heart.
Only 30 seconds more, Henry. 30 seconds.
Martin, you're as white as a sheet.
Well, who wouldn't be? I'm cheating death. I'm going to live. Live, do you hear?
Easy there now. I can't help feeling it would have been better if John hadn't warned you about the future.
No, don't say that. If he hadn't, I'd have been dead by now. Henry, do you hear that? It's midnight. And I'm still alive. Alive.
For some weeks, Martin Drake was a sick man as the result of the strain he'd undergone. But with the coming of fall, he was well on the road to recovery. It was in late autumn that he invited Dr. Warren to go hunting with him in Maine. Day after day, the two men, with their guide, roamed the woods. The exercise and outdoor life did Martin a world of good, and he was soon his former self, both physically and mentally.
It seems to be getting much colder, doesn't it?
Yes, it feels very much like snow.
I think it'll hold off for a while yet. Would you like to do a little more hunting, Mr. Drake? We still got a couple of hours till it gets dark.
Yes, I wouldn't mind. How about you, Henry?
Well, by all means. Maybe we'll come across that buck we spotted this morning.
Yes, he was a big fellow. Where'd I put my rifle?
Here it is, Mr. Drake, under the tree.
Oh, yes, so it is.
Here's your rifle, Doc.
This rifle of mine...
Oh! Martin, what happened?
Good grief, he shot himself, Doc.
Martin, are you badly hurt?
The gun went off when I picked it up on my shoulder.
Easy now, while I have a look at it.
Oh.
Is it bad, Doc?
Oh.
No, not bad. We must get him to a shelter and stop this bleeding.
Ed Tolliver's place, about a quarter of a mile from here, Doc.
All right, give me a hand. We gotta get him there at once. Now, put him down gently on the cot. Easy now. That's it.
How is he, Doc? Think he'll pull through?
Yeah, of course. He's just fainted from the pain and the loss of blood. Now, let's see.
Sure is a nasty wound.
Yeah. Fortunately, the bullet went on through his shoulder. I won't have to probe for it.
Oh.
What are you going to do to him, Doc?
Well, first I'll have
Henry.
to...
Where am I?
Now, just lie still, Martin. We brought you to this shack where I can fix you up.
Oh, my shoulder hurts.
It'll be all right now once I get the bullet wound cleaned up. Pete, put my medical bag on this desk here. Open it, will you?
Sure, Doc.
Will you have to probe for the bullet?
No. Fortunately, it went right through. All I have to do is clean the wound. It may hurt a bit, Martin.
That's all right, Henry. Go ahead.
Maybe you better turn your face away from me so you won't see what I'm doing. Sometimes it's easier that way. Concentrate on the desk over there, huh?
All right.
Pete, hand me that tube of sulfur powder. Yep. Also the...
Henry!
What is it, Martin?
That calendar.
What calendar?
There on the desk. Don't you see?
Yes.
Do you see what date it has? September 3rd.
I guess that's the day Ed Tolliver went back to the city.
September 3rd.
Oh, Martin, you mustn't get excited.
Do you remember what the letter said? Henry, this is it.
Oh, Martin, no. You'll be all right if only you'll
I had
count.
an accident. This room is small, roughly furnished. And the desk calendar does show September 3rd, 1947. Henry, it's all as John said it would be. I haven't cheated death. He's here in this room. He's come to take me. He's come to...
Doc, what's wrong?
He's dead.
Dead? But it was only a shoulder wound. You said he'd pull through.
Yes, but I was wrong. Shock killed him. I guess nothing can save a man when it's ordained he die. Death came to Martin Drake as it was foredoomed to come. Mysterious traveler again. Too bad about Martin and Susan, wasn't it? Even John Drake's warning from another world couldn't save them. Which seems to prove that when your time comes, nothing you can do can change it. So you might as well not worry about it. Though I did know of a man who managed to outwit death for several hundred years. Then one day he was... Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, all the characters were fictional, and any resemblance to the name of an actual person, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Roger DeKoven, Eric Dressler, and Bryna Rayburn. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death is My Co-Pilot.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. Your mysterious traveler has turned author. Yes, Maurice Tarplin has penned a chilling tale titled 7 Casks of Death, which appears in the current issue of Dime Mystery magazine, one of the popular publications group now on sale at your local newsstand. Don't miss it. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Fred McMurray in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story about a man who dreamed of someday having all the money he would ever need, and one day found a way to make his dream come true. The Great Train Robbery. Our star, Mr. Fred McMurray.
Well, Harlow, the team is all set for the season.
Always have. That great Autolite electrical system in your car is designed as a team and works as a team. That's because every unit, like the coil, distributor, spark plugs, battery, generator, and starting motor, are all related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
Harlow, I mean our ball team.
And the electrical system really has to be on the ball. It goes into action the instant you press the starter, and it continues every second the engine runs. And it works every time you blow the horn or turn on lights, radio heater, or electric windshield wiper.
Harlow, I know it's important.
It sure is, Hap, and that's why it pays to treat the electrical system of your car to a periodic checkup. See your car dealer or your authorized Autolite service station. You can quickly locate your nearest authorized Autolite service station in the classified section of your phone book under Automobile Electrical Service. Or call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Great Train Robbery, starring Mr. Fred McMurray, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
My name is Walter Beaumont. I'm 42 years old. I have no prominent marks or features that would distinguish me from any other plain, ordinary citizen. I live with my wife, Bess, in Oakland. If you saw me walking down the street, you wouldn't give me a second glance. The details of my appearance are very important. You see, they're what convinced me that I could execute a great train robbery. Bess and I have been married for 16 long and uneventful years. The year before we were married, I went to work for a toy manufacturing firm. I've been down there ever since and am now making $62 a week. 16 years ago, I had a lot of dreams and some ambition. But the necessities and responsibilities of our everyday living have cost me most of those dreams and what little ambition I had.
Walter, did you remember to pay the rent?
Yes, Bess.
Installment on the washing machine?
Uh-huh.
What about the payment on the car and the box spring and mattress?
Those two, Bess.
Oh, wished we had a little money left over. At least enough to buy you a new white shirt. I've already turned the collars on the only 3 you own. Well, maybe we can get you one next month, if we're lucky.
If we're lucky. For 16 years, it's been the same thing, over and over again. A new white shirt if we're lucky. A new pair of hose if we're lucky. The same thing, it never changes. Each night at 5:30, I drive up and park in front of a tarnished white stucco house where we've lived for the last 8 years, and I know that nothing has changed. But tonight when I got home, there was a change. A happy change. Some relief. A new face. The face of a visiting long-lost relative. Cousin Eugene.
Yes, sirree, Cousin Bess. That's just about the best meal I've had in a long, long time.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Eugene.
One of these days, we'll have you over for a real feast, Eugene.
As soon as Walter's ship comes in.
Oh, I'm a plain man. The simple things in life are good enough for me.
Not for Walter. He's got ideas high and mighty.
No, not anymore.
He's got a dream world all his own.
Well, Cousin Bess, we all do a little dreaming now and then. Cigar, Cousin Walter?
Oh, yes, thanks. Thanks, Eugene.
Here's a light.
That tastes good.
Yeah. There's nothing like a cigar after dinner, say I. It's the finishing touch.
Do you have any definite plans for the future, Eugene?
Well, Walter, I think I'm just about ready to settle down.
Well, that's good to hear.
I'd like to buy me a farm somewheres and maybe raise some chickens. Always did like chickens.
You know, I think I would have done something like that one day if...
Go ahead, Walter. Say it. If you'd ever had the money.
Well, that's my problem, folks. Money. You gotta have money to buy a farm, and right now I don't have any.
Well, that's a shame.
Say, speaking of money, you ever been up to Reno, Nevada, Walter?
No, I've never been there.
We don't get to go to too many places, Eugene. Seems like we always have something else more important to do with Walter's vacation money.
Well, you've never seen so much money in all your life as there is in Reno.
I'll bet it's an exciting town, all right?
Oh, it is. Just about one of the most exciting towns I've ever been in. Yes, sirree. Lots of excitement. Lots of money.
I guess our type of people would never get up to a city like Reno.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Cousin Walter. They get all types of people up in a city like Reno, all types. You see, people figure there's money to be had there, and money attracts all kinds of people.
I often wondered what Walter'd do if he had a lot of money.
He'd be an interesting man to watch.
Him and all his dreams.
Yeah, they have all types up there. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief.
What did you say, Eugene?
I said rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I thought you said. And then Cousin Eugene gave me one of those long, lingering, meaningful looks. Then he leaned back in his chair, smiled, inhaled deeply on his cigar, blew the smoke out in a thin stream and watched it as it fanned up toward the ceiling. Eugene had made some kind of a decision, and it concerned me. It concerned me very much. The following morning, about 11:30, Eugene called me at the office. He told me he wanted to see me on my lunch hour. He said he had something very important that he wanted to talk over with me, and could I meet him? I met him at 5 minutes after 12 in front of the ferry terminal. It's not too long a ferry boat ride over to Richmond, and I figured I could be back to work on time. I'll just eat my lunch while you go ahead and talk, Eugene. Is that all right?
Oh, sure. Sure, go right ahead, Cousin Walter. Best fix your lunch every day?
Oh, yeah. Every day, as far back as I can remember. You'd be surprised how much money it saves.
Walter, what would you do if I gave you one half of, say, $25,000?
Excuse me, for a minute I thought you said $25,000.
I did.
What are you talking about, Eugene?
Well, you're a dreamer, so am I. There's only one way to make our dreams come true. We have to buy them, Cousin Walter, with money. That's why I've picked you.
Picked me?
Last night at the dinner table, I said there was a lot of money in Reno, Nevada.
That's right, you did.
Now, some of this money stays in Reno, and some of it goes elsewhere. Do you follow me?
No, not quite.
Well, some of it goes to banks, like banks here in Oakland and San Francisco.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Now, how does it get to these banks? Well, some of it they drive, some of it they fly, and some of it they load on the mail car of a train. You follow me?
Go ahead, Eugene. Go ahead.
The train they loaded on leaves the city of Reno every Thursday morning at 11 o'clock. It arrives in San Francisco at 4:30 in the afternoon. Do you follow me now?
Yes.
After the train leaves Reno, it passes through a place called Soda Springs at 10 minutes to 1. Then there follows a stretch of about 20 minutes before it passes a place called Dutch Flat, a stretch of nothing but lonely, dry desert.
Go on, Eugene. Go on.
If one gentleman was to get on the train in Reno and another gentleman was to drive a car to a deserted junction in between Soda Springs and Dutch Flat...
The train could be stopped, the money taken off, and the gentlemen well on their way before the authorities could be warned.
Why, Cousin Walter, do you realize what you've just suggested?
Yes, Eugene, I've just suggested that we rob a train. The ferry boat pulled into the Richmond landing and Eugene got off. As he stepped down the gangplank, he turned around, smiled, and waved at me and disappeared into the crowd. The following day at work, I had a hard time trying to concentrate on a new shipment of toy atomic tanks we'd gotten in. And right after lunch, the phone on my desk began to ring. I let it ring a couple of times. I was almost afraid to pick it up. Afraid that it might not be Eugene. Hello?
Hello, Cousin Walter?
Yes.
Done much thinking about that matter we discussed?
Yes, I have. But, Eugene, I was thinking, how can just the two of us...
Oh, it's very simple. I've worked for weeks on this plan, and you must have complete faith in me.
Oh, I do, Eugene, I do. But what about Bess? How will I explain it to her?
Oh, now you just leave that to me.
Yes, but eventually I'm going to...
Eventually you can tell her. And, Cousin Walter...
Yes?
What's more, I know she'll understand.
And so it begins. It's the kind of a thrill that comes once in a lifetime. When I was just a small boy, I had play-acted it out many times, but now it was a reality. I was going to rob a train of an estimated $25,000. We decided on a date. The robbery would take place 2 weeks from the following Thursday. That would give us ample time to prepare everything. And every day on my lunch hour, we would go over our plans, step by step.
Now, the baggage car is in between the regular car and the mail car. There are 2 guards in the mail car, 1 man in the baggage car. Now, once we get past the man in the baggage car, our problem is solved. But timing is the most important thing, Cousin Walter.
Absolutely. I realize that, Eugene. It must be timed to the split second.
As you see, it takes 10 minutes to get to the junction where the man in the automobile should be waiting.
10 minutes, right.
The emergency cord should be pulled about 30 seconds before the junction is reached. No sense to upset the passengers.
Uh-huh.
Now, what about your job, Cousin Walter? Will they let you take a week off?
Oh, I'm sure they will. Sure, they'll let me off. But I'm still worried about Bess, Eugene.
Oh, now don't you worry about her. I'll talk to Bess. You just leave her to me. I'll talk to her.
And he did. He wove Bess around his finger as if she'd been putty. By the time he was through with her, she was begging me to take a week off and go somewhere. We'll find the money to pay for the trip somewhere, she said. But when Eugene suggested he'd finance the trip, that was the clincher. He told Bess he was going to take me up to the Hillary Lodge at Lake Tahoe for some fishing. Only he didn't finance the trip, I did. With the $178 I drew out of our savings account at the bank. We needed money for our hotel room in Reno, the train ticket we had to buy, and for the gun we needed. The rest of the week went fast. And then it was Friday night, and we were ready to leave. Eugene was waiting out in my car while I was finishing packing.
Oh, Walter.
Now, look, Bess, it's only for a week.
I know, but... Well, here, Walter. Here are your other 2 shirts. You want to look nice and neat. Here, put them in the suitcase.
Fine. There. Well, I guess I'm all set. I'd better hurry.
Walter, you will take care of yourself.
Oh, of course I will, Bess. Now, don't you worry. I'll be all right. Well, all set, Eugene.
Oh, good.
Oh, Eugene.
Yes, Cousin Bess?
You take care of my Walter. Where'd you say you were staying?
The Hillary Lodge. It's near the lake.
Oh, Walter.
Now, look, Bess. If I don't write, please don't get worried. Promise me?
Yes, I promise.
Well, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Walter. Jean, take care and have a good time.
Bye.
Well, we're on our way, Eugene.
Yep.
You know, the next time I drive down this street, I'll be a rich man.
Yep.
People like Bess are wrong, Eugene.
Wrong?
Yeah. Who says dreams don't come true?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Fred McMurray in The Great Train Robbery, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, talking about the first 2-unit 6-volt automotive electrical system used as original equipment.
Talking about what?
Why, about the forerunner of today's modern and precision-made automotive electrical system.
Oh.
Why, everyone knows Autolite engineers developed it 42 years ago.
Well, let's talk about baseball, Harlow. The season's underway.
Just like players on a winning ball team, every unit of the Autolite electrical system has to work with every other unit of the system to give you the smooth, economical performance you just normally expect from a car. That goes for the coil, distributor, starting motor, generator, battery, spark plugs, voltage regulator, and their thousands of component parts.
You're talking about teamwork, eh, Harlow?
I sure am, Hap, because every unit of the Autolite electrical system is related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy. So when your Autolite-equipped car needs replacements, insist on the best. Autolite original service parts. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Fred McMurray in Elliot Lewis's production of The Great Train Robbery, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Cousin Eugene and I arrived in Reno, Nevada late Friday night. When we got to Reno, we registered in one of the nicer hotels and stayed there for most of the following 3 days, just going out for our meals. On Monday, we left Reno for a short while and drove to the junction about 13 miles from Soda Springs. Eugene pointed out all the landmarks. This was where the train was to be stopped by pulling the emergency cord. Then on Tuesday, we went down to the train station and bought a ticket for the train leaving Thursday morning. On the way back to our hotel, we stopped in at one of the gambling casinos on the main street, and Eugene started putting nickels in the slot machine. Hey, Eugene, I surely hope you don't throw away your share of the money on things like this.
No need to worry about that, Cousin Walter. I'm for chickens. Well, day after tomorrow is the day.
Yeah, day after tomorrow.
How do you feel, Cousin Walter?
Well, excited. I don't know how to thank you, Eugene.
Oh, now there's no need for that.
And you're to be commended, too. Your plan is foolproof. Of course, I've never handled a gun before, but don't worry about that.
Did you say gun, Cousin Walter?
Well, yes.
Oh, I'm afraid you won't be handling the gun. I will.
Well, you'll be driving the car. You won't have need for a gun, Eugene.
But the positions are just reversed. I'll be on the train, and you'll be in the car.
Me in the car?
Oh, I'm sorry, Cousin Walter.
Wait a minute. Eugene, you've missed the most important part of our plan.
Huh?
This could very well cause it to fail.
Well, what are you talking about?
Identification. Our descriptions. Eugene, look at me.
What?
Look at me. All right, now describe me.
Well,
Go ahead, describe me. Look at me and describe me.
Well?
Go ahead.
Well, you've got sandy hair.
That's right. And so have 2 million other men. Go ahead.
And?
Well,
you're just sort of plain looking.
Exactly, Eugene. Exactly. Plain looking. Now, don't you see? When the guards on the train try to describe me to the authorities, they'll have a very difficult time. I certainly have no prominent marks or features to single me out from any other plain, sandy-haired man of 42 years, have I?
You know, Cousin Walter, I believe you've brought up a very important point.
Thank you, Eugene. So, I'll handle the gun and you'll drive the car.
Well, you don't think for 1 minute
that you're a coward? No, of course not. Wait a minute, Eugene. Let me pull the lever this time.
All right. What do you know about that?
You see, Cousin Eugene, we hit the jackpot. Our luck's already begun. We had dinner before we went back to the hotel. When we got back, Cousin Eugene drew out a diagram and we went over the plans again. All I was to take from the mail car was one money bag. Eugene figured that each bag ought to contain about $25,000. And with one half of that, he figured he could start a pretty good-sized chicken farm. close to 9 o'clock when Eugene shook me awake. This was the day. My heart was already starting to beat faster. I took a shower and shaved and got dressed. I put on my last clean white shirt. At breakfast, we went over our plan for the final time. Then we checked out of our hotel, put the bags in the car, and drove down to the station.
Don't forget to put the money in your suitcase, Cousin Walter.
Yes.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, a little.
Don't fire the gun, whatever you do. We don't want anyone to get hurt.
Yes, I understand.
Good. Now, remember, you've only got 10 minutes to get back to the mail car and get the money. 10 minutes. That isn't very long. Be sure and keep your eye on your watch.
I will. Keep my eye on my watch. Well,
it's time.
Yes, it's time.
Yes.
I'd better get on.
Good luck, Cousin Walter.
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you. This was it. I found my seat and sat down. I was lucky. The seat was in the first car after the baggage car. I wouldn't have far to go. I could feel the perspiration running down my back. I was ruining my last clean white shirt. The 50 minutes before we got to Soda Springs seemed like 50 hours. Then we reached Soda Springs and the train slowed down. There were no passengers at the station, so the train didn't stop. It just slowed down. And then we were on our way again. My 10 minutes had begun. I made my way up to the baggage car, carrying the suitcase. The baggage man was reading a newspaper.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like to check this suitcase.
Forgot to at the station, huh? All right, hand it over here. I'll give you a baggage check.
Thank you.
Feels empty. You sure you wanted a check?
I'd appreciate it if you'd put your hands up.
What is this?
In simple language, a train robbery. Now, let's just start walking that way.
That's the mail car, mister.
I know.
Hey, now look.
Now, just do as I tell you and no one will get hurt. Walk in front of me. Now, knock and yell for the guards to open the door to the mail car.
They won't open it for me.
Oh, yes, I think they will. Now, knock.
Okay, mister. It's your funeral. Hey, Red, open up. It's Harold.
What do you want, Harold? There's nothing... Pardon me, but would you put up your hands?
What are you talking about?
You'll force me to shoot this man. I wouldn't want to do that.
What is this?
A train robbery. Now, I'd appreciate it very much if you gentlemen would back up against that wall. That's it. Thank you. Now, I'll just remove these guns from your holsters. I dislike bloodshed. And I'm afraid you gentlemen might be tempted. There we are. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. Here they are.
You're making a big mistake, mister.
You sound just like my wife. Now, let's see. Cousin said take just one bag. Now, there's so many, I think I'll take two. One apiece. I might as well. 1, 2.
How do you expect to get off the train, mister?
The emergency cord will take care of that. Now, I have one more favor to ask of you, sir. Kindly open this side door of the car.
He's going to jump. He's crazy.
No, not just yet. We have about 30 seconds to go. Now, the door, please. Open it. Seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now! All right, now remain standing in that corner, both of you. Numbers from this distance.
Doesn't matter. I've got them covered up. Well, how'd it go?
Perfect, Eugene. Perfect. I will admit I had a few bad moments, I guess, but otherwise it was perfect. Look under these dirty shirts.
What? Well, you took 2 bags. But I told you only to take 1.
Yeah, I know, but I figured it'd be easier dividing it with 2 bags. We didn't even bother to stop for any sort of refreshments. We drove straight through to Sacramento. When we got there, Eugene thought we ought to separate, and we did. I hated to see Eugene go. I'd grown very fond of him in the short time we'd been in business together. But it was a separation that you might call a necessity. When I got back to Oakland, it was almost 4:30. A good time, I thought to myself. I'll have the whole weekend to rest up before I have to go back to work. The house looked the same as I drove up. Maybe now I'll have it painted, I thought to myself. There was a car parked in front of the house. It was probably another salesman. I took the suitcase with my share of the money in it from the back seat and walked up to the front door. I had a wonderful feeling inside.
Why, Walter! Walter, dear!
Hello, Bess.
Oh, Walter, where have you been?
Where have I been? Why, Bess, you know very well
You
where
look
I...
a mess, Walter, but I'm so glad to see you, dear.
Bess, what's wrong?
Oh, here, dear. Come on into the living room and sit down.
But, Bess, I don't understand why you're acting so hysterical. I don't.
Here, Walter, put down your suitcase.
Well, Bess, who are these?
Oh, these gentlemen are from the police station, Walter.
The police station? Oh. Look, Bess, I think I'll go upstairs and get cleaned up a bit.
Oh, there's plenty of time for that later.
Well, Bess,
Now, you just tell me where you've been.
Yes, your wife has been worried about you.
Oh, well, look, Bess, I couldn't...
Yesterday I read in the paper where 2 men had been drowned at Lake Tahoe. They didn't know who they were. When I tried calling the Hillary Lodge, they told me you and Eugene weren't even registered there.
Oh, I see.
And I just got worried sick. So I called the police station. Oh, Walter, put down that suitcase and tell us what happened.
Well, later, Bess, later.
Oh, look at you, Walter. Your clothes all wrinkled, dirty shirt. Oh, you look a mess.
Well, Bess, I'm sorry you're worried about me like you did.
Well, I'm glad you're home. You won't be getting out of my sight again for a long time, I tell you that.
Mrs. Beaumont, we're very happy that your husband arrived home safely.
Oh, yes, I am too, officer. But look at the condition he's arrived in. Oh, I'll bet he doesn't even have a clean shirt for work Monday morning. Here, Walter, give me that suitcase.
No, wait,
Give
Bess.
it to me. I'll just get your dirty shirts out of this suitcase and get them in the washer.
Well, I guess you won't be needing us anymore, Mrs. Beaumont.
Bess, please. Please, Bess, don't open the suitcase. Bess, please.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Fred McMurray.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, the story about a man who committed a murder and got away with it for quite a while. The story is called Public Defender. Our star, Mr. Robert Ryan. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced by Elliot Lewis and was directed tonight by Norman MacDonald. Music was composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Portions of the program were transcribed. The Great Train Robbery was written for Suspense by Richard George Pedicini. In tonight's story, Joseph Kearns was heard as Eugene. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Jerry Hausner, and Hy Averback.
Fred McMurray may soon be seen in the Republic picture Fair Wind to Java.
And remember next week, Mr. Robert Ryan in Public Defender.
buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite Stay-Full batteries, and Autolite resistor or standard type spark plugs at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
We thank the readers of Radio and TV Mirror magazine for again voting Suspense their favorite radio mystery program. You may read about the award in Radio and TV Mirror, now on the newsstands. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Borrowed Byline.
The trip from Calcutta to Hong Kong had been hot and dull, and Craig McKelvey was glad when the slackening of the ship's engines told him they were moving through Laiman Pass into Hong Kong roads. At the railing outside his stateroom door, he could see the lights of Victoria rising from the jam-packed esplanade to the luxurious villas high up on the peak, and off to the starboard other lights marking Kowloon Point on the mainland. He was glad now that he'd taken the bull by the horns and come here. Calcutta was a fine place for a year, even 2. But 6 years had been too much. And when the opportunity for some quick money had come, he decided to take it and come to Hong Kong, orders or no orders. 5 minutes after the gangplank had been lowered to the dock, there was a knock at his stateroom door. Craig McKelvey smiled as he turned to open it. Solandrum hadn't changed a bit. Still as prompt as ever.
Well, Alphonse Solandrum.
Good evening, McKelvey.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, indeed.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
Let me fix you a drink, Solandrum. Scotch and splash?
You're very kind.
Oh, on the contrary, I'm very practical. You always discuss business better over a drink. And I know the wire you sent me had a deal in it somewhere.
I thought I made that clear.
You're never very clear, Solandrum. Particularly where money's involved.
And what makes you think there's money involved, my friend?
You don't think I'd jump my job and take a long boat ride to renew an old acquaintance, do you?
Wait a moment. Jump your job?
Well, not exactly. But my editor in London...
Mr. Ames.
All right, Mr. Ames fails to realize that at times a roving correspondent has to row. He might take a dim view of my sudden departure from Calcutta.
I hope not.
Oh?
You see, McKelvey, your excellent standing with your newspaper in London is exactly the reason I wired you to come here.
Here's your drink.
Thanks. Your health, my friend. Excellent Scotch, McKelvey. Excellent.
You can thank the purser. I won it from him last night in a card game. Now, what are you saying about my job?
I think perhaps we'd better discuss mine first. I've established a new connection, McKelvey.
I see.
Representing a British importing firm.
Sounds honest.
It is.
That's strange, Alphonse. I've never known you
Tut. My past is a closed book, something to be forgotten. There's much to be done here, McKelvey. New worlds to conquer. The right man, the right set of circumstances, and the wealth of the Orient is here for the taking. Tell me, my friend, how much do you know of natural history?
What?
Do you know, for example, that on the slopes of the mountains to the west, there lives a species of deer, a small hornless animal, unimpressive as a trophy, but worthy of the most skillful hunter who ever held a rifle?
If you don't mind, old man.
I'm being obscure again. To make a long story short, McKelvey, this little animal is the source of one of the most precious materials in the world. A substance for which there is an almost hysterical demand at this very moment.
Well, go on. What is it?
Musk.
Musk?
An essential ingredient of the finest perfumes. What little there is in great demand on today's market.
Well, that's all very interesting, but where do I come in?
I'm coming to that. It seems there is a persistent rumor that a fabulous amount of purest Tibetan musk is floating around East Asia somewhere. My firm is most anxious to locate it. So anxious, in fact, that they've retained me for the past 8 months solely to conduct the search. And that, McKelvey, is where you come in.
Oh, is it?
A simple dispatch in your very reliable newspaper indicating I have discovered the musk would simplify my problem immeasurably.
I'm still a lap or two behind, Alphonse.
I know I can be frank with you, my friend. From the moment I accepted this proposition, my problem has been to persuade my superiors in London to advance funds to cover the purchase. Needless to say, my firm in London tends to be cautious, since the transaction will come to over $250,000 American.
Then you have found the musk?
No.
Yet you want me to file that story?
Oh, come, McKelvey. You haven't developed any moral compunctions after all these years?
No, just being practical again, Alphonse. You'd never get away with it, you know. In the first place, they'd never send the funds without checking. In the second place, the idea of picking off $250,000 and disappearing is simply fantastic.
You underestimate me, my friend. After all, I haven't been at work on this for 8 months for nothing.
So all you need is a story over my signature, and they'll jump.
They do anything to close fast, prevent competitive bidding.
I see. You realize, of course, that this kind of a sellout would finish me as a foreign correspondent.
It should be well worth your while.
How much?
$25,000 American.
You underestimate me, Alphonse. Make it $50,000.
That's a lot of money for a story.
You're buying a career. Excuse me. Yes?
Cablegram, sir.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you, sir.
Hold for arrival.
What?
Consider your impromptu departure from Calcutta inexcusable. Your services with this paper terminated immediately. Frank Parksley has requested temporary transfer to Hong Kong, instructing him to replace you on arrival. Ames.
Anything interesting in your cablegram?
Oh, nothing much. It was from Ames. Just another raise.
Oh, that's very fortunate. Your reputation with your paper must remain unimpeachable, McKelvey, until the story is filed.
Yeah, I realize that. Now, how about the price?
$50,000 it is.
Good. When do I file it?
After I prepare the way in London. We must be cautious now. Can't afford to be seen together. Suppose I meet you tomorrow night at 9 at the Twin Dragon Bar?
Right. Well, Alphonse, here's to the story.
Yes, my friend. To your story.
The high-compression engines of many of today's newer cars are designed to perform best on a premium-quality gasoline such as Signal Ethyl. But if you're nursing along an older model, you may think ethyl gasoline wouldn't make any difference in your car. Well, if you'd see some of the vintage models that fill up at the Signal Ethyl pump and hear the enthusiasm of their owners, you'd change your mind. For instance, a chap who lives up in a hilly section was relating, "You should see some cars struggle when they try to pull my hill. But with Signal Ethyl, my 41 model walks right up in high." Another driver of a 46 model remarked, "On cold mornings, I hear some of my friends complaining about hard starting. But with Signal Ethyl, my car starts quick as a rabbit." Yes, folks say mighty nice things about Signal Ethyl, because this premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline is engineered to bring out the best in any car of any age. So if you're not getting the fun out of driving you used to, why not try this little experiment? Do as new car buyers do. Treat yours to a tank full of Signal Ethyl. See if you don't feel the difference, a wonderful difference, in Signal Ethyl.
It's strange, isn't it, Craig? At the very moment it became clear that your position with the paper in London meant everything to you, with Alphonse Salendrum sitting there in your stateroom ready to pay you $50,000 for that false dispatch. The crushing wire from Ames discharging you arrived to change it all. You realized, of course, that Salendrum must never know about it. And even as you tore up your editor's message discharging you and turned to Salendrum, you were trying frantically to think of some way the story could be filed and published the following day in London. Salendrum's gone now, and you sit alone in your stateroom for a long time thinking. You remember that no one knows you in Hong Kong. Decide for the time being it has to stay that way. A few minutes after leaving the ship, you check in at a nondescript waterfront hotel. You've never been one to apologize, Craig, but this time it's got to be. You hurry down to the cable office, scribble the message out, and hand it to the clerk.
Let me see now. Timothy Ames, Fleet Street. Can't believe you're serious. Came here on tip, underground movement very active in southern China. Know you will allow me time for full report. McKelvey.
Yes.
Mr. McKelvey?
Yes, speaking.
We have received a cable for you from London.
Oh, would you please read it?
Repeat, you are relieved immediately. Oxley arriving Hong Kong, SS Malaya soonest. Ames.
I see.
Any answer?
No answer.
But at that moment, Craig, as you hang up the receiver, you know there has to be an answer. That the story must be filed somehow, even if you have to use Frank Parksley's name. That with $50,000 involved, nothing is going to stop you. You call the porter's desk.
Porter's desk?
When is the steamship Malaya due in?
Malaya? Sunday night.
Thanks.
And Sunday night is uppermost in your mind as you sit with Salendrum later that evening in a dark booth at the Twin Dragons. Going over the text of the story you know you'll have to file under Frank Parksley's byline.
You've got that straight, McKelvey. Negotiations are underway. Mind you, nothing more. We must not imply the deal is anywhere near closed.
Of course.
They must fear competition, you see. Rival offers, higher bids.
I see. When does it go?
Tonight.
Tonight, huh?
Yes, we can move fast now. Everything's in readiness.
Aren't you being a little hasty?
Why do you say that?
Well, it's very simple. The heaviest advertising days are at the end of the week. Our story might end up on the press room floor.
Oh. Well, then, what do you suggest?
Sunday night. We can't miss if we aim for Monday's late edition.
Oh. Well, I hate to wait now.
You've got to wait if you want to be sure.
Well, all right, McKelvey. I'll leave it up to you. Sunday night.
Yes, Craig, it has to be the night Parksley will arrive on the Malaya, because your mind is made up, isn't it? On Sunday night, you're going to check out of the Hotel Oriental as Craig McKelvey. You're going to move into higher circles in the Victoria as Frank Parksley. And between the two, there'll be a murder. Sunday night finds you at the dock waiting. looking up at the sleek side of the passenger vessel that just pulled in, the SS Malaya. You breathe a sigh of relief when you see Parksley, the linen suit, the thin, rangy figure, the same Frank Parksley you saw in Singapore years ago.
Hello, Parksley.
Huh?
You don't remember me. I'm McKelvey.
Oh, yes, McKelvey, of course. I'm sorry.
Oh, we only met once.
Yes, London, wasn't it?
Singapore.
Oh.
But it's all right. I wouldn't have remembered you if I hadn't been told you were coming.
Oh, well, then they did inform you that I...
Yes, they sent me a cable.
Yes. I'm sorry, old man. I've been trying desperately to get out of Burma, but it hasn't anything to do with displacing anyone.
Oh, I know. That's my own doing. And Ames, he agrees that I'm a bum.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. We all have at least one editor who can't stand us.
Sure. Look, I hired a car. I'll drive you up to the hotel.
Well, that's very sporting of you, McKelvey. However, there's been a delay in getting my baggage off, and I'm afraid...
Oh, they'll send it up for you.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather wait. Past experience, you know? Somewhere in the Orient, there's a typewriter, 3 suits, and 6 pair of my best Argyle.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So we wait.
Yes, if you don't mind.
I insist. You don't know Hong Kong, Parksley, but it's like the baggage. A man can get lost here. I was a little surprised when they named you as my replacement, Parksley. What struck you to want to leave Burma?
Oh, well, at the moment, I think there's more opportunity for me here.
Oh, really?
Yes. I say, is this the road to the hotel?
Well, it's a roundabout one, but I thought you might get a kick out of seeing the bay.
Well, yeah, it's pretty all right.
There's quite a view spot up ahead. A friend of mine drove me out to it the first time I was here.
Oh.
Yeah, here we are, just around this curve.
Yes, I say, you're right. It takes in the whole shoreline, doesn't it?
Yeah. Actually, we're not up very high. It's just the way the island jets out here.
Well, not many people could know this spot. Wouldn't be so deserted. I'll have to remember it, McKelvey.
You listen as Frank Parksley prattles on about the view. He's right, isn't he, Craig? Not many people know this spot. You're thinking that as Parksley turns his head, looks away from you in the direction of the bay. Your hand moves down and tightens around the handle of a heavy wrench at your side.
The lights over there, McKelvey. They're glittering like the gold we mortals are always after, hmm? Have you ever thought of them that...
The drive back to town gives you your first chance to really let down since meeting Frank Parksley. It's over now, Craig. You did it. Killed Parksley and sent his body, heavily weighted with stones, over the side of the cliff and splashing into the waters of the bay. You're glad now that he insisted on waiting for his luggage. You have a use for it, haven't you? Yes, at Parksley's hotel. But not before you return the rented car and attend to a few things at your own hotel.
Oh, you leave, Mr. McKelvey?
Yes, checking out, Sam. Getting passage on the Malaya.
Here's the Hotel Victoria, mister.
Right. There, here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Front, boys. Front. Oh, yes, sir.
I wired for a reservation. The name is Parksley.
Oh, yes, I remember. If you'll just sign this card, Mr. Parksley.
Very well.
And it's room number 402. Here's the key. The boy will take your bags.
Fine. All right, Sonny, let's...
Well, if it isn't my good friend.
Solandrum.
Yes, indeed, my dear man.
You go on ahead, boy. I'll be right up. You said yourself we shouldn't be seen together. But not here, not here. I'm in room 402. If there's anything to talk about, wait about a half hour and then meet me there.
As you wish, my friend. Room 402.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir?
Operator, I was talking to the cable office. Could you reconnect me? I was filing a dispatch for my paper.
Oh, sorry. One moment. I'll get them again. Go ahead, Mr. Parksley.
I'll give it to you from the beginning again. Hong Kong, August 17th. Supposedly well-founded reports indicate certain Alphonse Solendrum, agent for a London importing firm, negotiating for purchase of largest quantity Tibetan musk ever involved in single transaction. Solendrum, commissioned by his firm.
A few minutes later, and it's over, isn't it, Craig? You hang up the phone, sit back, and breathe a sigh of relief. You worked fast, didn't you? And it went through. Everything you said. The report will appear in the London paper. You've managed to keep your promise to Solendrum, haven't you, Craig? With the aid of Parksley's arrival and sudden departure. Now all that's ahead is to wait and collect your fee.
Hello, my friend.
Come on in, Solendrum.
I trust you feel free to talk now, my dear McKelvey.
Anybody see you come up?
Why are you so nervous? You're not at all the man of iron.
Never mind. Just don't like to ask for trouble, that's all. I did a serious thing. I hope you appreciate that.
You've already filed the dispatch?
I have.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't tell me it isn't going to work.
I have better news, McKelvey. Much better. News that will preserve your integrity as a correspondent.
What are you driving at?
Supposing I were to tell you that anything you said concerning the negotiations for my firm in London were true.
Is that what you are telling me?
Exactly. At long last, after 8 months, mind you, I have been contacted by letter. The man who has the musk wishes to discuss business with me.
Now, wait a minute. We had an agreement.
Oh, please, my friend, I'm not forgetting. Not for one moment. As you say, we had an agreement, a gentleman's agreement. And because of it, you will receive the amount I promised.
But if you have to make a legitimate purchase...
I'm not above such an action, McKelvey, not under the right circumstances.
You're meeting this man tonight?
He's coming here to the hotel, yes. I must talk to him privately. You see, the margin of profit is accounted for by the simple fact that he did not come by the musk by entirely honest means.
So he's willing to sell for less?
I am buying the musk for exactly half the price my firm will pay.
I see. Very neat, Solendrum.
So you need have no concern over your share. I'll bring it here to your room the moment my guest departs.
Sorry, Solendrum. I hate to be indelicate about it, but I'm in too deep. We'll wait for your man right here. Together.
This Clark?
This is 402.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Solendrum is visiting with me, but he expects a caller. If anyone asks for him, would you send him up here?
Certainly, Mr. Parksley.
Thank you.
All taken care of, my friend?
All taken care of. Nothing to do now but sit and wait.
Ah, yes. And the moment is close, McKelvey. This will-o'-the-wisp I've pursued these many months is almost in my grasp. Think, man, in a matter of hours, perhaps minutes, we'll both be rich.
And you are thinking, aren't you, Craig? There's a tense, nervous feeling inside you. And you know Solendrum senses it, too. Both of you sit there in silence, waiting. Waiting. You glance at Frank Parksley's brown leather luggage piled next to the chair, thankful that the initials FP are facing you and not Solendrum. It's too late to even wish now that you'd thrown it into the bay along with the body of its owner. 11 o'clock. 11:30. 12. You're both wondering now. So many things could go wrong. So much could happen to a man alone in Hong Kong with over $200,000 in his hands. And then...
You'd better answer the door, my friend. Our visitor is here.
you're not getting a new car, you naturally want your present car to keep performing as well as possible. Well, the lubrication and service a car gets have a lot to do with its performance. And that's where independent signal dealers shine. With them, you see, servicing cars isn't just a temporary job. It's a permanent business in which they've invested their own money. That means signal dealers not only actually enjoy working with cars, but on the average have had years of experience which gives them valuable know-how that can make such a big difference in a car's performance and upkeep. Also, independent signal dealers are well aware that their success and very livelihood depend on how well they satisfy you. Well, naturally, this conscientious type of personal service can add a lot to your car's life and your driving pleasure. Good reason why so many drivers these days are switching to the friendly service stations that feature the famous Go Farther gasoline. Signal, that is.
For a moment you can't move, can you, Craig? Then suddenly you find yourself on your feet. And in the few seconds it takes you to cross the room, the whole nightmarish story flashes across your mind. The cryptic wire Solyndram sent you in Calcutta, the fortune in Tibetan musk, the false dispatch, Frank Parsley's body lying at the bottom of the bay, and above all, the fear, the terrible knowledge of what will happen if they find you here in his place. Yes, Craig. From now on, you have to move fast.
Good evening. I wonder if I'm in the right room.
Oh, yes. The man you wanted inside. Come in. This is Mr. Solyndram.
Good evening. I presume you're Parsley? Parsley? Yes, please. May I be expecting?
That's very interesting, Mr. Solyndram. I'm Inspector Wilson. I knew Frank Parsley wasn't working alone, so I've been following him ever since he robbed a trader in Burma of a fortune in Tibetan musk.
Well, this is obviously something between you two gentlemen, so I'll...
Oh, no, my friend, don't go. You're in this, too.
You're quite right. You see, after tracing Parsley this far, I lost track of him momentarily. Disappeared. Quite remarkable. Then this afternoon, some fishermen reported a body visible at low tide in the shallow water off Crown Point.
A body?
Yes. Parsley's body. Now, suppose you tell me, which one of you killed him?
Now, wait a minute. We haven't seen this Parsley.
You registered here in his name?
But we haven't seen him. We were waiting for him.
Then how does it happen that his luggage is there by that chair? I'd know it anywhere. Ought to. I've followed it long enough. You see, some of that luggage contains the stolen musk.
What?
I said that luggage contains the stolen musk. Interesting, eh?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember, regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Jack Moyles, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, Raymond Lawrence, and Byron Kane. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on the Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at this same time next Sunday, when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by the Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with me playing the little kid's game of King of the Mountain. The only difference is, in this game I'm playing, whoever loses gets killed. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve.
Well, what's the deal this time?
You'll be looking for a piece of paper that's vital to us right now.
Oh? Somebody steal it?
Yes.
What is it, a secret treaty or something like that?
No, it's a hospital temperature chart.
Hey, you know, for a minute I thought you
That's
said...
just what I did say, a hospital temperature chart. And a complete set of medical records.
Now, look, Commissioner, fun is fun,
This is no joke, Steve.
You know, I think you're serious.
You bet I am.
Well, in that case, you better start at the beginning. Whose medical records are they, and why are they so important?
Steve, see this map of Eastern Europe, this country?
Yeah, what about it?
For some time, it's been torn apart politically. During the last few years, a popular leader has arisen who's been able to do the one thing nobody else has before him. To unite his country under a democratic form of government.
You're talking about Karl Zandor?
That's right. You have any idea where Zander is right now?
Why, it seems to me I read that he was taking a vacation somewhere in the Austrian Alps.
Steve, Karl Zander is a patient at the Whittington Clinic right here in the United States.
What?
Yes, it's been a very closely guarded secret, or rather, it was up until a few days ago.
Wait a minute. You said there were some medical records stolen. Were they Zandor's records?
Yes. How they found out Zander was in the clinic, we don't know, but they did. And hired a man to steal the records. We know the man's name, and we've got a description of it.
But who'd want to steal medical records?
Steve, Karl Zander is a very sick man. The specialists at the clinic are all agreed he'll pull through, but right now you'd never be able to tell that by looking at his medical records.
I think I'm beginning to get it, Commissioner. Isn't there an election coming up in a couple of weeks in Zandor's country?
That's right, Steve. Imagine what would happen if a highly organized minority in that country plastered copies of those medical reports all over the front page. They could make it look as if Zander was dying. That would cause the defeat of Zander's party. And 3 years of building toward democracy would go down the drain.
I see. That makes those medical records pretty hot, Commissioner.
Zander has asked for our cooperation, Steve. I told him we'd do everything we possibly can.
You say you know who swiped the records from the clinic?
Yes, a man named Duvac. He posed as a grocery truck driver to gain admittance to the clinic.
Any idea where Duvac is now?
We think he's on a ship named the Southern Empress en route to the Portuguese colony of Macau on the China coast.
Sort of taking a roundabout way, isn't he?
Yes, and we think it's to cover his tracks.
Well, can't you radio the skipper of the ship?
No. This thing has to be kept absolutely quiet, Steve.
So I'm elected to fly over to Macau and meet the boat, huh?
Yes, and your plane leaves in 1 hour. You'll just barely make it to Macau before the boat loads.
Any contacts over there who can help me?
One, a Lieutenant Braga of the police. Steve, get over to Macau. Work with Braga. Intercept Duvac, and above all, get those records back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
I've chased a lot of strange things in my time, but never a set of medical records. On the surface, it sounds like a cinch, but I've got an uneasy feeling that before the deal's over, somebody will be making out a set of medical records on me. It's Monday evening when my plane lands in Macau. I check with Police Lieutenant Braga, and the two of us head for the waterfront. We get there just in time to see the Southern Empress docking. We go aboard and find out from the purser that Duvak's cabin is 23B.
Senor Mitchell, you have a description of this man, Duvak?
Yes, Lieutenant Braga. I've got a picture of him right here in my pocket.
Oh, I might observe, senor, that the simplicity of this assignment makes it a refreshing change from the ordinary run of things for me here in Macau.
Oh, yeah?
We know who our man is. We have a description of him. We know his stateroom number. So, we arrest him and recover the papers you seek. And it is all over.
Well, I hope you're right. Here we are. 23B. Hey, the door is ajar.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
A man lying on the floor.
Yeah, come on.
Is he dead?
No, unconscious.
Who is he?
Search me. He isn't Duvak. That's a cinch. Come on, Buster, snap out of it. Braga, how about getting that pitcher of water over there?
Very well. Strange, too, that he should be lying there in his undershirt.
Yeah. Looks like the deal isn't going to be quite as easy as we figured, Braga.
No. Here you are, Mitchell.
Thanks. Well, looks like the water was what you needed, Buster. Come on now, snap out of it.
What happened?
That's what we'd like to know. Who are you?
I'm the steward. I was called in here by Mr. Duvak to get his luggage. I opened the door. That's the last I remember. Wait a minute. Where's my white coat? My cap?
Mitchell.
Yeah, looks like Duvak figured he'd have a better chance of getting ashore unnoticed if he dressed as a steward.
Come. I have men stationed on the pier. We will check with them.
But none of Braga's men remember seeing a man in a steward's uniform come ashore. Of course, he could have slipped by in the dark. Braga orders the whole area patrolled, but all of a sudden I get a different hunch. If Duvak is this smart, maybe he's even smarter. I go back aboard the Southern Empress and look up the captain, who's still up on the bridge.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mitchell. If this man Duvak has already slipped ashore in a steward's uniform, why...
Maybe he has, Captain, but on the other hand, maybe that's what he wants us to think he's done.
I see. Well, you have my permission to search the ship. Of course, that'll take quite a while. There's a lot of places where a man could hide.
I know. That's why I'd like to stay up here on the bridge.
What do you mean?
Well, from here I can watch the side of the ship.
Oh, you figure that he...
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Seems to me I just saw something come out of one of those portholes down there.
Oh, rather hard to see in the dark.
Yeah.
Want me to turn on the searchlight?
No, not yet.
Yes, I see it now. It's a rope dangling from the porthole.
And somebody's starting to climb down it. Okay, Captain, hit that searchlight.
Right.
There he goes, climbing down the rope to the water. Duvak, hold it!
Mitchell, he let go of the rope and dropped to the water.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm going after him, Captain. Keep that light on him. I dive for a spot a few feet away from Duvak. The water hits me like a hand across the face. When I come up, Duvak is swimming for the center of the channel. I take off after him. Start gaining. Half a dozen more strokes, and I've got him.
Let go of me!
Come on, Duvak. We're going back to the ship.
No!
Okay, you want to play rough? Now I'll oblige you.
Watch out!
I jerk my head around just in time to see a tugboat bearing down on us. I try to get Duvak out of the way, but it's too late. Something awful heavy hits me a glancing blow on the side of the head, and all of a sudden, I've had it.
What do you think, Captain?
I don't know, Lieutenant Braga. The tug didn't hit him square, sort of a glancing blow. Maybe... Hey, sounds like he's starting to come out of it.
Mitchell. Mitchell.
Well, Lieutenant Braga.
Si, senor.
And the captain. Hey, look. Where am I? I remember I was in the water watching that tugboat climb my frame.
You're back aboard ship, Mitchell. We fished you out just before you went under for the third time.
Oh, well, thanks for the lift. Hey, what about Duvak?
Duvak was not as fortunate as you, Mitchell. The tugboat hit him squarely. He was killed.
Did you recover the body?
Si. But the papers you are after, the medical reports, they were not on the body.
What? Are you sure about that?
Quite sure. We searched the corpse thoroughly.
But that doesn't add up. Look, we know that Duvak had those papers and was trying to get them ashore. He slugged the steward and swiped his uniform to make it look like he was going ashore that way.
See, and then he tried to leave the ship later by means of the rope down the side. Well, all this we know, Mitchell. But the fact remains, those papers were not on him.
Well, I guess that leaves us two possibilities, Braga.
What are they?
Either those papers are still in Duvak's stateroom or somebody took them ashore for him.
In that case, Mitchell.
Yeah, in that case, we're falling behind fast. Let's go to work on the first possibility.
That the papers are still in Duvak's stateroom.
Yeah, we'll give the place a frisk. Captain, I wonder if you could have that steward meet us in the stateroom.
Sure.
He might be able to give us a line on whom Duvak was running around with aboard ship. Somebody who might be carrying the mail for him.
Appears we may now throw out that first possibility, Mitchell.
Yeah, we've gone over this stateroom like a vacuum cleaner, but we sure haven't turned up those papers. Come in.
The captain said you wanted to see me, Mr.
Yeah, I do, Steward. Look, do you happen to know if the dead man, Duvak, was particularly friendly with any of the passengers?
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you there. I don't...
What is it?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I just remembered. The woman.
What woman?
Well, an American, I believe. What's her name? Miss Barlow, I think.
Who's Miss Barlow?
One of the passengers. I remember seeing Mr. Duvak with her quite frequently the last few days.
Happen to know if she smokes?
Why, yes. Yes, she does. Why?
We found a cigarette butt with lipstick in the ashtray.
Oh, I see. You think this Miss Barlow is the person you're looking for?
I don't know. Well, thanks, Steward. Looks like we've got company.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have made a mistake.
Oh? Who are you?
My name is Kessler, but I do not see that concerns you.
Maybe it does. Are you looking for something or someone?
Why, as a matter of fact, I was. A friend of mine. But it is obvious I have the wrong stateroom. I apologize.
Yeah, I wonder if he did have the wrong stateroom or not.
So do I. He happens to be a rather unsavory character, Mitchell.
Oh, you know him?
Yes, he operates a bar here in Macau.
Well, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on him.
Yes, it would not surprise me to find that he was involved.
He may not have anything to do with it, but we're pretty short of leads right now, so we've got to follow up anything that looks even possible.
I agree. I will have his bar watched.
Good. In the meantime, I'll check with this Miss Barlow.
I believe she's already left the ship, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll try to locate her ashore. See if I can find out just how good a friend of Duvak she was. I check with the purser and learn that Miss Barlow left the ship 20 minutes ago, so I go ashore. On the dock, I see a line of rickshaw boys waiting for passengers. I go over to one of them. When he sees me coming, his face lights up like a pinball game.
Oh, yes. Fine rickshaw, you try. Oh, yes.
In a minute, maybe.
Oh, yes.
Right now, I'd like a little information.
Little information. Oh, yes.
Your mother frightened by a parrot or something? Look, tell me. Did you see a woman come off that ship about 20 minutes ago?
Oh, yes.
You did? Where'd she go?
Oh, yes. Fine rickshaw. You try. Take you strange places with faraway names. Oh, yes.
You know, I can see this is not exactly a meeting of the mind.
Meeting of minds. Oh, yes.
All right. Now, look, Buster.
How you know my name?
Huh? Don't tell me your name is Buster.
No, name is... Now, look.
Oh, fine. Okay, now look. I mean, now...
Oh, you call me twice, but there is only one of me.
What I'm trying to say... just take me into town, will you? I check all the hotels in Macau and find out that Miss Barlow registered at the Splendida. I charge over there in my trusty rickshaw and learn that she's in the bar, so I go in and slide on the stool next to her.
Well, say... Now, isn't that one?
Look, maybe I better go out and come in again.
Oh, no, silly. I was just wondering what in the world I'd ever do if a strange man came into the bar and sat right down beside me, and then along you came, and you know I didn't even bat a little eye.
Well, now, that's real brave of you, ma'am. And not even a quiver out of your martini, either.
Oh, now you're poking fun at me, Mr...
Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
Well, I'm Susan Barlow.
Oh, taking a vacation, Susan?
Taking a vacation, I should say not, Steve. I'm starting a whole new career. That's just how bold I am.
Oh? What kind of a career are you starting?
I'm going to travel all around the whole wide world and write down just about every little old thing I see, Steve.
Well, that sounds like a pretty big order. So you're going to be a writer, huh?
Sure enough, I am. You see, Steve, I'm a school teacher from New England, and I decided one day that I ought to see
Whoa, just a minute.
Huh?
Where did you say you came from?
New England.
That's what I thought you said.
Well, southern part, of course.
Oh, of course.
And now I'm just out looking for color, Steve.
I see. Did you find any of it on the boat?
Did I? Why, you'd never in the world believe it, but I found
Probably
more.
not, but how about interesting characters? You meet any of them?
I sure enough did.
Fellow named Duvac, for instance?
I don't remember the name particularly.
Oh.
Of course, I met so many people on board.
I heard that you and Duvac were pretty friendly.
And now, Mr. Mitchell, where I come from,
Southern New England, that is.
a gentleman takes a lady's word for things. And come to think about it, I don't hanker to answer any more of your nosy old questions. I'm asking you right now to quit pestering me, Mr. Mitchell. Else I'll short of report you.
Report me? To whom?
Never you mind whom. I'll just report you.
You know, Miss Corn Pony, that you're sure enough on a level. Or that's a powerful good act you're putting on. And sooner or later, I'm sure enough going to find out which.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure in the air tomorrow evening as NBC brings you another authentic story of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae stars as a modern-day agent of the law. Times have changed, and the Rangers ride automobiles instead of cayuses, but they're still the same hard-bitten group riding down from the plains of Texas. And also tomorrow, galloping down from the plains of Hollywood, will be the hilarious Harrises to bring you another chaotic, confusing, and delightful domestic saga on the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, along about now, I figure it's time to get back with Lieutenant Braga. I find him in the bar owned by Kessler, the man who stuck his nose into Duvac's stateroom.
Did you find Miss Barlow, Mitchell?
Yeah, I sure did.
Well, what about her?
That's what I'd like to know.
What do you mean?
She's so phony, she must be legit.
Phony? Legit? Well, that sounds confusing.
Well, if it does, it's because I am. You found out anything about this Kessler?
No, and he doesn't seem to be here in his bar at the moment.
Well, it's possible, of course, that Kessler doesn't have anything to do with the deal. He could have been telling us the truth. Maybe he really was looking for a friend and just wandered into Duvac's stateroom by mistake.
Yes, that possibility, of course, has occurred to me, too.
You know, I'm beginning to think that nothing about this deal makes sense, Braga. Look, Duvac swipes some pretty important medical records back in the States and takes off with them. He comes to Macau aboard the Southern Empress and then tries to make us think he sneaked ashore in the steward's uniform.
But actually, he attempts to escape from the ship by means of the rope.
Sure, and up to there it all figures. But when you fished his body out of the drink, the papers weren't on him, and they weren't in his stateroom either.
Perhaps he had already passed them to a confederate.
Yeah. That's about the only possibility left, and this character, Kessler, would qualify as a good suspect, except for one thing.
You mean if Duvac had somehow passed the papers to him, why did he come to Duvac's room?
Yeah. All of which brings us back to Susan Barlow again.
You sure enough never forget a name, do you, Steve?
Well, hello, Susan. Have a seat.
Well, thank you.
This is Lieutenant Braga.
I am honored, Miss Barlow.
Oh, that's nice.
Care for a drink, Susan?
No, thanks. I can only stay a minute. I will have a cigarette, though.
I want one of mine.
No, thanks. I got mine right here in my bag.
You know, I think I'll try one of yours, if I may.
Why, sure, Steve. Here you are.
Thanks.
Let me see now. I got a matchbook here somewhere. Yeah, here it is.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of surprised to see you again, Susan. The last time, as I remember, you were all set to report me to the nearest Boy Scout.
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, that's why I looked you up, Steve. I kind of wanted to apologize for being so testy.
Oh? I thought maybe you were going to apologize for not telling me the truth.
What in the world do you mean?
You said you didn't know Duvac very well.
Well, now, looky, Steve, if you're going to start that again, I'm just going to pick up and leave.
The steward aboard the ship told us that you and Duvac were together quite a lot, Susan.
He did. Was that nosy, Parker?
Well, how about it?
Oh, all right, Steve. Yes, I did tell you a little old fib about it.
Why?
Well, mainly because my recollection of Mr. Duvac is not a very pleasant one. He represented himself to me as a gentleman. He said he could help me improve my writing. He sure enough had strange ideas about what improves a girl's writing.
Oh, I see. Look, did you ever hear him mention anything about any important papers he was carrying?
Important papers? I wouldn't know anything at all about that.
Miss Barlow, did this Duvac ever speak of a man named Kessler, the person who owns this bar?
No, I don't believe I remember the name. Well, I better be getting back to my hotel, Steve.
I'm glad you stopped by, Susan.
We friends again?
We sure enough are.
Fine. Come and see me then, Hale.
Sure enough.
A most unusual woman, Mitchell.
Yeah, you figure her out. I can't. She patched those baby blue eyes and said she wouldn't know anything about any secret papers or a man named Kessler.
She appears to be telling the truth.
Yeah, you're exactly right. She appears to be. If she really is, that leaves us with just one lead, Kessler. Incidentally, where is he?
Yes, it does seem strange that the owner of a bar would remain away from it for so long a time.
I wonder if he could have skipped town with those papers.
But how could he have gotten them in the first place?
I don't know. But I think we'd better find out where he lives and drop in on him. What did you say the number of Kessler's apartment was, Lieutenant?
9, according to that bartender.
9. That's just a couple more doors down the hall.
Mitchell, if Kessler is involved...
Hey!
That sounded as if it came from Kessler's room.
Come on!
Kessler!
Locked. Come on, get back here, Lieutenant. We'll have to break down the door.
Very well.
Okay, let's go. Didn't budge it an inch.
We try it again.
Yeah. Ready?
Yep. Mitchell, look, on the floor.
Yeah. Kessler. A pair of scissors between his shoulder blades.
But where could the killer have... Wait, the window is open.
Yeah. See anything?
There's an alley running along the side of the building, but it's too dark to see anything.
Yeah, the killer could drop out of sight with no trouble at all.
Mitchell, if Kessler was stabbed to death with a pair of scissors...
Scissors are a woman's weapon.
Precisely what I was thinking.
Well, if Kessler did have those papers, he sure doesn't have them now. Only things in his pockets are a matchbook and some loose change. Let's take a look around the room, Braga.
Very well. You think Kessler had the papers and the killer took them?
I don't know. That doesn't quite boil, Lieutenant. How could Kessler have gotten the papers? And if he did have them, why did he show up at Duvak's stateroom?
I do not know. Unless... Yeah, what is it?
Take a look at this ashtray.
2 cigarette butts with lipstick on them.
Yeah, and they're the same brand as Susan Barlow smoked.
Who are you telephoning?
Her hotel. Hello. Is Miss Susan Barlow there? What? How long ago? Thanks.
She's not there?
Checked out a half an hour ago.
Mitchell, she is the killer.
Sure looks that way.
It all fits. Remember, she left Kessler's bar before we did. That was almost an hour ago. That would give her time to check out of her hotel, come here and kill Kessler.
Yeah, she could have done it all right.
I will have a dragnet put out for her at once.
I suppose you'd better.
Mitchell, what is the matter?
Something bothers me about this setup, Lieutenant.
See, what is it?
I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it, but... Hey, wait.
What are you doing?
Lieutenant, do you see any other ashtrays in this room?
Why, no. Only this one in front of you. Why?
What's in this ashtray?
Mitchell, what is the matter with you? You can see as well as I there are 2 cigarette butts with lipstick on them.
Anything else?
No, of course not. See here.
You see a wastebasket in the room anywhere?
Wastebasket? Why, no.
Anything on the rug?
Rug? No, not that I can see. Mitchell, have you suddenly lost your mind?
No, Lieutenant. Matter of fact, I think I've just found it.
What are you talking about?
You see, if you can locate Susan Barlow anyway, will you? I'm going on a little errand. If my hunch is right, I don't have much time. I head for the ship, Southern Empress, in a hurry. Just as I get onto the dock, I see a figure hurrying down the gangway, suitcase in hand. I follow. He darts around the corner of a warehouse. I beat it after him. But when I get around the corner, all of a sudden, there he is, right beside me, with a gun jammed in my rib.
Looking for me, Mitchell?
Yeah, Stewart. As a matter of fact, I was. Looks like you found me.
Get inside the warehouse.
Okay. I think I've got it all pegged now, Stewart.
Yeah? That's nice.
Duvak realized it'd probably be tough for him to get those papers ashore. He knew Kessler was waiting for him, so he made a deal with you to take the papers to Kessler.
Here's the door. Open it.
You figured there'd be more dough in it for you if you kept the stuff, but Kessler knew you had it. That's why he came to Duvak's stateroom. That meant you had to knock him off, which you did a half an hour ago.
Come on, Mitchell, inside.
Hey, why bring me in the warehouse?
Quieter. Besides, they won't find your body for days with all these crates stacked around.
Well, that's a jolly thought.
Now, I gotta hand it to you, Mitchell. Got it all figured out. How you tumbled to me, I don't know, but right now it doesn't matter. Come on, move.
Where to?
Straight ahead.
Okay. Hey, where are we going? I can't see a thing in the dark.
Don't worry about that, Mitchell. Because for you, it's gonna get a lot darker.
I stumbled along the warehouse, knowing that any moment he's going to pull the trigger. Then, as I'm feeling my way down the aisle between the crates, my hand brushes against something hanging on the edge of one of the crates. It's a cargo hook. I take hold of it, keeping it in front of me, and then, when we get to the next aisle, I suddenly whip around behind me and dive down the aisle. I'm halfway down the aisle by the time he gets his gun up. He's shooting blind. By now, I've got my own gun out of my pocket. I throw one down the aisle in his direction. Better call it a day, Stewart. You can't get out of here. I'm between you and the door.
You wanted me to come after me, Mitchell. I guarantee a nice warm reception.
It's only a question of time, Stewart.
Missed again, huh? Okay, it's my last shot for a while, Mitchell. It leaves me 3 still on the gun.
Like I tell you can't get out of here.
I got news for you, Mitchell. Neither can you. It's lighter over there near the door. You try to get out, you collect a slug. So like you said, it's a question of time. But I can wait as long as you can.
All of which is getting me nowhere. It sounds like a stalemate. Then I look up. A pile of crates is about 30 feet high, and it sounds like Stewart's on the other side. That gives me an idea. Maybe I need a bird's eye view of him. I start climbing quietly, and it's like going up one of those pyramids. I'm almost to the top when I hear a faint sound on the other side. Then I get it. The steward has the same idea. He's climbing, too. So it looks like we're going to play king of the mountain. I flatten myself against the side of the top crate. After a few seconds, a dim figure comes into view. It's the steward holding his gun ahead of him. I hack at his wrist. You didn't need that gun anyway.
That's right, I did.
A knife, huh?
Yeah. Come on.
I didn't get your wrist locked soon enough.
I just picked you. It's only a sample of what I got for you.
Yeah? Well, here's a little something for you, kid.
The crate! The crate!
Oh, brother. I climb down. The steward's done for. I fish in his pocket and find the papers I've been chasing, and then I go outside. There's a figure near the gangway. When he sees me, he hurries over. Oh, it's Lieutenant Braga.
Richard, are you all right?
Yeah.
I traced you here to the ship. The captain told me he had seen you following the steward down the dock.
Yeah, speaking of following, did you locate Susan Barlow?
Oh, yes.
Hey, why did she check out of her hotel in such a hurry?
So she could check in at another hotel.
Huh? What other hotel?
Your hotel?
What?
Yes. She told me she had decided that you and she were going to be, as she put it, sure enough, powerful friends.
Oh, fine. And for this I get shot at, stabbed, and nearly drowned?
But, Mitchell, what made you realize that the steward was behind all this?
Well, when you and I first found that cigarette butt of Susan's in Duvak's stateroom, the steward was there. Remember?
Yes, that is true, but...
That gave him the idea. He probably had a chance to lift some out of her room when he was cleaning it. Then, when he killed Kessler, he used scissors and planted those cigarette butts in Kessler's room to make it look like Susan had done it.
But how did you know they had been planted there?
Susan used matches instead of a lighter. There was a matchbook in Kessler's pocket, no lighter. But there weren't any matches on the ashtray.
Ah, yes.
You see, if there'd been only one cigarette, it could have been brought in lighted, but the fact that there were two of them with no matches made it look a little phony to me.
Ah, so it would appear that the steward overlooked the one small detail of the match, which might have made his plan succeed.
Yeah, I guess you might say he was almost a match for us.
Dangerous Assignment stars Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the Commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Bill Johnstone, Tony Barrett, Tyler McVeigh, Peter Leeds, and Betty Lou Gerson. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Who calls everybody darling? Why, Tallulah, of course. And tomorrow, Tallulah's darlings on the big show include Fred Allen, Eddie Cantor, Phil Baker, Eddie Fisher, and many more. You're invited every Sunday to the big show. And for drama tomorrow, Theater Guild on the Air presents a 1-hour adaptation of Jeannie, starring Barry Sullivan and Margaret Phillips. Now stay tuned for The Man Called X on NBC.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy. Chad Remington's the name. Chad Remington from Dos Rios in the Rocky Mountain country, where I'm sort of, well, I guess you'd call me a frontier town lawyer. Strange things happen out on the frontier, and as a result, strange things happen to me. Mighty strange things. But the frontier being what it is, always changing and always moving, and with the people who drift into it and across it, we've got just about as much law as the law allows. To show you what I mean, let's take what seemed to be a pretty cut-and-dried case that was brought to me just a matter of a few weeks ago. And I guess the best way to tell you about it is to tell you what happened, or what I suppose happened before they sent for me. Now, it all took place in the town of Rock Springs, about 40, 50 miles from Dos Rios, and concerned a cattle rancher by the name of Oliver Baldwin and his daughter Dixie.
By criminy, Dixie, you're just wasting your breath arguing with me. I know what I'm doing. And I'm a-telling you that I'm going down to Delahanty's store and tell him off proper.
But, Daddy, maybe you did make a mistake when you wrote that deed out for him. Maybe you just thought you wrote it out for 300 acres. You might have put an extra zero on it without realizing it.
The only mistake I made was in dealing with that unprincipled, no-good varmint in the first place. I know what I wrote in that deed, and it was just 300 acres and not 3,000.
Well, if you're positive he changed the 300 to 3,000, you still shouldn't take the law into your own hands.
Who said anything about taking the law into my own hands? I'm just going down to Delahanty's store and give him 24 hours to change that deed back to 300 acres or suffer the consequences. And while I'm in town, I'm sending a telegram over to Dos Rios to that lawyer over there, Chad Remington.
Well, that's a relief.
Because if Delahanty's going to try any crooked stuff on me, I'm a-getting a lawyer and throwing him and his whole kit and caboodle right smack into jail.
Well, Oliver Baldwin was as good as his word. He hitched a team to his buckboard and drove from the 2-Bar-S into Rock Springs to call on Cy Delahanty at the little store Delahanty had recently opened in the town. And while he was on the trail to Rock Springs, Oliver Baldwin was the subject of a conversation Delahanty was having with his assistant, Prod Stevens.
Look, Mr. Delahanty, I know I work for you, but you ain't been in Rock Springs long enough to know about these things. And I'm telling you, Oliver Baldwin is a regular catamount when he gets riled.
You don't say so, Prod. The old gentleman looks so gentle. You'd think butter wouldn't melt in his mouth.
Talk about the devil. Here comes Baldwin now.
Let me handle him. Morning, Oliver.
Don't you go Oliver and me, Delahanty.
No, don't tell me just because you made a perfectly understandable mistake in filling out my deed that you're going to hold it against me.
Delahanty, I know you ain't been out west long enough to understand us, folks, but them smooth city ways yours don't go out here. We got our own way of handling crooks.
Prod, I think you better show the gentleman to the door. And don't be too polite about it.
All right, come on, Mr.
You
Baldwin.
lay a
Come
hand on me
now.
and I'll
You
shoot-
numbskull, let that gun alone. Let go of that gun
Mr. Baldwin, you pulled a gun, acted like a complete nitwit, and ruined a $200 mirror. Now get out before I lose my temper completely.
If that gunslinger of yours didn't have my 45, I'd show you. But I'm a-getting a lawyer down here, Delahanty, and when he comes, you'll be lucky if you just end up in jail.
So, he's sending for help, is he? Well, the only kind of help he's going to need is the help of 6 pallbearers. Prod.
Yeah, boss?
Get that rifle out of the back room. You and I are riding out on the trail, making sure that Mr. Baldwin never gets back home.
Well, Oliver Baldwin stopped long enough in Rock Springs before heading home to send me a telegram. So, enlisting the company and assistance of Cherokee O'Bannon, the ex-medicine man who now owns the Dos Rios livery stable, we lost no time in setting out for Rock Springs and plowing up the dust to the 2 Bar S ranch house.
This is quite an establishment Mr. Baldwin has over here, Chad.
Yep, and from all appearances, Oliver Baldwin seems to be one of the few really prosperous ranchers.
You suppose he might be able to pay you a sizable fee, Counselor?
What do you call a sizable fee? $10 for me and 10 quarts of whiskey for you?
Oh, sizable fee should be $20.
Dollars?
Oh, quarts.
Yes.
Oh, I'm Chad Remington, and this is Mr. O'Bannon. Is Mr. Baldwin home?
Come in, won't you? I'm Dixie Baldwin. My father was dry gulched last night.
He was...
Dry gulched? Who was the unprincipled culprit who dared to...
Hold it, Cherokee. This is no time to ask questions. If Miss Dixie feels like talking, she'll tell us all that's necessary to know.
Oh, what is it to tell you? I knew before my father left for town that he'd never come back.
Why do you say that?
Because he went in to see Cy Delahanty with blood in his eye.
Cy Delahanty. Who's he?
A double-crossing, sheep-stealing Jasper who just opened a store in town. Oh, I know I can't prove it, but I'm positive that Delahanty did it.
Why do you say that, miss? Had he threatened your father?
I don't know. But Daddy threatened him plenty. You see, Delahanty moved to Rock Springs from Springfield a few months ago. He opened a store and then started looking around for some ranch land he could buy.
Well, that explains part of your father's telegram about a Ford's deed.
He sold Delahanty 300 acres. When the deed was filed, it read 3,000.
I see. But you said your father was dry gulched. And if he went into Delahanty's store to threaten him, he...
Of course. You didn't think Delahanty would do what he did in his own store, do you? With that kind, they just wait.
Shall I open the door for you, Miss Dixie?
Yes, if you... Well, I recognize his rig outside. That must be Delahanty at the door now.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Dixie. I think Cherokee and I had better go into the kitchen while he's here.
You mean you don't want to meet Delahanty?
No, I don't. Not just yet.
Well, you're going to be a fine lot of help, you are.
Now, wait a minute. I only want to... you'd better let him in. I'll explain my reasons to you later. All right, come on, Cherokee.
Good afternoon, Miss Baldwin. May I come in?
Yes, as long as you're here.
I heard about your father.
Not really.
A week ago, I'd have felt sorry for your father and for you. But since he made his attitude very apparent yesterday, I'll just make this a business call. Save myself the trouble of coming to see you again.
Save me the trouble of seeing you again.
Your father told you he sold me only 300 acres, didn't he?
That's all he did say you.
Fortunately, that part is past argument. When he came in to see me yesterday, he asked me to promise that I wouldn't tell you about this. Here.
A bill of sale for 100 head of cattle.
The bill of sale for 100 head of cattle. You didn't think I was going to buy 3,000 acres of land and raise jackrabbits on it, did you? I bought a ranch from your father. A ranch with cattle on it.
You... Mr. Delahanty, I want to tell you something I'm sure you already know. This is nothing but forgery. You copied my father's signature from the original deed.
How very, very clever of me. Of course, you can prove that statement.
I'm giving you 3 to get out of here.
No sense in reaching for that rifle, young lady. Now that I've told you the facts, I'm going. But I'll be back Monday to take over my 3,000 acres and the cattle along with it. Good day, Miss Baldwin. And don't expect me at your father's funeral.
Mr. Remington!
There's a fine, high-class gentleman. Miss Dixie, do you believe your father did sell him the cattle?
For $1,100?
I'm forced to agree with the young lady, Chad.
So am I, Cherokee. But that doesn't mean a judge and 12 men on a jury would. No, the first thing for us to do, if Miss Dixie feels up to it, is to ride into town and call on the sheriff.
Sheriff, you can't really mean that.
How did it do, Miss Dixie? Guessing's one thing, proving's another.
And how are you going to prove a thing like forgery when even you admit you couldn't tell if it's your father's signature or not?
Well, if either of you think I'm going to be robbed of my ranch and my stock, you've certainly got another thing coming.
Miss Dixie, the law is the law.
Isn't that consoling? But if that is the law, then maybe I'd better make a few laws of my own.
Now, Dixie, you're not going to get any place acting this way.
And as far as you're concerned, Mr. Remington, remember, I didn't ask you to come down here. And if my father had known as much about you as I do now, I don't think he would have either.
We'll return to the second act of Branding the Badlands, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, as I said before, a cut-and-dried case doesn't always turn out to be just that. And not only was it a back-breaking job trying to prove anything on Cy Delahanty, but Dixie Baldwin's sudden attitude of bitterness was making my task no easier. After Dixie's display of temper at the sheriff's office, the O'Bannon and I, somewhat grimly, I admit, remounted our horses and rode back to the 2-Bar S Ranch. When we got there, we found that Dixie, having seen us coming, had gone into her bedroom and bolted the door, leaving us with a bit of egg on our faces. Not much to do and a good deal to talk about.
Chad, you know I'm not a man who likes propriety. But I want to go on record as saying Miss Baldwin is perhaps the most pig-headed filly I've ever seen. And one of the most pulchritudinous, I might add. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, find a lot of good her pulchritude is doing us while she's locked up in her room.
It has certain advantages at that, Chad. For example, since she is not out here to play hostess, I could look through the kitchen cupboards to see if I could locate any refreshments.
Not on your tin type. This is one time you need a clear head.
Counselor, my head is clear as a bell.
Yes, and probably twice as empty.
Of course. It's absolutely twice it. What was that again?
Look, O'Bannon, there's only one thing for us to do. We've got to induce Miss Dixie to come out and listen to reason. And there are no two ways about that.
If I know women, and I do, she's not coming out.
Dixie? Dixie, can you hear me?
I want to talk to you.
You're just wasting your breath, my boy.
Doggone it, Dixie. Will you stop acting like a spoiled child and come out here?
Certainly not coming out. And if you're even half a gentleman, you'll pack up and clear out of here.
Now, your father telegraphed me to come out here and, well, he needed some help. And if you...
Fine lot of help, you are. Unless you mean you want to help Delahanty.
Why, you ungrateful little vixen. Now, you either open that door or someone's going to have to buy you a new one.
You try breaking this door down and you're going to get a load of buckshot.
All right. Now, Cherokee, that excess beef of yours is good for something. Come on, help me bust this door down.
Only too glad to oblige, Counselor.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Two big, strong men, eh? Well, do you think you're big enough to swallow lead?
Now, you wouldn't dare pull that trigger. Your bluff is just like your temper, all on the surface. And for your information, I'm not leaving Rock Springs yet.
And for your information, I don't care what you do as long as you get out of my house.
Fair enough. That's a bargain. All right, come on, Cherokee. We got a bit of riding to do and fast. We did have a bit of riding to do. We rode back to town and made tracks for Delahanty's general store, where we called on Mr. Delahanty himself in mighty short order.
Yeah, I've heard about you, Remington.
And I've heard about you, too, Delahanty.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't believe all I hear.
Sorry, but what I heard about you, I've got to believe.
A really smart man wouldn't.
You talk as if I came here to make trouble for you. I didn't, so I'm putting all my cards on the table. Oliver Baldwin sent for me. When I got here, he was dead. And in my humble opinion, that daughter of Baldwin's is a double-dyed, self-willed little fool.
Oh? Is she?
Now, after talking to the sheriff, I'm sure of it. Now, look. Baldwin was supposed to pay me $500 for coming here, and it looks as if I'm not going to get it. So I thought maybe I could get part of it by making a deal with you.
A deal, huh? Well, keep talking.
Well, the sheriff says there's no question in his mind that you bought and paid for 100 head of 2 Bar-S cattle. And since you're a merchant and not a cattleman, I'd like to make a deal to round up and brand that cattle for you.
Wish I could believe you, Remington.
Why shouldn't you believe me? I own a ranch of my own, and I'm telling you that rounding up and branding takes an expert.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, if O'Bannon and I could do the job for you and collect $100, well, we'll at least have made expenses and not leave Rock Springs total losers.
Good grief, man. What have you got to lose? Besides, you can ride along with us and make sure you're getting what you paid for.
That's right at that. All right, boys, you can start the roundup and branding tomorrow morning. And, Prod and I will be right on hand to watch you.
Dixie, won't you even give me a chance to explain?
Don't you think you've explained enough? You're going to do exactly what my father wanted you down here for. To help Delahanty take possession of 3,000 acres and 100 head of cattle he never paid for.
But my dear lady, Chad's got a good reason for doing it. And if he'd only stop to think at the time of the year it is, you'd get some ideas why
if
we...
you'd only stop trying to alibi yourselves, maybe we'd all be a lot happier. Let me tell you both this much. I'm going to pay you back someday and show the world what a pair of double-dealing, low-down, backbiting snakes you two really are. Since that's all I have to say to you, you can get out of here now and not show your faces again till it's time for your roundup.
All right, Cherokee. Dab a loop on that yearling and haul it over here to the fire. We're all ready to brand.
Right you are, Chad.
Are you sure this brand design will be all right for you, Mr. Delahanty?
Sure, if you say so. It's easy to put on those steers.
Oh, it's very little trouble. And the design, a triangle cross, is unusual. You won't find it twice within 1,000 miles of here.
Chad, this adolescent bovine is not taking too kindly to the idea of branding.
Now, who's going to hold and who's going to brand?
I'd better ear the calf down, Cherokee. You look almost worn out already.
The only reason I look worn out is I am worn out.
Did you ever see a branding before, Mr. Delahanty?
No, this is my first. Chad, for mercy's sake, will you stop conversing and toss that calf? The iron is red hot.
Okay, Cherokee. And don't forget the instructions I gave you.
Yes, sir. Once over lightly.
Okay. All right, here we go. All right, Cherokee. Slap on that branding iron. Because once we get this one done, we still got 99 more head that are going to wear the triangle cross. Now, believe me, it was mighty tough work branding 100 steers. But well worth the money Delahanty was supposed to pay us. It was late and dark by the time we'd finished, so we arranged to have Delahanty come back the next morning to cut out his cattle and drive them over to his own acres. But just before Delahanty was due, Cherokee and I paid another call on Dixie Baldwin.
Are you crazy? Why should I go out to the corral while you gloat over delivering 100 head of stolen cattle to Delahanty?
Now, look, young lady. You're coming out to witness the delivery whether you want to or not. So make up your mind to that.
Who do you think you're talking to that way?
I know who I'm talking to. Miss Dixie Baldwin. She's going out to make sure that Delahanty gets only the cattle wearing his own brand.
You can talk all you want to. I'm not going out to the corral.
Now, the heck you're not, young lady. Cherokee, grab her shoulders.
Delighted, my boy.
Now, we're carrying Miss Baldwin to the corral ourselves.
Here goes.
Put me down. No, you stop it. You put me down. No, you leave me alone.
Well, Mr. Delahanty, it's up to you to pick out the cattle wearing your Triangle Cross brand and drive them out of here.
Huh? Triangle Cross brand?
That's your brand, you know.
Why not one of these cattle are wearing a Triangle Cross?
But they're the same cattle you saw Tad and I brand for you yesterday.
What are you talking about?
Not your cattle. These have got to be your cattle. You left that so-called assistant of yours here to watch them overnight, didn't you?
We're not magicians, Mr. Delahanty.
I don't know what's going on. There must be some mistake.
Mistake? Oh, there can't possibly be. And what's more, you yourself gave Miss Baldwin a receipt for the 100 head of cattle right after the branding.
Yeah, but these aren't my cattle.
Well, I must admit the 100 head penned up in here are wearing the 2-Bar S brand. Maybe you moved your cattle during the night while we weren't around.
You think I'm crazy or something?
I'm sure I don't know. But since you admit these aren't your cattle here, well, you might just as well be on your way.
Why, you... Remington, I don't know how you did it, but you tricked me.
I did?
And let me tell you this much. You're not going to get away with it.
But maybe I have gotten away with it, Delahanty. It seems to me that you've already signed a receipt for the delivery of your so-called cattle.
Yeah? I'm taking the cattle in this corral anyhow.
Right.
Yeah, boy?
Start driving that 100 head out of here.
My good man, do you intimate that you're going to rustle Miss Baldwin's cattle?
I mean that you're both a couple of thieves. And I'm taking what's rightly mine.
Delahanty, you just made a couple of mistakes. The first mistake was calling me a thief. And the second was...
Tad, look out! Go get him, Counselor.
Try to steal cattle, will you?
Remington, you're nothing but a filthy crook, and
that's one sentence you're not going to finish. When you wake up, we've got another sentence you can finish, which will run about 15 years.
All right, Sheriff, you can come out of those bushes now.
All right, come on, Sheriff. You saw Delahanty try to take 100 head of cattle that weren't wearing his brand. And I know that you know exactly what to do with cattle rustlers.
going to apologize to you for all I said and did.
You sure don't have to, Dixie.
But will you please explain to me how you got away with that hocus pocus when I saw you brand the cattle with Delahanty's brand myself?
Miss, all we did was cold brand that stock.
Huh? Cold brand? Now, just what is a cold brand?
Well, Dixie, I tried to explain it to you yesterday, but you just wouldn't listen. However, a cold brand is a brand which only burns the hair off, doesn't touch the hide. And Delahanty, being an Easterner, didn't know that this time of the year, with the cattle shedding their hair, the burned hair fell out overnight, leaving only the 2-bar S to show through.
And the look on his face when he saw that 2-bar S.
Yeah, that 2-bar is a wonderful brand. Just imagine, 2 bars in place of 1.
What do you mean, Cherokee?
Well, Cherokee's kind of hinting that now that the job's all over and Delahanty's on his way to jail, he'd like a little liquid refreshment.
Oh, well, come on. I've got a bottle of something in the kitchen.
Oh, no, not that.
Oh, what's the matter, Cherokee? You turning down a drink?
Well, last night I got into the kitchen and brought the bottle out. Started to pour a drink in the parlor, but I very quickly gave it up. Too strong for me.
Too strong? You'll have to explain that one to me.
Well, when I poured some in the glass, a few drops of it fell on the maple table in the parlor.
Yes?
And that liquor was so strong, you know what? The bird's eye maple all turned bloodshot.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman to tell you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight 2 stars of stage and radio, Wendell Holmes and Roger de Koven, in an original radio drama titled The Man Who Vanished.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Man Who Vanished. Our story begins in a small, white-walled hospital room. Charles Ordway, a man of 45, has just awakened. He looks about him in puzzlement. Then memory returns to him, and he begins to call frantically.
Doctor!
Doctor, nurse! Where are you? I must speak to the doctor.
Yes, Mr. Ordway, what is it?
Are you the doctor?
No, sir, I'm only the attendant. You want to speak to Dr. Harvey?
Yes, I must. It's a matter of life and death.
Okay, Mr. Ordway, okay. Dr. Harvey, 402, please. He's coming now, sir.
Thank you. Tell me, what day is this? It's Friday, isn't it? It must be Friday.
Sure, it's Friday, Mr. Ordway. But here's Dr. Harvey now.
Good morning, Mr. Ordway. You wanted to speak to me?
Yes, doctor, but tell me quickly, what time is it?
It's just 10 minutes past 10, Mr. Ordway.
Oh, thank heavens, my brother John isn't dead. There's still time to save him.
Your brother?
Yes, doctor, when I woke up, I didn't know how long it was since I was brought here to the hospital and drugged into silence, but I don't suppose they told you about John.
No, I'm afraid they didn't.
Well, then I'll tell you. I'll make you believe me. John's safe for several hours yet, so I can tell you the whole story. The story they wouldn't give me a chance to tell.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Ordway. I'll just sit here and make myself comfortable.
Well, I'll try to tell it calmly, Doctor. I don't want you to think I'm hysterical. First of all, you have to understand that my brother John is a freak of nature.
A freak?
Yes. He's perfectly healthy and highly intelligent, but he was born without any natural coloring at all. His eyes are pink. His skin is a chalk white. His hair is like bleached flax. His eyebrows and lashes are practically invisible.
It's a most unusual condition, but it happens once in a while. It's called albinism.
Well, it's a hideous condition for an intelligent, sensitive man. John's boyhood was a torture for him until our father took us both out of school and had us tutored to spare John the misery of being considered a freak of nature by the other children.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Ordway. Please, go on.
Well, as we grew up, John's chief interest was science. So I studied it, too. Our father had a complete laboratory built in our home. After his death, we continued to live there together, working on experimental research.
Along what lines, Mr. Ordway?
Well, our efforts were centered on discovering a cure for John's condition. To achieve that, we worked hopefully for years, but we always failed. My brother remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he began to brood. Then, one evening, he came into my room.
Charles.
Oh, yes, John. Finished in the lab?
In a way, Charles. I have something to show you.
Show me? You mean you found a cure?
Not exactly. Look at this wire cage. Examine the white rat I have in it.
White rat? Good heaven.
This morning, that was an ordinary white rat. But now, look at it.
It's like a rat made out of glass. It's almost transparent.
It is transparent. You can see completely through it.
Oh, John, this is amazing.
This is what I've been working on these last months, Charles. I've been developing a serum that would alter living tissues to make them transparent.
I wouldn't have believed it possible.
I don't see why not. Nature does it all the time. She makes jellyfish that are quite transparent.
Well, yes, of course. I didn't think.
But this is only the first step. My next step is to develop the serum further, to make living tissues invisible.
Invisible?
You look skeptical, my dear Charles. But look at this rat. He's half invisible already. In a dim light, he'd vanish.
Yes, that's true, but...
The basic principle is perfectly natural, Charles. It's only a matter of refining it. And then, Charles, well, take a freak like myself. So colorless, he's already well started toward invisibility. I'll find out what it's like to be completely unseen. Someday soon, Charles, I'm going to have a real surprise for you.
That was my first introduction to John's experiments. After that, for many weeks, he worked in secret. Then one morning, he called me into the laboratory and showed me a cage that seemed to be empty, but there was something scurrying about it, a rat, an invisible rat. To the touch, it was warm and furry, filled with life. But to the eye, if the light was not too bright, it was nothing.
Well, Charles, convinced now?
Yes, I'm convinced. You've succeeded, John.
Not quite. I haven't made myself invisible yet.
You're not going to try your serum on yourself.
Of course I am. Listen, Charles. Always I've been considered a freak. Now I'm going to turn the tables. I'll mingle with people and I'll laugh at them. I'll be their superior, able to come and go without their knowledge. Able to control their very destinies if I wish.
John, that's madness.
On the contrary, it's scientific fact. You'll see, because you're going to help me.
No, I
Surely
refuse.
You're not going to let me down, your own brother.
Well, of course, John.
I knew I could get your help. Here's a hypodermic full of the serum. All I want you to do is to inject it into my arm. And watch the result.
I tried to refuse, but John wouldn't let me. At last, I gave in. I injected the colorless serum into his veins. At first, nothing happened. As we waited, he removed his garments, for of course the serum could only affect his living tissues. Finally, the change came. His skin became paler and paler, until suddenly I realized I was looking not at it, but through it. After that, the change was rapid. His body seemed to fade away before my eyes into nothingness.
Well, Charles, what do you say now?
Oh, John, this frightens me.
Why should it? I feel fine. In fact, I feel so good I'm going to take a little jaunt downtown to see how the world looks to a man who's invisible.
No, you mustn't.
And why not, Charles?
Well, you aren't ready for it yet. There may be after effects, reactions you aren't prepared for.
Ah, nonsense. There's only one thing to be careful of. The tissues must return to normal within 24 hours. If the neutralizing serum isn't injected before then, death occurs. Otherwise, it's perfectly safe. So I insist, Charles, that I'm going on a little invisible sightseeing tour tonight, and you're going to conduct me.
Again, I tried to say no, but John was insistent. At last, I gave in. His was always the stronger will. We took the car, and I drove downtown. He sat beside me, unseen as the very air, laughing to himself. John, let's turn back now.
Turn back, I should say not. Drive to Main Street and park around the corner from the Watson jewelry store. The one where our old schoolboy companion, Harry Watson, works for his father.
Well, why, John?
Because I'm going to try an interesting little experiment. That's why.
John was in a strange mood, and I obeyed his orders with misgivings. I parked the car as he directed, and we got out and stood on the sidewalk, with the evening crowds drifting past us, completely unaware of John at my side. Suddenly, John spoke.
Now's the time, Charles. There's nobody in the store but Harry Watson himself. Come on, we're going in. Ask Harry to show you some stopwatches. Keep him occupied, and don't worry about me.
Well, what are you going to do?
Never mind. Just do as I say. Whatever happens, pretend not to notice. Come on. Open the door.
Oh, hello, Charles. Can I help you?
Well, I'd like to look at a stopwatch, Harry.
Stopwatch? Of course. They're over here. Here's a beauty, Charles. This Swiss chronograph is timed to 1/100th of a second.
I'm afraid it'd be too expensive.
Huh? Well, perhaps you'd like this one. It's American-made, and it... What was that?
What was what?
I heard a noise in the back of the store.
I didn't hear anything.
There it is again. There's someone back there.
But there can't be. There's nothing in sight.
Well, just the same, I think there's someone back there. Excuse me. I was putting away some valuable diamonds when you come in, and I've got to see about them.
He hurried back into the shadowy rear of the store. I held my breath. If he should bump into John. Then I heard Watson cry out.
I've got you, you thief! No, you're not going to get away. What are you doing? Help! Charles, help me! Help!
John! John, what's happened?
Come on, quickly. We have to get out of here.
What happened?
The fool bumped into me in the shadows. He was so excited he didn't even realize he couldn't see me. I used a paper knife I picked up and taught him a little lesson.
He's not dead.
Come on, we got to get out of here. Someone may have heard him.
We got out of the store and to the car. But as I drove home, John refused to answer any of my frantic questions. When we reached the house, he hurried me into the laboratory.
You got to give me the neutralizer or make me visible again, Charles.
But John!
No questions. Here we are. Here's the hypodermic. You've got to inject it. Here's the mark from the previous injection. Now go ahead.
I pressed the plunger, and the drug flowed into his blood. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a man materializing out of nothingness, he grew visible. A misty figure that took on solidity until it was a man. John gave a little gasp of weariness and pushed me out of the room.
Now go on, Charles. You get to bed. I need some sleep. This stuff seems to drain away my energy. We'll talk in the morning. Pleasant dreams.
The next morning, I was having breakfast when John finally appeared.
Good morning, Charles. Sleep well?
John, look at this newspaper.
Anything in it?
Yes, there's something in it. Look at these headlines.
I see. Local jeweler killed, store robbed, $50,000 worth of diamonds missing. Huh.
You killed Harry last night.
Yeah, so it seems. Pour me some coffee, will you?
John, I don't understand you. You've killed a man, and you act as if it amounted no more than swatting a fly.
Well, does it?
Of course it does.
I can't feel that way about it. When we were small boys, you'll remember that Harry Watson was one of my chief tormentors.
Yes, but...
I've always planned to pay him back. Last night I decided to play a little joke on him.
Murder is hardly a joke.
I didn't intend to kill the fool. I just meant to make away with one or two of his father's diamonds. After Harry had had a chance to explain their disappearance, I was going to mail them back.
Yes, the diamonds. The paper says $50,000 worth of missing.
Oh, probably an exaggeration. However, put your hand into your left coat pocket, Charles.
My pocket? What? There are a dozen loose diamonds here.
Yes, I put them there last night. I couldn't very well carry them myself.
We must send them back at once.
Well, I'm afraid that might involve us somehow. No, we'll have to keep them.
John, what's happened to you? Overnight you've become a monster, able to dismiss the worst of crimes with a shrug.
Please understand this, Charles. For years I was an object of curiosity. I even had offers to appear in sideshows. Now the tables are turned. I can walk among men, unseen, invisible. That gives me a power that is very sweet to me. I haven't decided yet how I shall use it. But in any case, I won't have you interfering. Is that clear, Charles?
With that, John retired to his laboratory and remained there alone the rest of the day. It wasn't until after dark that he emerged to find me staring with horror at the evening paper.
Oh, Charles, what does the paper say? It made you look so pale.
The police found your fingerprints on the knife that killed Harry Watson.
What? Let me see it.
Here.
That's the police investigating the murder last night of Harry Watson, local jeweler's son, state they are trying to trace down fingerprints found on the paper knife used as the death weapon. They also admit they have discovered further evidence which they hope may bring about an early arrest.
They may be here any minute.
Ah, nonsense. Even if I did leave a print, how can they trace it to me? Talk of an early arrest is just bluff. And besides,
That may be the police now. If it is, what do we do?
Oh, it can't be. But if it is, let them in. Let me do the talking.
All right. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Charles Ordway?
Yes, I'm Charles Ordway.
I'm Inspector Long of the Homicide Squad. I'd like to ask you some questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Come in. We can talk in the living room.
What is it, Charles?
John, this is Inspector Long. He says he wants to ask me some questions.
Really? What in the world about?
I don't know. I confess, Inspector, I can't imagine
I
what.
want to ask you what you can tell me about the death of Harry Watson.
Watson the jeweler? The one we were reading about in the paper?
That's the one. Your brother was seen leaving the jewelry store a few minutes before Watson's body was found. Someone recognized him.
Why, yes, that's true, Inspector. Charles dropped in last night to buy a watch for me. But he didn't find quite what I wanted.
I'd rather hear him tell it.
Well, that's all there is to it. I looked at the watches and then left. Watson was all right when I left him.
I see. There's no one else in the store?
No one I could see. Well, I'm sorry, I can't tell you more.
I'm sorry, too. Well, just for the sake of helping us, would you be willing to let me take your fingerprints?
Well,
of course you don't mind, Charles. You're thinking of the prints the paper says were found on the death weapon, aren't you, Inspector?
Frankly, yes.
Well, they aren't, Charles. I can assure you.
It's just a check. Here, Mr. Ordway, if you'll just press your fingerprints against this gelatin plate I have in this envelope.
Like this?
That's right. Thank you.
You wouldn't want mine, too, I suppose?
Well, if you'd like to add yours to your brother's.
Well, I was just joking. By the way, Inspector, how do you go about tracing down unknown fingerprints such as those of this killer?
Well, this is one way, and... excuse me, a cigarette?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're asking how we check fingerprints. Well, we have several methods. The FBI records, Army and Navy records, and the one source few people know about.
And what's that?
Hospital birth records. For a number of years now, they've recorded the footprints and fingerprints of every baby born in this city. In the morning, we'll start checking these records as far back as they go.
Well, that's very interesting. Well, sorry, Inspector, we couldn't be more helpful.
It's all in the game. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night,
Now,
Inspector.
don't bother to show me out.
Did you hear that? They're going to start checking fingerprints on hospital birth records. And our prints were among the first ever to be recorded in this town. Father insisted on it.
Perhaps they'll overlook yours.
I can't risk it. But I'll stop them. I'll stop them somehow.
Without explaining, he hurried into the laboratory. 10 minutes later, he emerged, dressed to go out. His hat pulled well down over his face. And his face...
What is it? Why are you goggling at me?
Your face, I can't see it, or your hands either.
Of course not. I took an injection of transparency serum. Now, I'm going to drive downtown, Charles. With this coat and hat on, I'll look like an ordinary driver to anyone who sees the car. When I get where I'm going, I'll take off these garments and leave them in the car. Then no one on Earth will be able to see me.
But where are you going?
To police headquarters.
With that, John left. I heard him drive off. Then I could do nothing but wait. The hours crawled slowly past, and I grew more and more nervous. The clock was striking 11 when I heard John's key in the door at last. John, is that you?
Yes, Charles, come here. I need you.
What is it? What's happened?
It's my ankle. I think it's broken.
Here, lean on me. I'll help you into the living room.
Yeah. Oh, careful. What?
John, your coat's all bloody.
Yes, they shot at me. Nicked my side. It's not serious, Charles. Here, let me sit down.
Shall I call a doctor?
No. We'll tend to the bullet scratch in the ankle ourselves. It's a reasonable price to pay, considering that Inspector Long is dead.
Dead?
Yes, he fell from the window of his office on the 6th floor of police headquarters, while apparently quite alone in the room.
And you killed him, too?
Of course I did. I had to. Luckily, he had the paper knife there in his office. I was able to wipe all my prints off it. I found the photographs of the prints in his desk, too. I tore those up and I burned them.
How'd you get hurt?
I tried to slip out of the building again during the confusion that followed Inspector Long's accident. I'd reached the first floor when a clumsy cop bumped into me in a dark hall. He yelled and grabbed at me. I had to duck through a door and lock it. I got the window up and was just climbing out when he fired through the door. A bullet nicked me and I lost my balance. When I picked myself up off the ground, my ankle was broken. But I hobbled to the car somehow and, well, here I am.
John, what are we going to do?
Just sit tight, that's all. The evidence is destroyed. Inspector Long is gone. We're perfectly safe.
But suppose they have some other clue.
Nonsense. I've taken care of everything, you hear?
John.
What is it, Charles?
Car just stopped in front of the house.
Car? See who it is.
Yes. It's a police car.
Oh, we've got to act fast. They mustn't find me like this.
What can you do?
First, I've got to get these clothes off. I haven't time to take my neutralizing serum now. I'll just have to hide. They'll not find me if they can't see.
Oh, John, you're ill.
I feel weak. It's a loss of blood. It's nothing serious, Charles. But I may faint. If I do...
Yes, John?
Hide my clothes in the kitchen hamper.
Yes.
Then carry me down to the cellar. Put me in the empty storage room. Lay me on the Excelsior there. Now, if they look in, they'll see it's empty. They won't go stumbling around. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear. But, John... He fainted in my arms. I had no time to think. Swiftly, I did as he had instructed. I carried him down to the small storage room in the cellar, placed him on some Excelsior in a corner, and hurried back upstairs. Already the police were pounding on the door. I jammed John's bloody clothes into the kitchen hamper, and then I hurried to the door. Yes, what is it?
The police, Mr. Ordway. We're coming in. Bill, Joe, come on.
Yes, Captain.
The rest of you watch the house and see that no one leaves.
What is the meaning of this? I demand an explanation.
And you'll get it. Now, where can we talk? In here? Good. All right, please sit down, Mr. Ordway. I'm Detective Captain Belden. My chief, Inspector Long, was here earlier.
Yes, I know, and I answered all his questions then.
Well, now I'm asking more questions. Long's dead.
Inspector Long dead? But even so,
Listen,
why?
Ordway. Long smelled a rat in this setup someplace and
Earlier tonight, when he got your fingerprints, he also got your brother's.
But he didn't.
He got them on his cigarette case when your brother took a cigarette. It's an old trick. After he died tonight, we found the case in his pocket, carefully wrapped.
Well, what of it?
In some mysterious way, all the pictures of the murder prints we took off the paper knife that killed Watson had vanished. But we had the negatives. We made new prints and discovered they checked with your brother's prints on Long's cigarette case. Ordway, your brother killed Harry Watson last night.
That's completely ridiculous.
Is it? Okay, we'll see. Where's your brother now?
Why, he's not here. He went away on a trip.
Hiding, huh? Bill, Joe.
Yes, Captain.
Search the house from cellar to attic. And don't miss a thing.
Right you are, Captain. Come on, Joe.
Half an hour later, I knew that further concealment was impossible. The police had not found John, but they had found the blood-stained clothes he had discarded. And in my desk, they had found the diamonds which John had stolen. I knew then I must tell the truth.
Well, Ordway, ready to talk yet?
Yes, I'm ready to talk, Captain. My brother did kill Watson.
Okay. Where is he now?
He's hiding down in the cellar.
Captain, that's the monarchy. We looked in the cellar. He ain't there.
Of course you didn't see him. He's invisible.
He's what?
He's invisible, I said.
You say your brother is invisible?
Yes, that's why they couldn't see him.
Ordway, you know what I think? I think you killed your brother in a quarrel over these diamonds and buried his body in the yard someplace. That's how these clothes of his got bloody, isn't it? Come on, admit it.
No, my brother was wounded by a bullet after he killed Inspector Long. That's how his clothes got bloody.
Yeah, I suppose he was invisible when he killed Long, too. That's why nobody saw him, huh?
Yes. Don't you understand? He's discovered how to render his body tissues transparent. He's hiding down in the cellar now, invisible.
He's nutty as a fruitcake.
Shut up, Bill. Ordway, your brother is down in the cellar now, huh?
Yes, he is. He fainted, and I carried him down there.
And just which room is he in?
The little storage room at the foot of the stairs, the one at the metal door.
How about it, boys? Did you look there?
Sure we did, Captain. We looked in there twice. There ain't a thing in that room but a little Excelsior.
Right. We both looked. That room is as empty as a busted piggy bank.
You see, Mr. Ordway, if he'd been there, my men would have found him.
But he's there. They didn't see him because he took the serum. He made himself invisible.
All right, Mr. Ordway. Just calm yourself. Now, listen, my men say the room is empty.
Yeah, except maybe for rats. We heard a couple stirring in the Excelsior, so we bolted the door after we looked in. Figured we might as well keep the rats inside.
You bolted the door? No, you mustn't. Captain, we've got to let John out. If he's not let out, he'll die.
I've made plenty of whacks, but this is a new one.
Yep, he's got it bad.
Ordway, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. Now, will you come quietly while I have to put the handcuffs
No,
on?
you can't take me away. I have to let John out of that room. If he doesn't get an injection of the neutralizing serum inside 24 hours, he'll die.
Sorry, Mr. Ordway, but come on, boys.
No.
Give me a hand. Got to get him to the psychopathic ward fast.
No, you've got to believe me. You've got to let go of me. No, no, no! And that's the whole story, Doctor. They wouldn't believe us. They brought me here to the hospital charged with John's murder. And when I kept trying to tell them he was alive, they gave me a narcotic. But he is alive. He's locked in that room in the cellar. And if he isn't let out soon, he'll die. 24 hours is the limit, but there's still time to get to him.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Ordway. I'll see to it that he's released at once.
You mean it, Doctor? You believe me?
Yes, of course. Oh, attendant.
Call me, Doctor?
Yes, go get my car ready, will you? We're going to Mr. Ordway's home at once to release his brother.
Yes, sir. Right away, Dr. Harvey.
Oh, thank heaven you believe me, Doctor. You'll be in time to save John. You'll find the serum he'll need to bring him back to normal in a green bottle in the laboratory.
I'll take care of him. You go back to sleep now, Mr. Ordway.
Yes, I will. I can sleep now. I can sleep.
How is he now, Doctor?
He's quiet now. He'll be all right.
You know, Doctor, sometimes I can't help thinking.
Yes, Johnson?
You know, he's locked up here at State Hospital for bumping off his brother. Eventually, they found his brother's dead body locked in a little room in the cellar. But I can't help wondering what the cops would have found if anybody had taken Mr. Ordway serious that night he was brought here 10 years ago.
This is the mysterious traveler. So John could make himself invisible, could he? But unfortunately, he did too good a job of it. For he hasn't been seen around for a long, long time. That's the trouble with having unusual powers. Sometimes they get you into unusual difficulties. Speaking of difficulties, Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Wendell Holmes, Roger de Koven, Art Carney, and Richard Coogan. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. Broadcast engineer was Al King. Sound was by Hal Reed. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Bury Her Deep.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
C-O-L-G-A-T-E, Colgate presents Bill Stern.
With the Colgate Shave Cream Sports Newsreel.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man is on the air. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, the story's rare. Take his advice and you'll look keen. You'll get a shave that's smooth and clean. You'll be a Colgate brushless fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Stern speaking from the city of Chicago, bringing you the Colgate Shave Cream Sports Newsreel. Our guest tonight is Mickey Rooney. But before we bring you Mickey Rooney in person, let's begin with Reel 1, Profile of a Champion. Do you ever realize what it takes to make a champion? Let me tell you a story that started several years ago. I don't know what the past few years have done to this story, but I think you'd be interested in knowing what I do know, for this is the story of Albert Wenger. Albert Wenger was just a normal high school boy back in 1937, living in the small town of Deer Park, Wisconsin, close to Milwaukee. On February 11th of that year, Albert Wenger was attending a high school basketball game near Milwaukee, and after that game was over, he, along with his schoolmates, piled into a bus that was to take them home. But the night was very, very cold. The snow was piled high, and more snow was being driven by the wind as the bus tried to take the students home. 2 miles from Albert Wenger's home, the bus came to a stop. The snow was too deep. The bus driver tried to make it, but he could go no further.
I'm sorry, Albert. I don't think we can go any further.
That's all right, sir. I can walk home from here. It's only 2 miles. You'll just open the door and let me out. I'll make it all right.
Okay, Albert. Good luck. I hate to let you out on a night like this.
And so young Albert Wenger got out of the bus to try and walk through those snowdrifts, the remaining 2 miles to his home. The wind cut through the night. The snow was deep. Albert looked for familiar landmarks as he plodded on. He lost his footing several times in the deep snow, but each time he managed to get back onto his feet. It was getting colder now. The temperature had dropped to 20 degrees below zero. The icy blast cut right through Albert. He was shaking and shivering. Suddenly, Albert was taken sick, deathly sick. He wanted to lie down in the snow. He did lie down for a while, even went to sleep for a few minutes. But when he awakened, he was buried in that snow. He was freezing. He knew that if he didn't get up, he'd freeze to death. Somehow, Albert managed to struggle back to his feet. But he was lost now, completely lost. The drifting snow had obliterated all familiar landmarks. He dragged himself on and on until finally he reached a farmhouse. Weakly, he pulled his body up to the door, and he tried to make himself heard.
Please, someone. Can you hear me? Help me. Please, help. Please let me in. Let me in.
At 4:30 in the morning, the farmer inside that house thought that he'd heard something moving outside, and he looked out into the dim early morning light. He saw Albert, saw him crawling away from his doorstep, where the boy was now too sick to stand up. But the farmer mistook Albert for a dog crawling through the snows, and it wasn't until the next morning that they found Albert. Found him frozen in the snow. They didn't think that Albert had lived. He was almost frozen solid, but he did live. He lived to become a great swimmer. For in 1940, less than 1 year after Albert Wenger was almost frozen to death, he won his first swimming race. And that's the story of Albert Wenger of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Albert Wenger, who became a great swimmer after he had almost frozen to death, and because of this, had lost both of his arms and both of his legs. Portrait of a swimmer with no arms and no legs. Reel 2. Tonight we're broadcasting from Chicago, getting ready to interview our guest, Mickey Rooney, a great football fan. And speaking of greats in football, let me remind you, Creighton Miller, one of Notre Dame's greatest football players. Creighton Miller's now the backfield coach at Yale, and he recently wrote me.
Dear Bill, I've proved over and over on my own face what Colgate Brushless Shave Cream will do. This light, fluffy cream softens up my tough whiskers and keeps them soft through the entire shaving operation. Colgate Brushless is soothing, too, on my somewhat tender skin. Best of all, I can shave close without my face feeling the least bit sore or irritated. Signed, Creighton Miller.
Thanks, Creighton. And men, I'm willing to wager that you, too, will find Colgate Brushless everything you ever hoped for in a shave cream. Colgate Brushless is a fast worker. It's easy to spread, a competent performer. It's kind to sensitive skin. And Colgate Brushless is speedy, too. Because when you come to the end of that close, clean, comfortable shave, you just rinse Colgate Brushless off your razor and face in a flash. That's because it's not greasy or heavy. It's light and it's right. And if you don't find Colgate Brushless does everything I say, just send the top of the carton back to me, Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey, and I'll see that you get double your money back. Ask for Colgate Brushless Shave Cream in tube or jar. It's light and it's right. Reel 3, Portrait of a Prize Fight. This is the story of a prize fight, a bitter prize fight between two boys. One was named Walter Donaldson, and the other was named Stanley Royce. There is no record of which one of these boys won that fight. But Walter Donaldson received a broken nose, while his opponent, Stanley Royce, had 5 teeth knocked out. However, it was that fist fight that brought these two boys, Walter Donaldson and Stanley Royce, together. For it made them respect each other. And as the months passed by, these two boys became such good friends that finally you never saw one without the other. They were continually together, so much so that they decided to go to the same school, a music school. For both of them were determined that they were going to be songwriters. And that's the story of Walter Donaldson and Stanley Royce, who became songwriters because of a prize fight. Stanley Royce was the first of these two to write a song. This song of Stanley Rice's didn't become successful in the beginning, but both he and his pal Walter Donaldson did everything they could to make it a success. Until finally it became the most famous Irish lullaby that's ever been written. For you see, that first song by Stanley Royce was Tora Lura Lura. After Tura Lura Lura became a big hit, Stanley Royce was famous, but that didn't change his friendship for his pal, Walter Donaldson. The two of them were still always together. That is, they were always together until the First World War came along. For when that war came, Stanley Royce immediately went overseas. His pal, Walter Donaldson, tried to go along with him, but he couldn't. And so these two were finally separated. But even though they were separated by war, they continued their friendship by writing to each other each week. And every week, Walter Donaldson would get a letter from his old pal, Stanley Royce. That is, Walter Donaldson got a letter every week from Stanley Royce until one day the report reached America that Stanley Royce had been killed in action. The news of Stanley Royce's death shocked Walter Donaldson, for it meant that his buddy was gone. And in memory of his buddy, Walter Donaldson wrote a song. A song that was destined to make history. For it was one of the great songs to come out of the First World War. Yeah. And it was written in memory of Walter Donaldson's buddy. his buddy Stanley Royce. And that's why Walter Donaldson called it My Buddy.
My buddy, my buddy, your buddy misses you.
The death of Stanley Royce should have ended that friendship between these two buddies, but the death didn't end it. No. One day, shortly after the war, Walter Donaldson was sitting in his office when the door opened and a familiar figure walked in. It was Walter Donaldson who broke the silence.
Stanley!
Hello, Walter.
Stanley, they told me you were dead. Are you really alive?
Well, I think so, Walter. You see, during the war, I was in the Secret Service, and to get the information we needed, it was necessary to give out a story I was dead.
Oh.
But I kept right on working under another name, of course.
Under another name? You mean you're using a new name?
That's right. I took the name James Shannon. And you know, I like it better than Stanley Royce. I think I'll keep it.
All right, Stanley Royce or James Shannon, whichever you want. But I'm certainly glad you're back.
And so it was that the great songwriter Stanley Royce changed his name to James Shannon. And once again, he and Walter Donaldson were inseparable buddies. And that's the story of James Shannon. But James Shannon is not merely remembered as the man who wrote the Irish lullaby, Tooralora Lora, nor is he remembered as the man who inspired the great song, My Buddy. No, James Shannon is far better known as the man who wrote the song that sold more copies than any other song ever written, the Missouri Waltz.
Way down in Missouri where I heard this melody, when I was a pickaninny on my mammy's knee.
But the strangest part of this story is the story of what Jimmy Shannon did with that money, the money that he made from writing his famous song, the Missouri Waltz. Because he never would have written that song but for his friendship with Walter Donaldson, a friendship that lasted a lifetime and yet began when they first fought each other in a prize fight. Well, because of that, and because a prize fight was responsible for this song, James Shannon took all the money he made from writing that great song hit, a song that never would have been written but for a prize fight. And he used that money, used it to build a hospital for broken down prize fighters. Portrait of a strange story. Reel 4. Just a moment, we're going to present our special guest, Mickey Rooney. But before we present Mickey Rooney in person, here is Don Elder.
Colgate brushless shave cream is light and fluffy, not greasy or heavy, and a mighty fast worker. 1, wash your face. 2, spread on Colgate brushless. 3, shave it off. That's all there is to it. And you'll enjoy a close, clean, no-snag performance without after-irritation. And at the finish, because it's not heavy or greasy, you'll rinse Colgate brushless shave cream off your face and razor in a flash. So how about it, men? How about a champion shave with Colgate brushless, the shave cream of champions? Buy a tube or jar tonight. It's light and it's right. Now back to Bill Stern and Mickey Rooney.
Reel 5. Colgate's camera close-up of Mickey Rooney. Tonight our guest is one of the most famous movie stars in the whole world, the one and only Mickey Rooney. This week, Mickey Rooney's appearing in person at the Downtown Theater in Detroit. I'd like to ask Mickey Rooney a question. Who's going to win tomorrow's big game out on the coast between Southern California and UCLA? And in order that Mickey Rooney can answer that question, this is Bill Stern switching you from where I'm standing in Chicago. The next voice you hear will be the famous movie star Mickey Rooney speaking from his dressing room backstage at the Downtown Theater in Detroit.
Hiya, Bill. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Sports Fan. Bill, it's a pleasure being on your program this evening. But when you ask me a strange question like, who do I think will win the USC-UCLA game this coming Saturday out California way, you're liable to end up with a strange answer like, you got me. As we all know, the Burley Bruin of Westwood is packed with pork-hide artists. Outstanding star of the blue and gold is End, Burr Baldwin, a rugged man both on offense and defense. Yes, and then there's quarterback Ernie the General Case, who can match tricks with the best of them. And there's plenty more in back of him, Bill, too. My rating for Mr. Bruin is smart, rough, and plenty speedy. Now on the Cardinal and Gold side of the ledger, I find Mr. Trojan a little slow getting started at the beginning of most seasons, but after a hot iron is applied to these early kinks, we find him a finisher that finishes butt fast. The Trojans, you'll find, have a knack for playing their best game when the chips are down. And believe it or not, Bill, this week, the chips are down. My rating for the men of Troy, tough, rough, and very ready. So who do I think will win football's run for the Roses comes New Year's Day, Bill? Well, you can call your captains together, flip a coin. You might pick the winner, and then again you might not. And in closing, Bill, I'd like to ask a favor of you and all the other sports scribes. When you're picking this season's All-Americans, don't forget those that might have made the team if they had lived. This is Mickey Rooney in Detroit saying goodnight and returning you to Bill Stern in Chicago.
Thank you very, very much, Mickey Rooney. And my sincere thanks to Sam Stiefel, an old friend, who made it possible for Mickey Rooney to appear on this program tonight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the 3-0 mark for tonight. We've been broadcasting from Chicago, Illinois, getting ready to broadcast tomorrow's Illinois Northwestern football game. Next Friday evening, we'll be back, same time, same stations, broadcasting from whichever city has the nation's biggest football game, getting ready to broadcast that game. And our guest next Friday night will be the head football coach of the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, Frank Leahy. So be sure and be with us next Friday evening, same time, same stations, as we present as our special guest Notre Dame's famous football coach, Frank Leahy. See you then. Until then, I'll be seeing you on the screen, in the News of the Day newsreel, at your favorite Lowe's or Associated Theaters. Now, until next Friday night at this very same time, this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night from Chicago.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shaker Man, is on his way. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shaker Man, had lots to say. He told you tell the sports heroes the inside dope he really knows. So listen in next Friday night. COLGATE.
Ladies, right now there's a worldwide shortage of fats to make soap. And that's why the women of America are asked to keep on saving used fats, keep on selling it to your butcher. Remember, used fats are needed to make soap. So put it in a tin and turn it in. Mickey Rooney appeared on this program courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Pictures. The Bill Stern Show tonight came from Chicago and Detroit. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The poet said, east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. And there was one time that Hawk Durango was in full agreement. That was when Susie Kimball came west to marry Nephi Thatcher.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Hawk Durango, starring Elliott Lewis.
Along the entire Butterfield stage route, no hotel was better known in the old days than the Gold Bar House in Sundown Wells. And Hawk Durango, its new owner, works hard to perpetuate the establishment for comfort and service. But sometimes the guests are difficult, like these two whom Chuck-a-Luck is announcing right now.
Say, Hawk.
Yeah.
There's two ladies coming into the lobby.
No?
Kind of trail weary, judging from their voices. There, you can see them now.
Trail weary is right.
Sit right down here, ladies. I'll send someone off and get your baggage.
But we haven't decided whether to stay here or not.
Oh, here's Mr. Durango now.
Oh, welcome to the Gold Bar House, ma'am. You, miss. Chuck-a-Luck, get a pitcher of water and glasses.
The stage driver said this was the best hotel in town. But I didn't know it would be like this.
Oh, we'll make you comfortable, ma'am. How long are you going to stay?
Oh, we've no idea. We're lost.
Lost? Well, you're in Sundown Wells, ma'am.
I know that. But he didn't meet us at the stage stop as he said he would. Now, what are we going to do? Oh, now, Aunt Priscilla.
Who did you say was to meet you, ma'am?
Her bridegroom, Susie's bridegroom. He was here to take us to his ranch. We've come all the way from Vermont, and Nephi Thatcher didn't meet us.
Nephi Thatcher? Well, he's one of the biggest men out here, ma'am. His ranch you're talking about, it's a sheep outfit up yonder in the big mesas.
We know he's one of your biggest men and one of the richest. And Susie is going to marry him. But where is he, I'd like to know.
Chuck-a-Luck.
Yes, Hawk?
Run over to the Wells Fargo office and to the Livestock Loan Company. That's where Mr. Thatcher generally hangs out, ma'am. Ask if there's any word of it.
I wouldn't worry, lady. He'll show up. For one thing, the stage got here ahead of schedule.
Fine, how do you do? A bride comes 2,000 miles out to this godless... What's that noise?
Well, that's music, ma'am. Coming from the casino in there.
Music? For dancing?
Yes, ma'am.
And they drink in there, too, I suppose?
Well, most of them do.
Susie, stop tapping your foot.
Oh, it's a very
Maybe you'd like to
tune.
rest up, ma'am, while you're waiting for Mr. Thatcher. I can fix you up with a room.
No, thank you. I wouldn't think of staying a minute in a place where there's drinking and dancing.
Well, you needn't fear, ma'am. In the old days, when the Butterfield stage ran through here, the Gold Bar House was pretty woolly. But now it's peaceful as a church picnic.
Oh, heavens above, what's that?
Snoop, go see what's up.
Oh, we're going to be killed.
Oh, it's just a little target practice, ma'am. We're having a rodeo. Now, as I was saying, the Butterfield stage ran from Memphis...
Oh, Mr. Durango, my aunt. She's fainted.
Oh, come on. We better get her upstairs to one of the bedrooms.
Get the old lady bedded down, Hawk?
Yeah, she's in the bridal suite. The young filly was giving us smelling salts when I left. What was all that shooting about?
Oh, BRAZOS was just fanning out a whiskey drummer. He got sore when the redhead made a remark about his ears. Everything's quiet now.
I hope so, for the old lady's sake. Oh, but the young one, she didn't seem so gun-shy, considering.
I'm sure sorry for that girl, if you ask me. Marrying up with Nephi Thatcher means the end of her good timing.
She don't look like she ever had any good time.
Did you see her tap her slippers when the band started playing?
Yeah, I saw it. Kind of dancing inside. Same as her eyes.
Yeah, dancing is one thing Thatcher won't stand for. Worse than liquor.
Oh, hold it, Snoopy. She comes now. Hope your aunt will be all right, miss.
Oh, well, all she needs is some rest. She said she wanted to sleep, so I thought I'd look around your hotel.
Oh, you won't find much here to interest a girl like you, Miss Susie.
Oh, but what's in there? Oh, who are those men with the green shades sitting at the tables?
That's the gaming room, miss. You wouldn't like that.
Oh, yes, I know. Gambling is wrong, and so is dancing. And music is wrong because it makes you want to dance.
You say that as if the words have been drummed into you, without sense.
Drummed into me for 4 years, ever since Nephi Thatcher came east and proposed to me.
But you don't believe dancing and music are wrong, huh?
Well, I have to believe. Except now, for a few minutes while my aunt's resting.
You mean your aunt's been sort of riding herd on you?
What does that mean?
Well, it just means watching over you, seeing you don't get into trouble.
Oh. Well, she's been riding herd on me ever since I was engaged, Mr. Durango. And music makes me think of the good times I've missed. I'm going into the casino.
Oh, but I wouldn't do that, miss. A girl like you can't go in there.
Oh, but there are a lot of girls in there.
Well, they're just there to entertain the cowhands and mine muckers and such. They aren't the kind of girls you'd associate with.
Oh, well, that doesn't make any difference.
All right, then. It's not the girls, it's the men. They're a pretty salty bunch. Yeah. That one standing over there with his back against the wall, shuffling a deck of cards. He's strictly a desperado. Name of Brazos John.
Oh. How old is he?
Now, why should you be asking that?
He looks younger than his face. His face is leathery and burned, but his eyes are like a boy's.
Well, that's because he's a gunman. You see, they need sharp eyes to do his kind of shooting.
Oh, I caught a glimpse of him when we first came in the hotel.
Oh?
I'll never forget it. The picture he made, slouching there, rolling a cigarette, with those 2 guns on his hips. It's a picture that we all have back east, of the men in the prairies and the Rockies. I'm going to talk to him.
Oh, wait. Wait, Miss Susie. No, wait. You can't talk to Brazos.
Brazos, John?
Yes, ma'am?
You may think it's strange my coming to speak to you, but I wanted to settle a question in my mind.
Yes, ma'am?
Where have I seen you before?
Well, have you been out west for long?
Well, this is my first day this far west.
Well, I ain't never been east of Texas. Oh, been south across the border off and on when things got to moving too fast, but couldn't be there.
That's funny. You look so familiar.
Just a coincidence, I guess, ma'am.
What are you doing with those cards?
Oh, there?
Mm-hmm.
That's called cascading. You see, you take...
Oh, no, I know. That sound. It's like a harp string in my mind. My father, he did that with cards. That's it. You remind me of my father when I last saw him. When I was a little girl.
Oh, maybe we better just sat down here. Everybody's staring at you.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I'll be glad to sit down with you, Brazos, John.
Well, what you drinking? Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean that.
Oh, yes. I'll have a drink with you.
Did you ever have one before?
No, never.
Oh. Hey, Pedro, come here.
Yeah, I'm coming, Brazos.
Say, your papa was handy with cards, huh?
Well, I wasn't supposed to know it, but everyone knew he was a professional gambler in New York. You see, I lived with my 3 aunts in Vermont. That was one of them you saw in the lobby.
Well, does Nephi Thatcher know about your papa?
Oh, yes, of course. That's why he's been so particular that my aunts brought me up just right and rode herd on me.
What will it be, Brazos?
Same for me. Something soft for the lady.
See.
They serve good lemon squash here, ma'am. That suits you.
Well, I'll take whatever you're taking.
Make you 2 lemon squashes, Pedro.
Right away, Brazos.
When I said drinks, I didn't mean actual drinks. That wouldn't be right at all. Your bridegroom would know it when you kissed him.
Oh, but I could use sassafras bark. Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, where did you hear about sassafras bark?
My father used it whenever he came up to Vermont to visit me.
I see. And whatever he done was right, huh?
Of course it was.
I'm beginning to think that there's something about Nephi Thatcher's wedding that ain't going to be all rosy.
There you are, folks. 2 lemon squashes.
Well, here's to you, honey.
Here's to you, Brazos, John.
Where is she? I tell you, I knew that girl.
Hey, Brazos. Thatcher's hunting around in the lobby.
Let him see him that boat drinking with his bride, Brazos.
Better get that girl out of here.
Well, I'm not ashamed.
Well, nevertheless, you better get on out of here. No, wait now. You can't let him see you walking out of the casino.
Hey, he's heading this way, brother. Got that killer with him. Mutton Jack and shotgun guard.
Well, let him come.
Wait now, just wait. You can't reach that door and back. Better get into Hooper's house, Kent. Right in here.
Where is she? I want that young lady.
Mr. Thatcher.
Where is she?
Mr. Thatcher. She ain't been in here.
Her aunt said she came here. One of the Indian mozos saw her come in.
Kind of a roundabout way of tracking, ain't it, Mr. Thatcher? An aunt and an Indian?
She was seen in one of the booths drinking with Brazos John.
Well, if I find the Indian that told you that whizzer, Mr. Thatcher, he gonna wish he was born a gal baby.
Say you there, picking up those empty glasses. See? Who did you serve those drinks to?
Well, just to one of our Gerargos on a sheep herder, Mr. Thatcher. Maybe with one of your own sheep hands.
Well, I guess her aunt made a mistake. Susie Kimball wouldn't dare come into a place like this. Her aunt would punish her. Come on, Mutton, let's get out of here. Oh, boss.
While you're in here, don't you want to smile at the bar, Mr. Thatcher?
You aren't talking to me, are you?
Maybe I'm talking to a fence post. But I know something about this girl you're hunting for.
You mean you've seen her?
I saw her crossing the street to the general store.
The general store? Mutton, go over and see if she's there. Yeah, boss. I'll talk to her aunt.
All right, boys, let's have some music.
Well, you sure sawed off a good trick, Brazos, inviting Nephi Thatcher's bride to have a drink with her.
You're stacking up a hand pretty fast, ain't you, Hawk? When you can't see nary a card.
I can see one card. Her eyes shining when she looked at you.
Oh, she just liked the way I cascaded the deck. A harp string, she called it. Out of the past.
That's just it, Brazos. There's something in her past. Maybe her aunt's hog-tying her. And you look like the way out. She's like that young kid, Dink Huckins, you worked a spell on a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Just what is it that makes these young mavericks come to you, Brazos, like critters going to a salt lick?
Well, I'll tell her I'm just a low-down sippy cat underneath, Hawk.
She won't believe you.
Well, then I'll show her these here notches on both of my guns.
No. I want to make it worse. No, I'm just asking you, Brazos, as a favor. Don't go near her again.
Well, I'll go explain to her, Hawk. I'll tell her I got to kill somebody.
Lucinda, I fear you haven't done a very good job bringing up Susie.
Oh, Nephi, I can't understand where she's gone.
She's apparently the same wild, headstrong child she was when I last saw her.
Oh, no, she's changed since then, Nephi. My sisters and I have changed her.
But I can't forget her eyes. Back in Vermont, everybody remarked about the devil in Susie's eyes.
We worked that devil out of her, Nephi. Hard work, that's what it was. We've made her fit to be your wife.
Well, I only hope Susie will know what it means to be a frontier wife. There'll be little chance for play out on my ranch.
She doesn't know what play means, Nephi. We've seen to that. We've even made her forget her father.
Whatever her father was, I love her. I'm willing to forgive that she's a gambler's daughter.
She ain't over to the general store, Mr. Thatcher.
Oh, heavens to Betsy. Now, where can she be?
If you want my opinion, Mom, I think them folks in the cantina was hornswoggling us from the store.
You're right, Mutton Jack. She must be there drinking in good timing. Follow me and keep your gun loose. If they lie to me, there's sure going to be some punishment dealt out here. And with this...
I wouldn't unholster that iron just yet, Mr. Thatcher. It'll take more than just two of us to talk to that bunch of horse thieves.
They've got the girl I'm going to marry hidden in there. I'll do some rectifying no matter how many.
Oh, stop this talk of gunfighting. Here comes Susie now.
Yes. Out of the dance hall.
Oh, Nephi, I've been waiting for you.
Susie, you. And that dance hall...
Well, I was just having my fortune told in the Palmer's booth. You don't seem glad to see me, Nephi.
Why, of course I'm glad. I thought I was angry. But seeing you after all these years, I'm not angry. I'm overcome. You've grown up to be a lovely woman, Susie.
Aren't you going to kiss him, Susie?
We'd better postpone that when there's not such a crowd looking on.
Nephi was late because he had some business. His wool clip, he calls it. $20,000.
Well, you better get ready now. We're leaving for the ranch at once. I've engaged a preacher to marry us tomorrow. Came all the way from Mule City. 100 miles.
Well, I'll be ready in a moment. Oh, Mr. Durango.
Oh, yeah?
I've got to say goodbye.
Oh, leaving so soon, Miss Susan?
Yes, and I want to thank you for the best time I've had since I was a little girl.
Well, good luck. And may it always be roses.
And goodbye, Brazos John.
Adios, Susanna.
Susanna? Why, that's what my father used to call me.
I'm kind of sorry I ain't going to see that little bride again. Susanna. She liked that, didn't she?
I told you she was loco over you, Brazos. Oh, lucky the bridegroom came along just in time.
Hey, Hawk. You ought to hear this. A mule skinner just rode in. Said the bridal party was being followed by some riders. Salty-looking characters, he says they look like.
Tracking a wedding party? What sort of a game is that?
Thatcher had a big money crop. He's taking it to pay off his shearing crew. Everybody knows that.
Why do you know they're tracking them, Chuck?
Well, instead of keeping on the wagon trail, they cut up to the bench and was heading along parallel. Same as coyotes will follow a trail herd.
Huh?
If they wanted to pass them, why didn't they stick to the road, I'm asking you?
Well, I'm asking you, why didn't the mule skinner tell the town marshal?
Because he freights up and down that trail, and he can't afford to squeal on the bad bunch.
You mean he knew it was the bad bunch riding?
Well, one of them had a bandaged head where his ear was shot off a couple of weeks ago.
El Gato.
Of course, I don't know anything about it, Hawk. I'm just repeating what the mule skinner told me.
Yeah. Brazos, I guess you and me better saddle up.
You mean I'm going to see that little bride again? Well, I thought you said that... Well, let's saddle up, Hawk.
Hey, you better get some more riders, Hawk.
I don't want any posse kicking up a lot of dust. Come on, Brazos. We'll ride.
We'll ride, son. I'll ride alongside. With her in the buckboard, I'll ride high.
As soon as we top this divide, you can see my sheep run, Susie. Miles and miles of it stretching into the purple.
It's the biggest graze in this part of the country, Mom.
Oh, but everything is so hot and dry.
Oh, don't say that, Aunt Crescenda. The air is clear as crystal. Not like the heat down east. Oh, and look at those desert flowers. Oh, what are the red ones on the cactus?
Oh, I don't know the names. Stillery and grass that count for sheep.
Them red ones is ocotillo. Small yellow flowers, creosote.
It always means bad soil wherever you find creosote.
Oh, but the yellow's gorgeous.
Ah, but wait until we get up into the junipers. That's where my ranch is, where you can breathe God's own air. This is devil's country.
Oh!
Get down, Susie. Keep it down.
What is it?
Bandits.
Sounds like we got here kind of late, don't it, Hawk?
Maybe a little late. Let's leave our horses in this brush and have a look-see.
Yeah.
Now, keep under this mesquite matting, Brazos, so they don't see us crawling up.
Yeah. Safe as a doodle bug under a jug, ain't we, son?
I can see him now. Crawl up next to me so you can see from under the mesquite mat.
Well, reckon we ain't too late.
There's 4 of them. Fletcher and his foreman and the 2 women folk. Between those boulders. Oh, they picked a pretty good spot.
See anything in El Ghetto's, boy?
See a lot of them crawling up. But they can't get up too close to those boulders.
Wait till I study on this. Pretty neat setup. Well, how about just picking them off, Hawk, one at a time till we count? See, there's 7 of them. I can get them all.
There's more than that. Half a dozen crawling up on the other side.
Well, you cut down on that bunch. I'll get this 7 on my side.
Now, wait, Brazos. None of your rodeo stuff. That girl's only too willing to call you her hero.
But I can pick them off without nary a man seeing my gun flash. I'm way back here under this mesquite mat. There. How you like that one? And that one?
Pretty slick gunplay, Brazos. They didn't even turn to look up at us.
Yeah. You want me to call my shots, Hawk? Here goes for that hombre running to the next rock. Well, I'll be a centipede sister. It's a Wallapai Indian.
Sure curl the hammer. Now, give me a chance, will you, brother?
Go on. Go on. It's your deal.
That one behind the red rock. And the short-barreled gent crawling on his stomach.
Still on his stomach, but he ain't crawling. We sure are having us a good time, ain't we all?
Not too fast, so they'll know who's hitting them. We'll take turns.
It's my turn now.
Susie, I can't stand it. I'll go mad.
Stop whimpering for Indian prey. I'm holding them off on this side, and they aren't getting any closer than button, you notice?
Oh, don't move, Uncle Peter. Nothing can touch us behind this rock. Nephi, can I have a gun?
Nonsense. My future wife fighting with a gun? You stay where you are and pray.
We're praying, you devils out there. You hear us? And we're winning. Let man and angel sing. Glory, land, and honor to the Almighty.
There goes another and another stretched out, boss. Can't understand it.
You can't understand it when the Lord of Hosts is on our side? There's another sinking to his knees.
Brothers, we are treading where the saints have trod.
But I can't understand it, boss. There's 2 men fell kicking, and I didn't hit him.
It's the Lord of Hosts that hit him. Susie, you load up that gun. Hand it over.
Oh, just one shot, Nephi, just one.
Good gracious alive, how did that happen? You got him.
And I got another one, Nephi.
What's the matter, Mutton Jack? Are you hit?
That one got me, boss. It's my arm. Kind of cracked it.
Oh, he's hurt. Look at the blood.
Lucinda. And Nephi, she's not bad. She won't move.
Oh, how could she be hit sitting where she was?
Well, a ricochet could have hit her, boss.
Mutton Jack, watch your side.
I can't, boss. My arm. I can't fight no more.
Oh, I'll take his place, Nephi.
No, you won't. Help you around. Her face is gray-white. She may be dying.
Oh, Aunt Priscilla, open your eyes.
Well, give me your handkerchief, Susie. Got to have something white.
My handkerchief? You mean you're giving up?
You've got to give up the money, that's all. They can have it. Give that handkerchief to me, I tell you.
Oh, no, we're winning, Nephi, and you're quitting.
You out there, El Gato or whoever's there. I'm waving this white cloth, see it? Oh, there's nobody there. They're crawling to their horses. They're saddling up. There's only 4 of them left, and they're cinching up. I can't understand it. It's a miracle. Unless somebody was helping us.
That's what I figured, boss. I couldn't see their flash, but somebody was in that mesquite clump up in that drawer.
Nonsense. Hello. What can this mean?
What are you looking at, boss?
There's a pinto out here. Can this be possible?
Yeah. I see it, boss. It's Brazos John's pinto. The only horse that wasn't gun-shy in the whole setup.
Brazos John's? You mean he was the one who was picking them off? Brazos John saved
It was the Lord of Hosts save us.
Or the devil. Maybe that's what you better call them, boss.
Susie, where are you going?
I'm going to thank you.
I forbid it. I'll thank him myself, not send my wife.
I'm not your wife yet, Nephi Thatcher.
Susie, come back here. Susie, I command
They all piling on their broncs, Hawk. Shall we fog down on them?
Oh, it's only the wounded ones dragging themselves to their saddles. Let them go, Brazos.
Maybe I ought to go on down and tell them folks that everything is hunky-dory.
Want to have that bride fall on your neck? Don't be hunting trouble.
I ain't hunting trouble. It's hunting me. If I was... Well, here comes the bride.
All right,
right
come on.
now.
Come on, we better saddle up.
What? But we got to tell her she's safe, son. Look, I'm just asking you. Let me talk to her alone.
What for?
Well, I want to say goodbye to her.
But I told... All right, Brazos. I know the way you feel about her. Same way she feels about you.
Oh, darn your horny hide. For going out of here.
I'll be in the mesquite within ear range. Maybe within gun range, Brazos.
Oh, Brazos, John, wait for me.
Oh, hello, honey.
Oh, I saw your horse, Brazos, and I saw the peak of your hat poking up through the mesquite. I came to thank you.
What for?
For routing that band of renegades. Nephi Thatcher thought it was the Almighty himself that was routing them. But I know the truth. The renegades knew it, too.
What old truth? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's like Nephi quoting from the scripture. If Brazos John is with us, who can be against us?
Somebody sure run a cold deck on you. It is Hawk Durango routed them coyotes, not me.
You mean Hawk Durango came with you?
Sure, he's right in the mesquite right behind me. He done all the shooting.
What were you doing?
Oh, just playing myself a game of solitary, like I'm doing now. You better go on back. Tell your husband-to-be that you're safe.
Oh, it's the harp string again.
Go on back.
I'm not going back, Brazos John.
What do you mean?
Nephi Thatcher's a coward. He wanted to give up the fight and give up his money, right when we were winning.
You got him stacked up all wrong, honey. Here in the West, men give up anything if their women folks is in danger. He done right. He's anything but a coward. It was generous play, him giving up his Wolf Cliff money. He's afraid you'd get hit, you and the old lady down yonder.
But I'm not going back anyway.
Well, where are you going to?
Back there where that music is playing. Oh, can't you hear it? I just caught it in the wind, far away off across the sage plain.
That's just your blood pumping. That's what you're hearing. It ain't in your ears, it's in your blood.
Yes, it's in my blood, Brazos John. I want to go back with you.
Now, you just listen. You're going to marry with a good husband. Fletcher's a good man. He's well fixed. He's got a good home ready for you, and he's worked hard making a fit place for a gal like you to live in.
Oh, a home where they'll be singing hymns all the time.
That's all right. Them hymn singers, taking all in all, from shoulder to hock, is generally better than most of us. Us horned toads, I mean.
But I can't go back to him, Brazos. After what you've done, I can't go back. Not when I'm in love with someone else.
You ain't in love with nobody. But you'll be in love with him when you get to know him. Me now. You don't know me. Why, just last week I beefed a man cold and the whole town was riding shotgun on me.
Oh, I heard about that, but they found out they were wrong.
Town marshal didn't want no necktie party. That's how I got out. And they thought that I was reformed. They didn't know it. I had my gang all ready for a hold-up job. Kind we tried to play today.
Your gang? A hold-up job? Oh, I don't believe you, Brazos.
But did you think I was shooting down my own partners today? That's a good joke, sister. I staged this hold-up, but it didn't work on account of Hawk Durango. He cleaned out the whole bunch, and then he arrested me.
Arrested you? I don't believe a word of it.
Durango's in the brush right behind me, holding 2 guns on my back. I asked him if I couldn't say goodbye alone to you. He agreed. All right, Hawk. I said goodbye.
But I can't believe it.
You better try hard to believe, ma'am. Everything Brazos said is true. You see, I got both guns on him.
Oh, it's the whir of those cards, like a harp string.
The way he cascades those cards, ma'am, you ought to know it's a professional shuffle. He does it that way when he deals from the bottom of the deck.
You mean he cheats at cards?
Call me that, sister. What's these here aces fall out? Ace of clubs, spades, hearts.
A card cheat and a bandit.
And I kill and I cut. I can do everything there is, except something good. If I try something good, I just drown in my own sweat.
That's right. He's just plumb cultist bad. You better go on back to your folks.
Yes, I guess I'd better go back to Nephi. Well, I'm thanking you, Hawk Durango, for saving us. And my husband will thank you, too.
Glad to help you out. Forget it. Forget both of us. Brazos and me.
And I'm thanking you, Brazos John, for one thing. For showing me Nephi Thatcher is a good man. He's a refuge and strength. I need him. I need him so much.
Goodbye, girl. Brazos. When she tells Thatcher you were the top hand in this raid.
I don't think she'll tell him, Hawk.
No, I figure you're right. She won't tell on you.
Adios, Brazos John.
Did you hear that, Hawk?
Hmm?
She said, go with God, Brazos John.
Well, I didn't hear anything. I saw her turn, but she didn't say a word, Brazos.
Oh. Then it was only in my head or in my blood.
Adios, Brazos John.
I must be dreaming it. But I'm going to answer anyhow.
Adios, Susanna.
Adios.
You have just heard Hawk Durango, starring Elliott Lewis with Barton Yarborough as Brazos John, a feature production of the Columbia Network. CBS invites you to tune in next week at this time when Hawk Durango is suspected of murder and Chuck-a-Luck Jones saves the day with his remarkable hearing. Hawk Durango is written by Kenneth Perkins and directed by William N. Robeson for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. This month, Rexall family druggists are introducing 10 great new products direct from the famous Rexall laboratories. One of them is Rexall Multivitamin Formula V10. Here's a really pleasant-tasting, really easy-to-take liquid that supplies twice the minimum daily requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement for iron, plus the minimum daily requirement of vitamins A, D, and B2, plus red crystalline vitamin B12. Rexall Formula V10 aids in the formation of hemoglobin, stimulates appetite, and is especially good for convalescents. Remember and ask for it by this name, Rexall Formula V10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Not a corpse in a carload.
Rick?
Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, trying to think up a new ad for the phone book.
What's the matter with the old one?
Doesn't seem to be bringing in the business.
Oh.
Hey, see what you think of this one. Diamond Detective Agency. We'll split any case you've got. Bonded or dead on arrival.
Oh, by all means, use it.
Like it?
No, but think of all the business you'll get from the psychiatric ward.
Oh, you're a living doll.
Will I see you tonight?
Mr. Diamond?
Helen, dear, I'll talk to you later. I think I've spotted a client.
Bye.
Bye. Well, come in, come in.
You're Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
My name is Quimby, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Quimby? Pull up a chair.
Thank you.
Something I can do for you?
Yes. You see, Mr. Diamond, I'm the manager of the Far East Importing Company. And when I went down to the store this morning, our night watchman was missing.
So?
Also, about $50,000 in unset gems.
Why come to me instead of the police?
But those jewels were on consignment to the store. I was in hopes you could recover them before I had to make an accounting to the owner.
Who owned the gem?
Mr. Philip Lasdown. He's a very eccentric collector. He has many things on display in the store. He's a very good client.
Aren't you insured?
Naturally. But if Mr. Lasdown knew that a robbery had taken place, he'd never again do business with my establishment.
And you want me to recover the missing jewels?
If you can.
You think the night watchman is responsible for the theft?
Well, I don't know what else to think. The night watchman's name is Block. Arthur Block. He lives in an apartment on the east side. But I have already checked with his landlady, and he hasn't shown up.
How long have I got to recover the jewels, Mr. Quimby?
But I have no idea. It's impossible to tell when Mr. Lasdown will want an accounting.
Well, I charge you $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, yes. Will 100 be enough for now?
Well, if you have nothing to do for the next few minutes, I'd be more than happy to grovel at your feet.
I beg your pardon?
Well, now, I want the night watchman's address, also the address of your shop. Then you go back to the shop and wait to hear from me. Quimby gave me what I wanted, then minced happily out of my office. I locked up, grabbed a cab for the east side of town, and 20 minutes later I was talking to the missing night watchman's landlady.
Sure, honey. Arthur Block lives here. You're the second one to come asking for him this morning. He killed somebody or something?
Is he in?
No, we ain't been in since yesterday evening before he left for work.
Can I take a look at his room?
Well, I don't know, Blue Eyes. It's against the rules.
Oh, my goodness, I dropped a $5 bill.
My goodness, so you did. Don't hurt your back bending over, honey. I'll get it. All right. Little rheumatism, but anything for a fin. Say, you got any more loose ones around? I'll show you every room in a joint.
Just the one where Block lives.
Right down here. You ain't no cop, honey. Shamus?
Yep.
Figured. Right in here. There you are, handsome.
Thank you, Mother.
Mother! When you're done, stop back at my room and have a beer.
I never touch anything stronger than opium.
Never anything stronger than opium. Mother!
The night watchman's room was a shabby affair, about 15 by 20, and I went over it inch by inch, cockroach by cockroach. Apparently, Block hadn't taken anything with him. The drawers of the broken-down dresser were filled with an assortment of socks and underwear. In the closet, I found the rest of his clothes and an old empty suitcase. Yes, if Arthur Block had skipped, he was figuring on buying a wardrobe someplace else. I left, keeping on my tiptoes as I passed the landlady's door. Then I headed for the address of Mr. Quimby's antique shop.
Hey, Mr. Diamond, did you find out anything about the night watch?
Well, his landlady's a lush and likes blue eyes.
Oh, my gracious.
What's the matter?
Mr. Lasdown. Good afternoon, Mr. Lasdown. I do hope you...
Enough of your vulgarism, sir. It's a perfectly wretched afternoon, as you very well know.
Yes, it is. Pardon me. Mr. Diamond, Mr. Lasdown.
Philip J. Lasdown. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Quimby, I've come from my Buddha.
You've come to your... Oh,
We've had it quite long enough. Where is it?
Mr. Lasdown, I have someone who's interested
I've decided not to sell it. Now, come. Where is it?
It's over there in the corner, Mr. Lasdown.
In the corner?
Yes, sir.
I see. It's not enough that I suffer the torment of lending my exquisite stature to a firm that employs a Philistine as manager. No. I'm now subjected to the ignominy of having it secreted in a corner behind a variety of bric-a-brac one would expect to find only in the men's lounge at Coney Island.
Mr. Lasdown...
Remember, I told you that Buddha was to enjoy this room's most favorable location. You made a grave mistake, sir. A momentous mistake.
But please, Mr.
Enough,
Lasdown...
sir. I'm repossessing my Buddha forthwith. For years, I forced myself to deal with you in a patient and forbearing manner. But never again. This is the crowning blow. Far be it for Philip Lasdown to cast pearls before swine.
Oh, that man, Mr. Diamond. Oh, that terrifying man. I must have been born under an unlucky star.
Well, relax. Things could be worse. You've still got a little hair on your head.
Even that's getting thin.
So who wants fat hair? I left Quimby wringing the cold sweat out of his hands and took a cab over to the 5th Precinct Police Headquarters.
When I walked in, the clock above Lieutenant Levinson's desk said 12 noon, and Lieutenant Levinson said...
Oh, no.
Oh, what's the matter, Fatty? I remind you of your lost youth?
No, lost cause.
Well, you might as well face it, Walter. You hate me because I have an athletic waistline.
Ha, ha, ha.
Eureka. At last, a 3-syllable word. I knew you could do it, Otis. I'm going to let you do me a favor.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I want you to check with the morgue and all hospitals and jails for an Arthur Block, lately employed as the night watchman of the Far East Importing Company.
Oh. Well, I'll check, but not because you told me to.
Then why?
Because I'm stupid. I guess I told him.
What's all this about, Rick? That's a missing night watchman and $50,000 in jewels, Walt. But you can't stick your nose in it yet. Nobody's dead.
I've got a sergeant who could make a liar out of you.
What do you know about a guy named Philip J. Lasdown?
Never heard of him.
Shove me that phone, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Forget it. Just leave a nickel.
Oh, he's a collector of rare art objects and nasty dispositions.
Want me to check on this Lasdown for you?
Might be a good idea.
Okay.
Yes?
Quimby?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I was hoping you'd call.
You and 10,000 foolish debutantes.
Mr. Lasdown has had the Buddha removed, and he is sending his lawyer over in the morning for an accounting. Now, should I tell him about the jewels now or wait until morning?
Oh, wait, if you want this thing solved. What's Lasdown's address?
Blue Heron Road at Long Island.
Thanks. I'm going out to see him. I'll check with you later.
Please. I do not read pick, look, see, quick, or popular mechanics. I refuse to endorse a petition, and as far as a free excursion to the Bahamas with all expenses paid, I couldn't be less interested. Now, if you'd be so kind as to remove your person from my property. I'm warning you, sir.
Look, Your Highness, remember me? I met you this afternoon at the Far East Importing Company.
I remember you. Good day. Young man, if you do not remove your foot from my door, I may resort to violence. You will kindly remove your foot?
By all means, as soon as you answer a few questions.
Who are you, sir? I mean, what's your occupation?
I am a private detective.
How earthly. Well, what do you want?
How many things do you have on consignment in the Far East Importing Company?
Oh, good grief. What kind of a question is that?
The first of several.
I have many things on consignment there.
Anything of extreme value?
What are you getting at?
Just curious.
Yes, disgustingly so. Of course, there are many things of extreme value. Approximately $50,000 in rare gems, a dozen priceless antiques. As a matter of fact, that Buddha which you saw this morning, my most priceless possession. Aside from being very old, the eyes are two perfect pigeon blood rubies. Now, is there anything else? I'm sure your foot must be going to sleep.
Did you ever know or meet a man named Arthur Block?
Never.
He was the night watchman at the shop.
The night watchman. So our conversation's at an end. I find your reference to my association with the night watchman the lowest form of discord. Now, good day.
Gesundheit to you.
Hey, Bud.
Sorry, I do not read tick, click, quick, look, spook.
Hey, who's taking the census? Just want to know if a party named Lasdown lives here.
You could hardly call him a party. More like a friendly street fight.
Look, friend, I got to pick up some luggage. Does Lasdown live here?
Yeah, with a bosom Buddha. Lasdown's the one with the toupee.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I was just closing up shop. Have you found out anything?
Well, not much. Tell me something, Quimby. Where do you keep those jewels?
Why, in the safe.
Did the night watchman have the combination?
Yes, in case of fire. There are also some perishables in with the gems.
Did he know much about the rest of the merchandise in the store?
Yes, of course. He had a list and made inventory every night.
Did he know Lasdown's Buddha had ruby eyes?
But I don't know. Well, how'd you find out?
Lasdown told me. If the night watchman knew about those rubies, I wonder why he didn't pry them out and take them along.
I never thought of that.
Have you touched that safe?
Yes, when I opened it and discovered the loss.
Well, don't do it again. It may have some of the night watchman's fingerprints on it somewhere. Tell me, did you know Lasdown was planning on leaving town?
Leaving town? No, I didn't.
Well, I'm not sure that he is, but I've got a hunch. Are you going home after you lock up?
Yes.
Well, give me your phone number. I'm going down to the precinct and may want to reach you later.
Well, hello, Blue still looking for Black?
That's right. Has he shown up?
No. Hey, honey, you just skipped off without saying goodbye. Had a beer all open for you.
Oh, I bet you were so unhappy you poured it down the drain.
You sure are the one.
I sure am. Look, sweetheart, if Block shows up, call me at the 5th Precinct Police Station. Name's Diamond.
Sure, handsome. Oh, you fracture me.
Well, it's an idea.
I couldn't find nothing on that missing night watchman, Shamus.
Well, thanks anyway, Otis. In appreciation, I may send you a large can of Red Heart, liver flavor.
Oh, go chase your tail around the block.
Otis.
Yeah, and I got plenty more things to say.
Funny things?
Funny as your face. I'm tired of you making fun of me. I ain't no dog.
You having trouble with Otis again?
Oh, I don't think it's anything serious. But I would suggest a rabies shot.
Well, here's something that might interest you. Philip J. Lasdown booked passage on the Star of the Orient, sailing for the Far East tonight at 11 o'clock.
Famous beauty expert Ann Delafield says that women are tired of endless jars and bottles that cost so much time and money. She says that more than one cream is just nonsense.
But can just one cream do everything for your skin?
It certainly can. That is, if it's Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream. Here's a cleansing cream, face cream, night cream, eye and throat cream. All creams in one. A special blend of all the fine, rich, natural oils so necessary and good for care of your skin.
Sounds wonderful. Does Ann Delafield have makeup, too?
Yes, indeed. She's designed a whole new, no-nonsense cosmetic line just for you modern women. There are vitamins for true beauty from within. Fine powder with built-in foundation. Everything you need for looking your loveliest.
All this must be pretty expensive.
But you're wrong. You'll find that the Ann Delafield Cosmetics give you most for your cosmetic dollar and save you so much time as well. So look for them today at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Walt's enlightening bit of information certainly seemed important, so I sat down to try and figure out exactly what I had to date. My client, Quimby, had come into my office and hired me to locate a missing night watchman named Arthur Block because $50,000 in gems had been pilfered from Quimby's shop. The gems belonged to a particularly disgusting character named Philip J. Lasdown. The missing night watchman, Block, was still missing. And by the looks of his room, he'd skipped without taking anything with him. And by the look of his landlady, I couldn't blame him. Well, I tied it all together, and the conclusion was amazingly simple. I had exactly nothing.
Yeah, I got something hot, Lieutenant. 211 on River Street. I fished the guy out of the bay at the end of Pier 16. Identified as one Arthur Block.
Hey.
That's your missing night watchman, isn't it?
That's his name.
They bring the body in?
Yeah, it's down the morgue now.
Get Quimby down there for identification. Here's his phone number.
Does Block have any family or anything?
I don't know, but you might check with his landlady. She can get you an identification, too.
Otis, get this Quimby and the landlady. Take him down to the morgue. We're going up to see Verdier in ballistics.
Right.
Here's the slug, Lieutenant. Huh? Almost like a ball. This is really most amazing. That slug was fired from a weapon made in 1831 by Samuel Colt. He patented it in Europe in 1835 and in the U.S. in 1836.
What did the gun look like?
Well, it was the forerunner of the Colt 44. A single barrel with a revolving breech carried 5 slugs. During the Fieschi Revolution in France in 1834, Fieschi had a rifle made like it. Tried to assassinate Louis Philippe.
Lieutenant.
Well, what is it, you mallet head?
Call just came over the hotshot. That guy, Philip Lasdown, said someone had busted into his house and tried to rob him. He said he chased the guy off, but he was screaming for protection.
Come on, Walt. I think we better go over there. Well, things were beginning to shape up. Walt and I piled in the squad car and headed for Long Island, the house of Philip J. Lasdown. When we got there, Lasdown was hopping around like a kangaroo with a hot foot.
Fine state of affairs. It's getting so a man isn't even safe in his own home. What's the city coming to? A police force is obviously second only to the Boy Scouts.
Now, calm down, Mr.
Calm down, my good fellow. I have no intention of calming down. How would you enjoy walking into your own living room, And there, slinking around in the dark, a pathological fiend intent on robbing you of your most priceless possession.
What was he after?
My Buddha. The object of your particularly uncouth interrogation of this afternoon, Mr. Diamond. By the way, where were you 40 minutes ago?
Oh, relax. Did you get a look at this guy?
The lights were out.
Well, did he take you, Buddha?
He most certainly did not. But had I not walked in at the precise moment, he would probably be carrying his piggyback through the middle of Times Square. And your observing police force would undoubtedly stop traffic for him.
That's the Buddha right over there, Walt.
Keep your hands off it.
Now, look, Lassie, you called the police. The police are here, so relax before someone puts their foot in that big mouth.
Well, really?
Yeah, really. You're getting ready to leave town, aren't you?
I don't see that that's any concern of yours, Lieutenant.
Well, Buster, in case you don't know it, you're the #1 suspect in a killing.
I beg your pardon?
Do you own any antique guns?
Guns? Sir, I do not collect weapons of any sort. I demand to know what you mean when you say I'm suspected of a killing.
The night watchman at Quimby's antique shop was shot to death and dumped in the river.
The night watchman again. I told Mr. Diamond once that my association with the night watchman was as ridiculous as General MacArthur sending Sally in a charm bracelet.
Nothing's been touched on the Buddha?
Nothing. I assume that the thief knew the value of the ruby eyes.
Has there been any publicity about the Buddha?
Some.
Walt, come here.
You excuse us a second, Mr. Lansdowne?
You couldn't make it a year, could you?
Charming fellow.
Yeah. Look, Walt, in some way the night watchman, the missing gems, Lansdowne, and his Buddha are all mixed up together.
Okay, so what? We haven't even got the murder weapon.
Well, if the night watchman did swipe the jewels out of the safe, then someone probably killed him for them.
Yeah, that figures.
If he was planning on stealing them, wouldn't he be all ready to skip town?
Sure.
Well, he hadn't packed a thing. His apartment hadn't been touched.
Oh, well, that's not much.
Okay. If someone wanted to get that Buddha, why not break in the store?
Because it's easier to break into a house out on Long Island.
The Buddha was just moved this afternoon. Who knew Lansdowne took it?
Yeah.
And if the potential thief is mixed up with the original jewel theft, why didn't he grab the rubies in the store?
I never thought of that.
No. I think he wanted that Buddha for something else. Oh, Lansdowne.
What do you want?
Is there anything else about that Buddha besides the eyes?
I told you once it's a very rare piece.
Yeah, aside from that. Could anyone hide something in it?
Hide something? Why, yes, of course. It's hollow. The whole back swings open. Wealthy families used to place their valuable possessions inside the Buddha for protection.
Show us.
Certainly. There you are. You see, the space inside is quite... Good grief.
Don't touch it.
Isn't that a gun?
Certainly is, and there may be fingerprints on it.
Well, I assure you that does not belong to me.
Do you know anything about a gun like this?
Well, only that it's apparently very old. An antique.
8 to 5, that's the one that killed the night watchman. Give me a handkerchief.
Here.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone your trip, Mr. Lansdowne.
Well, I've already purchased my ticket.
Have you any idea why the night watchman was killed last night?
None whatsoever.
All of those uncut gems you had consigned to Quimby were stolen.
What?
That's right.
Well, why wasn't I notified?
Because Mr. Quimby thought I could recover them before you found out.
That Shylock, that deceitful little pipsqueak. After all the business I've given him.
Come on, Walt.
I shall personally take extreme delight in exposing him as a discredit to his profession.
Come on. You won't leave town, will you, Lassie, old boy?
You have my word, sir. At least not until I've dealt with that traitor personally.
But he's a suspect. We can't leave him. Rick! Rick!
With Walt protesting all the way, we climbed in the squad car and pulled it down the street to wait. In about 2 minutes flat, Lansdowne came streaming out of the house, piled into his own car, and took off for the city with us right behind. A half an hour later, we watched him go into a building on the east side, and we followed. The mailbox gave us Quimby's apartment, and by the time we reached the floor, we could hear Lansdowne raising his blood pressure up past the boiling point.
How dare you! How dare you!
Please, Mr. Lansdowne.
After all these years, Quimby, this is unforgivable.
He's really going at it.
Mr. Lansdowne, you couldn't blame me.
I wouldn't do anything else but blame you, Quimby. There's no excuse.
Please, the neighbors.
I'm sure your neighbors will only be the first to hear of this atrocity.
When they find the night watchman...
They have found it.
You are?
Floating in that filthy river out there. And who put that gun in my Buddha?
You found it?
False, sir. You knew it was there.
That does it.
No,
Wait.
I don't know anything about it.
Liar! Why did you think I found it? The police discovered it.
The police?
Yes. They believe it's the same gun that killed... Quimby, you didn't.
What's going on?
I don't know. We'd better get in it.
Quimby, no.
We'd sure better.
Don't shoot!
Stop it, Quimby. You all right, Rick?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You imagine such effrontery? That assassin's apprentice was going to shoot me.
Here's his gun, Walt.
Looks like I got him in the leg.
I can't believe it. I, Philip J. Lansdowne, be subjected to such distasteful melodrama.
I'll call an ambulance.
I haven't viewed such a spectacle since I was 8 and a half. Sitting in the balcony of the Savannah Opera House, watching a third-class road company chase Little Eva across the ice.
I can imagine, Lassie. Now, let's have a look at Quimby. Come on, Quimby. Better tell me about it. You killed the night watchman with that antique gun.
Yes, I kept the gun in my desk at the office. I was taking the jewels from the safe to make it look like robbery when Block came on duty. He was early, and he surprised me. Shot him and hid the gun in the Buddha.
That's why you were so shocked when Lansdowne came and got it today.
Yes, when you told me he was leaving town, I feared he would take the Buddha with him and discover the gun inside.
It was you who broke into my house this evening.
Yes, Mr. Lansdowne.
The wagon's on the way.
Well, Mr. Lansdowne, you were pretty lucky.
What a revolting display of uncontrolled emotion.
Lansdowne.
Oh, my goodness. Mr. Lansdowne's fainted.
Why were you so late, Rick?
Oh, I got mixed up with a screwy one. I was going to leave the station earlier, but Otis got to discussing Freud with a very learned gentleman named Lansdowne.
Otis was discussing Freud.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Couldn't tear himself away. Seems, according to Otis, that this year Freud plays second base for Brooklyn. Then we got around to Kenzie and discovered he was batting 200.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Neither did I. But Otis explained he'd been in a slump all season.
You and your friends.
I hate to mention it, but you qualify in that league.
Oh, but you love me.
I do not. I just breathe hard from an irritated sinus condition.
Well, use the condition and sing me a song.
Okay.
What are you going to sing?
I don't think it's any of your business.
Oh, that's a nice song. How does it go?
Well, you pick one.
All right. Let's see. No. I like
New York in June. How about you?
That's cute.
I like a Gershwin tune. How about you? I love a fireside when a storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight motor trips. How about you? I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill. And Doug MacArthur's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you?
I like it.
You like me?
Well,
Come here. Oh, well, do you?
I don't think it's any of your business.
If your summer fun is being spoiled by the misery of athlete's foot, your Rexall family druggist has a great new product for you. It's Aerosol Fungi Rex, a greaseless, stainless spray-on relief that's easy, quick, and clean. Fingertip-controlled spray eliminates messy application, gives positive coverage to the entire infected area, and all the burning, itching, and discomfort of athlete's foot are quickly relieved. Ask for Aerosol Fungi Rex. That's Fungi-REX. Aerosol Fungi Rex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now on release. And his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Howard McNear, Jeanette Nolan, John McIntyre, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, and Harold Dayenforth. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now get new and better relief from acid upset stomach. Try Bismarex Gel, the new liquid antacid that gives four-way relief. Bismarex Gel contains aluminum hydroxide for the plus benefits of absorbing and neutralizing excess stomach acid and leaving a protective covering. Ask for Bismarex Gel, BISMA-REXGEL, Bismarex Gel at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.